Dobra, witam wszystkich, czat. I co? Jedziemy z Le Mans. Zaczynamy w składzie, który już wam pokazuję. Zaraz wam wszystko powiem, co i jak. Zaczynamy równo o 14, także bez pośpiechu. Spokojnie.
If this was on a normal 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit, then they would have been just hundreds apart. But over 16 kilometers, those tiny differences all add up. Let's take a look with Alex Brundle at how it all worked out.
It was a fascinating hyperpole session fought out between Porsche Team Coanda and Team Redline at the front of the overall field, with Team Coanda taking pole position.
No i co? Nie ma tu co dużo opowiadać. No jesteśmy P7 w generalce. Już wam pokazuję.
Okay guys, we're getting close to the race time, so I will advance into warm-up so we can set the grid.
Jedziemy z Sami-Mattim, który jest po prostu simracerem dla Williamsa. I po prostu też się ścigał prawie z prostem. No i Agustin Canapino, co w IndyCarach będzie jeździł teraz w tym sezonie i mamy wszyscy super tempo, znaczy super, no wyrównane bardzo tempo mamy, także o tyle fajnie. I już się zaraz podgłoszę nawet dla was, nie ma problemu. Dobra, jestem trochę głośniej. Ja streamuję.
Streamujesz?
Tak. I tak to wygląda. Sami-Matti zaczyna. Jedziemy po około 2 godziny z hakiem.
Right.
Zobaczymy. Niestety nie będziemy mieli streama ani Samiego, ani Agustina, jakby powa, no tylko właśnie transmisję.
But they're taking a very similar line in. Roger's happier to be out closer to the white line in Porsche 1. That's all that nice front end he has in the Coanda. And look at how aggressively he's able to point the car in with the rear stable, whereas Bennett having to be a little bit more gentle on the direction.
Did you change your name on Zoom, Sami?
Yep.
Aha, no i... O Jezu, przepraszam, strasznie głośno. Coś, czego nie powiedziałem, a jest ważne, no to, że mamy karę do odbycia na starcie wyścigu. Teraz wam powiem co i jak.
Oh my god. Siemano, czaty.
So that's how they qualify. Now, you can't have Le Mans without the ACO, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest. They are the group of enthusiasts who, in November 1922, decided they would create a 24-hour
muszę tą głośność ogarnąć.
hosted the first French Grand Prix in Le Mans a few years previously, and they still administer it 100 years later. So let's cross now to the ACO Tower in Le Mans.
No właśnie, a karę mamy za zbyt późne zmienienie składu niby. No tam jakieś były, że niby nie za późne, ale za późne, no zamota, ale no jednak ta kara pozostaje, więc no jest jak jest. Drive, którą musimy odbyć tam na pierwszych okrążeniach wyścigu. No i będzie zmienna pogoda. Pokażę wam jak to ma wyglądać. Jak planują pogodę na pierwsze godziny, bo na razie znamy tylko na pierwsze godziny. A potem będziemy się dowiadywać w trakcie wyścigu, jakie są następne plany. Widzicie, taka jest pogoda, czyli o 17 ma zacząć padać. Taka zaplanowana jest, nie po radarze, tylko jest zaplanowana. Ja będę jechał od 16:30 do 19:00. Więc będę w deszczu jechał, zobaczymy, będą jaja.
Just to let you know, like the guys behind you, only Baldwin should be very fast, but the rest, I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah, Baldwin was, I mean, at the test race in
on the line. This is again one of the
50 minutes, he was
joys
pushing
of
a lot. And he was
Siemano,
doing test race, but
connect races from 160.
I mean, I can match his pace, but if you have to say 4, then it's not really worth it.
Yeah,
We'll
of course.
try and join Pierre Fion in a moment or two, but
Let's
So
see if he's
as we
attacking.
get
I
ready
just
for the start of the
said
race,
Kupa, we can probably
everybody
lose
is
it more
in
fuel in the
position.
first
All
laps.
the sim rigs of
Yeah,
all
true.
Depends.
If he's aggressive, then just let him go because we need to serve the penalty anyway. So
The voice of God, Eduardo
Yeah.
Freitas. And now let us begin our
Muszą
I mean,
prosić
only
zaczynać tak.
the Red Line 2 car is not really fast. Like, I overtook him quite easily
Rosenquist
when he was going like, yeah.
and that Schuring from Colanda, you don't know?
Who?
Schuring, number 23.
He's okay. He's okay, yeah. He wasn't too slow, to be honest. I mean, slower than Verstappen, yeah, but
Okay.
and also a bit slower than me, but he was still like not really much off.
Okay. So let's see. Maybe they will apply the penalty later, so we can. Now the fit will be spread out a little bit, and we will gain some time to the rest. But let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, check the setup if you have the latest version.
Oh, it should be all good. Oh, it's great now. Let's go.
Okay, so we are driving on the. I mean, Kuba is streaming. We are driving on what I said yesterday on the chat.
Yes.
Okay.
I saved it as a veto.
Okay, great. You can assign it as well, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I wish you good luck. You know what to do.
Yeah, thanks. I will take it. If there, I mean, the good thing is that we are starting up front, so there's probably not that much happening.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, take it easy. I
The
mean,
risk is lower, but
we will see the first outcome after the first rain. It will mix the field probably in the right order.
Okay, quick
Yeah.
reminder to all the teams, everyone must be on the grid. Not being on the grid means that you will be left out of the race. So please, everyone onto the grid.
Hello and welcome to Le Mans. We are ready for the start of the 2023 Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. Our 45 cars are lined up in their ear of corn formation as they qualified, with our LMP cars at the front of the field and our GTE contenders following them through. Porsche Coanda have qualified and locked out the front row of the grid, and our points leaders are all at the sharp end of the field. So here is how they will start. On pole position, the number 20 Porsche Coanda car, Lauren Heinrich,
Garfield
the
good, to be
starting
honest.
drive ahead of teammate Morris Schuring. Red line on row
I mean,
2,
compared
Felix
to the
Rosenquist.
guys.
And Formula One world champion Max Verstappen will start their cars ahead of Matthias Bech for RH.
1 minute,
and Sami-Matti
under 1
Trogen
minute
for
to start the
AMG
formation
Team
lap.
Williams.
Please,
Then
when
behind
leaving
them,
the
AMG Team
ear
Patrol's
of corn,
James
only
Baldwin
leave
and
when the
Magnus
car
Piquet
on
for
your right has
RH.
left.
Still
Formation
in the
is to
LMP
be kept
category
as
with
tight
Tanis
as possible,
and their real-life
and
driver,
once
Jan
exiting
Van
Arnage,
in
all cars
their
to side-by-side
row 5
position.
spot. Row 6, Yas Heat and Brabham Esports, Williams Esports, and the 444 Next View Van Wilburst car on row 7. On row 8 of the grid, Peugeot Esports with Malte Jakobsen starting
30
from their
seconds,
base
under
in
30 seconds
Versailles.
to start the
number
formation
4
lap.
Floyd Van Wilburst car ahead of the 101 GR Esports machine on row 9, and on row 10, Pescarolo.
We still have a car
Rocket
missing on the
Simsport.
grid.
Row 11,
Car
Alpine
36, if
and
you're not on the
GR,
grid to start,
the
you will not be
last
allowed to
couple of
start the
rows
race.
of our prototypes with Axel and Arnage.
5,
And
4,
then Mexico
3,
Racing Team
2,
and Matej
1.
Homola
Start
starting
of the
for
formation
ARC
lap for the third
Bratislava.
edition of the
That is
virtual
row
24
13,
hours
row
of Le
14,
Mans.
Graf and the Le Mans Virtual Cup drivers with Andy and Seb Prio as their pro drivers. And on pole position in GT, RHG's Ferrari ahead of the BMW that leads the standings.
Did he miss the start?
77 Porsche, third qualified on the grid.
36.
68 car
Oh
lines
my
up
God.
right behind with the BS competition BMW. On row
Basically, it
18,
means you cannot start the
another
race, so
BMW
fuck.
and the Orica Red Bull Porsche that lies second in the standings, ahead of the Siemano Ferrari and the Project One Porsche by Der Motorsports. Then P1 and the Law JMX Phantom Aston Martin, with D Stations Aston behind them, and Simsa Esports getting towards the tail of our fields, SF Esports, and In Speed Racing, racing from their base in Shanghai, and Satellite. Not
Again,
seeing a time,
any
the
penalties the
45th
game
car on the grid.
allocates for the
Well,
formation
the
lap
tyres
or
all
start of the
supplied by
race
Goodyear.
will
They
be
go
dealt with
soft
by
with the
race
white
control
sidewall, medium with the
manually.
yellow sidewall, hard with the green sidewall, and the blue sidewall for wet weather. And the teams have been briefed. The forecast is that there may well be rain during the course of this afternoon. We start our race at 1 Greenwich Mean
Quick
Time,
reminder,
1400
LMPs
CET,
to
and
grid
before
positions
dusk,
once
we may
exiting
well see
are
the
Nash,
first rain. There is
side by
rain
side
also,
once the leading car
heading towards
leaves
us potentially
the track. It's up to the
tomorrow
pole
morning
sitter
as
to
well, as we
control
get
the
into
pace.
daylight
The
hours.
line
So
is
there
the
is
timing
weather, currently
line
25
and
degrees and
the
dry,
game will start.
not much of a
For the
headwind, just
GTs, we
18
will start
kilometers
the
an hour,
GTs
but that, of
manually
course, will affect the
ourselves.
cars very
The
differently
gap is
around
to
this
be
Le
between
Mans
5 and 10
24-hour
seconds,
circuit.
side
We
by
are
side,
just about
until
ready
we say
for
that
the race
the
to
race
get
for the
underway,
GTs
and the
is
field
starting.
will be led away by
Do not forget,
one of
it's
the
tight
big
on the four
technological
chicanes.
programs
Please
that
leave
the ACO is
space. You will be
undertaking,
doing the
the
four chicanes
H24
side by side.
hydrogen-powered prototype. Now, this car, developed in association with the ACO and Green GT, has an all-electric drivetrain, but it is not powered by batteries or an internal combustion engine. It is powered by a hydrogen fuel cell. And that car has already taken to the track with
I na TS-ie i na Discordzie. Na TS-ie komunikacja z driverem, a na Discordzie komunikacja poza driverem.
Last summer and in the European Le Mans Series. And the plan for the ACO and Green GT is to have this car competing in the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Super mają tempo chłopaki. No wszyscy idziemy łeb w łeb tak naprawdę.
Le Mans has always been a testbed for manufacturers and for new technology, and the ACO taking it upon themselves to push even more new technology with the H24 program.
Tak naprawdę to tylko wiadomo, no można Agustin na przykład ostatni wyścig, no jechał z nami rok temu na Le Mans, no to jedyne co się można obawiać, no to tam takiego ogarnięcia wyścigowego, nie? Tam w picie, żeby czegoś dziwnego nie zrobił czy coś, no ale jeździliśmy te strajsy, wszystko, no chłopaki ogarniają elegancko.
Again, this is a lot of cars. The pit lane has a limited length. Please be careful in the pit lane. Let's avoid unsafe releases. Let's avoid collisions in the pit lane.
Dear friends, for all fans of motorsport and the endurance discipline in particular, 2023 will witness the 24 Hours of Le Mans centenary on 10th and 11th of June. As a prelude to this major event, the 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual is being held this weekend to launch this anniversary year. Once again, the grid is spectacular and demonstrates the increasing popularity of eSport and its successful partnership with the motorsport community. The biggest teams and the best drivers will be on the start line this afternoon, including the 3 single-seater 2022 champions, Max Verstappen, Felipe Drugovich, and Victor Martin. Such prestigious manufacturers as Alpine, Ferrari, Mercedes,
Tak, z 6. pozycji, ale mamy drive-thru do odbycia na starcie.
will also be joining them. This will herald
No, 26-25 sekund na drive-thru się traci, no ale wiadomo, że pewnie drugie tyle w korku. No zobaczymy. Ale dać tyle namiesza, że te 25 sekund to pewnie nic nie zmieni.
And salute the organizers and competitors. I wish everyone a great success. Have a great race.
Okay,
Okay, success.
LMP2 cars to grid positions, LMP2 cars to grid positions, keep the formation as tight as possible, please. GT cars to grid positions, keep the formation as tight as possible, please. 5 to 10 second gap between the first GT and the last LMP2, please.
Let's see what they had to say.
Hi guys, Jan van der Heide here,
Yep.
driver of the number 62 Brabham Esports LMP2 car. It's my third time already taking part in the virtual Le Mans event, and again just such a unique experience driving against the best of both real and virtual world of motorsport. So really looking forward to it again. Fingers crossed for everyone to have a clean and
LMP2 cars, the grid is not correct. You need to close those gaps and be side by side. LMP2 cars to be side by side in a compact grid position.
Do you have that auto clutch?
To have a chance to compete
Yep.
against the world's
Okay, good.
best
Good luck.
driver and teams, and to learn a lot and improve ourselves. So, wish everyone good luck and have fun during the race.
Hi, my name is Любовь Zirikovskaya.
The front is not aligned. The front is not aligned, gentlemen.
So excited to share.
Keep it like that. Remember that you're doing the chicane side by side.
See you.
Hi, my name is Nikki Baslan.
No dobra, jadą.
First time nine
Ja cię
axle.
kręcę.
And for me, it's just going to be an amazing experience racing again in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. Arguably one of the biggest races out there in the sim racing scene. So
LMP2s have started. GT cars on standby for the start. Side by side, please. Side by side.
I'll be aiming to be on track. So looking forward to it, and yeah, can't wait.
No wiadomo, że jest troszkę opóźniony, więc to co Race Control mówi, no to słyszycie szybciej. Zobaczmy. Poszli.
Team Redline looking to try and take the advantage. We see this so
Spoko start miał.
not the greatest getaway from the front row of the grid. And let's
Jezu,
see if either
3
of
wide
the
wjeżdżają.
Redline cars can take the lead into the first turn. The GT cars follow across the line.
O!
It's the 888 Ferrari on pole
Prawie mi się
position,
zabili, nie?
and the BMW's behind. Key here is Redline car number 1.
Zyskał jedno miejsce.
Verstappen taking the lead very quickly. Now Max has been doing a lot of rehearsal, a lot of test racing, a lot of practice. He has tried and
Nie wiem, jakie to ma znaczenie, że zyskał jedno miejsce, no ale dobrze, że zyskał.
but it looks as though he is absolutely determined to deal with this race the same way that he does in Grand Prix racing and take the bulls by the horn right from the run down to the first corner.
Qualifying fourth seemed to have helped them quite a bit though, because it left them that inside line to go for the attack into turn one, going around that Dunlop Kink. Brilliant start though for Verstappen to take over the race lead. Lauren Heinrich up into second position, and of course having to deal back down into second position, shearing behind him Felix Rosenqvist, who I said
O, Max dobrze poszedł. Patrzyłem nawet, co on tam zrobił, ale 2 miejsca zyskał. Albo 3. Którzy oni startowali po 3 czy po 4?
Astonishing that Max just dropped the hammer immediately and just went.
No, ciekawe ile kółek na pierwszym stincie zrobią LMP-ki, bo tak, Max jest walczył numer 1. Bo ogólnie na wszystkich stintach raczej wszyscy będą 10 robili, to tam trzeba odrobinkę paliwa oszczędzić tylko. No ale na pierwszym jest formujące. Co kawkę, żonko?
And sometimes this has worked, other times it has not, but for Redline right now, that seems to be the choice for the GTE car.
Ale no właśnie, jakaś Aleksandra Walczak, nie wiadomo kto to pisze. Max Verstappen, tak. No, ale na pierwszym stincie wiadomo, z formującym
Ja,
jest dużo ciężej.
oni mogli tak wystartować. Verstappen w sensie, no że wiesz, wyjechał w ogóle z linii, nie?
O, nie ma chyba nic o tym.
Car 22, please go to the pits. Car 22, please go to the pits.
Team Petronas and Team Williams. Max Verstappen starting to stretch his legs out front. Lauren Heinrich in second. And Maurice Schuring in the second of the Porsches.
Więc my będziemy oszczędzać na 10 kółek, no bo wiadomo, że jak tu karę odbędziemy, to i tak zaraz w jakimś korku będziemy. Patrzę ile tracą LMP-ki z tyłu, no 10 sekund już traci ostatni LMP.
Felix Rosenqvist, who started third, don't forget, in car number 1 for Redline, drops car number 2 for Redline rather, drops down the order.
It looks like we might have a team in trouble already as well, sadly. The LOR JMX
Super, no sobie już trochę sami przewagi wyrobił.
sector, so don't know what's going on with those guys, but unfortunately the 889 car might be having a little bit of trouble. But where we can see the AMG team,
No dobra, no walczak też okej.
who put in a fantastic performance back at Sebring and at Spa as well, doing a great job in the early stages, and he's trying to go after that AMG Williams, Ben.
That's an amazing lineup as well, isn't it? James Baldwin, Graham Carroll, Bono Huis, all three drivers that we know so well in the world of esports racing. Baldwin also fantastic in the real world now. He is actually a pro driver, that's why he's starting here. And the
Kiedy
fourth
Sami
member of that
wyprzedził
team,
Zarzękwista?
Danny Ukudela, incredible on the sim as well as the real.
Nie wiem.
They'll be hoping not to downshift too quickly this year. Let's see what happens between P1 Esports and Sim.
Porsche jeszcze piąty wjeżdżał.
Actually had a really solid season, moving their way forward. Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, one of the teams looking for the championship.
7.47.
Almost
Program some in the first lap.
of the GTE contingent are running the soft tyres, expecting to single steam
I'll go
the
to
softs.
otherwise.
The only exception to that is Satellite
Good
Racing,
job.
who are on the mediums, but they do also have, courtesy of only bringing one pro driver to the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, they have a 6-minute stop and hold penalty, which they'll have to take in the opening 3 or 4 laps.
6 minut ktoś ma? Stop and hold.
They're not the only team that have a pre-race penalty. Late driver lineup changes have also forced a couple of other teams to have a 5-second hold in the pit lane, and again they will take that as pretty much early as they can. Team Mexico Racing. One of the great things that this has developed is as a shop window for national teams. We've got the team based in Shanghai, we've got Team Mexico, we've got the Malaysian crew as well. Oh, there is contact with
Arnage and GR
team.
Vector.
Yeah, GR Vector struggling to get through the gravel trap. The pink and white of Team Arnage making contact from behind, and now they're stuck behind the Mexico Racing Team car.
No, ta relacja taka, ten live timing mi się nie podoba na tej relacji. Nie wiadomo. Strat nie ma pokazanych nic, no potem pokazują coś, ale to tak.
starting the race for them, and it seems maybe they've hit trouble early doors as well.
Seeing a bit of an issue in the background as well. There was a big send from one of the R8Gs. That must have been Poulet down the inside of Dimitrov. And I do also believe that Johnny Edgar's had a couple of issues in the start of this race, dropping back down to 16th. The number 4 Van Burst has moved forward. Meanwhile, Brabham's trying to attack Panis.
Yeah, this is a change for 9th place. The blue Panis car, that's Job van Uyten, a real-world Panis driver.
Proszę bardzo, link do live timingu.
He's just got ahead of that Brabham Esports car, the Brabham car being driven by Geordie Much. So that was a change on that last lap, and you can see that Geordie Much is trying to get back in front. The green and gold, the Australian colours on the Brabham car, of course. Very much an Australian family operation again these days, and so they're squabbling over 9th, just ahead of Team Fordzilla. Looking a little further up the order, look at the gap that Max Verstappen.
Tam napisałem do Kuby, że nie wygląda na to, żeby ktoś miał jakieś super tempo. Nikt nie odjeżdża jakoś z przodu mocno, na szczęście.
Going to speculate that Rocket Simsport with Angus Fender, the number 22 machine, had an issue from the outside.
Zgadza się, no super, sami się trzyma. Pytanie, czy ci z przodu oszczędzają na 10 kółek, czy cisną, żeby 9 zrobić. Redliny w tej strefie zrobiły 10, więc...
They've stayed in the pits for the moment, so maybe that is an issue with Angus, and they've got no other drivers ready to get him into the car.
Well, they did also have drama on the very first lap back in
I got the drive through now.
last round of last year, before we previous round of this championship, where they had an issue into the first corner. I think it was even before the start.
Okay, I would do one extra lap.
Could have been something similar,
I would do one more lap after this one.
Where else are you going to get this? We've got two-time Formula 1 champion versus...
Because the last LMP is already 20 seconds behind you, pretty much.
Le Mans Series champion versus world's fastest gamer versus IndyCar driver in the top 6, and we've just had a change. AMG Team Williams and AMG.
O, to sektor się straty aktualizują, a tu sektory mają po minutę 20.
Now we're going to go to Proton versus the Pro Drive Fire team, the Aston Martin in the purple-coloured car there, the purple and black liveried car going through, and that's going to be a change of second place. This Aston Martin is on fire in the early stages.
Well, Lassie Sorensen was very good. Very good.
So good.
A little too early for...
I meant it.
Yeah,
So
thank you for that. Lassie Sorensen, very quick in qualifying. In the end, it didn't quite work out for them in Superpole, in Hyperpole, but yeah, he moves up to second place. and only 1 second behind Alex Smolyar, the race leader in the GTE class. So again, look at this. Slipstream so important in these LMP2 cars, Lewis, because they're all exactly the same car. They've got the same engine, they've got the same aerodynamic kit, they've got the same tyres, and so the slipstream is a very big factor in this race.
Yeah, big time, especially on the Mulsanne when you get working like that. That was Johnny Edgar pushing Sandy Mitchell up past, both positions past in the Pescarello car, which is being driven by Einborg at the moment. So both of them pushing their way through. And that's the kind of thing, is that if you kind of like work too hard on like fighting everyone else, you will end up losing time. You need to find, you're dancing.
Michael, I'm thinking that maybe he should serve it this lap. I mean, he would come out like 8 seconds behind the last LMP anyway, and he won't be under pressure from the other AMG. He will have completely clean track. He won't make up 8 seconds in the next lap anyway.
I feel like I'm a bit stuck, to be honest.
Is that if you get out of the draft, suddenly whoosh, you're going backwards in a bit.
Should I do it already now?
Yeah, if you are stuck, do it now.
I would say
Watch out on the pit entrance.
He will come out on clean track, cleaner.
Down into Mulsanne corner. Yeah, being pretty robust on the
Like he's really slow now in the last sector, and it's a bit tricky to overtake him because he's really fast and in the first race.
Yeah, then I would say box.
Okay.
Yep, agree.
Into the pits, back out on circuit now, just 32 seconds in pit lane. But that has put them right to the
drive-through. It's that drive-through penalty.
Step please, and we're gonna go
late
this lap.
as does the number 5 Williams, the 53 AMG Williams Esports car as well. Those three with drive-through penalties, and of course that's 6
dropped out of
minutes
Discord.
stop
Just turn it back on.
Clearing that out of the way, Casper Stevenson, you'll recognise him from racing in the GT World Challenge. I think many of you will recognise who that man is. Max Verstappen leading by just over a second so far. However, the fastest car on track in terms of lap times is the one behind. Lauren Heinrich has set the fastest lap of the race so far, but only by about 300ths of
Very good job, Sami, in the opening laps.
back into the pack, Martin. It's all kicking off.
No thanks. I was able to probably pass him in the next lap, but I think it's better this way.
Okay.
Yeah, Sami, I would say we have a great pace. Nobody is like faster than us. Then
yeah.
Let's push.
I will push. But I have to save fuel now.
Yeah, of course.
53 AMG Williams, they're going in for their drive-through. 32 seconds is the time.
49.8 in the pit exit, if someone can calculate.
We saw the 37. That's one of 4 wildcards for this race as well. Formula 2 driver Ollie Caldwell in for the start for them. So we've got 4 of those in the LMP, 1
7-11
GTE as well, as we see the Williams car taking their drive-through.
In fact, 2 drive-throughs, because Will Tregertha in the number 5 Williams Esports car has gone in, and so has the 53 AMG Team Williams Esports, because that's not confusing at all, of Sami-Matti Trogen. So they've both taken their penalties. The 6-minute stop and hold, what are we on? We're on lap 3 now. You wonder when they're going to do it. The longer you put it off, the harder it's going to be, because you can't combine it with a fuel stop.
But the thing is, with the 6-minute stop and hold, is that because we had this issue obviously with a couple of teams last year, you're effectively thrown out of the race. Now I think it was the Oracle Rebel Racing Esports team that came back to finish inside the top 10 in the GTE category last year.
No bo my tak naprawdę zabraliśmy Agustina naszemu siostrzanemu zespołowi. O, 6 minut stopnego jakiś zespół ma, to nie wiem za co, chyba zaczytowanie taka kara, bo tak to nie wiem za co może być. Ale oni dają takie kary właśnie za jakieś zmienienie składu czy coś, ja jestem przekonany, że my drive tylko mamy. Po prostu w pierwszej liście startowej, którą ogłosili, to Agustin Canapino był w naszym siostrzanym teamie, no bo tam był domyślnie przypisany cały sezon. A my mieliśmy Rafaela Marciello, więc jak dali nam Agustina i im tam kogoś innego, no to w obu składach za zmianę.
That their rivals have.
He might have to deal with lapping his real-world teammate soon enough in this race.
Well, that's Gordy Much there, of course, Praga Cup champion with Jimmy Broadbent, who's also in the race this year, being passed by British F4 racer Georgi Dimitrov there for Fordzilla, and in chase Franco Colapinto, who has just been signed by Williams as well. So we got a great three-way battle there. Colapinto, who race in Formula 3 next year. That just goes to show how competitive this field is. As Ben, we got another battle here a little bit further back.
So much sorting out still to do, isn't there, between all the different teams and drivers? There's different qualifying drivers to the cars being started by, having to be started by the pro drivers. So that's why we're seeing so much shaking out right now. And one of our two Alpine machines. No, that's
Mieliśmy karę, o której wiedzieliśmy już od dawna, za zbyt późne zmienienie składu line-upu kierowców drive-thru. No, brzydkie bardzo to żółte oklejenie. No, jak przedszkolaki w czapeczkach, dokładnie.
But obviously then with our two from the Le Mans Virtual Cup, that is SF Velas making a move.
Yeah, the Scuderia Ferrari team there making a move.
No dobra, no. No, wiecie, no byliśmy przygotowani na tą karę, no plan mamy, no jedziemy.
Making decent progress after a difficult qualifying.
Alex Molliar still leading, but again, Lasse Sorensen with the fastest lap last time round, now quicker again, closing down the margin to the leader. So the 1-2 in GT.
Ale myślę, że teraz w deszczu się tyle pozmienia, że wiadomo, no dalej możemy skończyć wyścig 20 sekund za liderami czy coś i narzekać na tą karę, no ale nie będzie taki prosty wyścig jak rok temu. Od 17 ma zacząć padać.
Because the only thing that can take the title away from them is a big mistake.
And I would say, because so the thing with that number 71 BMW Team Redline car, as far as I'm aware, is the only lineup that is fully unchanged versus the 2022 iteration of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. Correct. Which, I mean, again, consistency, knowledge, and understanding between the team. The BMW might not be the fastest around here over one lap. It was a great qualifying lap time yesterday by Kevin Tiki to get up into second position in that number 71 car. But for BMW Team Redline, they're keeping up with the people that's important to them. The 77, most of the 77, the 88. But I do feel, knowing them, knowing BMW Team Redline, we've spoken about how many laps you can get out of a stint. Realistically, it's 14 if you're pushing. You can save a bit to get to 15, but you can save quite a lot and maybe get to 16. I guarantee later on in that race, that car is going to start doing some 16-lap stints.
Well, since they don't need to win to be champions, maybe that won't even happen later on in the race. Maybe they will look at starting to try and, you know, soft shoe their way around right from the beginning and win by not being the fastest in every stint, but by going further on the fuel.
Colapinto.
Nice dive on the inside from Franco Colapinto. So again, the Brabham car loses another spot. Where were they on the grid? They were a little bit further up, weren't they? They were on row 6 of the grid. They qualified in 12th, Brabham Esports, and they are now down
in 11th.
No, actually they're in 11th. So
they made a very good start. They got to P8 on the first lap.
Yeah.
And they've just dropped back since.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to tuck in behind. Colapinto was 2 seconds quicker than much on the last lap, and Colapinto, one of the quickest drivers within that top 10 actually. So I expect some more places to be made by him.
And all the cars in the category, starting with a pro racing driver rather than a pro sim racer on board. I'm not sure whether it was, if it wasn't mandatory, would you still have been able to have told Max Verstappen he wasn't starting them? I'm not sure that would have worked entirely well for you.
He didn't start last round.
He hasn't started. He hasn't started.
Yeah, but
before.
the last time wasn't Le Mans.
That's true. That is true. I mean, he did obviously start back in 2022 as well. I mean, he's a determined character behind the wheel. And, you know, there was that thing that went out in the Washington Post about how much he was determined in this race to not only meet the checkered flag this time, but to do it in one position ahead of everyone else. And I mean, every racing driver wants to do that. Of course they do. But when Max Verstappen's determined, I'd be a little bit concerned if I'm on the grid.
And Ben, this is one of the joys of the virtual Le Mans 24 Hours, is that I don't think I've ever been, I've been to a few, to a Le Mans 24 Hours where you've had the reigning Formula One world champion in a front run, in a car of any kind.
Exactly.
I think we're going back to when your dad was our age and he was, or your age, in the 70s, when if you were a Graham Hill or a Jackie Ickx or a Derek Bell, you raced for Ferrari or whoever in everything. You did F1, but especially you did Le Mans. I think we're going back, 50 years since we had. And even then,
one-timing stream up if you want.
Mam nadzieję, że nie oszczędza, bo jak oszczędza z takim tempem, to pozdro.
When was the last time an F1 world champion raced at Le Mans?
No, ale drugi Red dla nie będzie wolniejszy. Zresztą Rosenquist jest dobry z Simracingiem w sumie. Idzie Sami, Kuba. No i potem zobaczymy od pogody, czy wsiądzie Niko, czy Agustin. Ja jadę drugi w każdym razie na pewno.
Trying to become a triple Formula One world champion. So it's
what we did see last year
and
is
F2 and F3 champions.
We saw the virtual F1 world champion participate in Le Mans virtual.
Actually, we didn't see him race because Danny Nikodem decided to blow up the engine. So unfortunately, we didn't see that one.
Can we just say Fordzilla doing a fantastic job? They started P16. And we just saw the move there from Georgi Dimitrov, which has put them into P8 now. And 326 flat last time round. Apart from the top three, Georgi Dimitrov is doing a great job. Of course, races in British F4, but great in the esports world as well, clearly.
I've commentated on quite a bit in the esports world over the last few weeks. He's been really putting some time in.
And look at this little battle for third place. These are the two Proton Coanda, two of the four Coanda Porsches. This is Proton Coanda, so this is the GT team, reflecting the fact that Porsche's main agency in the World Endurance Championship in GTE is the Proton team. They run in the GTE AMP category. And again, back with lots of battles.
That's Graf.
That is Graf. Then Graf picked up another spot, haven't they? That's just a change of spot?
It's still where Karakulas was ahead of Seb Prio. It's just that Bowers has joined the fight for GRE Sports as well. So it's going to be a bit of a spicy one.
Got the toe coming out of Mulsanne corner.
No, stinty po 10 kółek, czyli jakieś tam 34-35 minut.
No, it's actually called
Razem z pit stopem.
No, it's not official. It's not official. Past Dumbreck's clearing and Seb Prio getting eased onto the grass. Now, for Seb and for Father Andy, and actually, I wonder if that's intentional or just coincidental that last year our Le Mans Virtual Cup team, the pro drivers were.
Szkoda, że nie widzimy kurde połowa samego, no ale.
They've sort of established that as a trend. Any other father-son racing combinations, hello Alex and Martin Brundle, might well want to put their names in the hat for next year. I know Martin can still pedal a real car, particularly a historic car, but
Tak, czy waha droga, ale na wyścig nas stać.
We'll have to see what Andy Prio is like as well a bit later on. But no, I kind of think you have to get a son, which is called Seb, and then get their dad in, because we've had Sebastian Montoya on Pablo.
Okay, I know another father and son racing drivers where the son is called Seb. From Le Mans, okay? Come on, you guys, come up with it.
No idea.
Mógłbym na Discordzie streamować.
28.4.
And his dad was the racing driver. I don't know if his dad's even sat in a sim rig, but there's another Sebastian.
You catch that, Michael? Or you didn't hear that?
Make it stick for the Le Mans Virtual Cup car.
Remember to be careful with them, Sami. They're very slow, but they fight like crazy. The guys in front of you.
Yep.
From AMG Petronas in third place, James Baldwin is closing in a little bit.
7.1 still you need to
3.5 seconds from the front of the field as we cross back to Alex Smoliar. And Smoliar in that Ferrari.
Na Discordzie nie streamuję, bo nie chciał ryzykować, ale wiecie, darzy takie streamowanie, ale i tak bym tego na streamie nie pokazał, bo ma triple screeny i ta jakość na Discordzie jest wtedy taka, że ja nie widzę nawet ile on ma paliwa, jak streamuje na Discordzie.
I'm going to make it stretch after Chris gave it a go earlier. It's really tricky. But I've got to say, after again speaking to Risto Canapino,
Ale jak ja będę jechał Nikodem, to będziecie widzieć wszystko.
They speak so highly of Alexander Smoliar, and I know why, because his ability in the sim racing, I've said before about some events that I've done, he is a cross-platform driver, and he is fast on every platform, whatever it is. And he's incredibly fast on R Factor 2, and brutally consistent. It's like, yes, sure, a lot of you will know him from the junior category, you know, from Formula 2. Like,
Ale nie da się tego zrobić w R-Factorze, no bo właśnie, musiałby być ktoś na spekcie, żeby każdego kierowcę oglądać. A oni po prostu nie pozwalają chodzić na spekta zespołom, bo serwery nie wytrzymają.
Ale zerknij na Redline'a, no skąd, jak oni mają takie POV?
Aha, oni mogą sobie być na spekcie. Fajnie.
With the Le Mans Virtual Series when we kicked off our season last year. But he is being caught a little bit here now, isn't he? 7.5 tenths is now the gap. And I'm going to monitor that gap between Baldwin and Heinrich.
Oh my God.
LMP field as well, because that gap is also coming down. But I think
someone even almost crashed into me.
Different views we're getting of all these sim rig setups. You know, Alex was at AMG Mercedes earlier on. It's like big and fancy and lots of groovy lighting and everything. But for fans watching at home, you'll see that so many of these really top professional sim racers who are being paid to do this as their living, their rig's in a spare bedroom, just like yours is at home. Okay, they might have, you know,
Colapinto, he was having a connection problem there. It wasn't a crash. He's having a connection problem there. Is Colapinto? He's behind Matthias Bech.
He keeps appearing and disappearing, so
they might have to call him back in the pit lane and switch drivers. They can do that after the first, but you don't really want to, because
jedziemy z numerem 53.
LMP, you're on, for the most part, you'll be on medium tyres and you want to double stint them. And around now, it's a few laps too early.
Are we going to see a change of lead now in the GTE class? You can see ProDrive there, Lasse Sorensen second. Is he going to line up and move on Alex Smoliar? What will Smoliar make of this? Will he want to tuck in behind Lewis? Maybe save a little bit of fuel here?
I think you've got to time your move, right? You don't want to make a move going down into one of the chicanes of the Mulsanne. You want to time it to come down either into Mulsanne corner, or if you're really...
Tak, kiedyś numer 1 mieliśmy, bo Rebellion jeździł z numerem 1 w realnych mistrzostwach. Teraz jedziemy jako AMG, na AMG ma 53 i 63.
IndyCar racer, is lining up a move on Morris Skewing as well in the 23 Porsche Coanda. There's just half a second between those two. This is James Baldwin in third place, who's trying to get after the top two in the race, but it is getting very close for fourth place as well. And there we can see, just on cue, Felix Rosenqvist now in the tow of Morris Skewing.
Yeah, Felix, a really aggressive young racing driver, raced in single seaters in Europe, raced in Formula E, and now plying his trade across the Atlantic in IndyCars. Really highly rated by the IndyCar fraternity, and just an awful lot of fun behind the wheel and out of a car. We didn't document that Arnage had been into the pit lane. They've had a driver change. Yi is now at the wheel.
Tak, no Rebellion już nie jeździ.
He started that car because they were only in the pits for 32 seconds.
Oh, okay, so they've done the drive-through, so we didn't see that.
We had GR Esports.
They've dropped
down the order. They lost 10 seconds in the first sector there.
Did have a note that Peugeot was stationary on track just a second ago. So I think there might have been a little bit of a technical on theirs as well. There is Mr.
Felix. Yeah. So not sure where he is, whether he's at home in Sweden or whether he's, I guess he's not in the States because it's sort of barely morning there, so that looks a bit more like middle of the day sunshine.
Maybe it's just a fancy light.
Yeah, well, it could be a fancy light.
Make it look like it's daytime.
He's in the spare room.
As most sim racers get carted off to.
Or the doghouse, as it's otherwise known. Yeah, exactly right.
Oh dear. He's very fast at the moment, though, having closed into the back of that Porsche Coanda, though. So I'd suspect there might be a move for Rosenqvist, as that is Brabham out wide, and this could be the Yasit Veloce coming through.
Yeah, looks like, again, you know, so close these cars, you make a tiny mistake, Ben, and suddenly everybody's going by you.
So news on Rocket Sim Sports, they are our first official retirement of this race. Due to
Pierwszy łyknięty na torze gości.
Presumably based down at home in Bath, and because the ping was so high, the game kicks you out because you are unsafe. And once you're kicked out, you can't get back in. So unfortunately, Rocket Sim Sport is out, and that is also what Franco Colapinto is risking right now. With that connection issue that we see him blinking, he's sitting there in 10th position. If the game decides that his connection is too bad and kicks them out, they can't get back in.
And it's not a kind of sporting or a legal thing. It's just that if he's glitching so badly, it runs the risk of just dumping the server for everybody else as well, presumably.
But also, more than that, if you're following a card just like this and it disappears and then it reappears again, you have no
Tak, to zaczęliśmy się teraz przebijać właśnie.
You've done your fair share of sim racing recently.
Ktoś już do boksu zjechał, ciekawe. Teraz jesteśmy na P23.
All the time. No, I've had it before where like sometimes you don't realise that you're having such an aggressive technical fault because everything looks normal on your end. What you're seeing is fine, but then what's going out is being distorted.
Zjechali pewnie, żeby GT-ków uniknąć, no ale to jest trochę idiotyczna strategia jak dla mnie, no jak ma potem padać. Oni zjeżdżają 10 minut wcześniej niż by się dało z paliwem. I potem zacznie padać po ich picie. Będą w dupie. No ale super, no dla nas lepiej.
And we're on lap 9, and it's the first opportunity for these LMP cars to try and carve through the GTE traffic.
No i oczywiście Max na prostej przeszedł GT-ki, nie? Wszystkie łyknie na prostej, a my dojdziemy je bez 3 pewnie. Tak, 10 bez formującego, 10 tempem wyścigowym.
Normally, I would have expected pretty much everybody to be in at the end of lap 9.
I think many people should beat this lap, right?
Stint, but they've done the formation lap. So
Hopefully.
I would have thought maybe we might have seen a couple of two-car teams coming in after 8. Fordzilla are in, as you can see there.
Yeah, we got Next View.
Next View FanWall, that's the triple 4-car. ARC Bratislava.
Very good on fuel.
As well. So the first
Yeah, I had 6.9 last lap. I was preserving a bit more just to be safe. I think it was on the limit.
He has had now 8 laps.
Keep an eye on the start finish line.
But fresh air, and from here on in until the end of the race, that will never be the case again.
GR Esports having a problem.
They lost a wing. They've been off backwards.
That was what we were saying about earlier when they were having their problem.
Yeah, because they lost 30 seconds through the second sector. So, yeah, myself and Ben were just trying to figure that one out. But there we can see now being shown. I think we're going to see exactly how it happens.
Porsche curves turning into the first element of the Porsche curves.
Ja nie mam pojęcia, nie interesowałem się tym wecem za bardzo. No wiem, że tych zespołów tam będzie w opór, ale będzie mocno, jak to nie, to nie mam pojęcia.
So they've had to do pretty much a whole lap.
We see that in real life, don't we? If you lose it on the right-hand side, going up to the Dunlop chicane, you rattle along the wall, and it always rips the rear wing and often the rear bodywork off. And actually, quite often, your race can finish there just with literally within walking distance of the pits.
So Max has now cleared all of the GTE traffic. That's past first and second position, so he'll be relieved that it hasn't cost him too much time.
And also, Alex Smolyar in that Ferrari will be relieved that Max was not where he needed to be, because he's trying to fight off the BMW. And as you can see,
there we go.
Not the BMW, the fire car of Aston Martin of Lasse Sorensen. So the ProDrive factory Aston crew will be cheering that on.
W opisie jest live timing, live timingu.
R8G Ferrari. Roman Grosjean, the boss of R8G, will be racing as well. He'll be taking part in the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual as well. And Lasse Sorensen still with the fastest race lap in GTE. So he has closed Alex Smolyar down. And last time round was just ahead of him as well. So
ale ja jako Anda nie zjechała.
Is James Baldwin in this
Redline zjechał, ciekawe.
Petronas car. Yeah, that was on lap 5 of the race.
He's been hanging on to that for a little while. Of course, the cars will be getting a little bit slower. This will change up a little bit in the night. At the moment, you know, the undercut is coming in early. Obviously not for this stop because they're not going to be changing tyres for the LMPs, but for the GTEs they will be switching tyres after each stint. So the undercut will be very, very powerful during the day. During the night things will slightly change.
7.3 now.
A little bit more focused on the overcut.
Nice.
We'll discuss that as it comes. There is the 100 and there is the confirmation of the drive-through penalty for causing a collision. There was
Both
also
commanders not pitting.
note to speak of, which was
that's a shame.
given a warning by race control for contact between themselves and the 777, which is D-station.
Well, there is Arnage's Yiffy.
Sami Comandas have stayed out, and the leading one, number 20, might be pulling away from the pit box as you are coming in, so be careful.
Retiring in the S's on the very last lap. And yeah, the last decade or so of Le Mans has seen some of the cruelest failures that have ever been experienced at this track. So Yiffy with that penalty.
His pitbox will be before yours, both of them.
I'm sure we will hear from him at some stage, but he is in rare. Because this is as close to real Le Mans as we could possibly make it, so of course you have Eduardo Freitas as your race director. Of course the ACO and the FIA have given it the stamp of approval. And of course you have some of the world's biggest sports car racing teams, names and driver names racing each other throughout the day and the night and into the next day. And fatigue is going to be definitely a part of that. Chris McCarthy and Ben Constantinos have disappeared off to lunch, so it's just me and Lewis McLean right now.
Yeah, for a couple of hours,
we're doing the hard yakka, just another 22 and a half hours, 23 and a half hours,
22 and a half hours, goodness
pretty
me.
much broken the back of this already.
It's all right, it's fine. It's going to, like you say, it's an endurance race for everyone behind the scenes. They are very prepared in production
now then,
as well.
Change of lead for the first time. Porsche Commander 1-2 because
pit stops.
Yeah, slew of pit stops. Into the pits have gone. Deep breath. Max Verstappen from first, James Baldwin from second, Sasha Lehmann's gone in for Alpine, also in Panis, Team Redline, Felix Rosenquist, R8G's Matthias Best, Floyd Van Wall's number 4 machine. So again, 2-car teams, not necessarily putting both cars in together, but Redline have, R8G have, Brabham have been in.
Porsche will this lap as well.
Porsche are going to have to. And our Porsche now going a lap longer than everyone else. And is this, in addition to the fact that they produced, I'm not going to say they produced, because it wasn't they, was it? It was one they. It wasn't Mac Backham who produced the speed. It was Josh Rogers who produced unbelievable speed in qualifying. We thought, okay, somehow they produced the fastest car by not just thousands or hundreds, a country mile. I mean, a shocking 4 tenths quicker than even the next best car, which was its teammate, and 8 tenths quicker than any rival team. Are they also now going to do what Porsche always do at Le Mans, which is find another lap on fuel?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they struggled a little bit when it came to the fuel mileage in the GTE category last year when they were battling with Team Red Line and managed to get one over. And I think that would have bitten them a little bit hard, so they would have been determined to meet that fuel mileage. They struggled a little bit in the first round of the LMPs, where they were just finding their feet back in Bahrain. But wow, have they found their feet within that LMP category. And like you say, the lap time from Rogers yesterday was incredible. And again, having a few chats with various people from the LMP community, drivers and team managers being like, I mean, yeah, baffling a lap time in just about every single way. Obviously, a lap time in qualifying is very, very different to a lap time in the race. I wouldn't necessarily read too much into it as Porsche Commander have come into the pit lane. I wouldn't read too much into it now as to pitting early, because these are the first pit stops
and bit on traffic now in the last lap. I lost,
a little
but
bit early
it was
to get out
okay.
of traffic.
All good.
Now you might think, well, yeah, but Redline came in early and then were in the traffic.
No, I can
It's
push
very,
more.
very busy in pit lane. In fact, much busier now then than it is now, and that's fine. But obviously, with them being at the front of the field, they don't get to decide whether everyone's going to come in with them.
Yeah.
So they've just come into the pit lane, and everyone else has gone, oh, actually, yeah, we were also going to pit a lap early.
Wiesz, Karol, no taki nie. Nikt tam nie kazał zmieniać składu, tak? To nie tak, że Marcello się rozchorował czy coś, tak? I po prostu nie mógł jechać, no. Nie dogadali się wcześniej, że on ma jakieś inne plany, że nie może jechać czy coś, no to jest tylko jakby sprawa zespołu, żeby się z kierowcami własnymi dogadać. Wiadomo, że organizatorów to nie obchodzi, tak? Nie była to jakaś tam siła wyższa, że coś się okazało nie do przewidzenia.
And this is the battle for 10th place now. So Oliver Beerman ahead of Gustas Grimbergas, the only Lithuanian driver in the field. We got all sorts of different nationalities. Bizarrely, actually, Great Britain has more drivers
Great job.
in the race than
Now you have
other
10 seconds to P16, so pretty clear track.
Potentially in the real Le Mans 24 hours. Say so often at Le Mans that this is
No super, Sami. No to 18 właśnie wyjechał z boksu Sami. Mamy kółko więcej paliwa niż praktycznie każdy zespół przed nami. Może to się przyda, jak zacznie padać. Super, no fajnie. Zyskał bardzo dużo. No super, no te zespoły. Nikodem właśnie się cieszę, że zyskał Sami dużo. Po 18, P3 było jeszcze przed pitami. No, bo po karze jesteśmy. O tyle była to fajna strategia, że na oszczędzaniu Sami pewnie nie dużo stracił, bo i tak wyjechał za tymi maruderami. a miał to dodatkowe kółko na pustym baku, bo nikt nie zmieniał opon na pierwszym pit stopie, więc po prostu każdy po pit stopie miał dalej te same opony co my, ale 75 litrów więcej paliwa. Więc mógł jakby nadciąć dużo zespołów, no i faktycznie zyskał parę miejsc. Chyba z 5 miejsc zyskał w ogóle.
Just a lap or so earlier than expected, and the GTE stint 14, probably even I could make 14 laps. 15 laps with a little bit of driving with your slippers on. 16 laps, slippers and fluffy socks to try and nurse as much fuel out of the car as you can.
And trust me, these drivers, as much as it sounds crazy,
To zobacz, że Kohanna pierwsza jest, nie?
Nadcięli, nie? Nieźle. Ale tak musieli oszczędzać.
It's one thing that's an imperative part of the world of esports. We see it in motorsport a lot, and we'll see it in sim racing a lot, that it is absolutely crucial to be able to extend that.
Mieliśmy karę, Marcin, za zbyt późną zmianę składu. Taka no biurokracja, powiedzmy, nie? Po prostu się przyczyniła. Organizacyjnie jakby po prostu daliśmy karę, nie za coś sportowego. Nie, jedziemy po 4 stinty, czyli to wychodzi tam 2 godzinki z hakiem, każdy będzie jechał. Nikt nie przejedzie 6 godzin z rzędu. Nie opłaca się szwaja zalać mi paliwa, no nie ma sensu. Wiesz, no ma być deszcz, tak? No więc im dalej dłużej pojedziesz, tym większa szansa, że dojedziesz do deszczu bez kolejnego pitu. No, korek nie wiadomo jak tam siadł Maxowi, no widocznie miał jakiś słaby korek bardzo.
There in the inset.
There we go.
Look at that.
All the drivers you could possibly dream of. I don't even want to start speaking of where we can see obviously a little bit from inside Mercedes in there. We can see inside the Porsche Coanda facility as well. You can see James Baldwin behind the wheel, and he is firing on all cylinders, trying to get himself back up involved in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. And once everything settles down, of course, after the first round of pit stops, I mean, the strategy at this stage is very straightforward. Everybody knows they have to double stint a medium tyre on the LMP car, and the Orica will do it without massive degradation right at the end of the stint, unless your balance isn't great and you leather the rear tyres, and then you're going to be in trouble. There is James Baldwin looking down on the AMG Team Petronas eSport car in third place, 4.7 seconds behind the race leader, and 0.6 seconds behind Max Verstappen. There's James Baldwin at the bottom. There is Max Verstappen at the top, because Max has not come back out into the race lead. The race lead, and I don't know how they've done it, Lauren Heinrich and Porsche Coanda have fumbled their way 4 seconds ahead of Verstappen in the red line car.
I think I do know. So the pit lane time for Verstappen was a 1 minute 10.4, and the pit lane time for the number 23 was a 1 minute 7. For the number 20, sorry, was a 1 minute 6.8. So gained that 5.
Zmiana składu była dlatego, że w pierwotnym planie miał Raffaele Marciello z nami jechać. Tylko się okazało, że on ma jakieś tam przymiarki fotela tam w Szwecji, jakieś coś tam, no miał inne plany po prostu i nie miałby czasu trenować i musiałby jechać wyścig gdzieś tam właśnie z tej Szwecji, nie ze swojego riga w domu. Co się tak dosyć późno okazało, no i potem były kombinacje właśnie kogo, jak to pozamieniać, no.
To muszę przyznać, że ta kara super.
W jakim sensie?
No w takim sensie, że nie jedzie Raffaele tam skądś, nie? Po prostu.
No, oczywiście dużo lepiej mieć Agustina, który idzie po prostu świetnie i stracić 30 sekund, no to...
But out of, everyone's come around them, and so obviously the car ahead's pulled in and come straight across them, so they're struggling to get out.
It only works. If they come in late and they're leading and the pit lane's already full.
Się boję, że to kierowcę rozłączyło, jak jest.
In this case, yes, you're right. So it would have been getting out of the pit lane, and I'm sure that was very frustrating for them. And you and I had a conversation about this, and I was saying, you know, where you've got a multi-car team, in the first stint, and this is just, you know, without any practical experience to back it up, I would have thought coming in 2 laps short of 10 might have been a really good move, because then your fuel stop is also a little bit shorter because you're not topping.
Ustaw sobie, Andrzejku, może szept do mnie na TS-ie, żeby tu nie po polsku wszystkim nie gadać.
You don't actually spend any more time in the pit lane now, but you have the potential to lose less time being stuck behind other cars. Even the race leader, the very first car on track, can have that potential to get stuck behind other cars. And it doesn't, you know, later in the race, it doesn't even have to be a prototype. It was in the first stint because none of the GTs have stopped, but later in the race could be anything. Well, there is
that the Peugeot?
The 93 car in the garage.
Jezus, myślałem, że to my w boksie.
Nice, I got the traffic and bursts.
Jakobsen started that car.
We've had Rocket Sim Sport, obviously out. We've had the Mexico racing team back in pit lane. Obviously, Legion Racing.
Your pace is great generally, so don't worry about traffic.
This race, it does seem as though Peugeot might be having a couple of problems as well.
Well, they're not shown as being in the pits either, or on the timing screen. Although clearly the screen shows they are. Whoa! Big moment there for Gustav Grimbergus. Just got a little bit too much of that sausage curb on the inside. In real life, that would have probably put him head on into the wall that guards the grandstands. But here in the game, you can just about get away with that. With takeoff and landing not quite the straight line that he was hoping for.
Okay.
Did also just see that there was a drive-through penalty dished out to the Panis racing team for an unsafe release in the pit lane. I did just get a message from Redline saying that Max was definitely blocked in the pit lane. He had to reverse and lost quite a bit.
No widzisz, Maxa w picie przyblokowali, dlatego tyle stracił. No, tak jak mówiłem, oni mają bardzo słaby pitbox wśród LMP-ków wszystkich, więc jakiś gość wjechał przed nich i Elo musiał cofać.
Which means you have to go, even if you're in the Porsche curves, you have to then go out of the pit lane, drive all the way around, and then complete that lap time, which means you won't actually start getting timed until you have completed a lap to then get back involved in the race. It is brutal, but that is how it works.
Zawsze mi szkoda bardzo takich zespołów, nie? Bo mieć tyle trenowania, tyle wszystkiego i na 40 minutach nie jedziesz, nie?
O, brawo.
Teraz przyjdę, to mogę, wiesz, przejąć streama jak coś.
No, to zróbmy.
Aston Martin never connected, did not start the race. So those of you who are following at home on your pools check, 889, that is out. Scratch them. So that Indonesian lineup, Indonesian Thai lineup, unfortunately, they didn't make it in. Rocket Sim Sports did make it in and then got bounced out pretty early on as well. So 22 also out of the race. They are officially
Sami korek znowu, zobaczmy. Alpinka by łyknął i już ma trochę czystego toru przed sobą.
Mexico racing team, so I'm not entirely sure what has happened with them. Luis Diaz, one of their pro drivers who started the race, is in the pit lane and is still shown as
could be a sizable repair.
Yeah,
that's the main thing.
Yeah, there you go. They have just.
Michael, can you, on your live timing, can you see track temperature and rain intensity and track wetness?
You can see temperature. I'll check on rain intensity.
Which means he's reconnected, but they are now a lap down, so it's going to be a long 24 hours for Peugeot Esports.
They probably will end up being closer to 2 because, like I said before, it will not start counting them until they've
got to complete an out lap before they complete their lap that they didn't complete. So Peugeot are in the game, and he is back out.
So you don't have any data?
Nope.
Lasse Sorensen continue to battle for the lead here. Half a second in it.
I just have to get it from driver.
With that pro drive fire at Aston Martin, still the fastest man in the class in the race so far. But Alex Smoliar from pole position.
It's just the way it works in F2, like the driver can see like rain intensity, for example, in steps, like 5, 15, 30%. But for example, when you're spectating on the server, like in the menu, in the live timing section, you can see the exact percent. So you can see if it's 6 or 8 or 5%. So it, like the rain intensity might be coming down, but the driver won't see that. But if you can't see that either, then nothing we can do.
Every lap.
It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible what they are, what they're putting on right now. Of course, there could be fuel mileage gains. We'll find out a little bit more as to how much they're burning at the moment. And of course, your pro driver might not be, you know, as fast for some teams as your sim drivers.
Can't see it on
that one switches around, but
Alcomel page
regardless, you've
either.
got to deal with the position that you're in. I mean, I'll say that, but Jeff Giassi, this is not me trying to dish on Tauscher, by the way, but Jeff Giassi and Phil Denez are incredibly fast on the sim.
To druga komanda ma bardzo słabe tempo, coś tego siedzie nie najlepiej.
So the second of those two Proton Commander cars behind Alex Tauscher. So I think probably the two of them, having lost the gap to the lead group, like you would.
Fajnie, bo ta druga komanda właśnie bardzo blokowała. Na P4 jechali pierwszy stint i blokowali wszystkich z tyłu, więc nie dużo do nich straciliśmy. O, Sami Alpinkę łyknął. O, jesteśmy. To my. Pięknie idzie Sami.
24 stints in the race, because they'll have to do at least 25 stints, we reckon, to get through this. Well, here again, we're looking a little further forward in our LMP category.
Kurczę, no fajne mamy sytuację z tymi prosami. Wiecie, są zespoły, co mają tam prosów trochę wolniejszych, takich nie wiadomo, rozwali się, nie rozwali. A my, on nie wsiądzie, to piecem idzie.
Right behind. So Fordzilla, is that them up to 4th place from 16th on the grid?
It's been an incredible
that's phenomenal progress.
Incredible stuff from Dimitrov. Let's see how the 53 made a little bit of progress on the 37 Alpine. So that is the AMG Williams Esports straight down the inside. And also that was live. Oh, it wasn't really. It was really.
Sami-Matti Trogen, bouncing the Alpine. That was arrive and drive and go straight on by, wasn't it? I mean, there was no messing at all there. Sami-Matti Trogen just leaving the Alpine, trailing in its way. Of course, Alpine racing here in esports. They've been racing in the World Endurance Championship and the real Le Mans 24 Hours for the last couple of seasons in the hypercar class, with a grandfathered in LMP2 car, which itself was derived, LMP1 car, which itself was derived from an LMP2 Orica like these. And they're in a holding pattern this year. Philippe Signot and his team, Senior Tech, that run the Alpine program in endurance racing, will drop back to LMP2 from Wednesday.
O, i kolejne miejsce, bo 65 para odbywa.
Hypercar arrives, so that is going to be a huge step as well, and that is due in 2020.
Oni karę szwaje odbywają w tym drive-thru, co mieli.
Renault Alpine, former winners of Le Mans 24 Hours in the 70s with turbocharged races. So great to see them coming back, and they will then, of course, be represented in Formula One and in the World Endurance Championship. And I wonder if we're going to see some of their Formula One hot shoe stars being pressed into endurance racing in the real world as well.
Panis have returned to the pit lane. I'm not 100% sure why. I will let you know what the length of their time is, because this is oddly early. They might have pitted quite early. I guess they are pitting quite frequently in the LMP category. No, it was just a drive. Oh, it was a drive-through. Of course it was.
Yes.
It was a drive-through we said about for the unsafe release. Yeah. I am awake. But what I was going to say, though, when it comes to something, because we were talking about the 966, of course, Fordzilla.
Do either of you have the weather thing from yesterday?
Yeah.
They pitted on lap 8 versus 9
post
to 10, which others pitted on. And I think that I know obviously you're coming out on a heavy car, but you've got clean air, you've got that time to go. You don't lose the time in the pit lane. Their pit stop also was shorter, as we were saying. It was only 1 minute and 4 seconds in total time in pit lane versus the 1 minute and 6 or 1 minute and almost 10 for others.
Yeah. So again, at this stage in the race, no deficit to going in and stopping a lap early, and actually they gain track position out of it, and they've still got the. Again, when you come out fully laden, you've got 2 laps fewer. And again, on the Grand Prix circuit, 2 laps is a slight significance. Here, instead of being 5 kilometres, it's 13.5 kilometres. Yeah. That's a significant amount of tyre wear. Of course, you know, in your normal life, where you expect your tyres to do 40,000 miles before you change them, you know, another couple of laps, 26 kilometres is neither here nor there. But these aren't real-world tyres. These are real-world racing tyres, and they are specifically designed to, you know, survive 45 minutes of brutal punishment and then get thrown onto the scrap heap, just like you and me, really.
Yeah, no, pretty much. I do feel like I end up every time after we do one of these little virtuals. I'm like, right, in the bin. But no,
virtual or real? I mean, a 24-hour race does not come easy. And actually, for us doing TV commentary, it comes very easy because we're not rehearsing for 6 months of the year or 9 months of the year or 12 months of the year like the real world and virtual world teams are.
Or even spending weeks and weeks and weeks, or probably at least a good week, making sure that everything in this studio is pieced together, that everyone is in the right place, months in advance, making sure that we've all got the right this, the right that. Or we just show up, sit down and talk. We have the easy job here.
Yeah, but this is just rehearsal. We'll be all right when this thing goes live. So Lauren Heinrich, the race leader for Porsche Coanda from Max Verstappen, and Jamie Baldwin right behind him.
14, 2 sekundy.
Two cars, not much in it. But watch the body language of the two cars. Verstappen's car looking more controlled at the back. Baldwin's got a lot more oversteer going on. So the fact that he's sticking right with Max is actually quite impressive. And again here, battle for the lead. Is it a battle? Is Lasse Sorensen, having caught Alex Smolyar, is he actually doing anything other than sitting right there? I know, you know, even just sitting right there takes enough out of you and a huge amount of focus. But now, the moment I say that, he actually looks down the inside, just shows his nose a little on the run to Indianapolis. Now, whether that's to get just a sighting line for exactly where he is on the track or not, I'm not sure. But either way, right now, I don't think he's feeling the need to try and make a move.
I agree. I think if there was a requirement to have made a move.
Nie, no jeszcze troszkę, no. Po 19 kółkach bity.
ATRS car comes through.
Wszyscy będą teraz robić po 10, czyli po 9 zjechali na start i teraz po 10 będą robić, mogę się założyć.
Take the lead before they go into the pit lane, because I suspect these two will pit fairly soon. What lap are we on for them? Because I think we might be seeing them in.
These guys
not
are
this lap, but
on
next
lap 14. So
maybe this lap actually. Depends how much they've been burning.
Well, plus of course it's 14 of the race. It's actually their 15th lap. Although they don't use a full lap's worth of fuel on the formation lap, maybe half a lap. There's no point having half a lap's worth of fuel as you go past the start-finish line, because that only gets you this just in halfway round the lap. Now, Lasse Sorensen drops in.
Smolyar not though.
But okay, so let's say that ProDrive.
Wstydnie, żeby się nauczyć liczyć szwaja do 10.
But they're going in early while the pit lane is
empty. And as I said before, I'm having a bit of a chat with them. Through the day, undercut is the talk of the town. And I think that's where we're headed.
We've also seen the undercut working for the 20 Porsche Coanda car.
Yeah.
Less time in the pits, coming out faster. And of course, there's a lot of race to play out the fact that you owe, quote, the opposition 1 lap on fuel.
Yeah.
You know, in 23 hours, if you need an extra lap on fuel, you'll have to work out how to do it. But you've got 23 hours to creep somehow in a middle of the night stint to creep 1 extra lap in. And if you can do that, then suddenly all bets are off and you've got that track advantage. Now, Smolyar didn't go in. Rudy Van Buren hasn't gone in the 71 BMW Team Redline car. The Sim Maranello and Simsa Sport Ferrari, that battle that we saw that was like 10th-ish, they haven't gone in either, but in have gone
pretty much everyone else.
Yeah, and both Proton Coanda cars. Now, that's a disappointment for me because they have had to stop together. They didn't stagger it, one in and then the other one in. The two Proton Coanda Porsches that were 3rd and 4th, and there they are.
Taka chyba Smitha stawka, chociaż teraz pity mieli, to nie wiadomo.
And dropping a second a lap to the lead pair, they couldn't find a lap on fuel.
I'd be concerned if I was in that Proton Coanda car right now, being like, maybe this ain't it.
We're not fast enough, and we're not parsimonious enough. If you can't win it on speed, and you can't win it on fuel, how are you going to win it?
But let's be real.
There's more than another hour left.
And there is that, and also, you know, we've not really spoken about it too much. It was lightly hinted at earlier on. This is another 23 hours left to go, and let's be honest, we're in the virtual, yes, but the virtual, you know, French countryside where it does typically get a little bit wet.
In the famous words of Racing 24. It always rains at Le Mans. It does almost inevitably.
Should be clear GTs on pit exit.
Some years, oh my goodness, call Noah.
Oh yeah, no, I remember.
Some years, barely even a drop of moisture, but I mean, it is the summer. It's the summer in the middle of the centre of northwest France. But, you know, the Atlantic is still only an hour away as the crow flies. So, yes, weather is a fact. And we know that the forecast says there may well be rain this afternoon. What rain does, though, is it rolls the dice. It spins the lottery wheel. It's not always your friend.
Yeah.
You can't rely on rain being your friend. If it sets in for a long time, and ask Henri Pescarolo about this, if you have got the feel and not the fear, you can make a big difference. You can make an enormous difference. And some of the legendary Le Mans wins have been in the most appalling weather, where back-braking and opposition-braking stints have been put in. But we don't know that it's going to be A, that hard, or B, for that long. It looks like there could be showers in the afternoon, and there could be showers tomorrow morning as well. The teams will be updated. They've had a 6-hour forecast before the race began. So that has taken us from 1400 to 14 plus 6, 2000, 8 p.m. Central European time.
Yes.
And then they will have been given pretty much at the start of the race.
No, teraz może jechać swoje. Ach, za późno już pokazali. Gdzie on go wyprzedził? Wyjście musiał popsuć. No, P1 kurczę, nie odrabia, ale ciężko, żeby w korku odrabiał. No jak patrzę na czasy liderów, no to...
Byłem sobie obiad wstawić.
Okay. 14 już Sami jedzie sobie.
Widzę, super.
A czysty tor. Tak patrzę na te czasy liderów, to no ta pierwsza komanda super jedzie. Tak, wiesz, jak my w treningu w takiej temperaturze pewnie optymalny styl byśmy przejechali, no to oni tak jadą. Ale pozostali, no to tak jakoś powalająco.
Three sim drivers and one pro driver, which is what led them the 6-minute penalty. But they're going for some extra strategy, is what they were saying, to try and find some more time and more space on track. Clearly, it's reading a book about going faster. I wonder who wrote that.
Was that you?
I'd hope. No, I'd hope it was someone actually competent in the world of sim racing. It definitely would be me, as we can see the 71's in the pit lane.
Yes, 71 is in, and so too is 888. So our leaders have both pitted now. So Alex came in on his 15th after his 15th lap. So that's a sort of, that is a long stint, because that's 15 plus the formation lap. So that's crept it out to essentially 15 and 2/3 of a lap's worth of fuel. So Smoliar stopped.
Jak słabo, jak oni przecież się biją o pierwsze miejsce, czy mi się wydaje.
Sorensen a slightly shorter stop on the pit lane. Alex Tauscher up in 3rd in the 888 Porsche. 1 hour into the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual, and a dry start to the race. A bit of a tight bunch in the GT field, and an electrifying getaway, as you might have expected from the man who has won 2 consecutive Formula One World Championships with his aggressive starting and his super aggressive racing. Max Verstappen taking the lead from the front row starting Coanda Porsches up into the Dunlop curve for the very first time. He set his stall out early. He wants to win Le Mans. He's talked about the fact that he wants to win the real Le Mans. Right now, the virtual will have to do early on in the race. Problems for one of our GTE Porsches.
Jedna wiadomość jest taka, że ten Redline to cały czas będzie miał problemy w picie, póki minuty przewagi sobie nie wyrobi nad tymi zespołami dookoła. Ten numer 16 jest przed nimi w picie, jakby pitbox przed nimi bezpośrednio, no a oni są tylko 25 sekund za Redline.
Ty, a powiedz mi, bo nie działa mi przeglądarka, o co chodzi, żeby dać, wiesz, jakby na streamie źródło, nie?
W jakim sensie nie działa? Ja normalnie właśnie przeglądarki używam.
No ja też, ale coś nie mogę.
No, nie wiem, co mam ci powiedzieć.
First round of pit stops for the LMP cars came after just under a dozen laps, And a change for the lead, putting Porsche Coanda out
No,
front.
faktycznie Redline P7.
I nagle zaczęła działać.
Chyba już nic nie będzie w boksach. To ciekawe, no może to BMK jednak nie wydaje w tempie wyścigowym.
There you go, look. The stress and the strain of trying to be perfect all the time is exactly what everybody is going through in this race. Well, thank you for joining us for the start of the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual. This is the way they are after the first hour of the race. Porsche Coanda, car number 20, the fastest in qualifying. The pole sitter retaking the lead from the number 1 team Redline car that lined up 4th on the grid. AMG team Patronus
No nie chcę przechwytywać ekranu.
in 3rd place. Lots and lots
Właśnie,
of
tylko po
position
prostu ze źródła
battling going on
przeglądarkowego
throughout the
pokazać
field. You can see how tiny
transmisję.
some of those gaps are, and some of the cars having a very good start to the race. We lost, unfortunately, 3 cars already. LOR JMX Phantoms, GTE Aston Martin never connected, and Angus Fender for Rocket Sim Sports was disconnected by the game. He had a glitch. His connection was unstable.
Jestem gotowy jak coś.
No dobra, to ja kończę streama i Nikodem odpalę za 5 sekund, także będziecie mieli chwilową przerwę.
Halo, halo, halo. Siemano. Dajcie znać jak tam dźwięki. Słychać, ale co, ciszej, głośniej, ja gra. No, ciekawe, czy to nie będzie kara tu.
And we don't think that anybody, particularly at this time of the day,
To
is
jak
going
git,
to
to
be able,
git.
realistically, to triple stint tyres and still keep up any kind of pace whatsoever.
Yeah, obviously just taking a look there as to what the 966 had done on that second stop, and it was.
O, a co się stało z numerem 2, że tak nisko są?
Obviously with the driver, the tyre switch as well, potentially a driver swap as well.
Tu może jakaś akcja będzie?
This is Brabham Esports going for a move on the number 2 team Redline, straight down the inside to Phoenix Rosenqvist, struggling just a touch, and Gordy Much getting on with it just a touch.
Now then, couple of slow stops last time.
Co się stało z numerem 2, Kuba?
Takie tempo mają. Przynajmniej tak mi się wydaje. Chociaż 3.32 na ostatnim kółku zrobił, no to chyba coś odwalił.
So that pink and white 16 car now with Darius Andrei at the wheel. Michi Hoyer into the 444 Next View Vanwall Sport car. ARC Bratislava, Mato Homolo started, didn't it? So he's staying into double-double. And then a change, a driver
Ciekawe, czy zmiany już zrobią
change.
jakieś.
Have to take a long run up at this.
No, ciekawe. Duży na pewno.
24 car. Yeah, I am gonna, not in 24 rather, in the 39 Graf car. Lubov Ozretskovskaya.
There you go, bang, first time, it's if you're a professional.
One of our, we'll be actually able to say it by the end of the day, or the end of tomorrow at least. And Lubov, one of our 2 female racers, because Bajska Vissa is also racing in the series. Kind of slightly disappointed actually that we didn't have an Iron Dames team.
I agree.
I really, and it may just be that they're all going, I'm absolutely rubbish at sim racing, but we don't necessarily have to have their
No zobaczymy teraz, jak tam tu w tych bitach teraz. Aha, bo to jest numer... A to jest numer 2 teraz jeżdża.
Of course, who did very well in the Le Mans Virtual Cup. Should be a
boxes stop.
And some pro sim races. I'd really love to see it. And you know, they've got a GT presence, and they will have a hypercar presence as well from 2023.
Zobacz sobie ile włożył Willowi, nie? 10 sekund byli na pierwszym picie.
Tak, tak, no.
Między nimi.
Pięknie jedzie.
Pięknie jedzie, a Agustin nie wiem, czy jeszcze lepiej nie idzie.
No.
A nie wiem, ale ty też jeszcze lepiej idziesz.
Very competitive at all levels at which they race. So it'd just be great to see that again coming into this.
Tylko ty tak średnio.
So more pit stops coming through. Our first
Ja też dobrze idę.
have left. Jimmy Baldwin, Max
Ja
Verstappen,
nie wiem, czy idę lepiej niż Agustin, on ma takie tempo, że...
Nie,
tam.
Pewniej. W sensie, wiesz, on zrobi dobrego stinta, ale wydaje mi się, że wiesz, w takiej sytuacji
Tak, no pytanie
stresowe,
korku i tak dalej, no.
Fourth place on the road at the moment.
Yes, we'll have to wait and see where they are. Obviously, we're expecting some driver switches through this one. Obviously, the reminder that Porsche Coanda went one lap.
You will be coming in with Coandas again, but they should still be in the box when you come in.
The 20th lap. I think they've all pitted on the 9th. So it has been a 10-lap stint for Renault, so they have brought it back to that 10-lap stint. We were kind of expecting on that second stint, and I would suspect that now Porsche Coanda will be in this lap. And it will just be the 1 lap difference between the two. That's what I would suspect anyway.
Now, if they're not, that means they have gained a lap in
Muszę jakiś chyba sobie zrobić
and then suddenly, oh boy, then we've got a hair of tortoise race.
czat tutaj na żywe.
Team Redline are
Powinien
going to
gdzieś
have
tu
to
mieć
work
w
out how
ogóle.
to counter that. If your rivals are getting on for as close as you, but can do an extra lap on fuel, they will save themselves 25 laps by the end of the race.
Tyle czasu nie używałem, kurczę. Tyle czasu nie używałem OBS-a, że
Jakimś cudem więcej sami do Coandy stracił na tym stincie niż na pierwszym stincie. Albo podobnie.
There you go, they are in the pit lane.
Very few driver changes yet. Max Verstappen stays in, James Baldwin stays in. Thibaut Lartier has taken over the Alpine car number 36. Franco Colapinto stays in at number 4. Who else? Matthias Besch is in the number 8 R8G car, he stays in.
O, teraz jest elegancko już. Tylko muszę obiadu pilnować w międzyczasie.
It's a combination of some fresh drivers and some who are going clearly for a double-double.
You're doing great, Sami. Maybe the leading Coanda is a bit faster, but everyone else, I think you're just as fast, if not faster.
It's not a vast amount of time.
It's just because obviously,
this is the second stint. We're almost we're into the second hour.
It would be like say around 2 hours, which for me I would say, and I've kind of had this conversation. Some teams I've seen this switch up where
no, nie, sam korek to myślę, że nie, że mniej. Natomiast no, kilka sekund może stracił, nie? Wiecie, też wyprzedzał kilka osób.
Sir?
So going down is really fast, like compared to us.
I'm not sure that's the best
Yeah,
way.
and only the 20 Coanda.
2 hours, 2 to 3 hours in an endurance race, 2 to 3 hours is perfect. Anything over 3 hours is too much, and anything sort of under 2 hours is almost pointless.
But it's the mental strain, isn't it, that is absolutely the destroyer. Once you get into that third hour, that all of those synapses just stop working.
Exactly. So well. Well, you can see the 20s come out comfortably clear of the...
Don't touch the curb when exiting the pits, remember? Not to get a warning.
Has the number 1 dropped into the clutch? Yep. The AMG Petronas team as well. That is the number 1, and that is the AMG Petronas team as well behind.
There's only 3/10 of a second behind them at the line, so there is Max Verstappen in the inset.
Czemu ten czat się nie aktualizuje? Co jest grane?
The qualifying session before we went into Hyperpole, he was 7/10 faster than anyone else was Josh Rogers. That is
zaktualizował.
I've seen a lot of things in sim racing. That is beyond impressive.
Well, that is turbo era Mark Blundell with everything wound up to the maximum and 1000 horsepower.
Dobra, ale teraz będzie miał czysty tor w miarę. Nie będzie z nikim walczył. O, Josh Rogers siadł, no ciekawe. Rogers siadł, zobaczymy.
Myślę, że okej, będzie szedł.
Czekajcie,
idę sobie obiad przemieszać.
Josh Rogers takes over car number 20 and Mac Backham takes over car number 23. Now don't forget they were 1-2. Mac Backham drops to 6th position. So Max Verstappen, James Baldwin, that's the battle for second. We ride on board with Baldwin in the AMG Team Petronas Esports car. They go by the BS competition BMW, which has to drift out wide there. So part of being able to make your way through traffic is understanding what your car can and can't do. The other part of it is understanding what the GT cars can and can't do, how quickly they can and can't stop, and where they're going to go when they start to release the steering and come off the turn. Because if they're going to run all the way out to the white line and you're outside there, you're going off.
Yeah.
So Baldwin chasing down Verstappen. Fordzilla, where on the grid?
Oh, can't even
16th,
remember. Something like that. Yeah,
currently
they were way down.
fourth.
It's been
966. Alessandro Ottaviani now in the car. Fordzilla are fourth.
Yeah, which, like I say, for their run within the Le Mans Virtual Series, the 966 kind of had a bit of an up and down. They did have a podium in the first season, which was at the Nürburgring, of course, in that shortened race. But this season, they had a retirement in the first round. They've not finished inside the top 10 at all through the season. This is not uncommon, though, that this is the round where some teams are top 10. Everyone will remember, and yes, we will bring it up more than once on this broadcast, so sorry, but I think it's the most feel-good story we've had in the Le Mans Virtual Series, when, of course, Senna and Axel, they had no top 10s throughout the season. They weren't even really, a painful way of putting it, relevant throughout the season. Get to Le Mans, fourth place.
Boom.
Boom, and wow, was it an impressive feat. Alessandro
And boy,
Ottaviani,
were they happy.
so happy. We were as
social
well.
media, yeah, the streaming pictures we saw of them just going absolutely mental, because they were all based in Kuala Lumpur. They were all in Malaysia, you know, in this little pocket of enthusiasm, quite a large pocket as it turned out, when it seemed like things were going to suddenly go, all the friends and family were rammed in there. And
It was
again, you know,
amazing.
yeah, the team in Shanghai, we were looking at some of their social media posts of their setup. You know, they've got their sim rigs.
Ja lubię odchodzić, bo zawsze coś się dzieje wtedy.
And then there's a ring of tents behind them. So they're not even leaving the
Co mnie ominęło?
room to go to sleep. They're just going into a tent, going and having a kip, coming back out and getting on with it. So in speed, a great setup that they've got going there, and you know that massive enthusiasm being a
24,500 Verstappen.
little unit in this
Nieźle poszedł.
vast world that is China that knows nothing of any of this. I mean, fantastic. It's fantastic to see that enthusiasm, and you know, something that probably
Dobra, teraz żeby doszedł tą stawkę przed nim na tym stincie i potem overcata i 5 pozycji do przodu kolejna.
I'm sorry if people disagree with it, but yeah, I've commentated enough sim racing. I feel like
No, dokładnie.
just throw it straight out there. This is
Zaraz
the
przyjdę.
biggest sim race that is on the planet. It does not get bigger than, you know, with all the teams, all the manufacturers, everything that's in it, all the drivers, pro, you know, whether they're pro in real life, pro in sim racing, whatever it is. There is so many massive names in the world of sim racing. You know,
No, to
that take
pewnie
part,
przez
focus on this
korek,
event,
nie?
and then you've got all of us behind the scenes, the amount of
Siema,
work that goes into it.
Eugeniusz.
Absolutely incredible. It is the biggest event, and some teams really throw it out there. I wonder if we can ride
Ale pokażę wam, co sobie przyniosłem. Pod Sima sobie postawiłem. Na szczęście.
I want you to listen in as we head into this second chicane on the Mulsanne, because he was doing something which I thought was very interesting in the first one. I think he's clutching in to cut in.
Oby przyniosło szczęście. Ale oszczędza ten gość w ogóle w Astonie. Ale ten puchar, ten jest najpiękniejszy. To znaczy, on wygląda, wiecie, jak ten prawdziwy, nie? Co wygrywają w Le Mans. Te teraz też są fajne, takie z Lego, nie? Bardzo oryginalne, ale no ten jednak jest, no, klasa. Ale ten z Lego też bym przyjął. Nie wiem tylko, czy w ogóle wysyłają teraz wszystkim kierowcom, bo na przykład za zeszłe Le Mans, no ale co bardzo za drugie miejsce, to tylko w fabryce jest, nie? Więc nie wiem.
To get an extra lap in this stint, or maybe an extra lap in the third stint.
49 sekund.
And again, the reason he can stay in contact is that at that stage, the Ferrari drivers off the throttle and onto the brakes.
Kurczę, ciekawe, bo to tak nigdy się nie interesowaliśmy GT-kami, nie? No bo ani nasz zespół nie jedzie, żaden, ani nic. Ciekawy jestem jak...
An egg cup full of fuel with every time he lifts off that throttle.
I've got to say, it's beyond impressive
What happened?
for so many
The
reasons.
server died.
Clutching in and kind of letting it roll into 100 km miles, that's fine, because you're kind of, by the time you
Everyone
start braking
disappeared.
and shifting down,
the
you've
server
got
is
the
fucked.
engine back as you're turning, right? When you've got no drive going to the rear wheels and you're going through Indianapolis or that kink going into Mulsanne, it's terrifying, it's hard work. We're looking back in the pit lane now. I did hear a note, by the way, speaking of the pit lane, that potentially they are trying to work, and yes, we know a long way down, a lot.
Are you rejoining?
But they are working to try and get the Rocket Sim Sport
No, I lost the connection.
into
rejoin.
which I think they're putting a lot of work. Yes, they're not going to get any points. Yes, they're not going to get any of that. Fair enough, those things happen. But
what they gonna do now?
I think it's only you.
to get to the end of the race.
And it
Only
is,
me?
like
Yeah.
so many cars
No,
at the
cannot
moment,
be.
no matter what your hopes and aspirations at the beginning, Le Mans is a pretty cool
Yeah,
mystery.
join as fast as possible.
Le Mans chooses who's
Seb
gonna
said
win,
it
you
was
don't choose
3
who's gonna
people.
win. A lot
No
of the
way.
teams, you know, we're going to start 56 or whatever cars this year. 50 of them. no,
Yeah, rejoin as fast as possible,
more accurately,
please.
probably 40 of them. By the time they're
O
in the
nie!
race, their
Naprawdę?
only remit will be, this is
Actually,
not
no.
going to break us, we are going to get to the end of the race, and that is what it's
Yeah,
all
I have
about.
to
Some will
go
there
drive, right?
only
Not
hoping
spectate.
to make the end of the race.
Go drive, like the link to server link, drive, and you have assigned
Now, in terms of hopes and dreams that may have
setup,
gone
right?
crushed,
Yep.
Has our pit
Okay.
racing driver Alex Brundle got to Williams yet, or is it entirely coincidental that
Ja pierdolę.
in the Williams eSport number 5 car has made a
No nie wierzę w to, nie?
stop?
Was you think he stopped just to have an interview?
Well, no, it's just a
Only 3 people.
pre-race. He went.
Wyjebało go.
Pre-race he went down to Brackley to AMG Mercedes, and they had a problem.
Wyjebało
early
sobie.
on. He was talking about potentially going to Williams, and they've already had a problem.
I don't think it was a 3-minute stop. I think you're looking at the overall time
Is
in
that
the,
a
in,
total
in,
time?
in the pit lane, because his last
podobno.
What's the situation with the safety car? But it wants to
Okay, that
Maybe.
last pit, yeah, right.
Sammy's
So
just
that'll be the
rejoining.
drive-through as well. So
Okay,
that's
fine.
the total, including. Okay,
exactly.
right.
I'll look in.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
logging
no
in to
chance.
speak
So
to them
1
at the moment, so I can see what we can do.
So I had the wrong column clicked.
That is fine. We've all struggled with our live timing in the past, as we've got Alpine.
All right, so this is.
You do not have to load the setup Sami or anything, just when you rejoin, just go out as fast as possible.
Is that Fira?
Has Fira had a problem that we're unaware of? Yeah, Fira has had a problem. Oh, Lasse Sorensen and Smolia. What? We didn't even see that on our live timing, but both of them.
What? Oh, and Sami-Matti Trogen also shown as stopped.
What has happened here? So we've got the Sami-Matti Trogen, of course, is in the AMG Team Williams Esports. The two that we were talking
O ja, nie zrobił nic
Fira
pewnie, nie?
So I will go drive now.
did not even
Yeah, go.
realise when we cut
Yeah,
back
drive
the
as fast as
hours we
possible.
were getting ready for the
Smoliar's
rocket
in the
thing, it was
pits.
because they went back to the pit lane because they were having an issue. I think there's been a
You don't have to
disconnection
load the
from
setup or
same
anything.
sense for Lasse
No,
Sorensen
it's same fuel
and
as well, but
Smolia, Ferrari
Yes.
and
was
Pro-Drive
disconnected.
Fira.
Yes.
Mexico Racing Team still in the pits. Project One were just in the pits. Simsa are just
Sammy's
shown us
back
on
driving,
an
so.
outlap. Project
To
One
petarda.
shown us in the pits
No dobra, nie ma co się
not on an
poddawać.
outlap, so there are a couple of glitches.
Copy. I'm pushing them heavy to try and find an answer of what the situation was.
888, 95, Lasse Sorensen, and 11.
This
Project
throws back
One
to the
car. Now,
previous
Project
issue
One
we
car
had.
wasn't right at the front of the field, but they've had problems as well. So, we're looking here at, again, you know, Oracle Red Bull Racing, you're looking here at Yuri Kasdorp, the 99 Red Bull livery car.
Co mówią,
just going ahead
co mówi
of
regulamin?
the P1 Esport car of Oliver Rasmussen. They
Teraz
have
zobaczę.
had so much trouble. Talking about teams that have had problems, Peugeot have had their problems. Of course, that's where Hayley Edmonds is now. She had she's done a little piece for us. So let's catch up with what she's got to say.
Dobrze, że lidera w GT wyjebało, nie? To nie tak, że...
Peugeot Sport driver. You've just slipped into something a little more comfortable. It's obviously a lot different to what you're used to your race suit.
Kiedy 4 lub więcej kierowców rozłączy.
Can you just enlighten us what happened just a few minutes
Zapomnę.
ago as the moment
Chyba, że nam
of
kółko
stress?
oddadzą może.
No to o tym mówią właśnie, że jak 4 lub więcej, to oddadzą kółka.
Aha,
Ale,
to nie oddadzą.
no ale może się zlitują, no zobaczmy. Jak to lider był.
Which is never nice in the first hour of a 24-hour race. So I guess now it's going to be a recovery race for the remaining 23 hours. But we'll do the best we can to make up the most track position possible.
Can you just tell us about the preparation prior to the event with yourself and of course the team?
I don't have a sim at home and I haven't spent much time on the sim, so as a team we've been here for about 4 days just doing some team building with the Peugeot Esports boys and trying to get up to pace, and it's been a good time. I think the
Idę sobie zjeść obiad, wasz.
quite good, so it's been a good week, and now we see the result that we'll be kind of working for throughout the race.
Slight setback, of course, with Valentin catching COVID. So Elliot stepped into his shoe.
Someone is
did a
dealing
great
with
job
this,
of
right?
qualifying 15th. But how has that?
Hey, I keep driving.
To be honest, we've done most of our team building.
Yeah, we're
this week, so
communicating
it
with
hasn't
them to try and
been
get the
too
time
bad.
back.
Elliot's obviously done a great job, and he's also been helping me a little bit together with Maxime and Malte to get the performance where it needs to be. These pro sim boys are really incredible what they do. Just like what we try to do on track. I respect them massively, and they'll be the ones kind of guiding us through this 24-hour to get the good results.
Just prior to this interview, we were talking about Mission H24, which is, of course, the hydrogen electric prototype, which is the lead car for this virtual Le Mans. Could you just tell us, is that something that you would like to try out?
I mean, it seems like it's getting a lot of momentum. It's something that the ACO and the WEC are looking heavily at introducing in, I think, 2025. So, you know, we'll see where the championship, what direction it goes. Obviously, I plan to be on the grid, and I'll drive whatever they give me. But it's really nice to see motorsports going into a more sustainable future.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hayley Edmonds ticking all the boxes there and getting everything done. Let's hope she didn't touch anything while she was there as well. Peugeot Esports are back in the frame, but again, you know, for them, it is going to be a long race back to try and get themselves into contention. Overall, Josh Rogers leads for Porsche Coanda from Max Verstappen and Team Redline, with Jack Baldwin, AMG Team Petronas, that number 63 car right behind. Fordzilla, what a start to the race, from 16th on the grid up to 4th position. Matt Backham 5th for Porsche Coanda, and 6th Thibaut Lartier for Alpine Esports. They are up from 10th on the grid to 6th position. In our
Maybe tell us your fuel on the line to recalculate, because it's probably weird now with you disconnecting in the middle of the lap.
Ibrahim Khan,
Yeah, I
Team
start
BS competition. That
just the end of the
BMW
first
up
sector
into
now, so
second position.
I will tell you when I'm on the line.
And that's actually ahead of Jeff Gyasi in the second of Proton Coanda cars on merit. So they didn't qualify very strongly, Team Bears competition, but they've been galloping along like zebras tend to right from the start of the race. Yeah, see what I did there? Yeah.
That was good. They got their first podium last time out, did the BS competition car. Let's see what happened to the Le Mans Virtual Cup machine. Trying to get around the outside. I believe Sean Arnold did get behind. It got squeezed out quite a significant bit by the R8G car there. I'm not sure which one it was. I believe it would have been the 18 that is there. Just have a little look down the order. See, I can do some things. But yeah, Sean Arnold getting squeezed out just a little bit. And I don't think he'd be particularly pleased. I do have the race control sheet open just in case there are any penalties coming through. Not seen anything recently. But yeah, go back to BS competition. First podium last time out, that third place finish. They've been very consistent. They were finished 7th in the standings last season. They're presently in 9th with 39.5 points, looking to score some decent points to end this season. And I was chatting to someone who's been helping out, well, not helping out, but has been chatting to Ibrahim Khan. Ibrahim Khan's actually been helping out in the world of sim racing, because it's one of the real world drivers, not in this race, but aiming to take part in it next year, which is John Bennett. If you do need a pro driver for next year, I'm sure it'll be one that will jump behind the wheel, because he's mighty fast in the sim. Got to give a bit of a shout out to some friends, you know. See if I can get some people that I know on the grid, you know.
There you go. Well,
it pays to know.
There are a few that could definitely earn a place here. And of course, with 2 pro race drivers, actually, those are often the harder seats to fill. Absolutely. Pro racing drivers who can also pedal a sim. On board with Mac Backham, sim exponent, in 5th place. And right ahead to Vianney for Team Fordzilla. And again, Fordzilla, one of those, a fairly small sim racing team that seem to be engaging in all sorts of different championships and disciplines across a number of different platforms. I mean, and that's one of the delights, I think, of being a sim racer, is that you can do things that they used to do in the 1960s and occasionally in the 1970s. You know, Sterling Moss or Graham Hill or one of those guys would do 2 or 3 different races, maybe race in Formula 1 cars, maybe in touring cars, maybe in a sports car race at the same race weekend. But if you're a sim racer, you can do a World Endurance Championship or a Le Mans Virtual Series race. You can do a single-seater race. You can do a saloon car race, a touring car race. you can do 2 or 3 different races in a day without even leaving your rig.
I've always said that the world of sim racing is everyone talks about the Triple Crown in motorsport, but I'm like, in sim racing, if there was...
You can do them all in one afternoon.
In effect, you can actually do all 3 in one
How's the field?
You can actually tick off, you can do...
Oh, fuck, I forgot. It was for the 6 point.
Monaco Grand Prix, and you can do your stints in a 24-hour of Le Mans.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Makes Tony Stewart doing the...
So you probably can just push, check it next slide.
In the same day.
I mean, tell us.
Seem like a trivial insignificance. Only 2 races. All right, quite long, but yeah.
But he does have to fly between them and do
and
all of that.
Yeah. and that's the great joy of sim. And you know, for me as a real world motor racing fan, being exposed to the way that things worked in sim racing leading into the first Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual was quite an eye-opener, as it was for a lot of real-world racing teams and real-world racing drivers. You know, they do a practice race, and then the pro sim racer will go, right, we're 2Ks down on the straight, I'm off to Indianapolis for a couple of hours to find out how we're going to find it.
Yeah.
What? I mean, you know, beyond your wildest dreams as a real-world racing driver, that you could do things like that. First of all, you couldn't rebuild the car after a race fast enough to go and do that. And secondly, you couldn't be in Indianapolis. And thirdly, you just can't run the car for that long. Whereas in the sim racing cars just will take it forever and ever and ever, because you can just reset all the controls anytime you want to. So it's a phenomenal rate of learning, and that's why we've got pro sim racers in the field that are in their 20s and 30s, and also that are still in school. I mean, barely out of short trousers, and not because they're postmen, you know, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds.
A couple of 16-year-olds on the grid, yeah.
Pro racers, and they can learn at that rate because they've been doing it like junior karters coming up into single-seaters since they were 6 or 7 or 8 years old.
Yeah.
But getting in far more hours behind the wheel, far more hours than anybody could ever do in karting. So they come in at you know, in their mid-teens, fully formed.
Oh yeah, no, and it's trust me, it's what makes you feel old.
Who was going very, very slowly there on the Mulsanne? That is Yasheet.
Yasheet Veloce. So that's who they've just passed there. So that is Pejic behind the wheel. As we see Michi Hoyer trying to find his way past Matthias Besch. And Pejic is continuing to have a problem in that number 28 machine, the Yasheet Veloce. So there's movement backwards, but there could be movement forwards here for Michi Hoyer.
Yeah, Michi Hoyer with the bit between his teeth. This is the battle for 9th place. Matthias Besch, R8G. Michi Hoyer gets the slipstream on him. Down the straight they come. And Michi has been involved in the Le Mans Virtual Series right from the start, raced in the first and the second Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual.
And doing the whole season to both.
Straightforward pass, came up with speed. And again, you know, the cars are the same. The
this back marker fucking hell, please go away.
Is the same. The tyre choices are the same. They're pretty much forced.
I mean,
by
I'm
the
back.
fact that soft tyre won't work at this time of day. But you can do things with radiator blanking and brake blanking that is survivable because there are not enormous concerted stops here. You've got time to cool the brakes and you've got time to cool the radiators, and you can find top speed that way. You can make tiny detail differences to the car. The Alpine there picking up a spot.
Move.
Yeah, that was a great move on Fordzilla. So what was that? That was a change. Thibaut Lartier up to 5th ahead of Alessandro.
Yeah, 776 pull up.
4th after the stops, down to 6th position.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried if I was Fordzilla right now.
I don't think they are either.
But for Alpine, for Tom Lartier, I mean, they didn't qualify where they wanted. They qualified in 10th place, and they were saying there was a bit of disappointment post-race. Did qualify quite well last year. Of course, that is the car where we'll obviously see, we saw Sasha Lehmann at the start, we'll see Leo Boulet, and we'll also see Colin Spork, 2022, Formula Sim Racing World Champion, behind the wheel. But again, they are a very, very strong team at number 36. However, they are one of the 4 teams that's on my naughty list, including the 2 that we were looking at earlier.
Is that because they didn't send you freebies?
No, which, I mean, to be fair, if there was a naughty list of that, there's quite a long list. Our nice competition aren't on there, because they've sent me some nice t-shirts, that's fine. But no, they're on
pink and white?
Yes, they are. Bright pink, bright white. No, the reason why Alpine are on my naughty list is the same as why R8G are on it. obviously the van wall bursts are on it, and the Proton coanders are on it. Why? Why do you think? We were having a discussion about this earlier on in the week, Martin.
Oh, I don't remember.
It's the liveries. Because they've got two cars, each of them have two cars, and they both have identical liveries on both of them. It's not good enough.
No.
Where's my dummies guide?
Now, I wonder if that starts to explain. I wonder if Fordzilla have got just a tiny bit of a glitchy connection, because that didn't look entirely happy. Here's the Yas Heat car as well, and that does not look entirely happy either.
I was going to say it almost seems like as though he's got his pit limit.
Normally flashy rear lights would suggest the pit lane speed limiter is on, but he's going too quickly for that.
Maybe he's stuck in gear potentially, which can happen if your shifters fail.
I think he's making it round cleanly to the pit lane, so it looks like less of a handling problem, but it is a problem. And you know, again, there is only one strategy to this stage: stay out of the pit lane and don't hit things. All right, that's two strategies, but it is one thing: stay out of the pit lane and don't hit stuff. And they have not managed to stay out of the pit lane. In fact, they've not managed to get into the pit lane. They got into the pit entry road and the car just went straight on. So I wonder if he's got a slightly glitchy connection as well.
Are you able to work out how many cars dropped out the server? I think it's 4.
You'll be able to get it on pit limiter. I know some people might say, you can only activate the pit limiter first. That is the case.
I thought it was 3.
Not in RFT.
I didn't see any
limiter higher gear than first. So don't worry too much. They are in pit lane, but obviously you can have some issues with steering, have some issues with slowing down. You have engine braking to assist you. They might have spent in pit lane, by the way.
I just don't know if you can see on timings to see if there's
I'm not told as to yet. I will have to send a little message to my contact within the Yasi Veloce camp to be understanding what exactly has gone on.
Marco Pecci has brought it back without hitting anything, going off or being hit by anything. So the least damage inflicted on the car possible, and that is good news.
Did get told, by the way, Max Verstappen had a bit of an issue on his computer, and then a spin courtesy of that glitchy connection.
Jestem.
Yeah, so I don't know what's happened to this.
Lead battle we're watching here in GTE. Proton Commander car number 88. That's
No, także...
Ibrahim Khan.
Także tak.
Behind him, as in
No tragedia, no. Co mam wam powiedzieć. Myślę, że nic nam nie oddadzą.
As the helicopter pulls back.
I can't see like a connection history or anything, so if that's what you've got, then I'll go with that.
O, mówiłem, że coś za dobrze idzie. O, rozjebał się goś. Kod 60 chyba będzie.
If it's rear wheel, that is done. That is out of the race. You will not be able to. Well, you won't be able to get back into pit lane because obviously it would have destroyed the diff, where all the power will then be going to the undriven wheel. If it's a front wheel, theoretically, it's down at Indianapolis.
It is at Indianapolis.
So it's a big crash.
Right, now, there's no wheel on the grass now.
I'd suspect that it is a rear wheel and that car's out. Yeah. That would be that is my gut feeling there. That I think it's gone into the wall at the end. Backwards, ripped the rear left off, and has left it sat there beside it. So I think that car is done. Unfortunately.
Well, let's take a look at the replay.
Co się stanęło? Odkleiło.
Oh goodness! Got on the inside and a big impact.
Jak ładnie zaparkowało mu na dachu.
Did get confirmation from Yasi Veloce stuck in gear.
Okay. So that will be a problem with the physicality of the rig itself.
Nie ma safety cara, wiesz?
Flappy paddles, although their flapping aren't connecting properly. We did have a couple of those. I mean, most dramatically of all in the first Le Mans 24-hour virtual, where we had to have that.
No, długo już to trwa, nic nam nie oddadzą, myślę, i wyścig do śmieci. Także tak. To ile my teraz tracimy? 2 kółka? 1,5 kółka? Numer 53, gdzie jesteśmy?
It was incredible.
Whoever thinks of things like that? I'll just go and borrow a mate's, and then obviously spent time setting that spare rig up
Aha, tu jesteśmy, czyli przed liderem po prostu, tak?
That's a glitch as well, isn't it?
Okej, no niecałe 2 kółka tracimy po prostu. O, co tu się stało?
Whatever input you had in,
Max coś takiego zrobił? Ale jaja. To ci Maksymilian. O Boże. Co nas może uratować? Jakbyśmy byli na tym samym kółku? No nie, bo tracimy. Nigdy nie będziemy na tym samym. I red flag jakiś, tak? Ale to byśmy chcieli być na tym samym kółku, to. To nie wiem, jak to niby ma być. Wiecie, rozwiązania są takich sytuacji, tylko oni nigdy nie chcą ich podejmować, bo mogliby zrobić tak, ok, straciliśmy, nie wiem, 5,5 minuty, powiedzmy, więc oddają nam 2 kółka, ale dają nam stop and go, na przykład minutę, nie? I jakby wiecie, no to nie jest trudno wykalkulować coś takiego, nie? Żeby nam oddać i żeby pozycja na to, że była podobna. Bo to wszystko jest możliwe, ale no niestety oni tego nie zrobią, no. W Bahrajnie też nas rozłączyło łącznie z innymi zespołami i co? Oddali nam co prawda kółko jedno, nie? No, to, co to? Jedno kółko jak teraz nam oddadzą, to i tak będziemy kółko w dupę. No. Oczywiście jest o co walczyć, no nadal, nie? Ale jak nam nie oddadzą, no to już ciężko. Bardzo, bardzo. Jesteś, Andrzejku?
Tak, tak.
Mówię, że jedyna sytuacja to jakby nam oddali kółko i jakiś red flag by był, nie?
No, a co no? Trzeba jechać i się nie poddawać.
Pa, zespinował Rogers, ale jaja.
O lol.
I wcześniej zespinował w ogóle Max. Ciekawe.
O, fajnie, to byśmy byli tam kurwa już w zasięgu.
No ale niestety nie będziemy.
Na szczęście nie.
Ja myślę w ogóle, że tego kółka nam nie oddadzą raczej.
Ja myślę, że oddadzą.
Powiem tak, jakby oni byli jacyś tacy, wiesz, że okej, tu wywaliło tamtych równocześnie, to da się zrobić, bo mogliby nam oddać 2 kółka i dać na przykład stop and go minutę, tak? I
oczywiście, żeby mogli, no ale...
Say again?
You're still 1 minute behind, even though he added 1 more lap. 1 minute behind where we should be.
Yeah. I mean,
did they add a lap to you? Did they add a lap to you, or what do you mean?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, that's great. Yeah, but we lost. Okay. Yeah. Still lots of time.
1 minute.
Okay, so I think they should add us another lap and give us a stop and go, for example, for the remaining time. But let's see what they're gonna do. Just keep pushing. If we are on the same lap, then red flag or something can give us back.
Alpines have been 36 for a long time. I'm not quite sure what the significance is, whether it's an Alpine significance or whether it's a Felix Senior significance.
We told them that the time loss was 5.5 minutes, and there were 4 cars that disconnected, so we should get all of it back. But yeah, they haven't said how they're going to give it back to us yet. Nico Google.
Obviously, Fordzilla's is 966, which I think is a great one because it's 1966, which I think is a brilliant number. You look at it, you think 966. Like, why would you pick those? You think, oh, hang on a second. Oh, right. Oh, that's actually cool.
In the French way of numbering the département of the country, so the regions, 36 may well just be the number of the department where Cinetec are based. In the same way that that the Ivar Muller and the family have always used 98 as a race number where they've had a choice because that is the region that they come from.
What would your race number be?
I don't know. I don't live in France.
Well, I just mean generally.
Well, James Baldwin currently in second place for.
No powiem tak, jakby nam oddali jeszcze jedno kółko i dali stop and go takie, żebyśmy byli mniej więcej w tej samej pozycji, czy tam stracimy 10-15 sekund, to nie wiem co zrobię wtedy. To chyba wyskoczę z kapci z wrażenia. Ale myślę, że nie grozi to nam. Pa, do Merca pojechali normalnie, Siemano. James. A to nie jedzie teraz przypadkiem? A jedzie normalnie. Jedzie i gada, ale jaja. Widzicie jaki to jest talent?
It was a good year. It was a good year. 2022 Esports Driver of the Year from Autosport. Won a gold medal at the FIA Motorsport Games. Won SRO Esports. So it was a really busy year.
Talent.
I managed to come away with a few wins, which is really good. Won Spa in LMBS as well, which was the first win in this series. Was a really good win with Mercedes. So just want to win this now and start the year off in the right way.
Yeah, there's still not a Le Mans virtual trophy in that cabinet. What would it mean to win this event for you?
I think everyone sees it as like the biggest race in sim racing. It's obviously everyone's opinion, but to win this would be huge. The biggest team event there is in sim racing. Yeah, so we got a good shot. I think we've prepped as much as we can. Obviously, there's a bit of luck involved with these races, but as you know, in real Le Mans. But yeah, looking forward to it.
So we drivers sitting at home, simulator in both hands, thinking, I want to be there, I want to be racing for Mercedes.
Dobra, ale jedno kółko oddali, to jest tak, kurczę, powiem wam, że to nawet jakby nic już więcej nie zrobili, to jest o co walczyć nadal, tak?
Got like quick on a sim, and I think if you're quick on a sim,
Michael, can you give
on
me
a variety of games,
more clear as the
these teams will come calling because they want the quickest drivers in their cars.
To do, but they're going off the fact that they think it's 2 minutes 20.
You just sort of bollocks, get good, and the opportunities will come your way. So yeah.
World's fastest gamer.
At the time of the disconnect, we were right behind 44, and the gap then from 44 to the leader was 58 seconds. And when we rejoined and we crossed the line, yeah, we were 58 seconds behind the leader when we disconnected, and when we crossed the line on the outlap after the disconnect, we were 6 minutes 30.
Got to win this virtual race first. Absolutely.
But you mean to the leaders?
Take it home for the 63.
Yeah. Okay.
Give me their numbers again. 6 minute one.
6 minutes 30.
So many drivers' goal. This is what happened while we were chatting with James Baldwin. Change for third place in GTE. Ibrahim Khan, a big part for the lead in GTE. Ibrahim Khan taking the lead away from Alex Tauscher. So the BMW BS competition in the lead, and here comes Tauscher.
That was at the time where no pit stops were involved or anything.
It was lap 22.
Goes straight ahead on the public road through Maison Blanche and up to where the pits were and still are, but the new Porsche curves are just in front. This is where the BMW just has a little bit of an edge, ironically, over the Porsche. It just seems to have a bit better balance late in the lap. It doesn't have the best of the top speed sections, but in the final element, it just has enough to creep away down to the chicane. So change for the lead. Ibrahim Khan leads. Proton Coanda second and third. Lorenzo Colombo fourth.
It's fine. There's like another 22 hours for me to argue
red line BMW. So with Aston Martin, well, the best of the Astons is now the 777 car.
If they give us on the lap and give us a 30 second stop and go, that's exactly
the project went
like
by
what we need to make up.
And the ProDrive Fire car of Lassie Sorensen, they were the top three of our top five cars, and they all had a slight connection issue and they dropped down the order. In fact, the one that's been hindered most, Lassie Sorensen ProDrive Fire, they were inches off the lead and are down in 15th position, and they are 2 laps behind the class leader.
But yeah, for comms in future, for stuff like that, just drop it.
And 1 lap behind the class leader is the 7th. Oh no, on the lead lap is still the 71 BMW Team Redline car that leads the category. Now then, you've been on the social media as we see the race leader come in. That is Josh Rogers. This is the third stop. Okay, so he's going into the 4 sticks, and this is the end of the double for him. Mac Backham is already in. And Jack Baldwin, we saw, has already stopped Max Verstappen, will be in as well. You've been on the socials, and we talked about the fact that we've got the reigning Formula 1 world champion.
No dobra, czyli ile my teraz tracimy de facto? Sami-Matti.
Guessing that it might have been as far away as the 1970s, the last time a reigning Formula One
leader,
world champion raced at Le Mans, not just a Formula One driver or points leader, but the actual champion. We have an answer.
Yes, indeed.
Czyli 3 minuty tracimy, tak?
You can get in touch on #LeMansVirtual. But Ewan Wayne said the last reigning F1 world champion to compete at Le Mans was John Surtees in 1965. It was Surtees and Ludovico Scarfiotti who retired from the race after 225 laps, which would have been quite late in the race.
That would have been very late in the race. I don't know what the race distance was in 1965, and I'm not going to Google it or Wikipedia it, so somebody else can, but that would have been late in the race. I mean, what's 300 odd is a decent race distance in mixed weather these days.
No, to z 2 minuty tracimy. Bo tragedii nie ma, no. Tak powiem.
And of course, as we talked about in those days, for Enzo,
no, tragedii nie, no, wiadomo, nie. Jest tragedia, ale da się z tego coś jeszcze zrobić. No mówię, no, taki red flag by nam pomógł bardzo, nie? Byśmy po prostu tam byli rzeczywiście gdzieś na końcu, ale na tym samym kółku wiecie, no byliśmy zyskali dużo, nie?
That's exactly what they did. They won the World Cup. No, they won the World Cup.
They won the World Cup
with the Ford GT40. So
I hope they're going to actually do something about it.
1965.
Incredible. And thank you for that. When again, you can get in touch with us or #LeMans.
I mean, this is not enough.
Social media.
Yeah, Sabi's still fighting.
What the lowdown is, there is the switch for 18th position as the number 18 RHG Esports car gets ahead of the GR Esports. That's Ulas Ozil-Diram getting past Bowers, who was looking really strong earlier on in the race. Seems to be struggling just a touch. Was moving forward very, very well in the early stages. The 86 seeming to struggle. Might just come straight back through here.
I wonder if they've had a little bit of damage. Don't forget they got punted off earlier, didn't
That's
they?
true. Yes, it was though.
And I wonder if on lap 1, I wonder if they had just a little bit of a niggle. Of course, now you can, like in the real world, you can fix that in the pit lane, but they might do it when they're doing a tyre stop, driver change, and everything else. Let's get the shopping list out. If you've got a slight imbalance, let's attend to it and actually don't limp around carrying a problem any longer than you have to if it's costing you time. Invest the time in the pit lane. It's like everything else. Invest in your own health. It will pay you back in the long run, and your car's no different.
I was about to say this could be the battle between a red line and a red line, because obviously we're looking at what looks to be a black and red car from this angle against a black and red car, assuming it was RHG versus the GR Esports, but no, actually, because there is a different black and red car, and it is actually Team Redline.
There are lots of black and red cars, luckily.
Too many, some might say. It's Matthias Becher. It says he's in the pit lane, but he's not.
11, kurde, ale byśmy już byli blisko, powiem wam.
Number 8 machine, obviously against Felix Rosenqvist, who's recently just got in speed as we head into the Porsche gun. A little bit scary, just getting
Max to ma.
I did see Felix Rosenqvist was fighting the car a little bit going through Indianapolis, ironically as well for him, was sliding around just a bit, but I think he's managed to sort of rectify that problem again. Getting control of the car.
Meanwhile, GT pit stops are underway, their second round of stops. So Ibrahim Khan, 1, 2 for BMW, because Lorenzo Colombo for Redline is now second. D-Station up to third. Sim Marinello, the first of the Ferraris, in fourth. SF Esports, Scuderia Ferrari Esports, the number 51, the factory car, that's up to fifth. And Bites Kavissa, first mention for her in the race in the Mahler Racing Team car, number 10, that is up to sixth.
So de facto 2 minuty nam powinni oddać z tego co widzę, tak? Ale nam, jak oni nam to oddadzą? Nie oddadzą nam, no. Już napisali, że tylko kółko oddają.
So they've got pace, here they are on their outlaps. Kevin Van Doren and Charlie Collins now at the wheel. Yuri Kazdorp has not yet left the pits in the Red Bull car. But they're stopping shy of where BMW are stopping. They have not managed to match BMW or D-Station or the Ferraris. So you've got in that top 6, you've got 3 BMWs, 2 Ferraris and one of the Astons. The Aston that hasn't had a drama. And actually in a field of 3 Astons, there's only one of them. Now there's not had a 4 that's not had a drama. In fact, Satellite haven't had a drama, have they?
Well, they had the 6-minute penalty, didn't they? And then they read that book on how to go faster.
Exactly.
Which was great, by the way. No, it does
To już
seem
poza
as
naszą
though
kontrolą,
the
nic
teams
nie
have
możemy
fallen
więcej
foul of the
zrobić
same issues
niż
that we saw in the
jechać.
2022 running of the 24 Hour of Le Mans Virtual, where in
No,
the
to
GTE
wiadomo,
category,
no,
they're not
zwycięstwo
going
to
quite
już jest
far
poza
enough,
zasięgiem
and it's
jakimkolwiek.
where, the teams likes of Red Lion, and in this case BMW BS competition, are pulling
No,
out an
trzeba
extra
walczyć.
margin, but just going longer. And it's kind of one of those things where it will seem right now as though they're pulling out a little bit, and they're pulling out a little bit, and then they're pulling out a little bit.
Jak
And
co
then
3 minuty
suddenly,
odrobić, nie?
obviously, because we're expecting some rain, this might not
Do
actually happen, but
wszystkich.
suddenly it's always kind of, after like 6 or 7 times, like obviously you're stretching a lap time each time, suddenly you're like, they're miles in the lead.
Yeah.
Because it snaps at one point where it just looks crazy.
Well, if you're gaining a lap on every pit stop, then after the first pit stop you go a lap longer, the second 2 laps longer, the third 3 laps longer. They're doing a 10-lap stint. So when everybody else comes in for their 11th stint, you don't for their 11th stop. You don't. That's where it... And then it's a 24-hour race, and they can't do an hour. So that's going to happen twice. If you are making a lap on your rivals, you are going to get 2 entire laps on your rivals in the race. 2 entire laps. You have to be a lot quicker on track to make up for not being stationary.
Wiesz, no z taką stawką 3 minuty odrobić, to...
In sim racing with a friend Dan Kell. When we were racing, we were running the strategy beforehand. We were like, what strategy do we want to go to? And we ignored the advice to go a lap longer on the sim. Well, we probably could have done. We ignored it because we were like, we'd rather just push a little bit harder and not worry about fuel saving.
Fast.
We just want to go fast. And then we sat at the end of the race and we went, right, how much time will we have saved if we saved 1 lap? When we worked it out, it was something like, I think it was about 80 seconds.
O, 3 minuty, no wiesz, no. Nie jedziemy w lidze niedzielnej, nie? Tutaj ludzie... No, 2 sekundy szybciej od Różerca, na pewno. 3 sekundy szybciej. Czyli musiałby jechać 2 sekundy szybciej od wszystkich, tak? Wiecie, no po prostu... Nawet Kodejty nam nie za bardzo może oddać, bo jesteśmy tak blisko ich, że jak my zdążymy, to i oni zdążą zjechać. Więc no, taka sytuacja. Mówię, jedyna szansa to, że nam oddadzą jakoś inaczej, ale no jak mają to zrobić?
Over the stretch of 24 hours, it gives you an extra 10th at the end of every straight, every lap.
Yeah, and you don't have to work for it either.
And it's free time, it's free speed if you can discover how to find it, and that's, you know, that's relentless testing. It's not just, oh, they're better because they've got the fastest car. No, they have made their car even more economical, or cheating the air better, or it's those infinitesimal gains, and every single time
No, już napisali, że nie oddadzą.
on its own seems so insignificant, but over the length of 24 hours can make a huge difference to your advantage or your disadvantage over your rivals.
And that is the joy of strategy in an endurance race. We see Jack Keithley here making a move on Matti Homela. This is coming up into the first chicane on the Mulsanne. A move to the inside for Jack Keithley. It should be a pretty easy one, as I don't believe Homela is going to fight as much as we saw Homela back in the previous running for ASC Bratislava in the Le Mans Virtual. But that was an easy move for Jack Keithley. Normally someone who's well versed with driving touring cars, etc., but he does seem at home in the virtual landscape wherever it is.
Yeah, and coming back from that drive-through penalty
No nie
as well,
oddadzą, no.
another 5 minutes
Że nie oddadzą.
car had as well, so they're kind of catching back up to where perhaps they should have been. So yeah, straightforward pass. Now we talked about the fact that although you've got some of the big teams like Coanda will have all their sim units in one place, there are teams and drivers and individual competitors stretched across the globe. Every continent apart from Africa and Antarctica. We've got to at least add Africa next year. We need a team maybe from South Africa. So Antarctica might be a little bit tougher. But one of the most entertaining setups we've seen has been in speed in Shanghai.
Słyszysz mnie teraz? No, nie oddadzą, nie? Widziałeś tam?
Kurwa. Mogę nam uratować Le Mans, jakbym mu powiedział, żeby
No
poczekał.
wiem, też tak, ale wiesz, ja nie myślałem, że oni oddadzą na cokolwiek.
No. Powiedział, że 3 samochody wywaliło, mówię, nie oddadzą i potem będzie, co ty odjebałeś, że kazałeś mu czekać.
Now, for the special guests, we have the specifically set up simulation arena for them to enjoy sim racing while watching the sim racing actions on the bigger screens. Here we are into the Nürburgring Nordschleife room, where you can see there are lots of tents already set up for our special guests to enjoy their night of Le Mans Virtual, to have the most authentic possible experience of a real-life Le Mans race. Because you know, in real life, they will also be setting up tents around the circuit. Into the Le Mans room we go. There you can see is the 3 sim rigs we have for our simulation drivers to race around the Le Mans circuit. Yes, we are all inside the Shanghai International Circuit for the whole event. The live broadcasting, the viewing, the driving, everything is here. And thank you to Porsche China for supporting. Here we are on the 2nd floor of the Porsche Experience Center, where RS Restaurant and the Porsche Club Lounge lies. Tell me a better combination than wines, buffet, and virtual Le Mans. As you can see, it's raining quite heavily now. That's why there is barely anyone on track right now. And special thanks to Porsche China for supporting our in-speed racing's virtual Le Mans this year. And we will bring more sim racing content to China, and hopefully you can support us. Thank you. Well, what a great setup there. Based in the Shanghai International Circuit, of course, home of the Chinese Grand Prix and a
No, 12 akurat, 3 kółka wygramy, 3 kółkami przewagi.
And really great actually to see them competing, because of course some of the COVID restrictions have finally been eased in China, and so they're able to actually have guests in. So in speed just outside the top 10 with their Porsche. Right, and those, I love it. Okay, the Le Mans facility, the Nürburgring facility, nothing was on fire, and there was no beer mountain. Other than that, okay, there's quite that, and of course we're making do with the team of 4 commentators rather than the 9.
Musimy zostać na kółku lidera, nie? Przede wszystkim.
1.7 billion people, so that might be a little bit more. But we've got the tents as well, of course. Ours are outside in the car park.
Póki będziemy na kółku lidera, to wiesz, jakiekolwiek red flag czy coś, no to...
That's a great setup. I'm really impressed with that.
No ale ile tam mam przewagi na nimi? 20 sekund?
They are. They're having a... Okay, I always don't want to say they're having a really good time, because then inevitably, of course, it's on fire in the next shot. But no, they're having a really good run so far, and if they get a top 10 result or a top 6 result at the end of this, they will be absolutely cock-a-hoop, and well deserved too. Heading towards the end of hour 2 here in the 24 hours of Le Mans virtual, as we continue to race through the afternoon.
Highlights, może jak wyjebało, wszystkich naraz pokażą.
Ferrari on pole position, but being pushed by Porsche in the GTE class. Max Verstappen, as is his wont, started with electrifying pace, super aggressive up the inside into the Dunlop curve, as SimSpeed had a problem at the tail of the field on the opening lap. They've now recovered to the top 10. Contact between Arnage and GR. GR may be nursing a little problem after that over the first couple of hours. First rounds of pit stops saw Max Verstappen coming in as the race leader, and then being held as the car was trying to be released from the pit lane, losing time and losing the lead. Never mind, he was still hard in contact. Plenty of racing up and down the order in our big 28 car LMP field and in the GTE category as well. After early penalties were served by some of the teams for driver changes and so forth, Porsche found themselves in the lead. A connection glitch saw Max Verstappen spinning in 2nd place, and 111 again we suspect another connection glitch.
Nie do wiary to jest, nie? Że coś takiego na samym początku już, no.
From the early going. 20, Josh Rogers looping into a spin, taking too much of the final curve towards the end of his 3rd stint. The cars have now quad stinted in LMP as they complete the second hour. And just before the end of hour 2, Ibrahim Khan for BS Competition taking the lead in the BMW from the Coanda Porsche. Our early race leaders in the category, Alex Smolyar in the Ferrari and the Fire Aston, both with connection issues. So here's how it lines up after the first couple of hours. We're a 12th into it, we've almost done it. Porsche lead from AMG
Co za kurwa gówno.
in third place after the third round of pit stops for the LMP cars, most of whom will have made another driver change as well. And our Le Mans Virtual Cup entrants, our prize winners from the Virtual Cup, their car, so sharing with Sebastian and Andy Prio, is in the top 20. Rocket Sim Sport are out with a disconnection issue, although the team are trying to rejoin. BMW Team Redline now at the top in GTE ahead of Sim Maranello, Proton Coanda, not making as many laps on fuel as their rivals. They stopped a lap early again, and that could be a long-term problem for them. So 3 retirements or failures to start the race, and a couple more issues. 2 hours in, Lewis McGlade has disappeared from proceedings. I'm about to do the same and see if there's any lunch to be scarfed. So I'll leave you in the tender mercies of Chris McCarthy and Ben Constantiouris.
Thank you very much, Martin and Lewis, for the first couple of hours of this 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. We are the third edition.
Tego nie lubię, co komentuje. Taki on jest jakiś drewniany. Jak on się nazywa? Ben Constantiouris. Louis McGlade super komentuje, a ten tak jest.
After 2 hours of racing, we've seen many cars in the wall and a couple of connection issues, whether it be Angus Fender, whose connection was not good enough, and therefore he got booted out of the game. As we've said, Rocket trying to get back into the proceedings. We also saw Peugeot with a disconnect thanks to their internet. I know their pain, having got an internet from Orange FR at my own house.
Zjechał jeszcze, że mają z Orange'a, nie neta chujowego. Ja pierniczę. No nie, ale to fajnie, nie? Profesjonalizm komentatorów. No tutaj, bo on miał złe wszystko, to miał też źle, mieli neta. Jeszcze niech powie, że my mieliśmy złego neta. O, to. O, i dlaczego to? Też przypadek, nie? Nie wiadomo dlaczego.
Much laps back as possible.
No, aż jedno.
Williams reckoning they lost around 5 minutes for their disconnect, but of course 5 minutes, Chris, isn't 2 laps. It's 1 lap and 3 quarters.
minuty.
We can't give time back because that would
No
effectively move
nieprawda,
the car
no.
around the circuit. We can
Nieprawda, że nie możecie.
1 or 2 laps. So it's been calculated that 1 lap is the only real fair thing to do without suddenly elevating them a lap ahead of the rest of the field, and so those drivers have and those teams have been compensated as much as they possibly
As much as possible, no tylko że kurwa jednak.
As we've seen throughout the season, we saw a similar thing happen in Bahrain in the first round. Cars, a chunk of cars being simply removed out of the server, and then able to get back in. It was the
Jest fair wszystko.
AMG team, wasn't it, in Bahrain?
2 minuty w dupę to jest chyba fair. Tak mi się wydaje.
It's a really tough situation, but I think dealt with very well by the team in race control. The only saving grace for those teams, or one of the biggest, is that there is 21 hours.
No, jeszcze tyle czasu. To przecież nie ma problemu.
And just like we have for those of you fans who have travelled out to Le Mans to watch the race there when it takes place in June every year, you will know that problems happen to teams all the way.
No pewnie nie, no. W Bahrajnie waliło przecież, nie? Też nic. Kurwa, i tam już mówiliśmy o tym, żeby poczekać następnym razem, żeby równo dostać lapów, ale myślałem, że teraz 3 wywaliło i że i tak nam nie oddadzą, więc ja też no, by czekał w picie, żeby stracić, nie? Jeszcze minutę.
whether it be technical, mechanical, or even with an incident with another team. So plenty of time to make those places back up, and plenty of opportunities as well. But we look back at some of the teams in the LMP field. Here we can see Axel. They were the team that celebrated that 4th place coming across the line, and a video of them celebrating that went viral amongst the community. It was a real fantastic.
Myślę, że w top 10 byśmy byli
very much
teraz.
focused their attention
Patrzę po
on
czasach.
this 24-hour race. They've changed their driver
Opozycja.
lineup, mostly now for this season, and no doubt
To 20 sekund byliśmy przed Williamsem, naszym drugim. To 54 sekundy, no to P8, P9. Już by było.
Josh Rogers then back aboard the number 20 machine that was with Lauren Heinrich for the start of the race, chased down by James Baldwin, who is now
Dobra, chuj, no trzeba gonić, no co?
We saw the Baldwin-Verstappen battle last time out at Sebring, where Baldwin chased down Verstappen and was able to pass him pretty easily. We've seen Verstappen in that car since the very beginning. They can do a maximum of 4 hours, can't they, before they have to get back out of the car. And here's an attempt on a change for position.
This is a battle for 10th place going on now. But yes, they can only do a maximum of 3 hours in every 5 as well. So that limits them to getting out, essentially getting all their hours out in one go or in a short space of time. But great battle going on here a little bit further back between R8G and Alpine Esports. Pedaling that Alpine Esports car is Tom Lartilou, and it looks like he is about to try and make a position here on the R8G car as they hit the Mulsanne straight.
Gonna have the inside line for the first of the chicanes, and that is nice and easy, nice and complete. Now Matthias Besch, according to
Matthias Besch.
my two timing screens disagree on who's in
Mateusz
the car.
Beżowy.
Yes, they do. How useful. Matthias Besch aboard the 8 machine, Tom Lartilou, as you say, on the 36. Lartilou has come from a console
Za takąś typką jedziemy, nie?
and was better known in the Forza
Niebywałe.
Storm, multiple world champion.
Yes.
And he really has well adapted to a more simulator-based platform. Forza more accessible, obviously, but you can't just jump into our factory and immediately be fast like some people can do in Forza, and he really is now one of the very best on this.
He raced for Veloce as well in the 2020 running of this event, so was picked up by one of the big outfits within sim racing for that event. And as you said, Tom Lartilou, who has raced on those console backgrounds, things like Gran Turismo as well. Remember him competing out there in those events, and he's done a fantastic job now to work his way up the ladder to eventually be racing in this, the third running of the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual, and helping his team now climb into the top 10. He's only 8/10 away from Felix Rosenqvist in the second of the Team Redline cars. That's going to be his next target. He's got Matthias Besch out the way. Now he chases IndyCar racer Felix Rosenqvist for 9th place, and then 2.5 seconds up the road from that is Michi Hoyer in the next view. There you can see now, you're getting a better view of the cars. Here we have a look at the number 44 car, which is running a little bit further down the field. That's the ARC Bratislava car. Matej Homela in the car for them currently. They are lying down in 16th place. They are only 4/10 away from the number 65 Panis Racing Team, so a couple of battles going on in the same part of the circuit here.
I get the feeling that Mato Homola is kind of...
Is that...
That's Mexico? Was that Mexico facing the wrong way?
Looked like Mexico.
Co tu się stało?
Didn't it? That
Not a good place to park.
Not at all.
You absolutely have to commit flat out through the Porsche curves, and if there is a car in the middle of the road, there is nothing you can do to avoid it.
Dawać reply.
It looked like as you said, the Mexico Racing team parked in pretty much the worst space you can. We'll come back to that in just a second because we're going to pick up BMW Team Redline, who are chasing down D-Station Racing. Never thought we'd be saying that one, but Lorenzo Colombo in the car for Team Redline, a former racer in the Formula 3 Championship, switched over to endurance racing, and he is after D-Station in the 777, who have taken a huge step forward this season. They've had an absolutely fantastic run, have D-Station, particularly in recent rounds where they've been in the top 10, Ben.
So let's have a look at who this is. It is Mexico Racing Team, who have backed off the throttle to not make contact with the GTE car. Actually, done a great job there to stay out of the way.
Ale to zrobił szybko, farta jak cholera.
I think it was an Alpine behind that obviously kept the foot in and just pushed them round.
I don't know if there was even maybe slight contact there as the GT car turned in and just didn't see that the Mexico Racing Team was on the inside or were trying to back out of being down the inside. We said Felix Rosenqvist was being chased down by Tom Lartilu, and that is the change of position you just saw on your screen. Alpine Esports in the blue-coloured car there goes through and past the Felix Rosenqvist Team Redline car. So that is a change of 9th place now. Next on his list is going to be Michi Hoyer, but Tom Lartilu putting in a really good stint here.
Just ignore the P beside R8G, the number 8 machine there in 11th position. We've just seen him on circuit. There he is in the back of shot, not in the pits. So a few communication issues going on between the live timing and the game.
Yeah, one team that is, though, is Mexico Racing Team. Unsurprisingly, they have limped round to the pits and are now getting that car serviced because
2:15. To zaraz chyba Kuba zaczyna, tak?
And Sanchez has bought Mexico
Zaraz
Racing
zaczynasz?
car into the pit lane. So we should see their fleet back on track very soon.
Ricardo Sanchez,
Good
a
stream.
previous winner of GT Academy, so GT Sport, and that was the way that Ricardo Sanchez ended up in a professional racing career, through the GT Academy, and therefore through gaming before many of us had ever really thought about competitive sim racing. GT Academy was, I guess, 10 years ahead of the game on that front, and ceased to exist before we even did our first Le Mans Virtual as a competition. There is a film coming out about Jan Mardenborough's rise to fame.
Orlando Bloom is in it as well, isn't it? It's got a big cast list as well, but it's coming out this summer, that film, so will be an interesting one to watch.
And through winning the GT Academy, he became a works Nissan driver. Of course, Nissan had a car in GT3 racing, which allowed so many to get their first steps in endurance racing. But after a couple of years, you're then left to fly your own way, and so many of those drivers have struggled since that moment.
Yeah, I mean, he raced in GP3 as well. I actually raced against Jan Mardenborough.
Did you now?
In karting.
Wow.
Yeah, they bought him and one of the other, I think it might have been the other finalists that at the time, they brought them to Wilton Mill, put them in senior karts to put them to the test. As we heard from James Baldwin earlier, that's where he learned his craft, and before they stuck them in on their road to racing in this very race, Le Mans, they brought them to Wilton Mill, which is just down the road from where we are here at Silverstone.
James doing his early...
I think he learned a lot from racing me.
Obviously, yeah.
I mean, look where I am now.
I raced James Baldwin when I was younger, but
did you?
He was a lot skinnier than me.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
So he was
Koła będzie cisnął, zobaczymy ile tam traci. No, sami nic nie traci, no, do liderów, taka jest prawda, no. Będzie ich tempem, kurwa. Powiem wam tak, no, też zamiesza mocno na pewno.
I'm gonna mute myself on Discord and I'll be on TeamSpeak.
I mean,
We have to get this in. People are wondering. We have to get our racing back.
We are obviously expert racing drivers.
I can't wait to hear Martin and Lewis when they jump in.
If you can't race, talk. What is it? If you can't do
Czekajcie, bo się tutaj będziemy...
This is basically what we're doing. There we go. Start to lap 8, Team Redline leading, and then they lost the lead on lap 8 after that first pit stop, and Coanda have had the lead ever since. The number 20 machine that has Josh Rogers. I believe Josh Rogers is now aboard that car. Lauren Heinrich was initially aboard that car. Lauren with plenty of Super Cup,
Nie, moment, co ja robię?
Carrera Cup, but has won at the very highest level in sim racing at the same time, in kind of parallel. Has always been very much linked to Porsche, and therefore having the Porsche Coanda team looking for the very best sim racers from the real world. They knew where to go for their virtual races.
Got me?
Lauren Heinrich has always been top of that list.
Still a fantastic season for him.
One lap
the
after this.
Porsche Super Cup
Okay.
this year as well. Lauren Heinrich. Here we can see Patrick Sipos, who races for Alpine across multiple platforms. Got the Williams Esports car just ahead. So R8 got the Williams car just ahead. Jack Keithley, that is, in that car.
And we are now in a sequence of pit stops once more. So that was AMG Petronas from second position coming in, and the number 1 Redline car coming on the same lap. Those guys, remember, are on the same strategy, but Porsche are able at the moment to go, or were able to go, 1 lap longer on their first stint. Since then, it does seem like the stint lengths have been the same length, but obviously the offset coming from that very first round of pits.
Chyba będzie git taką.
So Floyd Bamwell in as well. Brabham also in. Here is the Marlin
Dobra,
team. We
nie
just
chcemy już.
caught a quick look at there. Jimmy Broadbent in the car for them, Praga Cup champion, and was out testing a BMW.
Cicho tam już. Jadymy dalej. Great job, Sami. You didn't lose any time to the leaders.
Yeah, but I hope we get something back again. Let's see. Annoying.
Yeah, probably they will not give us anything back, but yeah, we need to push from now. 3 minutes to the leaders. Request speed.
Have you selected me?
Yep.
Teraz mi się przypomniało jeszcze, że to kółko więcej mamy od większości zespołów. Może jakiś code będzie taki, że wiecie, zyskamy po prostu na tym, nie? Tam minutę. Jest to możliwe. A minutę to przesadziłem, ale że zyskamy pit na tym, nie? 30-40 sekund. Takie 3 razy musieli zyskać. Patelnia straszna ten RF, że znowu tak się dzieje, że wyrzuca tam 4 losowe osoby. Ciekawe, dlaczego znowu nas, nie? Jakby też właśnie tak, tam miałem 3 GT i jedne LMP. Tam wtedy nas i drugiego Merca wyrzuciło, nie? I też tam 2 czy 3 GT. Czy to jakoś zupełnie losowo, czy o co to chodzi? I też inny kierowca, nie? Wtedy był Romanidis, Michael.
Good job.
Yeah, it did great stints. I think we would be top 8 for sure without this connection.
Fuck.
Yeah, let's keep.
How many penalty points have you got?
3 or 4.
Yeah, let's keep fighting. I mean, there's still a lot of time.
Yeah,
Rain.
Now the rain will change things.
Yeah, I mean, when we are on the leader lap, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Long way to go.
But I really don't understand why they are not, you know, agree with the stop and go. Like, this is the best solution and fair for everyone.
Because they don't care. They don't have to do.
We lost like 2 minutes more.
Yeah, exactly. 2 minutes more. Good luck.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No i jadą. Aha, czekajcie, bo tu mam gdzieś czat, tak? O, czemu ten czat? Aha, bo to jest tak, o, cyk. Tam na live timingu się chyba nic nie zmienia. Minutę mamy do P22. Ja pierniczę. Ale tylko 2 minuty do P9. P8. Kurwa mać, no żebyśmy byli w zasięgu wszystkiego. Tak szybko. Po tym drive-thru to naprawdę. No zobaczmy, co w tym deszczu się zacznie dziać, no. No będzie deszcz i potem chyba też będzie deszcz znowu, no. Tylko ciekawe, do czego nas by doprowadził perfekcyjny wyścig od teraz, nie? Czy w ogóle mamy szansę na jakieś top 5? Myślę, że ciężko. No, Luke Browning już wyprzedził Karola. To Karol znowu zsie tak samo jak na Sebringu chyba. Druga kanda ciśnie, czyli ten Warren, tak? Kurwa, no 400 zrobił. No i to. 4 De Jong. Patryk Sipos w boksie. Ta koanda ciśnie strasznie, pierwsza. Słuchajcie, trzeba przykryć paliwo. Zaraz tu znajdziemy jakiś obrazek. Wycinareczka. Cyk. Jeszcze mnie tu damy. I elegancja. A możliwe, mogę wyłączyć, no nie ma sprawy. Jak tylko coś będę gadał, to mogę włączyć. Teraz miałem wyłączony na przykład cały czas, to nie wiem, czy to coś naprawiło. Przez to, że wycisza, no nie pamiętam, żeby się odciszyć. Mówiłem, że komanda strasznie szybko jedzie. Pierwsza to myślę, że kwestia czasu, kiedy nas dojdzie niestety i no mówię, ten deszcz może tak zamieszać i wtedy będziemy czekać na cud z tą czerwoną flagą. Na co szczęśliwy mam być? Jak nam wyjebało gościa i straciliśmy tyle czasu. Właśnie. 3 minuty jesteśmy za liderami, nie? Mieliśmy karę, oczywiście dowiedzieliśmy o tym, no i tam 50 sekund byliśmy za liderami, no i niestety wywaliło nas i tam jeszcze inne GT-ki, no i jesteśmy dopiero na 23 miejscu, tracimy 3 minuty do lidera, no 3 minuty. Nieodrabialne w jakichkolwiek warunkach. 3 minuty do wszystkich. Bo wiecie, 3 minuty odrobić do jednego zespołu to zawsze jest możliwe, bo może im się coś stać, tak? Mogą mieć jakieś tam przygody. Kolejni poszkodowani liderzy GT Erhan. Teraz 37 są, czyli no, tutaj tracą 2 minuty ponad do liderów, nie? A byli liderami. No, czyli straciliśmy dokładnie tyle samo czasu tak naprawdę. No Kuba co, idzie szybciej? No idzie dobrze Kuba, no ale niestety nie szybciej niż Koanda. Koanda idzie lepiej. 72. Jeśli się nie mylę. Było 48, ale tam Max się popłakał, że to za mało. I zwiększyli na 72 punkty. O, całkiem dużo i niedużo, no. Wiesz, to te warningi tutaj tak działają, że czasami delikatnie coś tam wyjedziesz, nawet czas stracisz i 1,5 punktu dostajesz, nie? No to wiesz, to 72. Jak masz... Oj, przepraszam. Masz 1,5 punktu na stint tak naprawdę, nie? Raz na stint możesz wyjechać. No, chociaż tyle, że na Sebringu, nie? Jedno miejsce nie można wyjechać, to można się pilnować, ale... No nie, to przeginka. Jakby ten system działał tak fajnie, że rzeczywiście odpuścisz i nie dostaniesz tego punktu, powiedzmy jak w ACC, no to okej, nie? Jak na cały stint, na cały wyścig. Ale w RF to tak nie działa. Czasami działa, a czasami nawet na żwir wyjedziesz i dostaniesz. punktu na przykład. Nieważne jak wyjedziesz na Tetrarusz, to zawsze z 1,5 punktu chyba. No co, no fajnie idziesz, ale Mitchell jeszcze fajnie idzie. Do nikogo innego nie tracisz, nie? Tylko zyskujesz wręcz. Słyszysz mnie na tym szepcie dalej? Oj, chyba mnie nie słyszę. Nie słyszysz mnie chyba, nie? Na szepcie.
Słyszę, słyszę.
To Agustin powiedział, że chyba lepiej, żebym ja teraz wsiadł i za wszelką cenę utrzymał się przed liderem.
Też tak myślę.
Ja będę jechał tak za 2 godziny. Niecałe. Dobra, 17:00. Jakie tam są prognoza? Co mówi prognoza? Co mówi Jarosław Krec? Aha, to muszę tutaj zobaczyć. Jarek Kret mówi, że o 17:00 50% szans deszczu. No to nie wygląda z tych chmur, żeby miało padać. Szczerze mówiąc. A o 18:00 ma dopiero być deszczowo. O, dziękuję, dziękuję. Redline? Który zespinował Redline? Ale to 2, tak? 1 widzę, że na drugim miejscu cały czas. Nie wiem, dać tu transmisję też z tą główną, czy gdzieś w rogu, czy nie trzeba raczej? Żeby nie było za dużo tego wszystkiego. Okej.
Should we remind ourselves of what that was?
It's about a 5 o'clock light shower.
Because so here it is. So 5 o'clock, between 5 and 6, local time in Le Mans.
Local time in Le Mans, yeah, exactly. So that's 1 hour ahead of where we are now. So we are at 4:45 local time to Le Mans. So any moment now.
So within the next couple of hours, within the next 20
No tak o, chyba będzie git, nie? W różku. Cyk.
You'd have to say that the way the shadows are sitting, it doesn't seem to be possible right now, but things could easily change. As they do in Le Mans, it comes out of absolutely nowhere.
And in 12 minutes, 5 o'clock, they will receive the next 6-hour update as well.
Mniejsza się?
Or what it will be after that until 1 a.m.
Proszę was.
So just like you would before with just like you would if you were at Le Mans, you can see what the weather's going to be like. The teams get a weather
Tak będzie.
forecast for only 6-hour periods. This is the 101 car, which has a wire in. He is chasing down the Graf car, the number 39 car ahead. They unfortunately had difficult starts to the races, both of them. But look to start
A to gdzie deszcz tu będziemy widzieć, czy nie? Gdzie on tu ma plugin deszczu? Chyba nie ma tu nigdzie. Ja pierwszy na każdym okrążeniu, nie? Zyskuje ten Michel de Jong, no nie jest dobrze. Nie dużo zyskuje, tak podychę dwie, ale no zyskuje, kurde.
Remember when we saw those truck driver changes, what was it, about 6-7 laps ago? De Jong was 11.2 seconds ahead of Luke Browning. Now the gap is down to less than 10 seconds. It's being nibbled.
Ten Luke Browning też idzie strasznie dobrze. Nagle.
It's just every lap there's a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there. So 9.2 the gap the last time. Have to say though, De Jong's middle sector of this last lap was
Romane są które? 8.
took a huge chunk out of Luke Browning. So he, I think, as you say, has been given a hurry up.
Tak dzisiaj się śmiałem, że jakbyśmy mieli takiego GTK, co jest słaby bardzo, nie? Że tak nie ma szans walczyć, to tylko by nam tor sprzątał. Nie, no wiadomo, że nie, ale no... Kurde, co tu zrobić, no? Co tu zrobić, powiedzcie mi, żeby było dobrze. Trzeba pisać do jakichś chyba Chinolców, żeby Serba tu atakowali.
Is that the 20 at the back of shot there, coming up to this little bit of traffic? Could well be. Yeah. See the 101 there that we're following, but I think that that is... It's one of the Porsches.
It definitely is, isn't it? Here we can see the Pro Drive car.
Doing a squeeze.
Jest jeszcze szansa, że na każdym kółku oni będą trafiać na GT-ki, a my nie. Do końca wyścigu. Mała jest to szansa, co prawda, ale gdyby się tak udało, że my na każdej prostej będziemy wyprzedzać GT-ki, a oni na każdym zakręcie, no to wtedy możemy tak sekundę odrabiać na kółko.
Whoa, got the screen freeze.
So that.
And actually, whilst we watch Gustav aboard the Peugeot, Haley's been working hard over a Peugeot and can chat to one of his teammates.
I'm joined here by Malte Jakobsen, pro driver, but this weekend sim racer for Peugeot Esports. During your first stint, a bit of a moment of panic because the internet disconnected. However, you remain very calm. But it must be really frustrating for you to start off on.
Yeah, of course, it wasn't our plan to start the race like that. The first thing went very well.
Cyk, tak do boksu, no właśnie.
No damage to the car, no nothing, and then suddenly the internet connection, broke down, and we lost a lot of time, and we are about 2 laps behind the race now.
So this year you'll be driving LMP2, potentially at the 24 hours of Le Mans. How important is it to have platforms such as R32 and being able to drive on the circuit with the best stuff?
O, pytanie, jak ważne jest, żeby na R-Faktorze 2 jeździć?
It's super, super important.
super important to jest właśnie, żeby nas wyrzucało z serwerów, to jest super ważne. Bo na innych grach niestety nie wyrzuca, a tu wyrzuca. No dobra, no coś tam ten Mitchell dostał w łeb 2 razy, to może się ocuci. Gdzie ten deszcz, powiedzcie mi, 17? Aha, to za 7 minut ma być, ale to z tego nieba to kurczę, myślę, że nie będzie padać.
Just a word on how you're going to go forward, how your strategy has obviously changed after the incident earlier.
Of course, we are quite far behind now.
O, w picie są już Mercedesy. Aha, a ile mamy paliwa, nawet nie wiem. Kazali mi zasłonić, kurczę. 48 i 4. Aha, no tak, no to jeszcze kółko, tak? Ja cię kręcę, Piotrek na P5. To by były jaja, nie? Jakby tak kliknął o 17 na full regulator. Nie lubię strasznie tak wyścigu zaczynać, bo mam takie przeświadczenie, że już tak nie za bardzo jest co walczyć, nie? Jeszcze wiadomo, dużo rzeczy się może stać, ale to jest taka przegrana pozycja na początku. Lubię gdzieś tam się mieszać o zwycięstwo, albo no chociaż gdzieś tam w środku stawki być. To tak, nie? Ale no, tak jak jesteśmy teraz, to całą motywację mi to odbiera jakoś. Pytam się tych GT-ków, kiedy mają zamiar pitować może.
Main strategy, let's say, the Porsche commanders that managed to just squeeze out an extra lap on that first stint, and therefore they are slightly off sequence. I don't know whether it's really making a massive difference right now. There's Jimmy chatting to his fans. He's obviously handed over the car now. The number 10 Mara.
Cyk, 34, 24,9.
Patel has jumped behind him. Patel has jumped aboard that car. So Jimmy can now just address his hundreds of thousands of followers and say hi to them. We'll try and jump in and say hi to him at some point as well, get an interview with Jimmy Broadbent. Maybe now Le Mans for real is in his sights, you know. A couple of years ago he was just a sim racer in a bedroom. Well, not even a bedroom, in a shed. And now, having done 2 years worth of real world experience, champion in the Private Cup, which is effectively a little prototype, little LMP4, if you like. Machines, aren't they? Yeah, and you know, maybe Le Mans is not such a pipe dream anymore.
Yeah, well, like I said, we got up to grips with that GT4 car pretty quickly. And they left on
All good in my pit menu.
Yeah. The GTE pitted Morris one, so.
Okay.
Jeszcze jedziemy. Jeszcze trochę pojedziemy.
which was our champion of the first Le Mans Virtual, that team of Polish drivers. They are the fastest car out circuit. The last lap was a 3:24, 10 seconds faster than Grosjean, and at least 5 seconds faster than most of the rest of the
10 sekund.
Brzezinski is a
Szybciej niż Grosjean.
one of the proper esports pros, and they had to take a penalty early doors.
Słuchajmy, co mówią.
To change their driver lineup. That was just a 30-second drive-through penalty, but then they got caught up with a disconnect, and so they were given a 1 lap back. They couldn't be given 2 laps back because that would have put them in the lead of the race. So they are kind of probably half a lap behind where they really should have been before that disconnect happened. Brzezinski is making it all happen. He is absolutely flying. And when he gets anywhere near Roma,
Flying. No flying jest gość, no dobrze idzie, no nie powiem, że nie.
It's going to be short-changed to try and get past.
Yeah, they've been fantastic, Williams. Every time we've come to the 24-hour, they've got a fantastic track record here. The AMG team, Williams, they've only been on the podium once in terms of
Oh, yes.
the season, but they've always kept that car in the top 10. So they always seem to save themselves for this race. This time they're going to have some work if they're going to follow in their footsteps. AMG Team Williams now make their way out. It was a second back at Monza, which was their podium so far this season. The Williams Esports car.
Właśnie komentator powiedział, że 10 sekund robiłeś do Romanów Grożanów na jednym kółku.
O, to chyba nieźle idę.
No tak ogólnie to idziesz tak jak Mitchell de Jong, a nikt inny tak nie idzie.
Chyba z satelity przede mną. Źle.
Jeszcze teraz brakuje, żeby mu w dupę wjechał ten Gietek, nie? No takie dali te banery na szybę głupie jakieś.
Uff.
Yeah, that was Gus Bowers, wasn't it, who had handed over to Ritson, and so it'll be an outlap for that driver. It's 4 o'clock local time, 5 o'clock in France, and this is the highlights after 3 hours worth of racing. Max Verstappen aboard the #1 team Redline car, the car that wasn't on pole position, but almost before the first kink had the lead of the race. Very aggressive start from Verstappen to put the Redline 1 car into the lead for 8 laps. Early problems for some of the cars in the middle of the pack, just trying to settle themselves down. They've been qualified by the pro sim drivers, and then the real world drivers were doing the first stint, so lots of shaking up of the order.
Almost 2 seconds because of that.
Our Le Mans Virtual Cup car, number 24 machine, being shuffled off the circuit as Sean Arnold tried to go around the outside of Bullsan. But on lap 8, the number 20 machine, at that point with Lauren Heinrich aboard the wheel, ended up in the lead. Max Verstappen had already lost the lead when he made this little error and a half spin. And then that Mercedes in the back of shot, chasing down Verstappen and eventually getting up into 2nd position. The 88 and the 77 leading the GTE category after the early leaders both had disconnect issues and have found themselves a bit further down. A scary moment here for Team Mexico in the Porsche curves, getting caught up by slower traffic. And then most recently a change for 2nd once again. The #1 machine now with Luke Browning aboard down the inside, basically on his outlap, passing Graham Carroll, and some serious car control needed to keep that car facing in the straight line. He is now 11.5 seconds off the number 20 machine at the head of the field, with Graham Carroll in 3rd position. 24 still in strife, and Zolli getting himself pushed into the wall there. And so this is what it looks like after 51 laps, the number 20 Porsche Commander car leads 11.5 seconds over the number 1 red line, with 63 AMG Petronas Esports in third, and the second Porsche Commander fourth, Floyd Van Wall Burst, having a quiet time right now in 5th position.
17, dawaj deszcz. Kurde, Felek. Murzy się coś? Nie bardzo.
Peugeot also with a disconnect down there in 26th position. We've lost Rocket, they were disconnected on the first lap. And this is GTE then, 71, not the fastest car out there, but has a 15-second lead over Siemano now, with the two Proton Commander Esports cars third and fourth. And our early
Tych Romanów mnie jeszcze szkoda na GTE, nie? Bo już na prowadzeniu byli i zamiast zatrzymać, żeby był fajny wyścig i wiecie, oddać ten czas, nie? No tak jak mówię, że tyle jest możliwych rzeczy do zrobienia, to nie. Ciekawe, czy jakby Maxa wyrzuciło, to by zaraz nie wymyślili, żeby jakoś tak zrobić, żeby było dobrze. Może red flaga po prostu jebnęli i
fighting their way back after when we were having lunch. Well, they're back to where they were when we were having lunch, Chris.
Yeah, great move there from Georgi Dimitrov round the outside of Jesper Pedersen, who we jump on board with now in the Floyd Van Wall Burst car. That puts Dimitrov up into 5th place for the Fordzilla team, who have been a fantastic performer so far in this race. Remember, they started this race down in 16th. They are now up in 5th place, having had a few pit stops as well so far. So this is no fluke for Team Fordzilla. They've done a really good job to work their way up.
ale co bez przerw? Przecież byłoby bez przerw, gdyby nam dali stop and go, nie? A oddali nam 2 kółka. To przecież byłoby nadal bez przerw. Mogli nam oddać 1 kółko, to mogą nam oddać 2 kółka i mogą nam oddać 3 kółka, nie? Wystarczyłoby, żeby zobaczyli, okej, dobra, straciliśmy 5,5 minuty, ale oddaliście nam 3,5 minuty, czyli 2 minuty jeszcze jesteśmy w dupę. No okej, to oddajcie nam jeszcze 1 kółko i 90 sekund będziemy na stop and go. To i tak przejazd przez aleję, 90 sekund stop and go, to byśmy stracili, wiesz, 30-40 sekund, nie? Przez to, że nas wyrzuciło, no ale to nie 2 minuty ponad. No właśnie, no. Komu by się chciało, no. Im się powinno chcieć, nie? Chyba, żeby fajny był wyścig. A nie wypaczony przez internet, no. To wiecie, no nam się to przydarzyło, ale wszystkich innych jak będzie wyrzucać, to też nie fajnie, nie?
That's what you can do when you're a parent. You can drive and talk behind you at the same time, basically.
Yeah, yes.
You talk from experience.
Yeah, confirmed. I haven't tried my sim yet, but I can imagine that'd be quite difficult. Yeah, the last thing about Floyd Van Wall before we switch elsewhere, there is the Romain Grosjean 18 car being driven by Grosjean, not watching the
Myśmy nie marudzili, jakby nam oddali normalny czas, który straciliśmy. Nikt by nie marudził.
So before we went to the highlights, we had a spin from the GR Esports car. Now this was Rickson
Ale poszedł.
too fast. Carrying too much speed in the first part before chicane there.
A to możliwe tak zrobić, ja tak raz zrobiłem, tam się zabiłem w treningu. Tak jak Max przecież zrobił, nie? W zeszłym roku.
He's just got that a little bit wrong. So it was his outlap, so first time coming up to that part of the circuit. Presumably he's gone back now to the pits to get that car fixed.
I znowu Mitchell, kurde, po 2 dyszki szybciej. Co za dziad.
Back to number 4 machine, here he is. Second position in the inaugural 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. Third position last time out with Pedersen Tom Dillman was aboard that team, and then Ben Pascal.
Yes.
Now, Dillman's not in our entry this year, but that's presumably because we've got so much real-world motorsport going on.
Yes.
That he's needed elsewhere.
I imagine that is the case. I don't think Tom Dillman would miss 24-hour Le Mans Virtual if he had the chance.
Especially when you've been twice on the podium but you haven't won.
He's had an absolute, as you said, a fantastic track record, but he's been just shy of being on the top step on both occasions. So Tom Dillman, I'm sure, would be back if he had the chance, but I think he would be elsewhere this weekend.
So Dillman has been replaced by Franco Colapinto.
Well,
that's not bad, is it?
Quite the replacement. Had a fantastic year. We said recently appointed Williams Academy driver as well. Here we see Felix Rosenquist. It's Chris Lullum actually has jumped in the car for them now. A man who raced in British F4 and was a multiple champion in karting as well, a European champion amongst other things. He is fighting away with Pescarolo after the spin for this car, the incident for this car, which lost.
Kurde, to Michel to już blisko jest z tyłu.
Coming onto the start-finish straight, dropping them from 10th to 13th. He is now trying to work his way back up the order. So Pescarolo with Darius Andre is just ahead of them, and Chris Lullum, who has gone from racing in single-seaters there, he is now pretty much a full-time esports racer, doing a really good job with it as well. He is now trying to chase down the Pescarolo car here, and I think on this next lap, then we could see a change of position.
Yeah, Chris actually now focusing more on his studies at university in Oxford Brookes, and again, far away from where we are here at Silverstone. No, I know Oxford Brookes.
Chyba zdublują to już. To już będzie niedobrze. Wtedy chyba faktycznie przy red flagu to no to po prostu nie będziemy kółko w plecy i nic nie zrobisz.
Not at this chicane, he's going to wait for the next one.
That's Pescarolo that we're riding on board with, Pescarolo Esports Monaco. Whether they've got damage or whether they're just running a much more aggressive rear wing, they have no straight line speed in comparison to that red line.
Tak, no, jadą na skrzydle wyższym, na Le Mans, na pewno. Co gada ten Ben za śmieci.
Overtakes Chris Lullum has ever had to make. It didn't come quite that easy when he was racing in Europe with his kart racing.
What was the leader's last lap time?
Set up on your car, the effect of the slipstream is much greater. So the Pescarolo Esports Monaco
26.3.
a lot greater speed than he has in fresh air, because the hole that he's sitting in means that the difference between aerodynamics downforce when you're not in a hole and when you are in a hole is greater. So really feeling the effect of the drag there, potentially could have thrown it down the inside, but would have known that would have been a sitting duck going towards Indianapolis here. And you see, he's got a bit more downforce on that car to give him a bit of stability through the Porsche curves, and that makes the car more comfortable to drive.
Czy więcej niż 14 sekund? Zaraz wam powiem, tylko na mapę muszę zerknąć. No tak to niestety nie mam jak tego porównać. 53 tutaj, no. Uwaga, liczymy.
Just didn't know whether it was safe in a 24-hour race. I think that was a sensible decision by Chris. Sensible not to try and lap the Proton car down the inside into Arnage, wait for the straight that follows after.
No z 15 sekund jesteśmy. Prognoza, no chmury widzisz się zaciągają. Zaraz pewnie zacznie padać.
red line car he's carrying. An absolutely fantastic job.
Now, when we checked in at GTE at the top of the hour, we did see the 71 machine at the head of the standings. Now, they've now pitted. So
If it starts raining at the end of my stint now, but it's not wet enough for wets, should I stay out on those of the mediums maybe?
Coanders that are top two in the standings. 77.
But they set light rain now, anyway.
The BMW team BS competition car is third position. So
I would go for fresh tires.
which is very rare, is not the red line car,
But
Fresh,
softs.
yeah, slicks. Softs or mediums, up to you.
the agency that look after the communications of BMW and have a influence in BMW's support of esports. Bruno Spengler, a big friend of theirs, and in that car right now, third position, and 8 seconds ahead of D Station, which is the fourth car in line.
Nico, it's probably worth going softs if it would be for one stint before the rain got worse, no?
Some of the frontline cars were having issues with connectivity and various other things.
Yeah, I mean, who would have expected this for a top three, though? We've got a team that hasn't won, a team that hasn't been in the top 10, and a team that only
Microphone
has
muted.
podium to its name. 2 seasons.
Yeah.
That just goes to show Le Mans and how much, I guess, the practice these teams, taking nothing away from those teams, but that just goes to show how unpredictable this race can be. It's a race of its own.
Yeah, but it might be also light rain only. Like it's not going to be wet enough.
So it could be, and we do see this in all of our races, that there could be an element of strategy there. The 71 car is a minute behind the 77. So the leader, 77, is a whole minute ahead of the championship runaway leader in the 71. So I'm saying that 71 is
A coś się zepsuło, widzisz, już wróciła strata do normy.
But losing a minute, how long's a pit stop? It's got to be close to that. We're only 3 hours in.
No a te chmury jeszcze są takie, o no.
So they've lost a minute in 3.25 hours.
Jedna szósta wyścigu jeszcze nie minęła. Mam nadzieję, że zaraz dadzą jakieś te prognozę i wiecie, tam tego deszczu to będzie dużo, to wtedy jest szansa, że odrobimy, nie? Dużo, to no, się jaja działy po prostu. Niektórzy ludzie to nie ogarniają deszczu w ogóle, no.
This is one of the Alpine cars I think we're looking back at. This Martilu that we are following now. Being chased a little bit, we can see
Microphone activated.
making their way.
Dopóki nie pada, to chyba idę na razie sobie, przyjdę za jakieś 5-10 minut.
Now, this Spanish racing, isn't it?
Okay.
65, so yes, it's the 37.
Yeah, 37.
Into on as they come, and they see Spanish racing in the 65, so this is your battle.
No co, no Mitchell ma tak myślę, że z 2 dychy lepsze tempo niż ty. Browning podobny, a wszyscy inni wolniej jadą.
No widzę. Widzę jego czasy, bo jedzie za mną i tak na chudzie widzę na simhubie.
No 15 sekund mamy już przewagi nad nimi, nie? Mniej więcej. Żeby nas nie walnęli. Idę wymodlić red flag.
Pierre-Louis Chauvet aboard the Panis Racing 65 machine at the moment. So he is the one of 2 of the pro drivers. Plenty of single-seater experience.
Yeah, raced in Freca this year. It was really great to have him in the championship. Pierre-Louis Chauvet came in and was able to help out a team and pretty much put them on the podium straight away. It was a real fantastic job done by Pierre-Louis Chauvet. Turned the RPM team and helped them find a huge amount of pace.
He's actually been in single-seaters since he was 16 years of age. So he's been doing French F4 since 2017, and yet he's only 20. So it's really an amazing amount of real-world experience already. And of course, being a Frenchman, focus to be able to race at Le Mans for real has got to be high on the priority list.
I imagine that would be the case, but one thing he definitely proved last season is that he can get his head around the car very quickly and catch up on experience as well. It was really great to get to know him throughout last season, so we're looking forward to seeing what he does next. Actually, hugely talented driver. Many of them in this field, of course. We could talk just about what these drivers have done, and that will probably take up around 20 hours in itself. We're watching Enzo Benito, BMW team red line, trying to close down Yuri Kazdorp. And that is going to be for 5th place. Here is the Marla. Mohamed Patel has now taken over from Jimmy Broadbent. They are running in 9th place so far.
Now I think that would mean that the Marla team's being run by BS competition. There are times where the Marla car is a Williams run machine, Marla being a commercial sponsor, and sometimes it's a BS competition car, but I think with the entry list that we have, it's a BS Buro Sud car, especially with Jimmy having the opportunity to get on board. Burro's sort of got a great relationship with him. It's a big old car, isn't it? We are going to go, of course, in the real world of WEC. We are shortly going to be moving across to GT3 spec machinery. Next year in WEC, there will be no GT Pro category. The GT cars will be exclusively for GT Am. We will still have the GT car, but it will only have an element of amateurs driving them. And then we'll move across from the GT car to the GT3 Le Mans spec. So they're based on a GT3 car, but with specific regs for the cars that compete in WEC. So that's to refocus all of the manufacturer support to hypercar, really, because we obviously had great manufacturer support in GTE. And the idea is that with Ferrari now in hypercar, BMW coming into hypercar, the focus is on hypercar as the lead category, rather than, at times it really felt that GTE should be the lead category at Le Mans. There's such competition, Corvette being involved as well, and such support as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really exciting couple of years, isn't it? The next two, 3 years, this transition period is going to be mega. I mean, even now, the announcements going out, seeing the teams release their liveries, their driver lineups, already the buzz around not just World Endurance, but Le Mans is absolutely
sports car racing generally. You know, we've got such a we've got stacked 13-car hypercar field for the full WEC, but that doesn't include BMW, that doesn't include Lamborghini, because they are focusing at least early in their development on the American IMSA series. But when they come to Le Mans, we would expect to see extra cars from IMSA join the WEC field, and those could be mega cars. It's not going to be just a random manufacturer. We've got Cadillac over there that could bring over 1 or 2 cars. Certainly, I think BMW have said they're not coming over this year with their cars, but should in the year following. And Grosjean is partnered with Lamborghini. So, I mean, yes, WEC looks amazing, but then we don't know yet how more amazing Le Mans will look.
The fact it's already sold out says it all.
Yeah, I know. Hope we get a job. Because if we don't get a job, then we can't be there. Tis true.
Is that a hint on air, is it?
Yeah, if you're honest.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'm sure those with tickets are already buzzing for it. What a way to build up to it with the 24-hour Le Mans virtual. Many drivers who we're going to see racing at that event, racing in this one. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. This a great warm-up to get us even more excited for what's ahead for the centenary this year.
That gap between De Jong and Browning at the head of the field, the 20 and the 1, is now just over 10 seconds. It got down to 8.2, but is now stabilised at around 10, just as I say, it's gone to 9.9. There it is.
They were listening.
They were listening. And then there's a 13-second gap to Graham Carroll. Remember, when we came on air, so an hour and a half ago, that was when the pass happened. So in an hour and a half, Luke Browning's found 13 seconds over Graham Carroll.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it? So great stuff there from Luke Browning to be able to gain 13.5 seconds out.
Well, Alex Brundle has been doing a tour of Oxford.
Oh, massive disconnection. Lots of cars, not me.
Mercedes, and he's headed south of Oxford to Williams and their esports centre.
This could be a red flag, like 7-8 cars disconnected.
At the Williams Esports Lounge in Grove, and I'm joined by 2017 British GT4 champion and race starting driver for Williams Esports, Will Tregertha. Will, how did it go for that first stint?
It was pretty tough. Everyone here is really quick, but yeah, we had a drive through to serve at the start of the race, so we dropped back to about 27. Made our way all the way back up to about 12, I think. So going good, pace is fast, and yeah, I think we're going to do quite well here.
I want a little whistle-stop tour of this place. It's pretty impressive. Very much open for business now, the Williams Esports Lounge. What have you got here? Plenty of simulator rigs to play on.
Yeah, we've got 20 publicly available sim rigs for hire, for events. We can sort of accommodate on the left-hand side here. We've got our engineering based on two engineers here running through the data, live timing system, race feeds, and in our back here we've got our team management, chief engineer Michael, and on the right-hand side here we've got Seb and Javi, team management. This is where we can sort of control the racing drivers, etc. Gives us a good opportunity to control our race and be a bit more professional about how we run things here.
So you're running some of the drivers from here, you're running some of the drivers independently around the world for both the 5 and the 53 car. How much information is moving around between you and the team when you're in the car?
Almost too much. We're in constant communication. It's a bit easier when we're here working from the factory, but obviously it's quite nice to race from home. You've got all your same rigs and there's nothing to get used to. But actually, because we've got some really good sponsors on board, we can come to the factory. The sim rigs are exactly the same as I use at home, as Jack uses at home, so it's quite easy for us to just drive down here and get going.
Rigs available all the time. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Will, when are you back in?
I think I'll be back in about an hour.
Best of luck.
Live timing is showing that a couple of cars are stopping on circuit, including the 23 Porsche Coanda and the number 4 Floyd Wanwall. We are watching the Aston Martin D-Station machine that seems to be okay right now. But a couple of things going on out on circuit. Marler as well, and again ProDrive Fire Esports. So something happening out there, and it may well require an intervention.
Yeah, like 7-8 cars.
In fourth position, being chased down by
Yeah, hopefully, including one Coanda, Bears as well.
by Enzo Benito. Where is Benito? Look back.
But not the leading Coanda.
But this is for fourth position proper.
Yeah. This is after a fantastic start to the race. Whilst you monitor what's going on the timing screens there, Ben, this is a really good start from D-Station, but Yuri Kazdorp has now completed the chase. Has to put in a lot of effort to do this, and Kazdorp is now about to put a move here on the D-Station car. They move aside as one of the LMP cars, one of the Orica cars comes charging through. But are we going to see a move into Mulsanne corner? Let's jump on board then with Yuri Kazdorp, who's trying to get past Remy Delorme. Is he going to be brave enough on the brakes? He's certainly having a think about it. Not quite able to get through there, so we'll stay tucked in for the time being. But good stuff going on here between Remy Delorme for D-Station Racing. Of course, they ran a competition at the 24-hour of Le Mans last year, did D-Station. They held hot lap competition, and the top 2 drivers are the 2 ones competing for D-Station alongside their pro drivers. But we're side by side, Ben.
Yuri Kazdop's around the outside now. These roads, these virtual roads are where Remy Delorme will drive on a daily basis. He is driving from Le Mans. He was the man that won the competition. He ended up winning Sebastian Buemi's race-winning helmet that he has sitting beside him in his rig. We had a shot of that yesterday. And so Remy, knowing these roads incredibly well, usually having to overtake trucks and cars and people going to work rather than be able to race around them. But doing a really good job for D-Station. I think that is why we've seen, there is that helmet, look, absolutely stunning. And I think that's why we've seen a step up in performance from D-Station here at Le Mans, because it's a bit of a specialist circuit for half the team.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there. And Remy Delorme has done a really good job there. There you can see winner of the Le Mans Virtual Activation 2022. And you can see the prizes, Ben mentioned behind him in the background, and the even bigger prize here.
All good in the pit menu?
In the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual for D-Station. They do drop to 5th place. We've got pit stops going on at the head of the field. Luke Browning brings Team Redline in. Graham Carroll does the same for AMG Team Petronas. So that is 2nd and 3rd place in. It looks like any problems that we were having on circuit has now stopped. But there's the number 1 car. Just as I say that, we can see the 1 car is in, and that's it for its pit stop. So Luke Browning has brought that number 1 car in for another pit stop. We'll expect the Porsche to come in next time around.
Yeah, so Graham Carroll also in there as well. The cars that were affected by what seemed to be some kind of disconnection issue, 7 cars, including the number 62, so Brabham Esports. Also affected was the number 23, which was Dane Warren in the Porsche Coanda team. The number 4, Pedersen Floyd Van Wilburst, also affected in the LMP category. And then if we look at the GTE category, it was the number 10 Marla Racing machine, would you believe? And we also think we saw Simsa and ProDrive Fire Esports, their 2nd.
And Pescarolo as well was the other one. So that's all the teams that were affected. And you can see from Marla, 6 minutes and 15 seconds through the 2nd sector, so they lost a huge amount of time.
Well, it's good that that data exists, because that they will then present to race control and say, look, we lost 4.5 minutes, so can we get our lap back? And we've already seen that race control have been able to do all they can when it seems to be a random disconnect. And we've seen that earlier on in the race, and so expect that those teams will have similar treatment. It doesn't solve all of the issues, because, as we said earlier, you really need to lose more than, well, if you're an LMP car, you need to lose about 6 minutes to be able to get 2 laps back. And if you're a GT car, then you need to lose 8 minutes to get 2 laps back, or 4 minutes to lose 1 lap back and not lose any time. So race control will do everything they possibly can to make it as fair as possible, especially considering that all seemed to happen at the same time, quite randomly, frustratingly. But it does seem like all those cars now that were affected are back out on circuit.
That's the most important thing, that all teams are still running. We haven't lost any further teams from this race.
It's all good in my pit menu? Changing tires and full tank, right?
Investigating that whilst we were talking
Well,
about
full tank,
that,
obviously.
multiple pit stops going on. Porsche Coanda now bring the number 20 car into pit lane, and on his outlap, Luke Browning has just done an enormous 2nd sector, 120.8. That's the best 2nd sector we have seen so far in this race. So they are wasting no time.
Is anyone there?
In this 7th stint now, and here is a reminder of the order.
So whilst we're in this pit stop phase, Coanda don't have a 1 minute 25 second lead, but they are still at the head of the field. Lots of pit stops happening right now, so very difficult to really say exactly where we're at with 60 laps. What we do know is those that have been affected by that latest disconnect. There is Porsche 23 down there on 20th position. They will now
Can you hear me?
different strategy.
I was asking about my pit menu, but no one's answering.
Internet issue at their facility in 23rd position.
With GT?
We've got the 77 ahead of the 88, Proton Coanda Esports.
Okay.
BMW Team BS Competition in 3rd position. That is correct. That is exactly how it stands. And those that were doing a good job earlier on, RHG,
Yeah.
888 now up into 8th position. Another half an hour ticks along, and we have the top 2 now coming into the pits. So Porsche Coanda and the Williams Esports number 5 machine. So Browning now pushing hard. Josh Rogers has got back aboard that Porsche Coanda machine. Interesting how frequently Coanda are changing their drivers. Every 20 laps, they've got a new driver lineup in that car, whereas Redline basically had Verstappen in for the first, 2.5, 3 hours, and now Browning's been in there since. They've got 2 other drivers that haven't done anything as yet.
Yeah, well, I wonder what the planning behind this was. I mean, of course, some of the Coanda drivers might be all together, and maybe they've just decided that they just want to keep themselves fresh almost by jumping in and out. But who knows? Different teams, of course, want to play this one differently. No doubt that some teams would have gone through this 24-hour strategy in full and decided which one is the best. But it's definitely an interesting point there, and we'll monitor it as the race goes on. But Luke Browning has brought that gap down to 7 seconds now whilst those pit stops were going on, so he's taken a good couple of seconds out of Josh Rogers, and once again he's now just set a personal best first sector as well, so he knows he's got a real good chance here to take big chunks out of that lead, and it's now down to just over 6 seconds as we watch the battle between Romain Grosjean. Is this one of the RHG cars? We can see, just trying to pick up which one this is. Is this the 8 or the 18? We'll confirm that in just a second, but making its way down the Mulsanne Straight. But going back to that battle, 6.2 seconds, and it will come down even more, I'm sure, as
and it wasn't
Josh
done
Rogers.
in the pit stops. It wasn't.
No, it was on the outlap.
It was on the outlap. So the pit stops were within 4/10 of each other between De Jong and Browning.
Now
but it was all down to that, it was that fresh tyres, boom.
Yeah. Now this is the 8 RAG. That's a car. They're about to put a lap on the 62 Brabham car. Ahead of that is where we find the number 36 Alpine car, which has Colin Spork in. So they are 2 seconds up the road. So this isn't a battle for position yet, but there's 2 cars in between them. And after that, they will then be facing the back of Alpine Esports.
Got our correspondents out around Europe getting the lowdown and having a look behind the scenes at what it takes to be part of Le Mans Virtual. Alex Brundle has visited Mercedes. He's now down at Williams HQ. And we have Hayley Edmonds out in Paris, in Versailles with Peugeot. Let's go to her now.
I'm joined. Put in an enormous effort to make us feel like we're actually in a garage of WEC. You know, you've even got up the walls from the box there. Why this decision to take part in the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual? And it's your first e-sport event.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, this is the great setup. Here we are at the heart of the Peugeot headquarters, Peugeot Motorsport. So the workshop is just next door, and we wanted to be involved in esports in a proper way. The competition is hard, the level is incredible, so we have done this setup in the same way we work in the real life. So there is the virtual race, the real race,
and we try to duplicate our setup with the real box, the real trophy, the 9X8.
You mentioned this trophy, of course, 24 hours of Le Mans. I mean, Peugeot has an enormous history with this.
No issues. Roger's back in the car.
And then 6 months down the line, you're going to be taking part in your first real one in the 9X8. It's going to be a big year for you guys.
Yeah. 2023 will be a tough year. We have started with WEC half season last year, and now we have this full rush until Le Mans in June, in 5 months. So in January we had nothing, so we wanted to start with a virtual race. It's a good start. We involved Gustavo Menezes, one of the 94 car, and it's good preparation for him as well. He's training at the gym every day to be ready for the Esports, and it's a good way to launch the year, let's say.
And keep them busy. That's what we like. Thank you very much, Vincent.
Pleasure.
Yeah, and Peugeot as an organisation have some very good sim racers aboard their teams in the 93 and the 94 cars. Unfortunately, most of them are still busy doing various other things this weekend. Otherwise, I think we would have seen a lot more crossover between their real-world drivers and their virtual team that they are entering this weekend. So they have chosen, Chris, to come into WEC at a very tricky time, because for years there's been really very little competition against Toyota, and suddenly they've come in, and yes, they've got a maybe 1 year advantage over many other manufacturers, but still there is so much going on in WEC that they're not just coming in and going to have a big flag flying over the Peugeot.
No, I mean, you say that though, that yes, that might be, we'll come back to that in just a second. This is red line, just to pick up on this. This is Chris Lullum going past the 444 Johnny Edgar, the next view car, and that is pass complete. But yes, that might be a bad thing, but at the same time it might be a good thing. You know, this is there's more people, there's more buzz around the World Endurance Championship, and that class in particular than there has been for a little while now. So this is probably the best time to enter that, and I think Peugeot got it just right with getting that year's advantage. Yep, it might not give them a lot on track, but at least they're there, they're part of it, they're comfortable now as a team, and now they can go out and try and compete and get some wins.
Very different philosophy on that Peugeot car without a rear wing, which might not work on many of the WEC circuits, but the feeling is that it is a car designed for Le Mans. The focus from the French brand is to win Le Mans, and therefore if they don't go very fast around Portimao, then
so be it.
So be it.
So be it.
It's all about the Circuit de la Sarre. Le Mans, about 3 hours from Paris.
This is Chris Lullum looking back at Johnny Edgar, and got to say what an achievement it is for him to be taking part in a 24-hour race. Less than a year ago, of course, Johnny was diagnosed with Crohn's disease and had to pull out of the FIA Formula 3 Championship after the first round. 2 rounds later, he was back and had a run of top 5 finishes in the last 3 rounds. 4 in just 3 rounds. Johnny Edgar came back just as strong as he left. In fact, got his best results. It was an absolutely fantastic performance from Johnny Edgar, which has secured him a seat at MP Motorsport for this season. Of course, very tough disease to battle with is Crohn's disease, and for Johnny Edgar to be taking part in this event, got to say massive congrats to him to come back from that and compete as well as he did in FIA Formula 3, and now this in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual.
A Red Bull sponsored driver can see him joining Redline pretty soon.
Well, I think he would definitely suit it there.
No, ciemno się zrobiło. Może zaraz właśnie ten deszcz. No tak o 18 miał spaść ten porządny, nie? Podobno.
You remember the Edgar family, I'm sure, from many a generation.
I saw Johnny Edgar in a kart. Oh, we've got a spin there. Is that an Alpine, or we saw without a rear wing, or a Panis? They look very similar, don't they? It's definitely one or the other. Now that was coming out of a chicane. We will try and investigate who that is in just a second, but yes, I remember seeing. There we go.
Oh, really damage, proper damage.
That's the Alpine 36 car.
No, I'm going to say that's the 39.
Is it the 30? Let's have a look as it comes round.
Could do with some IDs. It's
Gość bez skrzydła jedzie.
Okej.
Vincent Capillier.
Fans can take a breath.
And that's not just rear wing damage, that's suspension damage as well. You can see the car crabbing along the straight.
That's going to be a long journey back to pit lane now, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure that Vincent is supposed to...
No powiem ci, że jak oni kodu nie dają 80 na coś takiego, to chyba nigdy nie dadzą.
Mhm.
That said, we've got RAG. We did mention how there were a couple of cars between them and the Alpine Esports car. That's no longer the case. They're now right behind the Alpine Esports car, make that side by side. And that is going to be a change of position as we approach Mulsanne corner. There we go. Change for 5th place.
Just going back to that 39 machine, probably Vincent is one of the oldest drivers in the field. Not going to 100% confirm that, but at 46 years of age, racing from Le Mans, probably racing from the ACO because he said he was going to be joining Bruno in French commentary as well. He is one of the pro drivers. Not a huge amount of sim racing experience to his name, but plenty of Le Mans experience and founder of the SO.
Where's the guy without the wing?
Organisation. Objectif.
Check.
Did do the last year's 24 hours Le Mans, but CNN.
See, going back to what you were saying, by the way, I remember seeing Johnny in a cart. Johnny had been in a cart when he was just
Can you see what tires Rogers is on, by any chance?
went out the Rara circuit where a lot of his family used to race. I raced against one of his family members as well at the British Championships. I think it was his uncle. Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic stuff. All of his family members pretty much race. They are a racing family, and he will not be the last of them.
I think the guy without wing is in Porsche now, and Rogers, I will check.
He did a 24-0, so...
Is out there in the car. I believe Jimmy Broadbent is going to be joining us on air, the Praga Cup champion, the man
And Browning point 2.
recently tested a BMW. Jimmy, thank you very much.
Yeah, let's open 6 and open 5.
Join us. First of all, congratulations on a fantastic season last year. It's great to have
I think it, point 2 wasn't now.
Le Mans Virtual. How's it going so far?
Well, whatever, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, going alright. Thank you, Chris. Yeah,
Okay.
nice to be here as a champion.
But if you can see the tires and tell me.
And it was going great until a minute ago. But, long race, you know, how long there? 20 hours, 14 minutes. That's not happening anymore now. He's very quick. So I'm sure we'll see him claw back some places. But yeah, not ideal.
Of course, you're out there in the BMW M8 GTE. You recently tested a BMW yourself, a GT4 car. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that was amazing. The brand new M454 over at a circuit in Spain. I've always got the name of it because it's a race. Very unique experience having to learn a new car, a new circuit, and also try and feel the pace at the same time. The car was really nice, really accommodating with the team. It was so approachable. I mean, to the point where I felt like I could have just after 10 laps I was already there. I think it's insane for a race. If BMW want to give me some more time on the car, then that'd be great. Get out there, nice to meet you.
And of course, your teammate from Praga Cup, Gordy Much, is also in this one. How does it feel to be racing against him now?
He said to me, watch out for me in the mirror to me. when he was earlier. But yeah, really cool to be with him and in the same race. Shame we aren't in the same team, of course. Share the track. Maybe he's on my toes. I'll see that come behind me.
Jimmy, Ben here. You've obviously this year entered in this race as a pro driver rather than as a sim driver, and you've got that single seat kind of LMP experience in the Praga car. Does that bring the dream of racing at Le Mans for real a little bit more realistically and a bit closer?
I mean, maybe. You know, I think it shows. You know, having the time in the Praga is really good for understanding what aero is and how it works, and anything that races Le Mans, you know, even the GT cars have quite a big chunk of aero to them. I think you know Ben, the Porsche curves are pretty much all about sick, and I think I learned that this year. It's good, but yeah, I've got to go find a very kind financier, and maybe I'll have a crack at it. But I would love to go. I always say how lucky I am to take part in youth races, which is a real thing. It's always going to be a dream.
And Jimmy, you recently, of course, purchased the Praga Cup car that you raced in, and you're starting a bit of a new project with it. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to. So we sort of started this project called Team 87, and it's the whole goal of the project is to do what Praga kind of did for me, which is to find sim races around the world and give them a chance to come and drive a real car. Give them time to see if they actually have the skills to translate. I know they do already, but it's a nice sort of proof of concept further. So we're running our first year this year. It's still sort of work in progress at the moment, but the end goal is to hopefully have driving the Praga for me. So yeah, a lot of work to do yet, but I'm really excited.
I'm looking for a drive, Jimmy. If you need a driver, yeah. I'm a bit overweight, but if you commit to me, I'll commit to you.
Before we let you get back to the race, Jimmy, just one more question. I mean, we've got a lot of people watching. I'm sure you get asked this a lot, but we've got a lot of people watching that want to do the same thing you did. I know James Baldwin did it. Get from racing in esports up to racing the real thing. Just tell us in a few words how you did it. Where did the journey begin, and how did you manage to go from going to esports to the real thing, and how that felt?
No, I think it was, you've got to be consistent, I think Jan Mardenborough knows that, a friend of don't talk about, said once that you want something, you have to make it your priority, and everything else is second. I did that with sim racing, and once I had the chance to do it in real life, I grabbed it with both hands. I know it's not everyone's going to get the chance the same way I did. There's a bit of YouTubers that talk about like that, but if you can get into it in other ways, it's going to go down to your local time, so that you can rent it out. It's a lot more competitive than you think it is, and it will just make you a better driver. So take every opportunity you can, and just say yes to everything. I think it's the best advice I can give.
Well, thanks for everything you've done for esports as a whole, and now for, of course, for motorsport as well. Jimmy, you've done a fantastic job, and all the best for this season as well. Hopefully we get to commentate with each other again at some stage as well, but I'm sure I'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, I can't escape you, mate. I'll see you soon.
Cheers, mate. I'll speak to you soon. All the best.
Always great to hear from Jimmy Broadbent, and the commitment that he's shown to sim racing way before COVID or Le Mans Virtual or any of these things has really been so influential on the success that we now see. The amount of followers that he has. Remember, was it which Le Mans was it? We passed a milestone. Was it last year or the year before? He passed a milestone of 500,000 followers on YouTube whilst Le Mans was going on. He celebrated with him. I can't remember which year that was. 2020. Yeah. So the number 39 car, Vincent Capillier, is back out on circuit. Remember, a few moments ago, he was crabbing along the circuit without a rear wing. This is why. Down the main, it's the first corner. Oh, we've got an issue. Oh wow. Oh. So, wow. Hello. Oh my. Oh my. I can't tell you what happened there.
Ale wydupcył. Chyba kiera mu się odpięła, no bo to niemożliwe. No, Rogers ma super tempo. O, 7 osób naraz wywaliło podobno. To też mnie nie było akurat przy kąpie.
Seen that happen now to another team, and no doubt other teams are going to hit some form of problem along the way.
So often you hear, especially in French motorsport, you hear the race chooses you. You don't choose to win Le Mans. Le Mans chooses you. And that is because there are so many variables. That is because there is so much, not necessarily luck involved, but you can find yourself on the right side of an issue or the wrong side of an issue. Many years that was simply just a safety car coming out on circuit. Were you in front of it or behind it? Because that could cost you up to 1 or 2 minutes per safety car period. And of course then you've got the weather involved and all the rest of it. So
Są pieprze jakichś safety carach, przecież nie było w zeszłym roku żadnych safety carów.
there is still very variables, whether it's your hardware at home, whether it's your steering wheel and pedal set, or your computer overheating. I'm sure we've seen that issue as well, or it's just something completely out of your control.
Like that marker going into you, or you?
Yeah.
Did the race ever choose you, Ben?
No one ever chooses me, Chris. Just sit there and giggle. Why is what?
That's why Martin is choosing to walk in now, so I can choose to walk out.
Well, Martin's not paying attention to the schedule.
Chyba ten Sebastian Prio jedzie.
Put your glasses back on. nice of you to say hello, Martin.
Żółta flaga była, ale no dziwne, że nie ma kodu 80, nie? No coś takiego, no to właśnie powiedziałem, nie? Że jak na coś takiego nie ma kodu 80, to na nic nie ma.
Position 2 laps down on the closest competitor, but not behind Mexico Racing Team, who is the last of the running LMP cars. We have one retirement. The Law JMX Phantom team never got started, and they in the GTE category, and then we also had Angus Fender well, he didn't even do one lap to be fair, and they retired as well. Now I think
that happened before the start.
Yeah.
Tylko nie walcz, o Boże.
P1 Esports may well be another retirement, because we haven't seen them out on circuit for a while. That's the number 111.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Już myślałem, że będzie walczył.
It's not official.
Też tak mówię, są.
Until it's official, we'll say there.
Rogers is so fast, fuck my life. He's in low 24s constantly, like, it's not possible in those temperatures.
Between our two leaders has hovered at around 6 seconds since those pit stops. However, on this lap, Luke Browning is 3/10 quicker than Josh Rogers. Josh Rogers in the Porsche Coanda, Luke Browning in the Team Red Line car second. They are split by 3/10 through the first sector.
Isn't this interesting? It is really interesting to see that Browning versus Josh Rogers. It's going in Browning's favour. Rogers was the fastest man in qualifying by a country mile, and since Rogers got in that car, that gap has dropped from 10 seconds down to 6.
Qualifying is one thing, doing it over 24 hours is a completely different thing, isn't it?
He's taken 3/10 of a second to one.
And there are some drivers are not good at qualifying but are absolutely fantastic in a racing situation, and some. Josh Rogers is certainly not the opposite of that, but some.
Jaki Zoltan?
As we say, you can't go and set that exact same.
A, ten gość przed nami, tak? Właśnie za nami już. No.
Team Red Line, all side by side in the background. I think that's Brabham being lapped maybe once again by someone else. Either that or that's GR Esports.
No, that's Alpine Esports. That's Colin Sport.
Sytuacja wygląda źle, bardzo źle nawet, no bo zaraz to nas dojadą liderzy i nas zdublują.
BMW Team Red Line yet to take their fourth, likewise Sim Marinello. So the order is currently like fractured there, but we'll wait to see once everyone comes in who is exactly where. But currently, Proton are in second, only 1.3 seconds behind the 71, the 77 car this is. But we are yet to see the 71 car come in for its full stop. Likewise, Siemano. After that, we should see the 88, the 89, and the 99 move back up the order.
So who is in that Brabham car then? Because actually, they aren't being passed very easily just ahead of the 23.
Yeah. Who we've seen several times through the season doing a really good job.
And he's actually being chased by this car. So that is a separate battle for 21st position. Well, Porsche Coanda versus Brabham Esports, Gumbele and Dane Warren.
Last time round, he was quicker than Josh Rogers. So
what is going on?
That tells you everything you need to know. He's one of the quickest cars on track, Brabham.
Wow. I wonder whether we're seeing Rogers try to squeeze another lap.
A great toe, but I wouldn't expect so. I think that's down to some very quick driving over the course.
No, deszcz to tak wiecie, no było mniej więcej nie podane. O, tak, dzięki. Co to paliwo zmienia? No bez przesady, no przecież każdy wie, ile mamy paliwa, skoro zjeżdżamy wtedy i wtedy, nie? To żadna tajemnica, no ale okej.
Too much attention to the timing screen on the left hand side for the moment. We've still got cars on different strategies right now. Benito owes us a pit stop in the 71, as does Simaranello in the 26. So that would put the 77, then the 88, and then the 89, which is what we're seeing.
Jeszcze 20 godzin.
For effectively fourth position.
Yeah, this is a battle for position between these two. And we jump on board with Dennis Jordan, Alan Terzic ahead for BS competition, who, as we said earlier, took their very first
No, bo mi kazali zakryć, no.
virtual series last time out at Sebring. Red Bull Racing, who won the first round
Jadą na P2.
of the season, yet to return to the podium since then, trying to get back there, but they've got to get past BS competition before they can chase after those top three. As we head down to Arnage now, they're taking a slightly tighter line. BS competition using all the track and a little more on the outside there, but this is two very high
Tam kilka sekund jesteśmy przed tymi liderami, cholera jaśnista.
We're ticking on to 4 hours completed here at the Circuit de la Sarre, the third running of the Le Mans Virtual. Plenty of battles all over the field and plenty of racing still to come. 20 hours still remain. We're going to have a little pit stop shot.
Don't be afraid to use some penalty points. I mean, we're only a few seconds in front.
Let's have a look at what happened in the first 4 hours. Racing started 1 o'clock UK time, 2 o'clock in France, and Max Verstappen in the LMP category down the inside of the two Porsches to its outside and taking the lead. There is a lot going on in that first stint.
Ciekawe jak tam pooddają im te czasy, bo nawet nie wiem kogo wyrzuciło, numer 4 z tego co pamiętam. Aha, i numer 23, tak? Tą koandę.
But it was a great push from James Baldwin in the AMG Mercedes. He hadn't qualified very well, but he was chasing down to try and get up into first position. Verstappen spun, and the 20 Coanda car took the lead, and it was also Porsches at the front in GTE, 1, 2, 77 and 88. This big moment for Team Mexico, who was slow to try and get past Simsa, caught the side of the Ferrari and spun in the Porsche curves. They are now last in LMP.
B23 to nawet nie wiem gdzie jest na torze, szczerze mówiąc.
Mercedes, he lost the position to Luke Browning, who had taken over from Max Verstappen. Browning back up to second position. He's been on a charge ever since Browning. And we are about to see a really good fight. GR Esports in more strife down at the forward chicane. A little bit bumped by traffic. It happens at Le Mans. That's our leader, Josh Rogers aboard the 20 car.
I tu orła wywinął.
For Vincent Capillier, whose steering wheel decided to detach from its car and sent him into the wall at maximum velocity. Did get back to the pits on a rear wing and will be back out onto circuit.
Kurwa, będziemy takie taki cały czas w tych Porsche spotykać, do jasnej cholery. Oczywiście wszystkie w Porsche musiałeś spotkać.
Mhm.
Plenty of cars out of position after various disconnects and issues. Porsche Carrera 23, Floyd Vanwall burst the number 4. Big names at the bottom of our standings is LMP. And we still are owed pit stops from the 71 and the 26 in GTE, meaning
Jakieś 9 sekund masz przewagi nad nim.
1-2 at the moment. The only leaders, the 888s and the 95, also having disconnection issues. So Chris McCarthy's gone to have a little rest, and I'm now joined once again by Lewis McGlade.
I was like, do I add in here? I'm gonna let you suffer.
I was thinking about introducing you a different way, and that confused my brain.
Well, I said before that I got invited to a little party, and I got a sticker by John Ratcliffe, who's doing some of our social media and stuff, that said Chris McCarthy on it.
Brilliant.
So I was like, thanks.
What party was that, by any chance? Was that one of those parties I wasn't invited to? Around Christmas time?
All parties.
Yeah. All parties.
All parties. I get invited to all of them, and I choose not to go because I'm just the kind of person.
You're that comfy jumper guy in the corner.
I did almost do my quiz in my comfy jump, which of course you'll be able to see. I think a little bit later on. We've all got our own little bits, and it'll be all done.
How did you get on my specialist subject?
I got 2 questions. Specialist subject.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh wow, that bodes well for me then.
I think you'll do alright. It's like I say, it's an exciting quiz. I don't know when it's going to be posted, but they will be. Obviously, whilst you're over there, go and follow everything on #LeMansVirtual. Tell us what's going on in your life whilst we're watching this fantastic Battle for the Race Lead.
Yeah, remember you can interact with us, and this is not really a battle for the race lead. It is. It is. We can get really excited by it, but it's kind of fake. Because Enzo Benito does owe us a pit stop, and so he won't really fight the Proton Commander 77 that slides its way up back into first position. It does seem to be going the way of the Porsches very cleanly at the moment.
It's kind of one of those ones where, as I was saying to Martin earlier, because how they're red light going longer, etc., and how things are working out, this is kind of one of those ones that it'll almost look kind of 50-50 for a very long
I think they're giving laps back to some teams.
6 hours
Yeah.
into the race, 7-8 hours into the race, suddenly you'll be like, oh hang on, they've got like a minute 30 lead, where did that come from? And it will just be because whichever one it is, because of the pit lane strategy. And of course, we do have a little bit of rain in the air as well. It is expected, I think it's about a 50% chance of rain for the next hour, not to go meteorologist on that. It's about 50% chance of rain in the next hour or so, and then the hour following that it's about 75 to 80% chance of rain. So it's lingering, shall we say.
Well, the shadows that we saw earlier on have gone now.
Yeah.
So it's the sunshine that we had has definitely disappeared. What do you think's working out better here? The flat-out Porsche strategy, or this attempt from Redline to go long in the 71? They obviously feel as though they haven't got the outright pace, so they're trying something different.
I don't think that. Yeah, the BMW is struggling a little bit on speed comparatively to some of the other GTs in outright that time. But this is the whole thing with racing at Le Mans, racing in the Le Mans Virtual Series anyway, is that just because your car's maybe not as fast over a lap, there are other ways that you can be faster over a stick. We've seen that actually, I think 3 times last season from the BMW Team Redline squad. I would lean more towards the going longer strategy, but is it going longer?
So they're even in a worse position than us.
Oh, that was a point and a half for that.
Number 4 and 23 Coanda. They are behind us.
Okay,
no,
that's good.
Warren is P3 now.
Yeah,
Fuck.
but they have pitted already. Oh no, Coanda did it, what am I talking about? Yeah, so they lost half a minute. 38 seconds, like exactly the difference is now.
Yeah.
No tire change now.
Is that enough though? Because half the money is in Le Mans as well, so you're going to want to win Le Mans too.
Yeah, exactly. There's the whole thing of like, as much as there is the prestige of winning the 24-hour Le Mans, which is a big deal, but there is a lot of prize money as well. Again, the prize pool for this championship is $250,000, and in each category, I can't recall the winner. I think it's 15 grand is the winning total for the class winner in the championship, and then again the same amount for winning Le Mans. So if you want to win the most money, you have to win the championship and the
O, a Roger spitował.
That's a lap sooner than he should have pitted. Interesting. Maybe he is on softs.
This is the battle we're seeing for third position with Oracle and BMW VS competition. They're going flat out. On your right-hand screen is race control. Fede, Jimmy, Eduardo and Lewis in there, trying to keep everybody as happy as possible. Not always easy.
I think Jimmy's trying to keep them happy. I think he's more than happy to be that right. You're, no, none of you, no. Lewis isn't asleep, but he won't be listening to us, so that's okay. You're okay, we're safe. There is those drivers that are logged in. Trying to see if there's anything exciting in there. Squint hard. Of course, so many drivers this year, more and more I think, Lewis, sharing rigs, and so actually jumping in and out of the same rig. I did actually, so I heard about this. So this car actually that we're looking at here, this is not a shared rig, but I was kind of wondering because obviously we have, I can't remember how many, I think it's 106.
Information. The pit lane, the track has been declared wet. The track has been declared wet.
Oh, that's fire.
All cars,
I'm staying on
rear
the
end lights on.
Yeah,
The track has been declared wet.
Fuck. What timing? It's light drizzle only now.
If it light drizzle, maybe it will be good for slicks anyway. So.
Esports team, because Yannick Bock had a bit of an issue with this simulator earlier on, and so thought, right, what do I do? And then basically,
yeah,
okay.
Slicks seem like a good choice.
Now it will be some mix in the field.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I
Be ready
should...
to join a bit sooner, because if I need to pit after 5 laps or something, I probably cannot do another full stint, right? Because I will exceed 3 hours.
Okay.
Keep an eye on that.
So I need to end the stream and start driving.
Basically, yeah.
Dobra, lecę. I potem Kuba przejmie streama, także trzymajcie się. Serwusik, bo ja się muszę przygotować.
O, już teraz. Dobra, no jesteśmy czat. Był red flag, restartujemy zaraz pokażę. Mam Nikodema
Na razie
też.
możesz nie pokazywać, bo tam jeszcze w secie będę coś grzebał czy coś, nie?
O, dobra.
So, real road, just to stop the chat in team managers. I understand you want to know the start of the race will be the same rubber as the start of the last race, so the original rubber file. We're now in warm-up, which doesn't really have a setting in the server, so I can't really do anything. You'll have the same rubber file for the start of this race as you did for the main race. Thank you.
My objective is to be like a pro driver.
So hyper rubber.
That's what I want to do for later, and so I will do my.
I was driving it yesterday.
To get the best level I can in real life, and yeah, maybe take part in the 24 hours of Le Mans.
How much would you say the 24 hours of Le Mans virtual has been an integral part of changing?
They said anything about the conditions or not?
Opinion on esports.
I mean, if he says about rubber, then I would think it's gonna be dry, right?
For sim racing, for esports, because an event like this, I mean,
Anyway,
everybody knows.
According to
so it's
anyway, according to forecast, it should be dry at 7 p.m. So
yeah, a good step for sim racing and esports.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Elliot.
No problem. Thank you.
Is there any new forecast or
Job
not?
out there in Versailles, and
No, I
now
guess they have
most
more
of that team, the
important
last
things
member
to
of that
do.
team, Maxime Bréant, who I'm sure we'll talk to at some point, is probably one of the ones with the greatest story because he is from Le Mans also, and it was him really that managed Toyota when Toyota Gazoo Racing in that first Le Mans virtual. I don't want to say were forced to enter, but had an obligation to enter the Le Mans virtual for the first time with absolutely no esports background at all. But Maxime was an engineer for the Toyota Gazoo Racing team, and so kind of guided them in and raced for them and raced with them. And to this day, he still says 14th was his proudest
so what,
achievement in sim racing. He, by the
7-11
way, is now a
was
Formula E
the target?
development driver for the DS.
well, it depends how much you use the information on, but more like 7-2, I would think.
Penske Formula E team.
But Sami was
yeah, but just an incredible story from him. So we will, I'm sure, talk to Max.
You had 7-11 because you were pushing before drive-through, right?
Yeah, I was pushing like I was using 7-4-7.
Really, really good.
7-5 in the first 3 laps, let's say.
Great to have him racing in again.
But then I need to save a bit more.
Learning the ropes, and what bigger place?
But it was not issue.
Yeah, being thrown in the deep end and qualifying at such a high level. Yeah, let's say, dude, fantastic. Right at the last minute to have jumped in.
I think it's better to like use more when you're fight in the first laps, because otherwise you lose just positions.
We don't have many positions to lose, only to gain now.
Yeah, that's true. So probably it's better to.
Representing a massive brand, being Peugeot,
where we actually start from B20 something.
Kind of getting in with them a bit. Cars are being reset onto the grid,
and we don't actually know, but something like that.
Green flag conditions very, very shortly. Before we do, though, let's just remind you once again of how we've got to this.
Restart? No, nie wiem, warm-up jest, zaraz restartują. Tak, no, Niko będzie jechał teraz.
But that's now focus on the start of the Le Mans Virtual Series for 2022 in Bahrain for the 8 hours of Bahrain. Holds on. Simoncic through again, and
I'll go to Nico's channel to watch his stream on Discord.
And the BMW is going to be ahead of the Porsche, squeezing on pit exit. The Porsche needs to be careful not to cross the white line. There's traffic, huge traffic coming past, and they come out of the pit side by side. They rub, they bump, they bore. There is the smiles from Jerne Simoncic. What a drive it has been. Huge pressure throughout the race.
We are going to have a very
wywaliło serwer.
Red flag. Car number 1. Max Benecki qualified it on the outside of the front row, but it was already behind. Can Smolyar get his nose inside down into the first of the Lesmos? He does. Again, they give each other racing. Smolyar didn't go right out to the curb. Oh, is he? Yes, there is.
Medium tyres on the SF Velas Esports car. IG big in the barriers, the 18.
What about the other teams that they lost time? They will be on leader lap or not?
I think they gave it up spike, right?
Okay, guys, we are getting ready to advance now. So the real road will be similar to what you had in the race start.
No, całe szczęście.
The current weather
Tam to
will be
ustawiło.
dry, but we will go into the forecast, meaning it'll start to rain very shortly. So I guess that's all the information you need. So we will go into the actual weather that we posted the other day.
Posted that it will be dry at 7 PM, so I'm not sure what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But I think it will be... No, not dry. Like, you know, the race crashed it at, what, half an hour ago?
Yeah.
So, forecast for 6 was, you know, from 6 it was almost full rain.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna save. What is the point?
Depends what he means by soon.
But for sure, or should not go for the wets. No.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth to save then, really.
But maybe, you know, it's if you save a bit at the beginning, just, you know, whenever you can, if you're not gonna dive bomb someone or something like that, then it should be very easy for you to save later when the grid drops.
The race is in full on our YouTube channels if you have got a little fuzzy feeling inside you after listening to those amazing highlights. And you want to watch the full however many hours?
Yeah, if it's going to rain later in the start, there's no point saving at the start.
16, no,
Yeah, it's a shade shortly. It will be rain shortly.
Oh, it's half the season.
But
there you go.
let's see.
So once you're done with this 24-hour race, log on to the YouTube channel.
Maybe shortly means on the formation lab, so...
Yeah, it could be.
Because actually, the racing has been fantastic. There's
Or
been
never.
Not a dull moment whatsoever. We are getting cars onto the grid, as I've said a few moments ago, and we will be going back to green flag racing shortly. Presumably, Lewis, it's going to be raining.
Yellow box.
I would assume so. So normally they do carry the server. So what that means is the conditions that we have this kind of when we go through qualifying and all that. Like what I mean. By
3 minutes is the time for the join the grid or not?
And then when we did the All-Star races, like, it carries
Yeah.
the same point. So
Because I need to wash my glasses.
That's how they set it up. I would assume they are doing they're preparing the same thing so that
Are you in Zoom?
game time that they
Yes,
are
yes.
starting it at whatever time it should be.
Be right
So
back.
we should be still going into the night at the right time, and then also carrying the rain over rather than it being a restart of the race to being at 2 o'clock in game time, which obviously would not be ideal because then we'll be in daytime for a very long time.
I've been just told that the rain stopped whilst we were in red flag conditions.
fair enough.
So we will have a dry track to restart.
Okay.
I guess that's possible too, isn't it? You know,
Yeah, why not?
Rain can start, rain can stop.
Yep, and we still are expecting some rain on the horizon as well.
Yes, exactly.
So we're still. The rain was actually expected to be heavier in this hour that we're heading into. In 3 minutes time, it's supposed to be heavier in that hour. Obviously, the 6th hour of racing. Whether that is going to be the case, whether that's it's a forecast at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So
And the rain doesn't have an effect on the reason why we had a red flag.
No, there is a lot of this where it's like, oh well, it must be the rain. It must be the rain. And I'm like, no, not really, because it doesn't actually increase server load as much as you think it does. It's not going to be the reason. We haven't run it in years previous, obviously back in 2022, and then in the original one in 2020 for a few reasons. Obviously, we don't want pros to be embarrassed. That's the no, it's not. Obviously, making sure that everything was in place to make sure that it was a consistent system that was kind of that. rFactor 2 is always being developed. Railroad 2.0 and some of the plugins that they've got to work behind the scenes is new for this season that they've been able to. Whilst rFactor 2's always had wet weather, it's just being able to implement it in something like this is not actually as easy as just going, well, yeah, but it's got rain though, so why don't we just turn it on? It's not as simple as that.
Okay.
So we're fine.
What we will have when we go back to green flag
I'm
conditions
back.
is our leading car, and another opportunity to see Mission 24, a car powered by hydrogen. Known as the LMPH 2G, it's the first hydrogen electric racing prototype and a leading car for our Le Mans Virtual. Entered by Mission H24 in a program in collaboration with the Automobile Club de West and
Nie pokazujesz mnie, nie?
GT. H2, the symbol for hydrogen. G for gas, because it's hydrogen gas which is stored in its tank. And this car runs on fuel
Zobacz, czy
cells,
wszystko się zgadza.
and it produces its own electricity. Developed and improved, Gen 2 is called H24.
Czekaj, 4,5.
To date, it is also
O, jest.
raced in Le Mans Michelin Cup, and H24 is hoping to race
Tak, no.
in the Road to Le Mans in June 2023 in preparation to race.
Masz pit stopy, tam strategię 3 postojów?
Actual Le Mans 24 hours.
Nie masz pewnie.
Mam.
Okay.
A czemu 28 na gridzie jesteśmy?
Aha. Tak, to jest możliwe, przepraszam bardzo. Nawet 28 LMP-ów nie jedzie jeszcze. A, może oni stawiają, wiesz, po prostu na torze GTK między nami, a potem...
Okay, guys, so we are now ready to move into the race. We will go into the race, then we will need everyone to stay on the ear of corn with your brake pedal pressed. You need to press it down. Then I will run a batch that will send everyone ahead of time and add all the laps to the teams. So it's important that you stay put until we tell you to.
Obviously making sure that everything's as green as possible, that we're using as much renewable energy as possible. But then
this is not a position. This is a grid position compared to when the leader finished lap 71. Don't get it confused with how many laps we are adding to teams. This is just the grid position as how it was on the final lap, the 71 lap.
It's a brilliant step for electric because you can't just have a 24-hour race where you come in and you just plug it in for an hour and we'll go and have dinner and then we'll come back.
Advancing to race in 10 seconds.
And actually have a car run a 24-hour race. It's a fantastic movement, and I was gonna say keep our fingers crossed that it does progress in the way that we want it to.
Yeah, absolutely. This year, Garage 56, which has always been traditionally the wild card entry into Le Mans with new technologies and things like this.
So once we're in the race, just wait a minute. Remember to load everything like setup and so on. And then remember once you are on the grid, when the countdown starts, you need to press the brake pedal, please.
Yeah, I did wonder. I was like, surely it's got to have more downforce on it than a normal one.
That's up all good.
So that's going to be very interesting in the centenary year, in celebration of the partnership, I suppose, between America and Europe and the close.
Please grid up. We don't have 3 minutes now. You need to grid up as soon as you can.
Is obviously, as we've seen in Paris, and we haven't really had a chance to look around properly. Peugeot.
Aż tylko czy nie zacznie padać.
So we've sent her off.
Remember to hold the brake.
Yeah, 49 degrees. But it will change, right? Because they said.
Yeah.
Should I switch off the engine, maybe?
Yeah.
So come on in, and I will give you.
Hemmingson, please join the track. Thank you.
In here, this is the production room, studio, etc. We have the 908.
It's dry, really?
Now this didn't actually take.
Yes, but they said it will start raining.
Patel, number 10, can you join the track, please?
Le Mans in 2009. And for this model, which is a 9X8, well, it actually drew a lot of inspiration from that model. It was one that really kind of shaped a new generation of hybrid cars. And we find a lot of inspiration, but no rear wing this time, in the 9X8. Now we're going to move on behind here. As I said earlier, this is the actual box.
Do you listen to me, guys?
Yeah.
Malte Jakobsen, you can see, is currently driving. The engineers are discussing here. Some little
What's up?
Guys, this is a position on the grid. It's not the actual position. Hang on. We will add laps in a minute. Please just hang on. Stop spamming team managers, please.
Gustavo, don't you want a little Pete stop bar here? Made with raisins. Here we go to fuel the drivers. I tried one earlier. It's delicious. Sustainable apparently as well, cereal bar. Let's move on around.
Can you check the sim time, please, Nico?
Press your brake pedal, please.
What should I check?
22 past 6.
Absolutely.
to check at the same time with
Oh,
the
it's
real time?
7:25.
I can't know, but I think the track temp was 49, but they will adjust the weather, so it will be lower.
Okay, so you're going to go off.
But Agustin is talking about time in the game.
Time. I can't see now.
The black box.
It said 7:25. Yeah.
Yeah, you mean the in-game time. Yeah,
We'll
7:26.
see where we are now after the crash, the server crash. But slowly make up some time, eat some good food, and enjoy the race.
26 is later than the real time.
Yeah.
Getting up to level. How does the dynamic work between you and, for example, the young sim racers? Do you question them a lot? Do you get a lot of advice from them?
I feel older every time I come here. These kids, they're like 16 years old and they fly. It's ridiculous. But yeah, no, they are giving me advice, and all you can do is try to self-improve every time you get in the car.
Absolutely. Well, enjoy your sushi. See you back later.
Cheers.
Yeah. Gustavo Menezes. We're going to move around here and see if there are anyone else who... No, they're all... Oh, Maxime. Come on, let's have a quick word. One last word with Maxime. Maxime, so Virtual Le Mans 2023. How's it going for you so far?
It was fine at the beginning, but we got disconnected during the first hour, so we went back at the back of the grid lap for 2 laps down. But now we got the red flag, so hopefully we'll gain that time back and we'll see how it goes.
So as a sim racer, what's it like to be competing against the world
No zadowoleni, bo
motorsports drivers?
uzyskamy, znaczy nadrobimy do liderów.
We are always competing against each other, sorry. So like it's just prestigious to do this 24 hours of Le Mans.
I think.
But yeah.
Oh, there we go. Well, I'll let you guys get on anyway. Gustavo's shout this evening. We'll enjoy and bon appétit, as we say in France.
Merci.
Back to you guys.
Well, they're having a nice time, aren't they? Lewis, let's talk about those shorts for a second.
They're interesting. They're interesting. I mean, it's sim racing attire. You don't have to be in a fire suit for any of this.
It's a thing, right?
I mean, I don't race in shorts. I prefer to be dressed normally, to be honest. Jeans and a t-shirt, which is not. I will say, for an endurance race, make sure you are as comfortable as possible, because the moment you're like, oh, this is actually uncomfortable, this, and you're doing all you can think about for about 3 hours is actually, I'm not sure this is comfortable.
And moreover, you get quite hot as well.
So hot.
So that's where the shorts come in. Bit of aeration, and we have in
tak naprawdę. No.
Okay, guys, can we try to start going, please? So, just show Rogers, can you start the race?
It's cold.
Then do around 250, catch up to the safety car and everyone else. So Jeffrey, Prelo, Buck, just go. And single file up to the safety car.
Expelling. Which I find interesting, because I've had some discussion with a lot of people about this, is that I'm not necessarily sure it's physical, right? And that's
All going great. Thank you for being patient, guys.
But if you watch any sim racer that's done a stint that's outside of a race, in a practice stint, right? They don't get hot and sweaty. Heart rate doesn't really go up. It's kind of like, well,
yeah, it does.
Not as much. Nowhere near as much. Like, it's like you could do stints kind of casually in practice, but in the race where you're effectively doing the same thing, your heart rate is up 30 or 40 more than what it was. Like, you'll see some sim races where the heart rate is genuinely in the one.
We're lost LMP. What the fuck?
You're actually in a proper race, which doesn't necessarily happen in practice. In practice, it's normally
I guess that makes sense.
because it is still physical. But it's
Like Rogers was a few seconds behind me, so.
It does push that, and that's what makes you sweat. The amount of focus and concentration. It's like
So on track we were last. Yeah. But I guess some guys are a lap down between us.
Yeah, but it is. You're not just sitting down, resting heart rate, sitting here, not really talking. What, 60, 70, something like that?
It should be around 60.
Yeah.
We won't talk about what it probably is, but it should be 60.
But sitting here, rig, racing, and remember, most of those guys will have direct drive, so there's a little bit of force in that so that you can be smooth with the inputs up to 100. It's at least like walking your dog.
Well, they should restart from the results, not from the position on the track.
So sim racing.
Well, they always restart from the position on the track.
Buy a rig and you might lose some weight. I've been trying. For years. Right, let's go and listen to some drivers. We've got.
But I don't understand why it's showing us in P28.
Hi guys.
If some guys are supposed to be a lap down.
The number 62 Brabham Esports LMP2 car.
It's my first
Yeah.
time already taking part in the virtual Le Mans event, and
Maybe
again,
Zep
just such
should
a
ask
unique
us
experience
what the
driving
fuck
against
this
the best
means.
of both real and virtual world of motorsport. So really looking forward to it again. Fingers crossed for everyone to have a clean and incident-free race, and hope you're gonna enjoy the show. Let's make it a good one.
Hello everyone, I'm Li Fei from Esports Racing as a driver and team manager. For me, it's an amazing experience to have a chance to compete against the world as the esports driver and teams, and to learn a lot. And
You will not save for 10 laps
whichever
because
one
you're
is
going
the
very fast.
fun during the race.
But maybe it will be one more lap. Because the field is so low. Look at where is the first guy on the track map. On the fuck.
So excited to share track with the best esports teams.
Okay, slow down to 200. Please stay around 200 now. The formation lap will probably do another lap. Otherwise, we will do it manually. Don't worry, you won't miss out. So, down to 200, please.
But still make sure you coast and save as much as possible, right?
Got the biggest name out there in racing industry, which is Max Verstappen. So that's one name to look out for, and one name for me that I'll be aiming to be on track. So looking forward to
Yeah,
it,
but we
and
need to catch
yeah,
them, right?
can't wait.
First.
Hello everyone, Jesper Pedersen for Floyd Van Burst car here. I love competing at this high level together with pros and sim racers from all around the world, and we are currently sitting P2 in the championship.
Right, so the pace car is in. You are not on the green flag. You're not on the green flag. So we need everyone to catch up to the leading LMP2 car. Everyone catch up. The leading LMP2 car. Can you slow down to 150, please? This is going to be another formation lap.
No po 28 pokazuje nas w klasie, czyli ostatni jakby, ale na pewno tak nie jest, coś jest nie tak. Bo jesteśmy ostatnim zespołem na okrążeniu lidera, ale są zespoły, które powinny być kółko z tyłu.
Feel that they are pushing 110%. It didn't sound
No,
like
we're not
anyway.
racing yet because we were only racing when it comes to the green, when it comes to the line.
So I think the intention is that they'll order the cars on this next lap. That's why we're out of position.
They are going to slow the cars down. I was going to say,
You think
if
so?
the cars got into
Yep.
the pits, we're going to have another formation lap because look, where's everyone else?
No.
They are on track.
No, I don't think so.
They are on track.
Is it ARC Bratislava behind?
And maybe that's
But
the
still, I
problem,
mean,
yeah.
it's okay. We should be last car on track, basically, right? It's only that maybe they made mistakes and did not enough laps to people that should be lapped down, so we can sort that out later with them, basically. They can always add extra laps to people.
Yeah, I mean, we are closer than we were after the penalty, so...
Before we
Couldn't
go,
ask
we're not
for
going
more.
back to green. The green flag has not flown then, so we've got another formation lap to go. We'll slow everybody down and get everybody bunched up. Whilst we do that, let's go back to Alex at Williams.
We've dropped down out of the Esports Lounge here at Grove Williams F1 HQ. They've been offered us the background of the museum for an interview with Jack Keithley, about to get into the
Jack
number
Keithley,
5 Williams Esports car. Jack, you've been making great progress so far. What is the aim then for this next couple of stints?
The car in one piece because there's a good chance we get the car with changeable conditions. So a mix of that and
Like you said, to ignore green flag.
anything can happen.
Yeah, I know.
Good or bad.
Ignore the green flag and ignore the penalties. We will sort this out, guys.
How long are you going to be
No penalty for me.
I see now it went green
We
and
need
it's
car
okay. We are
77 to
P19.
pick up the pace. We need car 77 to pick up the pace, please. Let's have all cars in single file. 77. You're blocking everyone behind you.
So it's not going to be too bad. It's going to go by.
So it's all okay now?
Quick though. They always do in these races at the moment. And you mentioned changeable conditions. We'll just have to deal with it as it comes, really.
Are you going to plan to save a little bit of fuel now? Is that part of the plan to give you those strategic options moving forward, or is it flat out all the way?
I would love to save flat all the way. That's the perfectly ideal situation. But no, we have to save a little bit. But it's not a bad thing because that means the tyres in better condition later in the run, and it just makes things a little bit easier driver-wise.
How are they looking after you guys? Got such a long race still to do. Are you getting some sleep in? You keeping hydrated? You getting some food in you?
yes to everything. Got a lot of drinks and sleep.
Now they will adjust the
Car
time.
77, can you please catch up? Car 77, can you please catch up?
Nie, ustawiał czas.
Great support overall with everything, even aside from just the driving. So, yeah, we are ready.
New points, warning
Let's
points.
chill out.
But I think they will
check out this
adjust, right?
Beautiful Williams Heritage Museum.
Oh, I've
and,
never seen
wish
that
you
with this
the best
system.
of luck, Jack, for your next hit.
No idea, no idea.
That is a very, very cool place to be. I
doubt
don't
they will.
imagine we're going to get Alex Brundle back now for a few hours because he's just going to be purging all those F1 cars.
Doesn't really matter.
I would just keep a bit bigger distance and save more fuel, like avoid braking on the straight.
That is true. So we can see, obviously, the
Hey,
two
can you
leads there.
calculate the
That will
fuel?
be the,
For
Porsche
if
Carrera,
I will have
which is number
66.
20, that Josh Rogers was behind the wheel. We'll double check who everyone is
Yeah,
once we actually get back
I've
going
got
again.
that. It's
I've got Rogers and Browning being the top two, and then Bottas in third position.
7:33.
There's a lot of lap
To the
traffic.
9
So
laps.
you can see the Mercedes AMG Petronas
733?
He's got to deal
Yeah.
with not only the Le Mans Virtual Cup car, which is sat there, the yellow and black one, but also one of the GR Esports. That'll be the 86, the black and red GR Esports car. It's got to deal with the pair of them before can then go on the attack.
They did actually give BS competition. We were speculating that they were one lap down. They have put them on the lead lap of GTE, so that's good news.
And they said nothing about the
10 cars on the same lap.
green flag this
there.
lap.
It does seem as though there is
Yeah.
an issue with getting everybody into the server for this restart.
Okay, so the formation lap and the safety car kind of screwed us over. So what we're going to do now is we're going to restart this one, set the grid again, go into the Ear of Corn, not do an in-game formation lap, we'll do that manually. So the formation lap we're on now will be aborted. We are restarting, sorry.
That's bitterly cold, but yeah, you need more than just a jumper to go outside and get over to
It's reminding me why I don't live in England, actually.
Oh, that's great. I'll go and grab something to eat, but I've got my headset on.
Yeah, but it's also blue sky.
Yeah, there is that.
It's not kind of blowing a hoolie. Hoolie! Right, what have we got? Who's doing what? In our little boxes. Says
Job Van Oyter has changed his appearance a little bit, right there in the middle. He's just become an orange jumper.
Why has he done that? That's really weird, isn't it? Is he sleeping, do you think?
Gdzie?
No, I think he's just thrown the jumper on there and has gone
It
off
looks
to
like a
do something
person.
else. It does look spookily as if he's just under it, but I mean, I don't know how comfortable you'd be going and throwing that over and then sort of then continuing on. To sleep on a webcam with all the lights as well. You can see, by the way, I just want to point out one person on here, which is on the second row and about 5 along, which is Dane Warren. He's, of course, racing from the Porsche Esports facility, as is Lurk Hartog directly above him. But Dane Warren's an interesting one because he obviously is a co-anda driver, has been a co-anda driver for a while, but has recently moved from the normal co-anda team to being a full-on Porsche co-anda driver. And I think that's a big, big step for Dane Warren.
But more than that, he's moved from Australia to Germany.
Has he actually completed that?
Well, he has for this.
I know, yeah, he has come round before. I don't know if he's moving. I would suspect if he is moving into the Porsche family, he will have to probably move to Germany, part of the.
Yeah.
But I don't want to put words in his mouth in Porsche. But I would suspect that would be the case, which would be a pretty big step. But I know certainly he visits. Either way, yeah. Great for Dane Warren.
Wouldn't mind zooming in on some of those and just checking out what various people are doing in their various facilities, because we've seen obviously we've seen all of these massive facilities from Williams, from Peugeot, from Mercedes as well. But do you know, so much fascination for me is the surroundings and the facilities that some of the very best sim racers in the world have at their disposal. Jone Simoncic, for instance, he's not in a multi-million-pound facility. He's at home. But what does his environment look like when he's not racing? Has he just got a kettle beside him so he can make a cup of tea, or has he got a girlfriend or a wife that he needs to go and say hello to between stints? You know, there's so much more architecture to so many of these drivers than this hyper professional that we see from some teams.
See, I like it when people put stuff in the background. There's stuff for us to look at when we do. There was whether it is just Jimmy's board, he's right something funny on there. Nothing too over the line though. Before we get there, nothing too over the line. It's got to be TV friendly. But I like seeing some people that put like stickers or stuff. There was a guy that used to put like stickers of Nicolas Cage or whatever on a chair in the background. It's like, oh yeah, well why? But hey, it's funny.
But Jack Keithley's normally got good wallpaper.
I can't remember what his wallpaper is, but he's definitely got Action Man curtains. I think his wallpaper's wrestling.
He is a special. No wonder they've taken him to Williams and locked him in.
No, we can't have any of that. I did commentate on Jack Keithley once in 2020, and he won a race. And then his dad, we cut to his webcam to see Jack Keithley celebrating. His dad is topless in the background, swinging his shirt around.
But I love this. Exactly what I want to see.
I was like, that's amazing. Like that his parent, his father, was so involved and invested in the simulation career and loves it. But still, it's sort of like, that is. I don't know if that is broadcast friendly. But he's there.
But I do remember the same thing with James Baldwin in one of his earlier winnings. Because the family was so involved in the karting side of things, they'd all go together and win and lose together. When he went into sim racing, the father felt a little bit left out, so he would be downstairs watching the racing whilst the son was upstairs doing the racing. But they would still be able to celebrate together, and that lovely moment where you take your headset off, or I use VR, so you come back into the real world with your VR, and you look around and there's your girlfriend or your mum or your dad going, yeah, well done, man, you just won this amazing race, you just won 100,000 euros or whatever it might be. That extra human element of being
They said anything or not?
Being at home in the comfort of your own home, being on your own rigs. That doesn't necessarily have to be
nothing.
hundreds of thousands
Nothing
worth
yet.
of euros a rig. It can be the very basic
I lost my phone somewhere.
rigs and wheels and pedals. It's just you're really comfortable with using that particular piece of kit.
It's whatever you get used to. And in sim racing terms, it's sometimes it is overthought on the fact that you've got to have a direct drive, you've got to have the most comfortable seat, the highest end computer. But there is a hierarchy of things that you should upgrade. Making sure that you've got a good computer, making sure that you've got a good monitor, then got a good wheel, and then kind of think, low down like this. It depends on what works for you, because if you're on a wheel which you may have picked up at the very start of your sim racing career, you might just kind of go, but I'm actually really, really comfortable with this. I understand exactly all the little bumps, the weird bumps and scrapes that it has, those kind of things you just get used to. And so that, especially in an endurance race, you don't get shot.
Oh my God. Starting everything.
Any bump or rattle and think, wait, where did that come from?
Wow.
You're in the rhythm. You're not distracted by anything.
What a game.
But each to their own. I will say, when it comes to parents and watching, hopefully baby Lola will get into the world of sim racing, and then you will support. My parents barely know what sim racing is, so that's a solid sign. They certainly never supported me when I was driving in it. So each their own. But then I was never up with any major prize. My entire winnings in my sim racing career is €50.
My parents know a lot about motorsport. A lot
motorsport,
about motorsport,
of course, especially your dad.
Do they ever watch or listen to motorsports that I'm involved with? Don't think so. I think they're probably at the pub right now.
Yeah?
Yeah. If you are watching, Dad or Mum, hi. Right, let's go back to France. Hayley's been working incredibly hard. You might have seen these, she mentioned earlier, the peat bars. We've spoken a little bit about them. And these are an ingenious thing from Total Energies. So Hayley's been getting the lowdown from the communications officer. That is over with Peugeot, Vanessa Legrand. Let's hear from her now.
You may have seen the advert for a specific peat stop bar during this 24 hours of Le Mans virtual. Now, here to tell us more, I'm joined here by Vanessa Legrand, Communication Motorsport for Total Energies. So, Total Energies is one of the main sponsors of 24 Hours of Le Mans and WEC. So, why have you decided to make a cereal bar?
As an official biofuel supplier, we have decided to create this kind of bar called Pit Stop because it's a virtual race, and because it's a virtual race, basically we cannot refuel the real car.
That's a fantastic idea. So instead you're refueling the sim race.
Exactly.
Great. Okay, so let's give this a go. This is called Pit Stop Bar. Here we go. So it's made with grapes. The same grapes as made with the biofuel, right?
Exactly.
Made in France?
Made in France.
Oh, okay. Delicious, very nice. Maxime is one of the sim racers. Come here and taste this. Tell me what you think. Do you know Pete Stop Bar? He's French.
Here
we go.
Delicious.
Oh, you can have it. No, that's all right. I don't want to talk and eat at the same time. So are these bars going to be available after the 24 hours on the virtual?
It's just a one shot, unfortunately, just for the virtual Le Mans series.
I'm going to make the most out of this. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans virtual series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel, but drivers do. So for the Le Mans virtual series grand finale, Total Energies presents Pit Stop, refueling bars made from grapes. The same ingredient we use.
So now I should know who is the lapped car, right?
For the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop, virtual race.
P19, yeah, I know, but I should, I have to know who is in front of me on P18 and who is like the, you know, the P25.
And that's the reason why it is called that, because Pete in English doesn't work so well. Pete.
Ah, you mean that from timing?
Sounds
Yeah,
like Pit Stop.
yeah.
Very clever, and I love the idea. It's absolutely brilliant, and especially
Sorry.
being made in France and using grapes. French love their grapes. I noticed actually on one of the segments we've had from him.
A, sorry, no bo on jeździ, ale on trenuje. A nie chce Powa pokazywać,
Shame that
bo
we are last, but couldn't ask for more, right?
grzebie w secie, coś tam. Jak zaczniemy jechać formująco, to wam pokażę. A na razie transmisja leci.
We're on screen.
We're on screen, but they're probably about to meet.
Yeah, no, I don't blame them. I would, but no.
I hope Bruno's not trying to translate this conversation. No, it's not possible to translate.
So we will advance into race very shortly, so please be prepared. Once we're in the race, again, you need to stop on the grid, push your brake, and we will add all the laps. Once that is done, we will start the manual formation lap. This will be a fully manual formation lap. And you will listen to what the race director will tell you. So it's going to be side by side, double file, and then Eduardo will call the green flag. And everyone needs to stay behind, so no lap cars can't just win the lap.
You can't just go, oh well, maybe I'll get out of the car and just have a glass of wine. It's not a thing that really any driver would be doing. And I think it would be very noticeable in the slightly more erratic driving that you might see. So thankfully that is not the case, and I'm sure it's just by those behind the scenes enjoying it. Maybe at hospitality as well.
It always reminds me of a TV series that used to spoof commentators and snooker commentators, and this said snooker commentator had a bottle of whiskey, and over the, I don't know how long snooker goes on for, but it's shorter than a 24-hour race anyway. Yeah. More and more the glass is filled and he's slurring his words more and more as a commentator. Dangerous. Do not do that, ladies and gentlemen. Bad. Even if your commentary has to go through the night, like you've done a few times and like I've done a few times. Hydration is key, and pit stop bars will help you get through it. I believe those pit stop bars have been distributed to all of the teams and drivers.
Okay,
as well.
guys,
So
can
we
you
might
stop
be
chatting
able
now? It's not
a driver
really helpful in the
punching
game
away.
chat. We will advance to the race now, and then Eduardo will tell you what to do on the formation lap. Remember, put your foot on the brake. Do not release until we tell you to go.
So we have reset completely the server and the platform, and we are hoping to soon get cars back on circuit. I do see on my telemetry system cars are going back out on track, so we're not far away from going racing once more. But before we do, we've had a few guests here at Silverstone. It's fantastic to see the likes of the boss of Jota. Sam Hignett was here earlier. We've had games. We've had the esports manager from Thrustmaster as well. Thank you to all of those people that have visited. And our last visitor wearing the shirt as well, David Brabham. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. I mean, we're in a difficult moment right now, but tell us why you decided to get the Brabham name involved in sim racing.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously Brabham's been around since 1948. Fantastic history in the real world. but the virtual world was just expanding more and more. I got involved in the Legend Championship during lockdown, so that gave me a first time into sort of seeing what this was all about.
Ja myślę, że ten RF to nie powinien żadnych systemów używać, tylko wszystko normalnie chyba na TS-ie gadać co i jak. To by było 100 razy lepiej.
Which we have a bunch of guys at Simply Race that help us organize all
Który i
of
tak
that.
jest
We've got drivers
zepsuty.
all around the world, and we're a fairly small little team that, to be honest with you, against the big guys, I'm looking at the results here and we're like P6. They're doing a fantastic job, so it's a great honor to be part of this
86
series, and
FPS
obviously
teraz
in
na
the
przykład.
24-hour race, having raced at Le Mans a few times and did okay there. It'd be great to see how the guys get on today, and yeah,
Dziwne.
it's truly awesome, and also to see what goes on here as well. It's just like being at Le Mans with all the monitors and all the people here. It's a fantastic effort. So well done.
I know you've had a busy day today in various different places, but how close do you follow the progress of your team across the various championships it races in, and how much of a buzz do you get from seeing the success and failures?
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, we've got a lot of drivers, and they're all on different platforms, which they specialize in.
Standing start would be good.
We've had a lot of success. We've had obviously some failures. There's been technical
That's
failures.
Imagine that.
Motorsport.
3, 2, 1, go!
Technically, as we can see at the moment, there are certain challenges, but you know the attitude is right. Okay, yeah, we just deal with it and we keep going. And we make a show of it. So to see the success of the team as it's grown as well has been really good. And I get quite involved in talking to them in relation to, okay, this is what the mindset is when you go racing.
Guys, so
they
once
always ask me, okay,
the
how do I deal with
game
this? How do I
tells
deal
you
with
it's green
anxiety? I
flag,
always
it's
think
not
to
green
myself,
flag, please
qualify.
stay
How
put
can
on the
how
grid.
can I sort that out?
I will
What do I
run the
do over
batch.
here? You know, so we get on
Then
these group chats
Eduardo will
so
tell you
everybody
to
can
go when you
hear
need to go. So
the
it's
answers, so everyone
it's
takes
getting
something
close
from
now.
it, but they also
So
contribute
again,
at the
don't
same time, so
race
someone else
when
might
the
say,
game
actually,
tells
you
you
know what,
green
this kinda
flag.
works for
It's a
me.
standing
So we all
start,
work
so
as
that
a
what
team.
it will do,
We
but
take
that's
it
not how we're
seriously,
doing.
but we also want to have fun with it as well, you know.
You had a lot of fun in the Lockdown Legends series, and
Stay on the grid, please. Stay on the grid.
You're still jumping on the rig every so often and having a bit of fun with some mates?
Yeah, so sometimes, yeah, Darren Turner got a group together and have regular races every Tuesday night. I haven't been able to do all of them. I've done a few of them, which is great. But yeah, I kind of leave a lot of that to my sim guys to do all the racing. Yeah,
It feels like a bit of an underground club as well.
it is a little bit. It is a little bit, but it's great. It's great fun. It's, you know,
Interesting.
for all of us
P20,
who are on that group chat, you know, we're supporting everyone and what they're doing in their lives, but as well as having a bit of fun and a laugh doing the esports racing. Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about James Vowles a bit earlier on, and he's
right.
part of
Yeah, he's
that.
in the group. Yeah.
Williams must be
The
so
slightly,
happy.
Yeah, slight change of career for
Okay,
him, which is
so
great.
leader may start moving now, and we want the cars to line up in a single line for a rolling lap. This is similar to a safety car procedure. The big difference is there will be no safety car in front of you. So, leader, you're dictating the pace. It should be a slow lap. All the cars in line. All the cars in line. No gaps between GTs and LMPs. And at the end of this lap, if everything is okay, racing will resume. No overtaking before the line.
In the real world, we might try this. Have you tried it?
Something was wrong since they restarted, so maybe there was missing LMP in front of us or something.
Sometimes I think I probably don't help.
And you were P19.
You know, it's like throw lots of ideas at them, but they sort of crack on. They do that. I come in. Obviously, I talk to them before the event just to see how it was all going.
On the timing screens, timekeeping will soon remove the red flag indication. That's just for the software to run in a more smoother way. Nevertheless, this is a formation lap, and cars will start racing once to physically cross the start line, and cars will be in line. It's not a 2x2, it's in line.
Start getting into the virtual world, so we just put a little toe in the water and see where it is, and it's kind of growing and growing.
Chyba łatwo mówić, jak oni tak jadą.
Down in Nuremberg, in Germany, to have a look there and talk to people.
So the start is going to be single file?
And you know, look at, okay, how do we grow this? How do we commercially grow it? How do we bring in partners to make this, you know, more and more professional as we go along, which is obviously the plan. We definitely see there's a a big future in it. We're not sure what that really looks like. We just know we've got to be in it now, and we are, which is great.
And you've got the car as well.
We're gonna lose more vodka.
This year.
Oh, what, the
GT2?
liveries?
Yeah, it looks so good.
Well, there was a big debate actually about what should the liveries of esports be, and all the guys pretty much voted on the heritage livery, which is what we've done here with the green and gold.
But this is something wrong. Yarny was behind us. For sure, number 4.
So everyone
because they lost 5 minutes, and they gave 1 lap back, and they were behind us. I'm sure.
But is he on the lead lap?
Yes, he's in front of me.
Everyone's in front of you, but is he on the lead lap?
No, I'm seeing on the right side the timing. Just look at that.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
David,
Okay.
thank you so much for joining us. You kind of rescued us just now. So
It is wrong.
Yeah, I was at home watching. I thought, shit, they might need me.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Car 93, please overtake all the GT cars and place yourself behind the last LMP. Car 93, please carefully overtake all the GT cars ahead of you and place yourself behind the last LMP.
And I've just seen a rocket. Yeah, I did. So again, I did see before. I did say that.
W sensie dźwięku silnika nie ma?
Rockets were trying to re-enter into the race
Dobra, już jest.
before technical issues and whatnot. They were unable to do so for whatever reason. But I did believe that there was the idea that they wanted to try and even though they're an hour down at this point, because it's the Le Mans spirit, isn't it? It lives on in sim racing and esports as well as it does in motorsport. Is that you want to reach the end of the race? It's an important part of just this event generally. So yes, it is good to see them out there. Don't know what they're really going to do, but they're just going to drive around for 18.5 hours and try and greet the checkered flag. It's not going to be an easy race, though, that's for sure. And they have a link also to Brad.
Okay, thank you to the Peugeot. That's exactly what we needed. Again, we will go green once you are approaching the line on the start-finish straight. Racing starts once each and every one of you crosses the line. You can only start overtaking once you cross the line. The cars are supposed to cross the line in line, not side by side.
What a livery. Honestly, the next question to David before we went back to Green Flag Racing was, have you ever raced on Grand Prix Legends? Sure.
At the moment the leader is approaching the line, I will mention green. That's when timing will change from red to green on the monitors.
His dad won the World Championship with that livery before then building a Brabham himself. So Grand Prix Legends was so good. That like filled my life as a kid. So this is the thing with like sim races. A lot of people have been like, oh, is it this
Yeah, for sure it's wrong. Like, I mean, we are dead last now.
It is not. It has been.
We weren't on P20, that's for sure.
But I just had a really bad internet.
But we should be last on track.
Yeah, on track. But I mean, looking at the
online racing and sim racing properly started in the late 2000s, like 7, 8, 9.
On the time.
Really started to move into it. And then before
I'm not sure how to
you kind of technically could, yeah, LFS.
Check that.
Because I was seeing the air day, for example, like number 4, it was Peterson, and they were behind us with the lap. I mean, they lost more than we lost.
You couldn't make a phone call and be on the internet at the same time, could you? Exactly. Guys, I know of the green.
And they were already behind us before our issue, you know.
Probably
But maybe they were how far behind us?
You hold the phone there.
I don't know. But still, it doesn't really matter. I mean, they lost more than 1 lap to the leaders. That's for sure. I also on the track map.
Yeah, but maybe they lost 2 laps and a bit, so they added 2 laps to them. You know what I mean?
No, they lost 5 minutes something.
I'm not saying anything. Not saying anything at all. 27 years young, we've lost about 40 minutes of running. Due to that.
Okay, gentlemen, again, ladies and gentlemen, the start will be in line, not 2 by 2. The start will be in line as at the end of a safety car procedure. So, no overtaking before you physically cross the line. I will be mentioning the green, and at that moment, timing will change the indication of red on the monitors and go green on the monitors.
Anything
Nie, Szwaja wkleił screenshot z live timingu. Sorry, a friend posted a screenshot from live timing. And they number 4 was in P12 when everyone, like when the server crashed. On the lead lap, a minute ahead of us.
Okay, sorry.
The Porsche curves in the formation lap. We aren't going to have a repeat of what we had in the original race start.
And we were P20, so all correct.
Single file in their respective categories. But again, bits of lap traffic.
It's a safety car restart.
Okay, so now I need to overtake them.
Yeah, one of the brakes a bit.
Yeah, can you tell me the target?
Just a little bit more, we're almost there.
Get to the Mercedes AMG.
It's whatever you cross the line with divided by 10, right?
That's the one that is full position. That is
Ah, yeah.
also fighting for the racing. So there's a few cars between them, which will be scattered among this group, both in LMP and in GTE.
Don't be side by side with them, remember?
Okay, gentlemen, we are changing to green. No overtaking before the line. Green, go, 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 go.
Don't talk about the drivers inside the cars right now. Very vague. I'd be very vague for a lap or two, but we are going to go back to green flag conditions. We have one long queue of cars, GTE machine
7.2 more or less.
and at the moment it looks nice and bright, and we can go racing once more. Led away by Coanda number 20, that's led the race since lap 8, but followed incredibly closely now by the number 1 machine, and they all fan out. Progress needs to be made from the Mercedes in 3rd position, but the number 1 machine is right under the tail of the 20, and much like what happened at the start of the race, 1 putting huge pressure on number 20, loses the rear end going into the first chicane, keeps it all gathered together. It's very, very close further back. Hopefully everyone is nice and clean. The right hand side is a very nice and clean.
Już 10 sekund za liderem jesteśmy. No szkoda, że tak stracił coś Nikodem zaspał.
It does suggest that people are in the pits. Ignore that. That data is also not correct.
The timing tower that we've got there on the left, as they come through the first sector, it should update and bring us back into line. But don't worry too much about it. Alpine, who have made great progress throughout the race after qualifying in 10th position, they're now up at the 4th position. Colin Spork, I believe, is behind the wheel right now. So before 2023 Formula Sim, 2022 World Formula Sim Racing World Champion, as we've got everyone sort of fanning around. There was another bit of a look there again from Browning, trying to get past. You've got Ford Diller here trying to clear some of the traffic. It's just dropping back. There's been a stream in the background.
That's the delayed 23 machine trying to make up some ground in the middle.
Lepiej na tym wyjdziemy, niż jakbyśmy nie mieli disconnecta i nie było red flaga.
They're in 9th position now, so from massive loss of time, 2 or 3 minutes, they are really much more back in the hunt of things. In the GTE category, 77.
Dobra, żeby deszczu nie było na pierwszym stincie. Mi się wydaje, żeby było lepiej. Na naszym zjazdowym jakby zaczęło padać, to by było najlepiej.
The race direction has done that, and effectively Proto Coanda now, it's theirs to lose because they have a whole lap advantage over the rest of the GTE field.
A, kółko przewagi mają.
That's so fucking slow.
Fajnie. O, faktycznie, kierowców się pokazuje.
Just going out of shot there, so it's really close. 3 wide as Van der Heyde defends going into Mulsanne.
But that 101's not for position. I don't know why they're fighting us. That 101 is Liam Deval, who's just got past his teammate Yannick Bock there with a bit of a drawback. Of course, Yannick Bock's not racing in his normal simulator. He's racing in Alex Siebel's simulator, one of the older racing esports drivers. But yeah, this is a big
Nieźle koady na tym wyszły.
trying to get past lap traffic and then kind of get on with it down the road.
Rogers in the number 1 machine. Browning
The stupid guy.
Sorry, in the 20. Browning in the 1. Huis in the 63. That's what we believe. 3 wide further back. Brabham's big dive down the inside of the Le Mans Virtual Cup car. That has worked for him. Andy Prio is aboard that car. He must be the oldest.
Jezus! Jezus! Holy fuck, good job.
Great job.
And it's all like, yeah, right, deal with this. Good luck. I feel bad for him. This is terrifying. 3 wide.
No, już widać na transmisji, macie powtórkę na żywo. O Boże, ale fart. O, ale tam pechowo wszyscy. Jezus, że my to przeżyliśmy, nie? Co się stało? Brawo, Nikodem znalazł tam. Uff. Jeszcze tak jechał blisko za gościem z przodu, że nic nie było widać, co tam się dzieje. Żółta flaga i nie wiadomo. A, numer 4 na przykład.
do. Big hit for both the 4 and the triple 4. Prio is stuffed in the middle there, nothing he really could do. There is another car returning back to the pits. That must be the 101. Rear wing is still attached to the triple 4. He's going to have to go to the pits. He's got a lot of suspension damages. Yeah, big top. Whoa, that car looks unpleasant. That is Johnny Edgar behind the wheel. And number 4 has reset the pits. Hasn't driven for
No code 8, yeah.
No, we can't have both burst Floyd Bumbles out at the same time. Yeah, Duff has reset the pits as well in the 37.
Like I say, that was for me, that was a very silly incident.
At the head of the queue was also a Porsche Coanda and the second team red line car, and they were right in the front of it. They were in the front box.
Like I say, that just didn't need to happen. It's not Johnny Edgar behind the wheel, it's Mitchy Hoyer, you can see it there. So yeah,
Kurde, ale straciliśmy dużo czasu na tym lapie. No ale okej, przeżyliśmy, to najważniejsze.
But Mitchy Hoyer comes back into the pit lane. So very frustrating moment for all of the squads. Slows it down with an awful lot of damage. We'll have to wait and find out. Whilst we might have had Rocket Esports joining the race, so let's see who we've got in there. So Rory McDuff in the Alpine, or rather the Alpine car, the 37, did manage to get drive back into the pit lane. So that was driven in.
Simincic has gone back out on the circuit.
So I think Simincic also drove back into the pit lane. I don't think it was escaped. I think they drove back in, but it was just courtesy of how much longer.
No, Berst jest strasznie wychowo. No szkoda chłopaków. W pierwszym kółku taki dzwon.
Right, so here is the 63. Not entirely sure whether the names we've got on our time screen are the names of the cars. So I'm going to go back to numbers and car names. It is 20 that leads by 1.2 seconds over red line 1. Then there's a gap because there was a bit of traffic to get through for the 63. There is the 63, but the 36 Alpine, 4th position. Look, putting the 63 under pressure here.
Yeah, this is very impressive from the Alpine. You've also got the
No, oczywiście.
36.
Trzeba odrobinę.
Team Fortilla car, all 3 of these for position. Fortilla out a little bit wide. Williams Esports being dragged back into this. It's a bit of a struggle for pace from the AMG team Petronas Esports car.
Hang on, who have we got in there? We've got Carroll, Baldwin, Huis, and could this be Yukadella's first stint?
It could be Yukadella. This is the thing, because I wouldn't suspect Bonnerhouse, who is of course the 2021 R-Factor 2 Formula Pro champion, full-time Formula Sim, 5-time Formula Sim racing, 5-time Formula Sim racing world champion, obviously won over in Formula Reason. Basically, if it's existing in sim racing, Bonnerhouse has probably done it and he's probably won it. I don't see it being him. Graham Carroll might need a bit more time to get up to speed in R2, but I kind of doubt it. He is mighty fast. Of course, we saw James Baldwin earlier. It could be Danny Yucadea as we see Sim Maranello trying to battle it out with the SF Esports.
Okay, I saved a bit more now.
The Scuderia Ferrari team managed to just keep them at bay. You've got Team Project 1 by Dur as a bit of the ground trap is kicked up on the exit of Indianapolis as Fire straight down the inside.
Fire is still a couple of laps back though, sadly, after their melodies, so they really are not. They're only actually now 1 lap back from 3rd position, but they are 2 laps back from the lead because the 77 and the 88 have a lap on the rest of the field, and it could be a nice little cruise for Proton Coanda Esports, but we are so early in the race still. It seems like a lot has happened, and a lot has happened. Ultimately, they've got nearly 4-minute advantage.
Boże, jak dobrze, że to przeżyliśmy, nie mogę, nie wierzę.
Which is back into 3rd position. They were the first car to have an issue with the server before it completely crashed, and they are holding off Oracle Red Bull Racing half a second between the two. Here's a replay of that crash again.
Let's take a look. So you've got Prio in the middle, you've got a bit of squeeze. I genuinely believe there was squeezing coming in from the 444, which would have been Mitchy Hoyer. It's hard to tell from there. We need to see from above the...
Ale tam ktoś hamulcy nie przytrzymał i tak przez cały tor przeleciał, ale źle. O Boże. O, ale par.
That is how you dodge traffic. That was very well done. I don't know what angle to see it from. I don't believe Prio moved, and I'm not sure the GR...
No, Mexico Racing Team.
The track moved. The track moved, yeah. Because the track's going left and right. So you can't really keep a straight line because you're going left and right. It's like
Mexico is slowed down.
Oh, yeah, I know.
There is the switch, the 8, of course,
That's a couple of positions lost by Redline there. They were from that queue. They've lost 3 positions to Brabham, to RAG, and to Coanda.
What an idiot.
In the restart, Brabham were second.
Oh, not idiot.
They've returned to it. There's the big send from the 8. That should be a big move from RAG.
Co za głośno.
Big kick of oversteer from Brabham.
Puścicie może, czy nie?
Nie.
For the rest,
was crazy. Like I said, we're seeing a lot of dicey action on the restarts. Everyone's trying to warm themselves back up. Some of it might be a little bit too much. This, I'm not so sure. What does Jan van der Heijden do? Is he going to leave it alongside the Porsche Coanda heading into the kick?
Is he blind or what?
Wisely backs out of it. All 4 of these are battling for position. You've got the number 8 RAG, you've got the 23 Porsche Coanda Esports, you've got the 62 Brabham Esports.
Andrzej, dobrze, no.
These 2 as well.
As well, all a part of this feisty fight for what will be 7th position.
this is pent-up frustration from the last hour of sitting doing nothing, isn't it? Really, really frenetic action. We've still got 18 hours and 10 minutes remaining of this 3rd edition of the Le Mans 24-hour virtual. But
well, let's just not pick up any damage, I mean.
Sprint race right now.
Every little bit of the track used on the run into the Porsche curves, as you would expect. Not quite as much done from the car we're on board with. Here's the number 2. I would have suspected you. Typically, you do go out to that safer barrier, out towards the retainer wall, and kind of really hook like those. Every time you see, you think, this guy's fucked up. I promise you, quite a lot of the drivers, when they look back on the replay, they're like, wow, this guy's getting way too close to that wall. And then when you're driving, you just do it. It's the line you typically take. This is in GTE, and some of the battles in it, but again, hard to work out what is.
No co za gość, nie? Weź go puść, człowieku, ślepy jesteś.
Meanwhile, this entire gaggle is trying to get past the number 71 red line. There's the move to the outside from the AAA RAG, who's sent it into Indianapolis. Position made for the RAG team. Not quite yet.
No, because the circuit goes right at Arnage. 2 cars off. D-Station getting forced wide into the gravel. They're still side by side, but the 71 has the inside line for Arnage and holds position for the moment. This is much more like you see in GT racing at Le Mans. The first start, they all fanned out quite quickly, but now they are locked together in a long queue, and when the LMP cars come in 5 laps time, it's going to be really hard to get through the traffic.
I'm not sure about this from the AAA outside of the Porsche car. It's going to look for it, but thankfully had already done it. Just had the overspeed off towards the Porsche cars off of Arnage. That was the position already made up for the AAA. So that now heads this little train. You've got the 51 that will be queuing up to get past the BMW team red line. You can see it there. SF Esports, Sim Maranello as well. Quite in tow. You've got Simpson and Fire, which will be the next.
Ale to nie Pinches przed nami, to jest dublowany właśnie w tym problem.
Interesting that pace from the number 71 is not there. They've still got a different strategy to play out. Even
No,
if we've had a red
może
flag
teraz?
and reset everything, they don't have the pace, and so they're working on trying to lengthen their stints as much as possible. SF now in the slipstream, looking to further put them down. It looks like BS Competition have lost that 3rd position as well. I just saw going through the shot, the Zebra in 4th now, as we've got LMP cars carving through. This is the returning Floyd Vandal after being in the pits.
Yeah, it is now Porsche, absolutely right. Porsche 1, 2, 3 in the GT.
Mamma mia.
At the moment, of course, it's the lap lead for the Proton Commanders, courtesy of when that red flag came out. They got very lucky by just going along and being in the right place at the right time on board with Brabham. We've got the red line car directly ahead. There's been a couple of attempts for Jan van der Heijden. A little bit of struggles on pace, has dropped him a little bit backwards.
O, nie wiadomo, szwaja, no. Tak tam mi źle pokazuje, ale może. Nie rozumiem takich ludzi, no jakby ma niebieską flagę na ekranie, no i myśli, że... O co chodzi?
Because I've got a different system to everybody else. Yeah, that's a good point. So Rogers in the 20, Rietveld in the 1, okay. Priest in the 63.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it's your first lap for Mono, it might be the first lap struggles. It's the 966.
The 966 is Dimitrov, and okay, that makes sense.
No brać nie umie goś dokładnie.
Like I said, Sport being behind the wheel effect also kind of makes sense. Although Sport has just recently lost a position to the number 5 Williams esports car.
Piątka co idzie na P5, no
We do
pięknie.
know that there's a Prio in the
Can you calculate me fuel?
we don't know which one because they share the same grid. And so it's named
43.5.
Nice. So I don't know if that
725.
allows Andy not to do anything and Seb to do all the work.
But yeah, well, this is I would say yes, but I'm pretty sure they all have to be on webcams. Yes, for this. So even if you said, "Oh no, I'm Andy and I'm behind the wheel," but you actually said that won't fly because they just have to take one little look at.
No Daniel Apps going on here.
Exactly.
They're doing a Daniel Apps. That's what it's now known as.
Do you know who it was? Do you remember who the driver was? It's a good bit of sim racing trivia. Remember who the driver was that was pretending to be Daniel Apps? I do feel really bad for this guy. Go on. I'm pretty sure it was. I could be wrong with that one, but I don't want to throw it.
You know that you're on the biggest broadcast of the sim racing world, yeah?
I think I might just throw this around. No, I can't remember off the top of my head, so I'll hold fire on that one. But it's a good bit of trivia, although we're not the most fun for them.
There's a lot of battling going on. The number 11 there is on the lead lap now. Sorry, not on the lead lap, but on the lap with everybody else. So Door with a real opportunity, having been dumped off the server early in the race, has the ability to get up to third position, and that's the Porsche coming through there. Door Esports, very, very new. Moritz Lerner's team, as a real world team, lots and lots of experience, but as a sim racing team, only, I was going to say a year.
Yeah, it is pretty much. It was when. Oh, it might have been more than that. It might be close to 2 years. Because I remember. Yeah, because it was. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure it might be because I'm pretty sure it was when I was doing the iRace Daytona 24. It must have been one of the first ones I did with them, where we were discussing where Moritz Lerner was going because he was out of the drive from Williams. Everyone was like, he's definitely going to Coanda. He's going to Coanda, and then it was like, he's driving for Durham. Who's Durham? Who were they at the end? Like, it was his team. Exactly. Yeah. Running things behind the scenes and really strong outfit. Again, one of those outfits that does little bits on it. You said nothing major across most of them. They do their main share of racing but they do spread out and do some things like this. And I think it's a fantastic partnership between Project One and Esports.
Still very intense that GT battle. The 77 and the
Nie będzie deszczu w najbliższej przyszłości.
There's not much between.
Wrócili forecast i tak dziwnie napisali, bo o 21 jest, że niby deszcz, ale napisał, że nie będzie, tylko że będzie cloudy.
To w chuj było tego deszczu.
Right in there, right with the pace, and you never know what might happen. We are still so far away from even halfway in this race.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we are a whopping 3 minutes away from a quarter into the race. There is plenty of time left to go as we've got this little four-way scrap. SF again, that is for position against the 11. You've got Simsa in there and you've got Fire in there, which are not for position. You've got Siemano off the back, but you've got D-Station who are for position. Again, D-Station actually having some very good pace. We didn't catch up. I think it's Remy Delon behind the wheel of that D-Station road.
Co on robi?
Winner in the real world, but in actual Le Mans, won the activation competition, the hot lap competition there as well. He's got that helmet.
Od razu protest na niego składy.
Fantastic driver and has done good stuff.
Can we report that guy?
D-Station rather, who's got the probably one theory sports car. Just getting past some lap traffic, but again, not for position. Next up is that SF Esports car.
Do you feel reinvigorated?
How do you mean?
I feel reinvigorated. We're back to like frenetic cars on the same car, the circuit. This is why I love safety cars and red flags. I don't like it.
Michael, are you there?
To the degree that you have perhaps in American racing where
Yeah, I'm here.
Could
Just
we-
discussing.
but to reset a 24-hour race,
This is just silly.
put every car back in the same piece of tarmac, just gives it another bit of energy, and I love it.
I maintain, as I said earlier, I'm not sure as to how good the 2020 Le Mans Virtual would have been without those red flags, because I think the end of that race was so good, and it was made because everything was put back together. Yeah, last year, don't get me wrong, it was a good race, and I'm not going to tell you not to go and watch it. It was brilliant. Sims having a bit of a moment there on the little kink there, almost into the back end of Fire, who's is now sliding it off of Indianapolis. This is turning into a bit of a drifting competition.
What an idiot.
Between this group. But last year, we didn't have a safety car, we didn't have a red flag, which is great from a technical point of view, and then is a little bit boring because it's like everyone spread out. And we had some great racing later, don't get me wrong, but we like that spice. I love a good safety car to bring things together.
Yeah, 1.8 the gap between Josh Rogers at the head of the field and Jeffrey Riefbelt in second position. Then there's a 3.5 second gap to Bono Huis, sorry, 4 second gap to Bono Huis, with the Ford Zilla car in fourth position, Jack Keithley and Williams 5 in fifth spot. And
Kurwa, no, czy on naprawdę jest jakiś niewidomy, czy...
Idiota, no.
Jeszcze specjalnie, wiesz, tam nie tak bombuje go, czy nic, no puść mnie normalnie, człowieku, no.
The 77 and 88 is the only other car on the same lap. 99, which is the Oracle Red Bull Racing, 1 lap down, but in third position ahead now of the first of the BMWs, which is the BS competition run machine.
Brakuje, żeby nam w dupę wjechał.
71 is doing a different thing. It might not have the ultimate pace, but we think it is going to try and do one less pit stop. If it can now, with the way we've reset it.
Sekundy uciekają przez takiego durnia.
Focus will be on the championship, on that side of things, the number 2 in a few moments there, but more focused on the season standings side of things. If they can't win the race, at least win the title. And realistically, between the Proton commanders and that kind of there's not really too much when it comes to them being too close to the champion. The Oracle Rebel Racing Esports car is still the one that is second to them in the standings. And if they
Ale podster dostałem.
Redline still have a huge buffer courtesy of how dominant they've been in the Le Mans Virtual Series in Season 2.
Luke Bennett is aboard the number 2 machine, the man that qualified that car and has found himself chasing down Dane Warren. This is for 8th and 9th position. They've cleared Jan van der Heijden now in the Brabham, who is in the top 10. But space starting to grow between our LMP cars. The light looks like it's starting to fade, and we are expecting rain again to fall soon. The spiciness is continuing, the excitement level is high, and Martin Haven is back.
But I'll kill that immediately. Hang on. When I left this, cars were circulating nicely. I've come back, cars were circulating nicely.
Kurczę, takiego podsteru dostałem strasznego, nie wiem o co chodzi.
No, musisz wyczuć trochę. Nie wiem, jaką masz temperaturę toru. Pewnie dosyć wysoko jeszcze. Ciekawe. Dobra, jak będzie, tak będziemy jechać. Sam to nie zmienia w sumie.
Fajnie by było, jakbyśmy jakbym dojechał do tamtych, to byśmy ich chcieli, nie?
Tak, no ale masz 10 sekund do 6 do następnego i 10 do przed.
Trzymam do następnego.
A, no, sorry.
All I say was it was the Prio car that was there, and then I still maintain. I think that it might have been the next few fans.
They got tagged from behind coming out of an arch and half spun, and there was somebody on the driver's right that actually tapped the nose of that Le Mans Cup, Virtual Cup car straight, and then the bunch behind were sort of all bunched up, and that's where it all got triggered off. Very hard to sort of apportion blame, actually. Because it was a NASCAR pack racing shunt, wasn't it? Somebody checks up because there's a car stationary in front, and then, the trigger effect goes all the way down the back. But I mean, look at this. Look at it. I mean, okay, so the two Porsche Commander cars have jumped away, 99
Wszystkich wywaliło.
and then you've got...
O Boże.
And this is like 80cc or 125
No,
motor.
wszystkich.
It's like the Hamilton in Tour de France. They are all just sitting there in the
Another several crash of it.
They are just looking for somebody to make a mistake.
Well, with the fire car that's
Keep
sat
going.
in front there, they don't have
okay.
to necessarily battle them too hard because the fire
Maybe it's
car's
just
there.
you.
So if you're
It's rejoin.
SF car, if you're
No, I don't think so, because I saw before
there was
other
multiple cars disconnected.
Yeah.
Another technical. We'll take a look at the highlights though, rolling back to the start of the race. Of course, 1 o'clock for us here in the UK, 2 o'clock local time. in France would see the race start for 24 hours. It's a brilliant start from Max Verstappen. You can see he was pretty relaxed in that very first stint in that race up towards the first corner. Our Nash competition having a bit of a mistake going into the back of the GR Esports 86.
So I'm thinking now, if it's gonna be dry, and we've got some track position now, should we put Agustin in the car?
Oh, we can try.
That grouping, Mexico Racing Team getting involved in a little bit of contact with Simsa and sent straight into the barrier, into the pathway of the ARC Bratislava and the Team Project 1. Our Naj competition having a bit of troubles with lap traffic when GR Esports...
Red flag, we are under red flag again. We are under red flag again.
Coś czuję, że nie skończymy tego wyścigu.
No, może tak być. Przełożą może czy coś. Agustin, are you there?
For the Graf team, a big spin, big into the barrier, and big flips.
It's interesting, like, it's not like we've been going for 20 hours or anything, like, we've done every race this season without any issues.
Yeah.
6-8 hour races, no issues.
Apart from Bahrain.
Well, yeah, but not like full server crashes.
They were all powering up towards Dunlop, but it wasn't long before we had some drama. 3 wide up towards the Porsche curves, a little bit of jostling between them, and
more cars here, maybe that's why.
An enormous group visiting the 2 GR Esports cars. You had the second of the Alpines in the 37, and some great avoiding actions from the Yazheat Veloce. Fira and Simsa battling it out, laps down, trying to make their way up. Simsa incredibly defensive, trying to hang on position-wise. A bit of a brush between them, but fantastic racing nonetheless.
That onboard of the 28 Yas Heat car, what? I mean, they had problems early on. They had a slight disconnect glitch early on, and they had a very slow lap back to the pits. But when your car is Teflon coated like that, that was the Mark Martin NASCAR replay shot, wasn't it? That suddenly they found themselves with cars going left, right, and centre, and as much by luck as by judgment. I'm sure the driver will say by judgment, but yeah, sometimes accidents come and find you, and sometimes they don't. And that's what we often talk about when we say you can have everything in place, but if luck is not on your side, if Le Mans has not decided it is your turn to win, doesn't matter how good you are. And there's so many really great teams and really great lineups in really great cars that have gone to Le Mans and just come away broken-hearted.
Nie ma gościa.
Had 20 years of it, and in the end, when it started to come good, then they don't seem to have been able to lose that win.
I'm here.
As you can see, the red
Kuba, I'm here, or you prefer Discord?
It doesn't matter, there's another red flag. Race is stopped again. We're thinking maybe you could get in the car now.
What race control did before and what they
for the restart
now, and what
do you think?
Done where there have been mass disconnects when we had 6 or 7 cars disconnected earlier on, is they will give them back as much possible time that they have lost. So, for instance, if they've lost 5
well, I mean, I can also drive and save. I will probably overtake some people, and you saw how stupid they are. Like, it's crazy. I mean, I was super careful.
Yeah.
And again, at the restart,
it's up to you. I mean, I'm now just, you know, I'm in the good shape now to drive. I think I can do more stints, and maybe I can do double and then change, for example.
Yeah, I guess so. So they posted weather from 20 to 1 a.m. And it says rain at 9 p.m. in 1 hour. There's a rain cloud. But Federico said we are picking up weather from 8 p.m. No rain at 9 p.m. Weather will be cloudy. So I don't understand. And there's no rain until 1 a.m. Apart from that 9 p.m.
Yeah, but
just as I was coming in the door,
sorry.
Our second shift.
The good thing is that if they the Agustin is can't hear.
Look for the right car, find the battles, go on board, choose all the camera angles. that whole nighttime shift's just dropped in as well. So the other guys are off. It's Saturday night. It's steak and sim racing night, of course, obviously. So yeah, so we're getting that in as well. So half the
Coś mi się
team
wydaje, że to może być ostatnie Le Mans na R-Faktorze.
will be off for dinner and so
Jak to Motorsport Games takie problemy ma.
Może tak być, no.
Jak chociaż działała, to może by jeździli, a to PSU palić to.
about very much, and it's almost free telly. You know, a couple of cameras, remotely operated. I could probably do this.
Remotely operated. I was just sat back there trying to make sure that we're all
he's
looking
trying to get
all right.
you in focus, but you keep moving backwards and forwards.
Yeah,
It's
it's true.
almost impossible.
I might move over this side.
I adopt the Ben Constanduro's laid-back approach. So yeah, unfortunately, again, technically, I mean,
Tak ostatnio to musimy wygrać, no.
who owns a computer or has a phone or an iPad or any other
No, powiem ci, z tej pozycji to wszystko może.
turn it on, and for no reason at all,
No.
why have you just reset yourself?
Ale fakt, że tego wypadku uniknąłeś, Boże.
No, widziałem już z daleka, że coś tam się dzieje. I tak mówię, ale musiałem przyspieszyć, bo nie wiedziałem, co tam się dzieje. Gość chłopie tam chyba kiełkował.
Tak, no. Bo ktoś w poprzek toru, jakby nie wiesz, nie wcisnął hamulca, jak go zespinowali.
Ty, no czekaj, no to przecież masz tą transmisję, to przeżyjemy to jeszcze raz. Zobacz, co się dzieje, jak czekamy. Pokaż transmisję.
Nie, bo muszę się tu przeklikiwać. No było na transmisji wszystko widoczne.
And you press the on button on your computer and you can be like, no, I don't actually want to turn on. And you're like, yeah, but...
Ta czat by chciał zobaczyć jeszcze raz, jak to wiem.
It's like, oh right, let me unplug everything.
Ale musiałbym źródło przeglądarkowe zmieniać, dużo samoty. Nie mam naszej transmisji przecież.
No ale przecież ja ci dam teraz udostępnię. Wklejam repa i jesteśmy.
Aha, no to dawaj.
Dealing with something like this, like we've said, we've got 180 drivers that have been
Normalnie.
all across the planet, 38 countries.
No dobrze, kilka pozycji zyskaliśmy, teraz znowu kilka i znowu red flag. Aż tak będziemy w top 5, to nie może.
Musisz wejść na Twittera i zobaczyć, jak Jack Kitty poszedł na starcie chłopienia. Teraz na restarcie.
Już patrzę. Co, dobrze poszedł?
No tak, że zabili się prawie wszyscy tam, ale zyskał po propozycji, nikt nie uszkodzony i wszystko jest super. Widzę wam to czat.
Server is under an awful lot of load to juggle. It is dealing with the race. You know, it's not as if we're just sort of like, oh, well, it should be able to handle the broadcast.
It's not just email.
Yeah, exactly. It's just handling the race, but that is immensely difficult, and the amount of traffic going from the server to all of the drivers that are on there, to the odd spectator, to the broadcast pieces that we've got out there. It's an incredible amount of traffic that's going all over the place at such high speed. And yet sometimes the server goes, oh, actually, I don't like this very
Sometimes
much.
it falls over. Well, we have got a big technical
Tak bez układu nerwowego. A że się tam wepchał w tym po prawej stronie, to po prostu to koniec świata.
O, dobrze poszedł.
Ale ja bym tam nie wszedł na pewno. Zobaczmy, co tam się stało. Ciekawe w ogóle, co tam się stało.
Jechali w 5 jeden obok drugiego, no i zabrakło miejsca. Mi się wydaje.
A teraz będzie, nie? 20 system. O, tu już widziałem żółtą flagę, że miga, tu mówię, aha, dobra. Tu nagle gość, chłopie. Tu kolej, tu
Powiem tak, dobrze, że byłeś z tyłu stawki, a nie tak z 5 pozycji z przodu bardziej. Oba Berst się uszkodziły w tym, ale Jernej został na krążeniu lidera. Kołami się pewnie zetknęli, co? Niesamowite jest to Le Mans, taki rollercoaster emocji, nie? Oni tak pewnie stracili tam na dużo, mówią zajebiście, red flag, nadrabiamy. Za chwilę dzwon mówią, ja pierdolę, po wyścigu. I tak to jest dobry red flag, nie? Jednak back in the game.
great little bit of marketing from somebody at Total Energy. They support the World Endurance Championship and the real Le Mans 24 Hours with fuels and lubricants, and they decided, okay, you can't fuel a virtual car.
To masz ciężko z operowaniem w tym repie.
Nie umiem. To tu chyba. A, okej. Aha, że zaczęli się kołami tu.
And again, talking about pushing those boundaries of technology, there's another one, like the 100% renewable biofuel, 100% biofuel.
O nie!
To strasznie źle, nie? To Mici chyba. 444, tak?
Tak.
Cały tor.
No. I co tu zrobić, nie? Co miał zrobić ten Rory Magda? Powiedz mi. Jechał se, zwolnił.
Tak. Do prawej maksymalnie, bo po lewej wszyscy zabici.
I się zabił. Jeszcze.
You don't have to be an alcoholic, but you can just enjoy a tipple. I mean, essentially, you know, when you're...
A ten chyba nic mu się nie stało, nie? Patrz.
No jechał sobie dalej. Też prawdę mówiąc, ten co był po lewej od niego, no to troszkę też popsuł.
To on, nie? No. A to Jimmy Antunes też ładnie to zwolnił. O ja pierwszy.
My biomechanical and physics understanding of how it actually
Ale
works.
jajca.
It's a semi-permeable membrane and it's the transfer of something across it, and that's what generates. And okay, I've read it, but it's a bit like a paragraph in Stephen Hawking's Brief History of Time.
Ten jako jedyny tak zwolnił, wiesz, bo widział wypadek.
No, a bezpiecznie. I cyk, pojechał dalej.
No.
Ale też prawdę mówiąc, no tak jak ty jechałeś na dupie komuś, nie?
No.
I co, jakaś tam flaga się.
No widziałem, że coś tam się... Jakby kątem oka zobaczyłem, że ten zwalnia, właśnie ten Hemmingsen. Mówię, aha, to coś tam jest. A i tak nie zwolniłem bardzo mocno.
Nie trzymaj push to talk, jak ja mówię tylko, dobra, bo jest echo straszne.
Okej.
No dobrze, że się zatrzymał, a nie wrócił w poprzek toru.
Generator, that was the word that was missing in all the other sort of half thoughts I've had about how it worked. Anyway, that's nothing to use. So we don't have to worry about that. But,
A tu przyspieszyłem, bo widziałem, że koziołkuje, to żeby na mnie nie spadł.
We're just sitting here nice and quietly watching whatever they throw up on screen.
A tak na starcie w ogóle coś zaspałeś?
Spałem?
O, tak daleko byłeś za następnym LMP-kiem.
Bo on tu nagle powiedział green flag, nie? Tu grzałem hamulce. Ja mówię green flag. Mówię, aha.
No ale to nie mieliście ruszać na green flag, tylko po prostu...
Nie, a to co on powiedział na green flag, no? Nie po prostu przekroczyli, nie będę. On powiedział green flag.
Ale co z tego, no on mówił, że wyprzedzanie od linii mety i tak kontroluje. O, to już tak pójście.
Się ciesz, że nie że zaspałem, bo tak to byśmy byli tam wyżej trochę.
No, to prawda. No dobrze, przy tych dublowanych wszystkich powyprzedzałeś, no to teraz już będzie lepiej. W tej stawce głównej będziemy. Wydaje mi się, że tego paliwa mógłbyś trochę więcej na formującym oszczędzić, jakbyś się bardziej postarał.
Bardzo się postaram teraz.
Bo ty tak wiesz, przyspieszałeś? No i oni zwalniali przy tobą, to ty po hamulcach. Tak byłeś, no ale teraz nie będziesz ostatni, no to może takiej, tak to mogłeś sobie jechać tam 2 sekundy za nimi i się turlecie.
Oni też tak, bo oni tak przyspieszali, hamowali, nie? No i tak wiesz, ja co wrzuciłem sobie na sprzęgło, to oni zaraz po hebla.
Mhm.
I tak ani się toczyć, ani co.
And that was where we went to for round 3 of the season. A big drama already at the top of the hill for Project One by Esports as they were sent round on the very first lap. Big issue for the number 5 Williams Esports.
No ale powiem ci, że takich problemów to jeszcze nie było nigdy.
Żeby tak ostro, nie?
Były dwie red flagi w 2020, nie? Ale to było tam...
Zanim wprowadzili to z linku.
Po pierwsze, a po drugie, no to była tam jedna wieczorem, jedna nad ranem chyba, czy coś takiego. I nie wyrzucało ludzi w międzyczasie, ani nic. Mi się wydaje.
Into the Floridian sunshine as we would get ready for the final race of 2022.
Ale kurde, no to naprawdę to jest kwestia serwerów, jakby wiesz, no. Tak, wydawałoby się, że zobacz, tak mało osób jest jakby połączonych, nie? 45 samochodów, no co to jest? Tylko zawsze jest kierowca na tym, a nie ma nikogo na spekcie i w ogóle.
No, w takich Battle Royale masz tam, nie wiem, 100 osób się łączy na jeden serwer, nie? I jest okej, wszystko.
W czym?
No a poza tym, co tu szukać w takim ACC? No to chociaż nie wiem, no tam też jakieś problemy są z serwerami, ale to niby, że hakują, tak? Tam jedzie 50 zespołów i na spekcie siedzi po 2 teammateów i jadą, nie?
No, a widziałeś, co Jaskit ominęło? Wypadek? Ja pierniczę.
Tak, tak, no, na milimetr. Na transmisji pokazywali powtórkę.
Talking to David Bradman actually after he left the studio, and he was just like most real racing drivers who haven't grown up with this sim racing world, but have done sim work. It's just I just can't. He said it's just astonishing. And he was talking
Kurde, no nie wiem, z tym oszczędzaniem na te 10 kółek, no tak wolno trzeba dosyć jechać. Tak, też z linku, no, wchodzimy.
Powiem ci tak, jakby oni nagle wyścig stwierdzili, że skończą, to ja chyba nie będę oszczędzał.
No, no.
To ja powinienem się przebić chociaż do jakiegoś top 10. Ale co to zmieni w sumie?
And like up to 2 seconds off the pace in another without having forgotten how to drive. And it's quite, I suppose it's like going from an endurance car to a single-seater car.
No teraz te Lapet Cars się pozbędą.
Teraz to przemyśleli, jak już nam to bez różnicy.
Od 76 kółka, czyli jak?
Czyli 5 kółek jechałeś.
It's very hard to describe because you're kind of right. Like I said before, when it comes to different disciplines in sim racing, when we speak of motorsport, you do say like doing endurance racing, doing open wheelers, going to do rallycross, doing rally generally, going truck racing, going NASCAR. Like these are different disciplines in the world of motorsport. They're different disciplines in the world of sim racing as well, but it's almost like turned up to 11 in the sense of like we've got those things where we have to jump between simulators, and we have this beautiful thing in sim racing where you've got, in quite a lot of cases, the same car that's represented on multiple simulators. Yes. And you kind of think, well, if you're quick in that car and that simulator, then
and
you
the
should
same
be quick.
Track.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can be off the pace in the same car in the same track, just because it's a different
sim.
Yeah.
And it comes down for the most part with the tyre model, that main contact path between what's happening between the car and the road. And thankfully, on other two recently, we've had so much data coming in from Goodyear, obviously one of our sponsors for the championship. They've provided so much data that has moved the cars forward, particularly the cars that we've got in the Le Mans Virtual Series, that's kind of trickling down into a lot of the other cars on the platform. The GTEs, they drive wildly different to how they did in the previous season, courtesy of how that data has been implemented. And it's had an awful lot of positive feedback from the drivers because, again, it's that real-world sim racing connection, which you just can't get in other sports.
And yet, still, the real-world drivers cringe. Alex was talking about that after he did his hot lap. I'm cringing, assaulting the curbs the way that you have to get the speed out of the car. And that was one of the significant things, particularly for drivers in the first Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, when they were new to racing these things, that drivers who had real-world LMP2 experience just couldn't drive fast enough because they just weren't smashing the curbs. I mean, it's not being aggressive on them. It's just ignoring the fact that they even exist in a way that the real world, it would rip the floor out of the car in half an hour, and the gearbox and the drive shafts and everything else. So is all of that sort of adapting from one set of rules, real life, to another set of rules, which is the physics engine of the game. So yeah, all of that plays a part in it as well.
I still maintain the damage model that we've got enough to kind of way, we've got our bits and bobs. I still want to see that being a thing of like, you can't just blast over the curbs, you can't just do this, you can't just do that. I like the idea that you got to do it. Don't get me wrong, there is still risk from taking the curbs. It's not so much on damage, but we saw from Josh Rogers earlier on in the race, he took too much curb through that final part in the Ford chicane, which is an enormous bit of sausage curb, and it spun him round. Obviously that's pretty much about as bad as it's going to get, being spun round, maybe tapping the barrier. When it comes to actual braking of suspension, you're never going to hit that curb hard enough that it's going to make one of the wheels fly off.
No.
I'm one of the people that I want to see that. I want to see, not the wheel fall, I mean that would be hilarious, but still, but more the I want to see that sort of also being represented. Whilst we've got a lot of things that are moving forward in sim racing, I think the damage side of things is one thing that I'm like, go on.
Alex Brundle's been out and about here in the UK. Hayley Edmonds is in Versailles, just to the southeast of Paris, at the headquarters of Peugeot and, of course, the Peugeot Esports team. And during the red flag that has just previously disappeared, she had a chat with all and sundry, not just Gustavo Mezzes, clearly coming back from McDonald's with everything hidden in a sushi bag because he's a professional racing driver, but everybody else. So let's see who she had a chance to catch up with.
I'm down here in the box, joined by, I'm joining, more like, Thibault Larue and Stéphane Lecoche. Now, you guys both work for R8G. For anyone that's not familiar with R8G is, of course, Romain Grosjean, who's competing, we'll get into that in just a second, in this edition of 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Okay, information to everyone. We're going to throw down the server because somebody was sharing live footage, and in that live footage, the informations of the server were made available. So we are sort of resetting on this side of the game also. For your info, we will do a procedure similar to the second procedure we did after the first red flag. It will be very identical, and we are picking up on lap 76 from the leader of the race.
Ja, może taki atak jest na to, co? Że takie coś. Ten wszyscy racingowcy się zrzucili. I tak nam robicie z indikarami? No macie, chamy. Jedne. I Chińczyków wykupili na DD8 wszyscy.
At the moment, we are really honored to be in that place.
So R8G are actually competing here, competing at this 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual.
No Le Mans to jest przejebane. Nie masz co walczyć, potem nagle masz co walczyć, potem znowu nie masz. Potem nagle prowadzisz z pół minuty przewagi.
No, I mean, we are just all sharing the same passion for sim racing. Romain is a competitor, so he's there to win. We are in touch with him, but we are here to defend Peugeot as well. So great relationship with Peugeot, to be honest. It's great.
Gdzieś tam w dupie są.
There was nothing.
No są. No i znowu są.
It's a year to learn, and next year the idea is to be back to win. So let's the best win, whether if R8G or whatever, or Peugeot or someone else.
And just one word, Stéphane, you are passionate
nie wiadomo.
about sim racing for a very
Może
long time.
3/4 już za
What do
nami.
you think 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual has changed for esports and sim racing?
For be honest, I think all. During the COVID, I think a lot of guys, pro drivers or guys like you and me enjoy what we can do on sim racing. So I think it's a new era coming with 20 Hours of Le Mans. No, we can.
No dobra, to ja myślę, że z oszczędzania na ciebie będę za nimi trzymał. Przecież to są jakieś Jimmy Antunes. To myślę, że tak. No kto? Mareczak? No co?
And what's it like, just one word on the fact that you're working for Peugeot Sport, who's really investing so much into esports. Do you think they're going to continue into this venture, or is this going to be a one-off?
To go puszcza, jak bardzo będzie cisnął.
Pretty happy, no? Don't you think?
I tak go wpicie, robot zrobię.
I mean, it's not real world against a virtual world. They are all going together. Young people now are watching motorsport through Netflix, through Twitch. They are not buying newspaper anymore. So I think Peugeot understand that if you want to put more attention to the young people, it has to be there. So they are on track with the real racing. They want to win, and now they want to win in virtual. So I'm sure there are a lot of projects behind the scenes, and we hope we can carry on like this. And you know, even when we do, I don't know, we can put a simulator in a big shop in Paris or in all the Peugeot stores, and just to ask the guys, okay.
Aha, bo jak ktoś ma link, to automatycznie się hasło wpisuje, nie? Przecież.
You know, we have a world champion, double world champion on the grid. When you play other gaming, you don't have Messi playing FIFA. So it's yeah. And at the end, we are not gaming. You know, they are racing. Elliot Véron won 3 races in Formula 4. Meneses is a great driver. We have real engineers. It's not gaming.
Romain Grosjean, he's also there.
Yeah.
He's not too bad either.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's not gaming. It's just another way to do motorsports, and we are here to win.
Well, it's fantastic, and I really see how, you know, motorsports are so accessible through esports and especially through this fantastic event. So thank you very much, guys. Thanks for being here, and well done so far for your job.
Fajnie, podoba mi się, jak tak jest event na R-Factorze, wszyscy mówią, Boże, jaki ten R-Factor jest beznadziejny. Bo wiadomo, do dupy, że taki red flag, taki problem i tak dalej. Ale wiesz, piszą to ludzie, którzy, nie wiem, jeżdżą w iRacing, a tam nie da się na przykład wyścigu było przejechać z tych 24-godzinnych, wywala ludzi gdzieś tam w kosmos po jakichś dziwnych rzeczach. Na ATC połowa wyścigów w ogóle nieukończona, bo takie problemy z DDoS-ami, jakby wiesz. No.
Is it a surprise to you that we have got the reigning Formula 1 world champion?
No, to prawda, ale dosyć problematyczne to jest, że nie da jechać w ogóle. Nie?
Nie no, bo oczywiście, no ja nie mówię, że jest fajnie, jest do dupy, ale po prostu jest tak samo do dupy jak we wszystkich innych grach, ale zawsze na RF-a to jest taki hejt, nie? Taka łatka jest po prostu, że jest fatalny.
A nie wiem, czy widziałeś, a w GTE 2 koandy mają kółko przewagi nad wszystkimi.
Przepraszam, ale nie dali, tak dali wszyscy.
Pewnie jesteś?
Keeping us going
Tak,
all the way through the red flag. Great to see so many drivers out there, and you know, the 2 teams I've visited so far this weekend. I mean, just absolutely incredible to watch them at work. And the seriousness. I mean, I've spent a bit of time done the Daytona 24 hours with Danny Giancarella before. The seriousness in his face when he's describing what he needs to do out there and not let Bono and the rest of the team down is incredible to witness. Absolute seriousness in the eyes of those professional racing drivers. Even if you did get Messi playing FIFA, I think he'd be having a laugh. These guys aren't having a laugh out there. They are having fun, but they are absolutely on it lap after lap.
I think that comes down to the fact, like Messi playing FIFA, he's a footballer, great. Yeah. But FIFA and football are different things. But sim racing,
it's like Messi playing Dan Madden. Because it's football, but it's not his football, and this is racing, but it's not Max's racing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's still like the amount that you can bring from your motorsport expertise. To some degree, to most degrees, applies in all the sim racing, right? That's why we have that level of perfection.
Ja cię pierdolniczę.
You arrive at a limitation. I think we view that limitation every year when those professional drivers charge with great approach speed towards the pace and come to a grinding halt at that position where we have to rearrange our brains to do things in a racing car that we're not used to doing, and that's when the work truly begins. There is that little bit of travel to be done. There is the driving with your eyes and not with the senses, all of the parts of your body where you feel that G-force, where you get used to that sensation of speed. but the fundamentals are there, and you know there are at risk of stating the obvious, not every race car is the same, and trust me, there are a lot of weird things you have to do in some real race cars to make them go fast. Anybody who complained that you have to do strange things to make a simulator go fast needs to try some of the real ones, because they can be freaky.
Yeah, I've had many a story in my time about real motorsport cars. He's like, is that normal? It's like, yep, that's just normal.
Yeah. There'll be there's a nature of technique to all of these cars, especially those like the Orica 07 we race here in Virtual Le Mans, and of course in LMP2 in real life, that require a certain amount of technique, and you're basically hacking the platform by using the brake pedal to keep the splitter nice and low and the downforce over the nose. How is that so far different from understanding a simulated tyre model and driving to the limitations of it? It really isn't, is it? You've got
same deal.
Turn left, turn right, throttle, brakes and gears, have at it and make the thing work. And whatever you have to do to go fast, that's racing driving.
Yeah. And whether it's real or virtual, as you say, each one of these race cars in each one of the platforms, each one of the different circuits, will require something different, and that's where all that knowledge and experience comes in the real world, from guys like you that have done it for years, and in the virtual world from all the sim racers that have done it for years, whether they're 30 or 13. And of course, it's about getting the ultimate speed out of the car on every single lap. Now, over the 24 hours, you're not always on the ultimate, but if we think back to yesterday in qualifying, there was some pretty ultimate lappery going on. So let's take a look at the fastest of our laps from the 20 Porsche Co-Anda car and their closest rival team from Team Redline.
It was truly incredible to see these teams going at it, really, and to be able to compare those team cars. The Co-Anda car, of course, ending the session on pole position, was a little wider through the first part of the racetrack and through that first chicane. But what I really noted about these two laps was how much front end that Co-Anda car has, and that's a differential between the two setups that is really apparent, especially when they go into that first chicane. The Co-Anda car able to keep that nice tight line as it heads into that first braking zone. And the Redline car already a little bit behind, look, as they head down towards the first chicane. You can see that Rogers in that Co-Anda car, this was the difference we talked about before the green flag with the Co-Anda car. Look, getting really, really wide and using the apron. Every single meter of racetrack you can use extra relates to extra speed. And despite a little bit of a swapper through the exit in the 20, he's still able to take more apex speed. Does the same thing again, does Rogers, down towards chicane number 2. But I was amazed, Martin, by these two spec cars and how different they looked to the trained eye in terms of how they were actually handling.
Okay, information to all the teams. It seems that we may have found the source of the problems we've been having. We have teams which are sharing live streams where you are showing sensitive data like IP addresses and all that. We have evidence of that, of one team. So gentlemen, if we want the game to continue, let's be serious on what is being streamed by each and every individual around the game. Sharing of sensitive data like that will make other people access the game as it happens. If we see anyone sharing that kind of information live, we will just unplug that person, that rig, that machine and that team, and it will never be accepted again within the sphere of this game. So please be very careful with what you're sharing or on your own individual streams. This has caused us already troubles. We had people already coming into the team chat in race control. Now we understand why. So please be very careful with what you're currently sharing. Do not share any kind of information which can open the door to other situations like this to arise.
In the final Ford chicane, the high-speed Porsche curves are a very aggressive load case for that rear tyre. They build a lot of temperature in that left rear, and I do think the Co-Anda car is able to manage that a little bit better than the Redline car is. That doesn't pay dividends where the temperature is actually built. You have to go 100, 200, 300 metres down the racetrack to here in the Ford chicane, where you can see Rogers in the Coanda super aggressive with the steering wheel, those little errors, that bit more tentative from the red line car, and super interesting to compare those two laps.
So I kind of wonder where that kind of, because the temperature-wise, we were saying about it wasn't just a difference on the lap time, but it was a difference on the build-up to the lap time.
Yeah,
if you saw how slow the
looked like they're on the pit lane speed limiter.
Meanwhile,
they could
red lines were
almost
going
not have
faster.
gone any slower.
It could well be the tyre build. I mean, any driver who complains too much about the setup of their racing car is often reminded that they're intrinsic to it by their race engineer, and the build of the tyre from the pit lane, keeping that temperature down, something we see all over motorsport. Managing the tyre thermally, obviously critical to a qualifying lap. What interests me, though, is how that is going to change the way these cars behave over a stint. They'll naturally have different setups in the race, but you tend to see that tendency move forward into the race performance.
Yeah, and because everybody is looking at conquering the same distance and the same time, are you also going to see their setups sort of merge a little bit? So in qualifying, the Coanda team will have known that Josh Rogers and Matt Backham were going to do the laps. And so they will have detailed those cars specifically to do that one single lap. They left so late and went round so slowly on the formation lap. There was literally only seconds left in the session before they started the flying lap. So it was no safety net. It was proper high wire act. But the car will have been, like in a Formula One car, absolutely tailored perfectly to what Josh Rogers wanted and had tested relentlessly, and for Matt Backham. Whereas in the race, not only has it got to survive more than one lap, you would hope, but it's also got to survive 3 other drivers who don't like it as pointy and on the nose, or don't like it as loose at the trail, or can't handle it with too much understeer, or
Were you a diva? In the United car
Still
back in 2020, I was going
to.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not talking broadcast. Yeah, just
I was chatting to Will Tregear. I'm gonna go just sidestep that one and go back into P-Bar promotion. But I was chatting to Will Tregear about this over at Williams. It was really interesting because we all harp on about compromise in sports car racing at Le Mans and beyond. The reality is once you've done several 3-minute laps of Le Mans, had a bit of a problem potentially in FP1, moved through the sessions, got all of the drivers some running, that actually if you get it on the floor, pointing in the right direction with a balance that's not going to fall apart for the race, it's a pretty good effort. In virtual Le Mans, I really do believe it's because you've got so much time.
Yes.
It's more of a true compromise. You've actually got the time to say to one of your drivers, how would you like that racing car, sir? And then they move it, they hone it, and potentially hone it away from what their teammates can deal with, because you're close to the knife edge, aren't you, Martin, really?
Now, you've gone completely the opposite way from the way I thought that thought was going to end up. I thought you were going to say, because you've got infinite amount of time to practice, which you absolutely don't in any real-world situation, and certainly never mind at 24 Hours of Le Mans, that you basically get, let's say, your Josh Rogers or your Max Verstappen going, this is absolutely and without question the fastest setup. You've got a week, learn how to drive it.
It could well be.
That doesn't happen. You don't have the time in the real world.
I think it's something too risky.
You could well be the way these teams fall, but that's a judgment call, and it's a judgment call because you don't have the ultimate control, because I know the ambient is moving here in the simulation. It's interesting as we move through the race. It's going to be a big factor, I feel, as the race moves on, especially with regard to what we've just been discussing. As you get into the race, the track gets more rubbered in, you get more tyre load, that temperature increase becomes more and more exponential. But throughout free practice, you can normally throw a good half to 2/3 of FP1 in the bin. With the circuit just not being where it needs to be. Here, you can go straight to, you can build yourself a practice server, go straight to where the racetrack will be in halfway through the race. So have all of those options. You don't have that control over the exact fine-tuning of the car, so potentially the compromise issue doesn't fall so open because purely it's not possible.
Yeah. And there's still the possibility to chase the racetrack by changing the setup in the pit stops and everything else, same as there is in the real world. So you can massage that performance window a little bit to follow where the racetrack's going.
Then it rains.
Yeah, I was going to say, of course you can change some things on the pits. We obviously can change tyre pressures. That's a big one. You can change. On the LMPs and GTs, I'm pretty sure you can change the rear wing, but obviously you can't change much outside that. As much as you can in the sim race, you'd be like, well, surely you can change all the suspension settings and stuff.
It's trim and balance. You can. At any stage, you can change all of that, but not once the race starts, because you just give away so much time, you'll never find a setup that will get it anywhere back. And to a degree, that's sort of the way that they're working also with their fuel strategy, is that, and we saw it actually a couple of times in the Le Mans Series virtual races, that some teams had done enough work to convince themselves that a particular fuel strategy was going to work, and it didn't always.
Yeah.
And despite the number of times they rehearsed it, and you slightly wonder whether you're down one of those engineering wormholes where you are so convinced that something is going to work that you look at the data and make yourself believe that data confirms what you want to believe. And we saw a couple of times where there were slight outlier fuel strategies that just bombed and just didn't work at all. And I imagine to a degree there were also cars that were slightly off the pace for reasons that didn't really seem relevant, and that's probably again because they've gone down a slight engineering wormhole and convinced themselves that would definitely work, and turns out actually in traffic that was a bit bobbins and didn't really work at all. So,
nie wszyscy. Jakieś 19 lampaków jest chyba na tym samym lapie.
The real world build up to your experience that you take to Le Mans each year, and the more you run cars and the more you race on different tracks with different cars, the more that experience goes into the melting pot. And the sim racing world is no different in that way from the real racing world. So we talked about Le Mans Series Virtual. This is the 5th and final race of the year, the 5th and final race of 22-23 season at least. It's a sort of end of the year, beginning of the year. So let's take a look at how we got here as we headed into Le Mans.
Just a brilliant launch off the line, wasn't it? Found a gap on the outside, and the door opened up, and there they went. And now they've got of course, the outside braking zone where more rubber is, and they're just going to be brave on the brakes. That is fantastic driving, isn't it? Round the outside, racing line, and through they go into second place. Absolutely brilliant driving.
Talking of confidence, Yuri Kasdorp has a bundle of it going into turn 1, and look at him into turn 2. He could have taken the lead going in to the braking zone for 3, but good defensive work from the leading car of Enzo Benito. Look at this, all over the circuit. They're trying to get past Jakub Brzezinski now. And Simoncic round the outside of turn 1, inside of turn 2, side by side through 3. They now head down towards turn 4. Simoncic will have the slipstream from the AMG Williams. Rietveld has the inside line, is able to hold position, but they still haven't cleared that Williams. Little bit of defensive work going on from Brzezinski. Hard defensive work going on from Brzezinski. Rietveld chooses the outside line. Can he go all the way around the outside with his extra grip? He's being squeezed by the Polish driver. Inside line, but now outside line once again. Simoncic, surely, right-hand side. Oh, there's no space. He has to go into the middle. Is there any space to squeeze between the two of them? No, there isn't. Brzezinski has got his elbows out and holds on to the position. Simoncic now with a switchback. Has he got the grip to be down the inside, side by side through these sweeping turns? And again, there's no space, but I think there's a GT car in front of this, which make it even more exciting. What about on the brakes down into here? No, there's no space.
Wow, absolutely fantastic stuff on the exit there, and just about holding on, and it's pretty much as you were.
Oh, I thought Simoncic was going to get on the inside there, but there was no room because there was a Porsche in the way, and somehow they've all managed to get through.
Here's Jeffrey Rietveld closing it behind us. He's had enough. He sends it down the inside there. Can he get the car stopped in time? No. And that is going to see the Williams come back through once more. So they are still, as you were. Rietveld gave it a good go there.
Brzezinski is defending like it's his teammate at the head of the field. Side by side though, Simencic now with the inside. Maybe we'll make that move. There's a little bit more kissing between the two of them. It's side by side still, but Rietveld will have the inside line here. Payek is having a great time watching all this, and there's also a GT car to get through. Simencic being fed to the outside line. Payek says thank you, that's one. Is it two positions for Payek? Just about, potentially. Where's the GT car going to end up in all of this? Rietveld holds on. Simencic through again. And can he go all the way around the outside? Surely he can't. He's going to try though. This is
5 kółek przejechali, znaczy no 6-7 kółek, no to z 20 minut jechaliśmy.
He's out the inside line for 10, 3 positions, boom!
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Updated and stuff. RHG going for it. That's the AAA, and they are going for the lead.
Not going to happen there. They're going to have to do it a little bit later. This distraction is going to slow down Project 1 by Dur. Ferrari to the outside. Ferrari still owe us a stop, do they not?
No, I don't think they do. I think Andonovski who's just gone around the outside of 4 here. This is Timotej Andonovski trying to take over the race. Of course, race
nie wiadomo nic.
season at the Nordschleife, we're trying to get one for real here.
Side by side through the sweepers. It's very, very tricky to run side by side here. There's not really 2 racing lines, but he's managed to force the issue, and he's pushed Dur off line as well. So Red Bull Racing come up the inside to take second. Can you believe we're halfway through the race? We've got the 3 GTE cars trying to share the same piece of tarmac.
He is on the attack. This all feels so sweet as he looks to the inside and commits to it. He's going to take over the GTE lead. He's sent it in, and Yuri Kastorp hits the front again. Great driving from Yuri Kastorp. Great pass down the inside.
For information, not to keep you blind, a new link will be shortly provided so that everyone can log in. We are working on that.
Get the lead back in towards turn number 4. We go back on board with Yuri Kastorp, and that should be the move complete.
The resuming procedure will be very similar to what we did on the second attempt after the first red flag, to see if it works out good this time. So basically the leader will be the leading car during that lap, and at the end of that lap, if everything is stable and okay, then we go racing again like we did on the second attempt.
Down the inside once more, really on the dirty part of the circuit, but it's going to have the inside line, and that is lovely from Alexander Smolyet. Now he needs to shut the door a little bit to stop them from running side by side through this part of the circuit. The third place Kevin Siggy is only 4 seconds back. We know how fast Kevin Siggy is, but they're still side by side. Now we'll be in the next braking zone, the inside line for the Ferrari. Surely he can seal the deal now. Yes, he does for the moment, but ultimately those stickier soft tyres are surely going to be helping the Porsche.
Also, for information, we are looking into the driving times because that's not easy on our side either, and we will keep you posted on any updates which come on concerning the driving times.
Jordan out of the pits. Look ahead. Where is the BMW is more important, really. There he is, still in the pits. They enter, exit at exactly the same time, and the BMW is going to be ahead of the Porsche, squeezing on pit exit. The Porsche needs to be careful not to cross the white line. There's traffic, huge traffic coming past, and they come out of the pits side by side. They rub, they bump, they bore. Inside now, Porsche takes the lead, but BMW is surely going to fight back. Wisniewski now goes super defensive on the inside line. Is it too much? Are they weaving? Bennett looks to the inside. There is a little bit of space. He dives. Needs to be careful not to knock out the Marla car, and just about survives, and obviously loses a position at the end of it. But gosh, that could have been a collision. That's going to compromise him a little bit. Luke Bennett goes to the inside. Is there space? There is half a car length. Serious fights going on out there on circuit. And remember, they're now at the end of their soft tyres. Wrestling his car, drawing in under slipstream. Luke Bennett looks again down the inside. There's more of an overlap this time. Side by side, wheel to wheel battling. A little bit of oversteer from Johan Wisniewski. More wheel to wheel battling, more contact between the two. But Bennett has the inside line before. There is a car ahead of him.
Chcesz, Andrzej? Już jestem na serwerze.
To co, podwójnego walniesz?
Tak. O, tak będzie najlepiej. Zachowamy też czas mniej więcej wtedy.
Nie więcej. Bo Agustin powinien wsiadać za 20 minut.
Aha, okej. No to wszystko się przyciągnie fajnie, będę mógł później wstać.
Fajnie, będę jechał do 5:30. Nie wiem jak niby.
Spokojnie. Myślę, że...
że nie będę jechał w ogóle.
Strasznie mnie głowa boli.
So guys, what's the plan right now?
So, what would you say if Nico did 2 stints now? And then you got in the car?
Okay, to stint Nico and go after that.
Yes. So probably before they restart and everything, then in 1 hour 30 minutes, something like that.
Okay, copy.
Getting on for 20 seconds ahead of him still. Yes, you know, compared to the Porsches. And don't forget, yeah, the number 2 team. Smollier on the inside, just enough for Jordi Spheres as they come through Curva Grande to hang on, just enough. But again, very close, and again, both.
Have you heard that, Michael?
To leave racing room.
Yep, so 2 stints for Nico and then Agustin drive from there, providing it's dry, I guess.
Yeah, providing the server doesn't crash.
Providing it's dry, they don't change the weather and the server doesn't crash again.
A lot of assumptions there.
Yes.
Didn't go right out to the curb. Oh, yes, there is as well. Interesting, they both had time there to flick their wipers on, or are they both scrambling?
It's automated.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay, we would like you all to log in. The link has been made available. We want to make sure that everyone is properly logged into the server so that we can start with the resuming procedure as soon as possible.
It said in Discord the weather will be cloudy but dry.
Smollier shakes his head as he clatters it over the curbs in Ascari.
Nico, can you stream and make sure you're on Zoom?
I am.
Did you guys see the update on weather?
Yeah, cloudy but dry.
Yeah, till the end of the race.
What?
To the end of the race, okay.
Yep.
Try to the end of the race.
Should I change?
The thing we were talking about?
Yeah, I should.
Yeah, but I think it's even in the dry, it's better like that. You're echoing, Michael.
We definitely need to get to
Why? Why not more rain?
That's a shame.
Made contact there. At the end of lap 16, they both survived, and Team Redline do pick up a spot.
So we got 2 laps of rain.
He's got the tow from the Team Redline car in front, but he's got nowhere to go. He needed to go by earlier. Now he can go up the inside, but Redline have the apex of the second element, and now you can just basically block all the way down here through Bruxelles, except if you get held up behind the Aston, and he gets the view down the inside. Around the outside goes Mitchell de Jong, can't get it done, and as they drift out wide, here comes the Alpine, because the Alpine has also got by the number 4 Van Wall car. What's the gap to the leader? 11.1 seconds. I mean, Josh Rogers...
That's doubled in about 4 or 5 laps. Here we go.
Well, you can see why, can't you? And here comes Mitchell de Jong, the white and black car.
22, Alex. It's going to be 22 degrees.
And he's got where he needs to be on the inside at the bus stop. And he's going to squeeze his rival onto the curb. Now, that's really clever. But here again, he's earlier around the outside. I mean, you know, it is the classic Spa pass, but he can't break through the wake. Now he's just about alongside.
This looks better. This looks a lot better.
But again, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the Porsche just eases him onto the rumble strips, you know, and they give each other room to survive. There's no contact here. Look at how close they are.
Here comes Wisniewski.
Yeah, this could be tough. This is, oh, he's going the long way around the outside. It's going to work as well. And the Porsche spins into the R8G car, comes back out in front.
It's quick on the straight, so it's about what R8G can do in this section. Wow.
He's all over the Porsche. He's got much more of something. Either get up and go, or grip, or both. For third place, this is the final roll of the dice for Johan Wisniewski. He's going to take it, isn't he? It's going to be a drag race to the line. He's going to win this. He's going to make sure that the Porsche does not get back beside him, and he just wrestles his way past Mac Backham.
Oh, sniff.
Is he going for it? Yes, he is.
Side by side for the lead of the race. Down the inside goes Enzo Benito to move the 71 ahead of the Ferrari that's led from the very beginning. There's back markers involved, there's LMP cars involved. The Ferrari's going to try and
Please use the new link. Please log in. We're waiting for everyone to be logged in so that we can go ahead with the procedures.
go around the outside, but there's still plenty of opportunities if an LMP car fires its way down the inside of this little battle that we have for the lead.
Can you stream on Discord, Nico?
Yeah. Just 1 second.
At top end speed, and again draws alongside into the braking zone, but Enzo's got it covered.
That is wide again, bit of lap traffic ahead in the P1 Esports car. This is it. This could be it for Baldwin. Could get to the outside of T1.
James Baldwin looks to the outside, has the overlap into turn 1. It's very, very bumpy. It's very, very fast. There's no way through, but he tries for the cutback. Side by side on the exit towards turn 2. Verstappen's up on the grass. Verstappen is wide, and Verstappen has let James Baldwin through.
Ja tyle formułę, co na Twitterze coś tam zobaczę. Z pierwsza runda sezonu teraz jest.
Across Max Verstappen's face.
Fantastic stuff. We're just talking as that was going through that Sebring, although drivers may not always love it, the Americans always say half as long as Le Mans and twice as hard, and that's the physical brutality that plays, as Alex knows. But boy, it does produce great racing, and that's the real sign of a classic racetrack, and Spa's kind of like that, Monza's kind of like that. They're classic racetracks not just because everybody's racing there for 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 years, but because they produce great races, and that's always the sign of a good track. Now, to bring you up to date, we are under red flag because of issues with the 2 servers that the 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual is being run on. A suspected security breach is what has brought...
It seems we're only missing 1 or 2 cars. Please log in so that we can start working on the resuming of the race.
Particular avenue for potential difficulty in the future, and we are aiming for, well, a restart right about now. It is currently 8 p.m. GMT, 2000 GMT, 2100 CET. We are looking to try and restart in the very short-term future. In terms of that, everybody will be very grateful, I'm sure, to be in their rigs and actually making the cars move as opposed to in their
Pewnie nie chcę nic zmienić, tak mam pewność, że tylko sucho już będzie.
Ale co byś chciał?
Nie wiem, no tak jakbyś sobie pomyślał, że no tylko już będzie sucho, no wiesz, małą hybrydę mieliśmy, nie?
No ale wszystko co próbowaliśmy bardziej na rotację, no to co, nie było szybciej.
You will find the Le Mans Virtual Bingo cards. We have crossed another couple of things off. Haven't eaten our bars on air, but we've certainly plugged them heavily. We haven't pranked Alex Brundle yet, but the night is still short.
Doesn't it say someone eats?
Hopefully as short as possible.
Because Hayley did eat one.
She did eat one, so that's
that is ticked off. I've got to tell an unfunny joke as well. That'll come later on.
You did that in the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, no, to be fair, I don't know why it's not been ticked off, if I'm honest.
I know, and Martin every refers to something more than 40 plus years old. I've done that a couple of times at least before now, but there we go. So yeah, I have several bingo cards. I have a bobsleigh bingo card, God love John Morgan and his catch.
Agustin, are you here?
Also, courtesy of the late Ricardo de Villa, who was a designer for many teams, starting with Emerson and Wilson Fittipaldi back in the 1960s.
Could you check the Zoom, because you need to have a car number before your name.
Okay, 1 second.
Their GT races passed away at the beginning of lockdown from unrelated illness, but Ricardo had a driver's debrief bingo sheet that he delighted in sending out to people occasionally, and all the usual suspects: turning understeer, mid-corner understeer.
Okay, 5 minutes. The 2 missing cars have 5 minutes, otherwise we will advance. Last car, 5 minutes, we will advance.
1975. Even I know that, and I'm a granddad.
Oh dear. No comment. No comment.
The one thing I have seen, we talk about
Agustin, could you move your mic?
moving their simulators in competition again. One thing I've seen as I've been wandering around Brackley looking for
Agustin?
Sorry,
attached to a simulator rig is that as soon as
This one, Agustin, you put his mic.
they jump straight in a practice server and start practicing every single eventuality that may move on from here. So trust me, they're all driving. There is not one of these drivers who is not pounding laps in as we speak.
This is something that obviously we don't have in sim racing. When you have a red flag in real life, you pull up before the 40 chicanes, you sit there, and it's like, right, you're going to sit there for an unknown period of time. You're just going to sit there, and you can't, you don't get out of the car.
Bring me my gloves.
Literally
I'd like a
sit
pineapple
there.
juice.
Right, but in sim racing, it's
Is
like,
there time to go for a win? I mean, these are the key concerns.
Exactly.
Is there time to go for a win? I'm at the Ford chicane. It's like a 10-minute return journey to my pits just to have a quick pit stop.
Yeah.
Is there time? Who knows? No one knows.
Meanwhile, time
for a pit stop.
But in sim racing, we don't have that problem.
Hi.
You finish, get out of your rig, either move into another
Agustin.
one practice or go to the loo, get some food, whatever that you can do what you need to do.
One thing I've noticed actually, particularly when we be doing the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, is that red flags don't appear to be directly caused by anything that David Addison has done, which in real life is absolutely always Addison. Even if he's not at that particular circuit, somehow he always causes red
bring that
flags.
up to him the next time I come.
Can you mute your mic, Agustin? Because there's a lot of background noise.
Well, and it is, and when I did this race, it slightly was a little bit infuriating to have a red flag.
Yeah, sorry, I am another
caused
raptor.
by one of your competitors, because the only upside of a red flag was generally that as long as everybody was okay and out of the cars and completely safe from harm, was that you may have been sixth and you're now fifth. You lose a little bit. You lose a little bit of time in the race.
Ladies and gentlemen, the professional racing driver.
I was going to say this is a relatable thing. Is that I've like with disconnections and stuff in sim racing, you have like I've seen in a race where you're driving along. You're in, I say, you're third or fourth or whatever, and then someone disconnects, and you go, "Oh no!" And you look and you go, "Oh." Freebie.
It is very much the mechanical failure of the sim racing world, and there is that fantastic radio call, and it is unfortunately fantastic because your adrenaline is up, you're in race mode, and you may feel slightly different about it later, being gifted a position, but in the moment, you are now in X position when you were in X position because two of your competitors have tangled and moved you through the field. You don't care whether it was a freebie or not. You're happy to be in the best position possible.
I've just pictured in my mind was a shot of
Okay, guys, so same procedure. We will advance to race. We'll set the laps. And you will have to stay on the brakes while I do this. And then Eduardo will take over and tell you when to start. But there's a 3-minute countdown, so make sure you hit the race button.
If you want a fun time, always mention it. And Davidson. But the tortured mentality of the Porsche drivers, 4 minutes away from not winning Le Mans to having somebody go, "It's you."
Yeah.
And I talked to the guys at WRT from 2 years ago. The people from the ACO were in the garage talking to Yiffy Yee's teammates, going, okay, well, when he completes this lap, you take the checkered flag, and then we'll take you, and you'll go up to the Parc Ferme, and you'll go under the...
For information, Coanda is 69 laps, Oracle Red Bull 69 laps, BMW BS Plus 69 laps, RAG 69 laps, BMW Team Redline 69 laps, 68 laps on Simsa though, so it's not as bad as you think.
And another 100 meters would have passed him.
Yeah.
I mean, really, literally, it was that close. But that unbelievable turn of a card of fate, and you know, that's the thing about Le Mans. First lap, middle of the night, last minutes of the race, nothing can be guaranteed.
You're always hit with that weird shift in emotions. I will admit, immediate elation. You move forward up the order, potentially to a winning or podium paying position, and then the slight crisis of conscience
Why I'm
goes
19th again.
with the wanting to be sporting, and actually the sense of some loss, because I remember Olivier Pla, a very good friend and teammate over years in the World Endurance
You see on stream where you are after
he's
lap
a man of
76.
few words, winning a race I had the privilege of commentating on a few years ago in the European Le Mans Series. His first words out of the car were, "Winning is great when it's hard like that." And we weigh our achievements in sport against their cost in competition, and
they didn't add laps, I think.
You've had a donation. In another way, you've been robbed. A
Because
great
Peugeot is even in
opportunity
front
for great sporting contest.
Yeah, and you kind of look back, I'm sure, as a driver and as a team, on those titanic clashes. Those are the ones that are most important. You know, when Mario Andretti was winning everything in a Lotus 78, he said, "Yeah, you know."
Could you message Peugeot or anybody to let me go to not do again the same thing?
No, but they said they will retreat the
okay.
Okay. So was Ronnie, and so was the car.
They say we haven't rain
and when you get it
until the end of the race.
Because actually,
Yeah,
it's those
correct.
titanic battles that's the whole thing about driving a race.
Yes, I'm looking on stream. After 76 laps, you were P15, but behind that Peugeot still.
Crashing dangerously out of control, because that's where fast is. Fast is.
But doesn't matter if we get rid of it.
Beyond the crash.
Yeah.
And that's where the adrenaline comes from. That's where the high wire act is. You and I can drive an LMP2 car. We can't drive it fast, and we certainly can't.
Everyone
drive
to
it
be on
anywhere
brakes.
near
We are
the limit,
very
because our
close
native
to
sense of
starting
self-preservation would just go,
the lap. The leading, the car on pole will be the leading car, as we did on the second attempt. So everyone on the brakes. We are about to go.
knowing what the signs are, that it's instinct, that you read it coming. In the same way that when we learn to ride a bicycle, to start with, it's almost impossible to keep the handlebar straight and stay upright and pedal, because you're doing everything in 3 different axes.
Yeah.
And that's really tough. They can't even get a robot, after 30 years of trying, to walk naturally. A human child can do it in 12 months. But when you are driving a racing kart like that, it is all the experience from your first days in karting, and then single-seaters, and then learning slicks and wings and downforce and all of that. And it just accumulates and accumulates and accumulates till you get to the stage where you're a Lewis Hamilton, or you're Fernando Alonso, or you're Max Verstappen, or you're anybody who drives these cars for a living at their limit.
Yeah.
And you're always looking for more, because you get accustomed to it. It's like a fast jet fighter. There's nothing that is faster that is too fast once you've had a go in it.
And I think that is a barrier when you go and try and take a sideways shift, and then as a professional driver go and sit next to a driver like Bono Huis and say, not delivering in this sim. Head into the first chicane, ride up the first curve beautifully,
and
rotate the car in the mid corner and get to the throttle exactly the way your muscle memory has
musiał wysłać na czacie i deku dostał, nie?
Because he's never been
Jeszcze
in the
będzie jeszcze raz
never
pewnie
felt the jaw-breaking crunch
Deku
of
dostał,
carbon
no?
fiber as
Za
it
umlaut.
meets tarmac. But and that's what you've got to unprogram in many respects, and there's a bit of your brain which needs to be shut off, but that's the great challenge of it.
See, this is the thing though, is that sim races, when it comes to that kind of stuff, when it comes to
Nie masz go
using a track,
dekować, jak nie ma
is that,
umlautu.
the way you use a track
Musiał
in real life, you obviously
wysłać.
extend it to its maximum limit, and in sim racing,
Ale to
you know,
dziwne, nie? Dlaczego nie używa imienia, wiesz, OE, tak jak Niemcy używają, nie? Wiesz, o umlaut to OE, tak samo jak ja, przecież nie mam si, nie? Nie.
To prawda, ciekawe.
You come out of no name and you go down towards Puon, and you've obviously got grass on the right hand side, but less than a car width over, there is a bit of tarmac. And Jonas went, I'm going to use that.
Kurde, no ale ten deszcz to wszystko miał namieszać.
No, a teraz liderzy odjadą na minutę znowu i nie dojdziemy.
A kodu AD to też chłopiec, nie, co boją się dawać, czy o co chodzi? Chłopiec takie dzwony.
O, to prawda.
The other advantage that a sim racer has over Alex's experience is they've never had to walk back to a team leaving a steaming ticket wreck at the side the track.
It's funny you should mention no name, but I'm afraid I managed that this year. I've also been on that bit of tarmac. It just wasn't on purpose. It is true. We've all been through that moment, you know, and in many ways, although you know I'm very lucky in that those incidents have been few and far between, as you know, drivers much better than me are also lucky to have been in a kind of a situation.
Co tam gada ten gość? Attention.
A lot of races without incident, but we've all been there. And it is
no, nie wiem nigdy co on gada.
Też nie. Ale coś tam, że on grid now, tak?
Tak, no.
You are, and I have been in a competition on a different simulation where we spent a lot of time preparing with a great group of sim racers who I was joining with. It's equally soul destroying when you know that you've let down people who have been preparing, and it wasn't me in this particular instance, but I felt the pain.
Jak zastartujemy jeszcze wyścig 4 razy, to będzie lepiej.
In terms of a personal loss, to crash one of these cars when everyone behind you. We've seen this setup that Haley's been exploring over at Peugeot in Paris. All of those people are watching one driver plugged into one sim. It's pressure.
And whether it's a team that size or the size of Williams or McLaren or you know, Ferrari when they're in the museum and all of that stuff, or whether it's like Brabham Esports where you've got 3 different guys in their own homes in 3 different locations dotted across Europe, it is still a team business. Oh, yeah. It is still like every other team sport. You don't want to let the team down.
This is the thing. Like even when I was racing back in 2015-16, when we had I was racing for a team called Doug Henson Racing. We were battling for a championship against, coincidentally, Wisniewski, Brzezinski, and Pashkergis, who are all on this grid, which fills me with joy because I'm like, oh, I raced all these people. I battled them for a championship. They did win. We won't talk about it. It's fine. But when we were battling them for the championship, I always remember there were a couple of points where I sit back and I think of like any of the mistakes that I made. And I was the 3rd driver. I was the slower between my 2 fantastic teammates that were brutally fast, and you kind of feel that way. And so any mistake you make, any crash, brush with a wall, anything like that, and you feel that that weight on your shoulder, and you feel that disappointment towards the team, and it is an indescribable feeling, and it is not one that I would ever wish anyone to have, because it is a horrible feeling that you've been the one that's let down, whether it's just your 2 teammates, whether it's all the sponsors, everyone watching, you know, whatever your fans, whatever it is a horrible feeling that it exists in sim racing.
Okay, we need you to grid up again, and please do not move until we tell you to do so. So please, all cars to grid positions. All cars to grid positions.
For a reasonable period of time, is that actually you can directly offset those 2 feelings. The more of one you had, the more of the other you have. I truly believe the bad days really do make the good ones.
That's all, rozumiem.
No ten Alex Poliar wbija w ogóle z pending compensation.
Ciekawe.
Wyrzuciło go, jak wiesz, 5 razy kliknęli restart race, nie?
Yeah, 99% frustration, 1% jubilation. And it's only a game, till Harry Kane that. Let's talk about are different sim
We have an issue with the final driver, we are restarting again. We have an issue with the final driver, we are restarting again.
180 drivers in our 45.
To cyk, normalnie restart zróbmy jeszcze.
Everyone back to the garages.
And they are located in North and South America.
Nie no, to już jest cyrk na kołach, nie powiem ci tyle.
Asia and
prawda.
Australasia. Of the continents, only Africa and Antarctica.
Okay, gentlemen, back to the garages. This will be the last attempt to restart. If anyone drops out, we're very sorry. So everyone in the garage, we will call you to the grid shortly. If anyone pops out, yes, we'll pop out eventually for the last time.
However,
it's hard to grip a wheel with flippers, isn't it?
However, I read a story just before Christmas about one of the astronauts that was up in the International Space Station. His twin brother, who was also an astronaut, who also went into space to the International Space Station, sent him up on one of the supply missions a gorilla suit. This is absolutely God's honest truth. Which he then kept secret. And one day, when he was feeling particularly in a
No ciekawe, nie? Ale piszą, że to DDoS, no to myślę, żeby tak nie pisali, gdyby tak nie było. Bo co, napisaliby, że problem i tyle, nie?
No miejmy nadzieję, że znaleźli przyczynę i już będzie okej. Link zmienili do serwera, no i może będzie dobrze.
Ciekawe. Co myślisz, że nie można znaleźć tego serwera jakoś?
Honestly, I don't know what fiber and internet connections are like in Antarctica. So again, possibly Africa is more likely to be a continent.
Tylko za każdym nie rozumiem, dlaczego my nie używamy, wiesz,
All
jakiejś
cars
wersji
to
tam
grid positions. All
specjalnej, nie?
cars to grid positions.
Tak, no takie niedostępnej dla publiki. No.
The sim servers back up. And as we do so, let's take another quick pause. And again, thank you to everybody, fans, drivers, teams, engineers, and everybody who is taking part this weekend, and especially to all of the sponsors who are supporting us.
I need to refocus now. It's a race to be won.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that leads to victory.
Okay, we're under 2 minutes to start the new formation lap.
Virtual cars don't need real fuel, but drivers do. So for the
Dobra,
Le Mans Virtual Series,
idę chyba jeszcze po ładowarkę, widzę, bo mi się może laptop rozładować.
Koniecznie.
refueling bars made from grapes.
Okay, it's possible that you see a green on your displays and on the game. Ignore that green. You will be starting on my voice when we from race control tell you to go. So if there is any green popping up, ignore it. Keep the pedal on the brake. We will tell you when to start.
Here they are, the pit stop bars. Okay, as Haley said, it does work better as a gag, a pun gag. Pit stop, the French for pit stop, obviously, but eat, stop. They're great. They genuinely are. I was surprised at how good they are. And this is
Tak, no dopiero po drugim red flagu wznowienia.
Gag. This is somebody coming up with a great marketing idea, and not just creating like a rapper pack shot kind of cartoon idea. They have commissioned somebody to make genuine fruit bars, and they're genuinely really nice. I'm stealing as many of those as I can to go to the WEC crew for Le Mans this year, because
those three won't make it to the restart.
Those won't make it through to the well, they'll make it to the restart because we can't eat while we're live on camera, because that's just...
Haley did.
Teraz se chyba podbija.
O, tak, tak.
To już taka godzina na serwerze.
Again, if you see a green flag or a green signal, please stay still, keep your foot on the brake. We will tell you when you start this formation lap.
Very nice.
Of course, 100% ethanol. In my race car this year at Le Mans, which was incredible. I went out of the back of the garage and I sat there munching away at my probably my energy bar and coffee, and I thought the smell out here is a little bit different. Of course, it smells totally different from unleaded fuel, and 100% biofuel in all cars. For the 24 hours of Le Mans this year, certainly in my class, in LMP2, which was a fantastic feat, I thought, and no issues. Certainly no issues with our car, no issues that I know of throughout the race. It's one of several prongs, isn't it, we have to attack this environmental issue, and it's a great one. In terms of biofuel,
Streamuje się, tak?
to
Nie
use
wiem.
into the future to try to secure the future of transport and also to try to secure the future of motor racing.
Exactly. I mean, we're in a transition between where we are now and somewhere that we're not entirely sure where we're going to end up with. Are we going to have electric transmissions powered by hydrogen? Are we going to have electric transmissions powered by biofuels? We're going to have internal combustion engines with biofuels.
Okay, leader, start moving.
Kind of
Leader, start moving. We are starting the formation lap. All cars to queue up, minimize the gaps. The leader will dictate the pace. Everyone in line, and as we did on the second attempt, racing starts once you cross the finish line at the end of this lap. No overtaking before crossing the finish line. GT cars, please, no brakes, no gaps. Line should be as compact as possible.
Le Mans had been a big iron foundry city. The bells for Notre Dame were cast in Le Mans.
Yeah, so I guess they are not getting rid of lapped cars.
And so that made it quite a
Can you enable driver tags to see who's driving the Peugeot?
And so some of the early French automobile manufacturers were based in Le Mans, and therefore they had a well-to-do clientele, because you had to be well-to-do in those days to own a car, and they formed a motoring enthusiast club, a car club, exactly as would still exist in a lot of areas across Europe and across the rest of the world. And they decided that for the manufacturers, particularly the manufacturers in France, because of course they're the ones that make
I think the Peugeot team is driving live.
Jalopes were dangerous and weren't worth the money and were unreliable, and it was nothing like as reliable as a horse, which was of course the current language at that time of transport. And the whole thing about the Grand Prix of Endurance, Grand Prix d'Endurance, when they first started in 1923.
You could message them and just ask, like,
Car
remind them to pay
22
attention
should
to.
drop back and be the last car on the LMP2 line. Car 22, please pull to the side, drop back. You should be the last car on the LMP2 line. Thank you very much for such a prompt response.
They'll do that because mechanically cars are so reliable, and all you got to worry about is charging it. But in those days, the metallurgy and the reliability of the cars was very much in its infancy, and they had all sorts of different rules and regulations to prove that cars could do what they're supposed to. You had to drive the first hour they always all had convertible canvas roofs, and so you had to drive the first hour with the roof up, and if it blew off, you had to come into the pits and fix it on again until you could continue. I mean, really basic stuff. It proved that pneumatic tyres would be safe. It proved that lighting would be safe and could get better. And lights on cars have been improved, braking on cars, tyres immeasurably, and motorsport has really pushed that on a lot over the last century. Metallurgy and all the other stuff has been helped by the rate of development of motorsport and also of the
So again, two LMPs at least
the 20th century, but
in front, right?
all of that, Le Mans has played
Yeah,
its own
two
part.
LMPs and then Jimmy on tunes.
Here again you can see the leading car, the H24 project, and this is part of a decision made 4 or 5 years ago by the ACO to try and prove that a hydrogen-fueled car could be a viable alternative. Now, it's not saying this is the future and we have decided this is the only kind of car that will race at Le Mans, but the ACO and Green GT, who are the engineering team responsible for developing the car, have worked together over the last 3 years to get a running prototype together, to get the power working, to get the fuel cells working, to convert it from a concept into a car that can be raced. And it was raced throughout 2022, and it is the leading car here this weekend again. And it may not be the answer, and nobody's saying it absolutely is the answer, but it's certainly a question being thrown up, and you know, a great opportunity because of Le Mans' ability and history.
Car 26, can you please tell us what's going on? For us, you're stopped on the start-finish straight.
H24 is just another one of those technologies that's being developed.
It's car 39, sorry. Car 39, it seems that you're stopped on the start-finish straight.
Here that represents that move forward in technology. So we're taking that and in a way replicating it in such a way that a group of sports people have an absolutely level playing field to then go and deliver, because always the offset of that technological advancement, and it is a fantastic technological advancement, the H24 program, the only thing preventing them having a series for those cars is there aren't that many of them yet. And 20 competitors buying them and going and racing them. And isn't it great to be in the position where we can do that alongside all of the other potential alternatives for renewable energy series moving forwards. But we're providing here a platform where sport is demonstrating technology.
Yeah, and absolutely, and you know, obviously the automobile across the world is seen as one of the great polluters, whether it realistically is or isn't now compared to industry, shipping and everything else. And it is inherent on all of us to do a little bit, and that sort of relates
Information, all cars which are lapped cars within their class, please pay attention to that fact during the first laps when we resume. All lapped cars should bear in mind that they're lapped.
doing a tiny bit, and the motor industry and motor manufacturers doing a tiny bit, all makes a difference, because these things aren't going to go away in a hurry. Society in the 20th and 21st century has grown up around the support of cars, trucks, buses, vehicles of all kinds of sizes, and removing them all and replacing them with bicycles and or horses is going to be pretty tough. So we need to keep having that conversation and pushing it along in the AC. I'm really impressed that they have
Że już hamulce, żebym zdążył.
proves to be a part answer or not. They're pushing something along and pushing that research, and that's great. So that's all part of the future. Let's get back to the present. Cars on the formation lap, and once more rejoining in the order in which
Okay, let's close the gaps. No overtaking before the finish line. No overtaking before the line. Let's keep that line as compact as possible. Cars are supposed to cross the line in line, not side by side.
So it is the number 20 Porsche Coanda LMP car that leads the field. Josh Rogers at the wheel. Jeffrey Rietveld for Team Redline, car number 1. The car
We are almost there. We are almost there. Green, go, go, go. No overtaking before crossing the line. No overtaking before crossing the line. We're back racing. We are back racing.
Now first third of the race the Ford Zilla car has had, because we are 7.5 hours in and 16.5 hours to go as we get ready to, we're going to go green this time around. We're hearing Eduardo Freitas, he's in the room just behind us.
No i zespinował. Brawo.
Here we go, sounds like we go green here. We do go green flag racing. It is 16 hours and 29 minutes of the race remaining, 21:30 Central European time as we get back underway. LMPs and GTs, and of course when we came off the last red flag, the whole field was compressed and we did have a lot of high-speed pack racing incidents. Let's hope there are slightly fewer of those this time round.
Unlike the beginning of the race, Coanda able to keep the lead as they head out onto the Mulsanne Straight. We'll update you on the drivers in these cars as they cycle through with their Coanda. Number 20, the pole-sitting car, leads the way down towards the first chicane, but will Redline have something to say about it on this restart?
Well, it is Josh Rogers, the man who set that astonishing lap in qualifying to go 8
No, ty w Peugeotie dobry, nie? Ciekawe, czy to ten sam, co wtedy nas blokował.
He leads from Jeffrey Rietveld, looking down in the battle further back. Pink and white car there That is easy to pick out the Pescarolo car. That is then about the battle for 22nd, 3rd, 4th. Just see ahead of that little group disappearing away is Michi Hoyer, who is in the green 444 car, the next few Vanderbilt car, that's 22nd. So it's Luc Duval for GR, and then Veyron in the Peugeot and Imburg in the Pescarolo car with Vincent Capilliere in the Graf racing machine behind. Vincent Capilliere, a real-life Graf racer and a sim Graf racer as well.
Tricky conditions with the sun beginning to head down behind the trees, and also a little cooler, making it more and more difficult to get temperature and pressure into brakes and tyres. Brakes and tyres that are set up for the long haul, that are set up for those long distances they need as they head and pour down into Mulsanne corner. We got some moves. That's the 53, which is AMG Mercedes.
Nikodem Wisniewski in the 53 car, and that is currently lying in 15th place after the restart. Red line in the pits.
My God.
Now, this is a reflection of they're not actually showing all those cars that are showing in the pits. They're not showing us in the pits on my timing screen. I don't think they are.
Nie ma do ogromny częstochowy P14, nie?
Pescarolo car, pink and white. Well, I mean, what a great, outstanding livery there. And a move around the outside, and Mercedes AMG car as well.
That's the car operated by Williams, and a move defending around the outside. They're trying to get up and running without any kind of incident here. Still 16 hours of this one to go. It's just this kind of time of the race we can pick up a silly bit of contact, we can pick up a little bit of damage that you then carry for hours and hours and hours. A second here can be 30 seconds later on.
Now, of course, everybody
Sorry.
sitting at home in Europe, particularly, it's
Worry, gotta be smart.
in January.
Yep, let's settle in.
Central France. But of course, the race is not set in January. The race is set on the longest day weekend, the weekend closest to the summer solstice. So 9:30 in June in
Atomic
France,
consumption?
it's still barely dusk. So that's why we've still got daylight, because when you look outside your window, if you're in Europe, it's pitch black. If you're in Australia, it's already tomorrow. How is Sunday, by the way? And if you're in North America, it's still lunchtime. In South America, still lunchtime. So we've got all sorts of drivers racing across the world. Some of them probably in the depths of the night already getting ready to take over and do another stint. I mean, the guys in Shanghai are what, 10 hours ahead of CET, so it's already not 9 in the evening, it's 7 in the morning for them at Shanghai International Circuit. So the InSpeed team have already raced through their own night, and we haven't gone into the
7-2
night yet. I mean, it messes with your head properly, but
Yeah, I lost on that. I thought that maybe I would just overtake him and be in front.
watching it in the middle of the night when it's morning or lunchtime. You know, the start of Le Mans will be in the wee small hours for those in Asia and Australasia. So yeah, it's a great reflection of what our real life audience will be like in June.
My experience of 9 editions is all night, mate.
He found some pace now, so it's okay.
It's Dion out there in the Porsche Coanda. They came across the line and have just updated, and he's battling away with Jeffrey Rietveld at the front. Bono Huis there in the silver and pink Mercedes, taking a watching brief. Went to visit them a little bit earlier on in the weekend, but they're not able to streak away at the front Porsche Coanda, despite having that pole-sitting car. Absolutely fabulous lap set by Rogers, especially in the early qualifying session. But is the race pace as good as we pop back towards the GT battle, Martin?
Oh, and look at that! Yeah, there's the firer Aston Martin right in the thick of things. Black nose and that red rear end just ahead of the Simsa Esports car. So that is actually the battle for 12th place back.
Tak na godzinę możemy sobie pozwolić, mniej więcej, trochę więcej, 4,5 na godzinę.
For 12th place, you can see D-Station there, the familiar black and green livery on there, Aston Martin, that car's in 10th place. And just ahead of this battle, there's the Project One by Door car. That was an early disconnect in the race. So they are in, well, they were in 8th place at the beginning of this lap. The camera being shaken there, almost like a sea of Corvettes was coming by. You can see out front still are the two Proton Coanda Porsches. Now, early in the race, they were third and fourth running nose to tail, towing each other along, saving fuel. When RAG, the Triple A Ferrari was the race leader just ahead of the Fire Aston Martin. Then the Fire car took the lead, and then those two plus the Proton Project One Porsche, they were all disconnects and dropped back down the field. Now they are back in the fray, but Proton Porsches again were working their way clear. They've been brought back, looking back towards the 26 car.
Dishing out the toe in the GTs, but that Sim Ferrari really struggling at this stage in the race. I noticed the Proton, the Porsche.
7.1, Nico, 7.1.
Absolutely blasted by on the way down to Mulsanne corner. Very neat and tidy move, over and done with very easily indeed. And I wonder what's ailing that Ferrari, whether he's caught a wall somewhere and will have a little bit of damage to repair in the next pit stop.
Yeah, that was too much.
Just it is a little bit
To do air laps, you will need 7.1.
Okay, copy.
So it's now.
Yeah, I'm trying to be in the slipstream.
Yeah,
then
yes.
save more.
Good idea. I think it's important to do this lap.
They may have just brought the pressure down a little bit so that it doesn't have that immediate bite, doesn't come right up onto the cam early in the session, but it might have a little bit more later on in the stint. So yeah, the Sim Maranello car started the lap just outside the top half dozen and is now the 26 car down at the bottom of the top 10. So they have not had a good restart. Lloyd Hartog, and he is the leader in the 77 car. 88 is Bryn Collins, one of the two Collins brothers. Charlie Collins is in the 77 lineup, and those are the top two. Alan Turchich third for BS competition.
This group of cars are very equal in the last lap.
In the overall standings is in fourth place, ahead of Timotej Andonovski in the Triple A Ferrari that led early on, and then Enzo Benito for BMW Team Redline, sixth place in the 71 car, the points leader. As we go back to the front of the field, watch them slaloming across the track. Again, you know, you look at this and it's exactly like the cyclist race in the Tour de France. They follow the leader, they follow the slipstream from one side of the crown of the road to the other. And that number 20 Coanda Porsche still out front from Team Redline and AMG Team Petronas Bonahuis in third place. And then Georgi Dimitrov for Team Fordzilla clinging on. So it's breaking down again into that little pair out front, then the pair for third, and then just a step back, Colin Spork in the lead Alpine esports car. That's the 36 car. By the way, we talked a little bit earlier, Alex, in the broadcast about why 36 was such a talisman number for Philippe Signor. And I said, okay, maybe that's the number of the department in France where the team is based. So I've had a Google, and they're based in the north of Val de Loire, but it's department number 18. So I still haven't answered the question. So somebody maybe on Twitter, tweet me at Martin Haven if you know why Philippe Signor, signature as it was at Signatech as the team is now, has always favoured number 36. It could just be that was the number on the car in their first big successful season or their first big win or whatever, and signature goes a long way back into 1990s F3, so there's probably a long bit of history behind why they use that number so often.
It certainly was 36, but way before
Still too much?
Their collaboration with Alpine, wasn't it? As we watched that Fordzilla car, which for me, I've been out and about meeting the teams, but really has come a little bit from nowhere into this battle. They didn't have the best qualifying, did they? And they've kind of arrived stage left as we have a view of a couple of cars sitting in a pit
That's the
lane.
virtual cup team, isn't it? That's Andy Prio part. So
Still 7.2.
Gertman had a disconnect.
Yeah, we have got Prio in the pits.
Vincent Capillaire in the Graf car as well.
Marked as stopped, and I'm
Nope.
pretty sure
Perfect. 7.16, 7.18 is the limit.
So 7.1 or 7.2 is the limit.
7.18 is the limit right now.
Okay, thank you.
I will calculate again in the next one.
So Graf have lost a lap. Only two cars, by the way, are hors de combat. So the marker of doom has swooped early over JMX Phantom, that car did not start.
Dobrze mówi?
Indonesian and
Tak,
Thai
tak.
lineup did not even get connected at the start of the race.
Ja tu kontroluję wszystko, no ale zaczął się udzielać, to nie liczy.
O, prawie.
And a big crash at Indianapolis took the P1 Esports car out of GTE as well. That car lost a rear wheel, and that is about the only damage that you can do to these cars without buzzing the engine into a gazillion pieces. That is not.
Myślę, że Jarnej za tobą też oszczędza.
O, w żwir wjechał.
Going on between these front drivers. So I remember the pain of it. This lovely section which delivers you a tow if you're the driver behind, and then you get into the Porsche curves, you get a little bit of that aero wash and have to fall away, spend the middle sector catching back up, send the final sector falling away. But it looks
Nie chcę tunelu, nie? Chcę jakiś tam tunel mały mieć od niego. Nie chcę stracić, wiesz o co chodzi? A wtedy na pewno ich łykniemy. Kurde, jak on dojechał do tych z przodu.
Obawiam się, że sporo zespołów może teraz oszczędzać, bo tempo nie powala wcale w czołówce.
motion in the picture, and he's trying to like now hang on to it as he waits for the picture to start moving again.
Yeah, can't park there, sir.
So that does look like they've got a technical issue now. Actually, in the inaugural Le Mans 24-hour virtual, Andy and Siem Prio were racing together then as well, and they actually had a number of connection issues. Guernsey, one of the Channel Islands, should have no real issues with connection, but they just didn't have quite enough bandwidth perhaps to handle the game as well as required, and so that car has stopped. It is still in 25th place, ahead of the Mexico Racing Team entry in LMP, so they haven't lost too many places yet, but the longer they are stationary and the harder it then becomes to disconnect, to reconnect.
Back then into this GT battle, the Red Bull car, Red Bull Porsche making its way then down towards the Mulsanne corner.
Dennis Jordan at the wheel of the Oracle Red Bull car, number 99. So this is third and fourth. Alan Turkish with the stripes, the zebra stripes.
The new target is 7.2.
And then Timotej Andonovski,
okay.
RAG, right in the mix there.
4 punkty na
We
godzinę
can
możemy
push a
zbierać
little
teraz.
bit more, but not too much.
That is the 88 car, isn't it? That is Bryn Collins,
Okay.
second of the
O, wyjeżdżam, kurde.
Commander Porsche. So why has that dropped back from the 77 car, its sister car? He's obviously made a mistake somewhere, because 77 is not where it was, and the BMW is up into second, and the 88 Proton Commander has gone down to third. At least I'm assuming it's the 88. Haven't seen a shot of it close enough. It is 88 on the nose, yeah. So 77 still leads. 89, the BMW, has jumped away and is closing down the Porsche. And actually, when the Porsches have been in front, they have not had the pace to escape. If they get a break, they can just about maintain it. But the Porsches couldn't run away from the Ferraris or from the Aston Martin. And clearly, they can't run away from the BMWs either.
So we're getting confirmation, car 24 and 39, that is Andy Prio, unfortunately, and the Graf Racing car we have, Vincent Capilliere, marked just behind the wheel, although the car is stopped at this point out of the race due to technical fault, as you say.
Yeah, not necessarily out because they can rejoin. They haven't been booted out by the game because their latency was too high, their peak rate was too low. But yeah, until they can get reconnected, then you can't start your lap, so you're just losing laps. And again, it's exactly the same issue as if you came into the pits with a puncture or mechanical problem, a turbocharger issue or a brake issue or a fuel leak or anything else. The more you are stationary, the further back you fall.
To make clear, what the problem is with having a high latency. It basically means that the car is not directly reacting to your control. It appears, it disappears, it moves around in unpredictable ways. Why that's an issue is that it's not fair on your competitors. Trying to race against you, you may well have contact with people. It's not your fault, you're not choosing to have contact with them, but you've lost control of the car in that sense. You cannot have bludgers going around the racetrack half under control of those in their simulator rigs, and so teams are given a chance to rectify it, and if they can't,
Tak wolno jedzie.
unfortunately they're unable to take continued part in the race.
Exactly right, and if it is an issue with the servers, then race control have the ability to try and keep some of the missing laps.
No, żeby cię jak nie zaczął podgryzać. Jak nie będzie, to według mnie przejdziesz przez jedno kółko, oszczędzając, i potem będziesz już piecem mógł bardziej iść i go łyknąć.
That's not going to happen. So these two cars, the Graf car and the Le Mans Cup virtual car, are struggling to stay in the frame. Struggling to stay in the lead right now is Mitchell de Jong in the 20 Porsche Coanda car. We ride on board the splitter of Jeffrey Rietveld in the #1 Team Redline car. This is the car that led the
7.22 right now. In my opinion, you must to save fuel and try to do the last lap flat out with less fuel than the others and go ahead.
Yeah, true.
Well, a Formula One world champion is very easy. That's Fernando Alonso. But a reigning one, I'm miles away, I'm afraid.
O, dobrze mówi na zjazdowym, tak przyjebać.
Tak.
It might have been somewhere in the 70s. It was John Surtees in 1965.
In a Ferrari.
Racing Ferrari, yeah. So Il Grande John and the almost perennially luckless Ludovico Scarfiotti was his teammate, and they retired after I think something like 250 laps, which in 1965 was probably in the last 3 hours of the race. So yeah, a long way to go for no reward. But that was the last time a reigning Formula One world champion was on the real Le Mans grid. Now we're not, as far as I'm aware, going to get Max Verstappen at the Centenary Le Mans in June. I would think within a decade he will absolutely be racing at Le Mans. I just think he's
Martin Haven komentuje, bardzo znany komentator motorsportowy, który prawdziwe Le Mans też komentuje.
in the next 10 years. I think it's, unless there's something happens in the meanwhile where there's nothing for him to race, I think he will go to Le Mans. But to have him and the reigning FIA Formula 2 champion and the reigning FIA Formula 3 champion all on the grid, I'd like to put money that probably has never happened before.
It's his stated intention is to go to Le Mans in eventual terms. I think Red Bull Racing F1 team Christian Horner might have something to say about him marking out his full June to be in the middle of France at this stage. But he's mentioned his desire to come endurance racing in eventual times, and I'm sure the world of endurance racing would welcome him with open arms. Luke Bennett, Bennett jumps up the order in the red line number 2, and has made a move past the RNG Esports car.
Yeah, so that red line car is moving up as well. You can see Mitchell de Jong there with the spectacles on in the top shot. Jeffrey Rietveld underneath for Team Red Line. And again, the eyes don't tell you anything. The eyes are just looking calmly through the turns.
$250,000 to jest price pool za cały sezon plus Le Mans łącznie.
Because you can't be wrestling the car. You've got to nurse it. You've got to guide it. I mean, these are physical cars. They're not the highest G-force corners, but they are quick corners. There's a lot of fast turns, but you've got to nurse the car. Make the car do the work. Don't fight it.
Got to bring the tyre with you as well, and make sure that you're keeping on with that. I'm fascinated, as I was in qualifying, by that tight line for the Coanda cars into the first corner, balancing the distance travelled against the amount of...
Try to go close to Jimmy and to Nico to have more draft.
In the GT
Ale na te warningi bardziej, czy?
No, o 4 na godzinę możemy mieć.
7.25 right now. We need more to do a last lap very fast.
Tak, no 24 godziny. Wszystko jak w rzeczywistości. Za późno hamujesz do T1 chyba.
Okay.
O, żeby walka o prowadzenie.
Taking the brave side-by-side line into the chicane, but Rietveld is attacking again, and here comes Georgi Dimitrov for Team Fortilla. And it's Dimitrov that's made the difference to this, because he has allowed Rietveld to tow up behind the Porsche, and Fortilla...
O, ale walka!
Waiting to pick off second place. Does he get his nose in? He doesn't. Rietveld takes the lead. And it's now side-by-side for fourth as well, because Bonahus is there with the MGT Petronas car. So we got two-way battles effectively for the lead.
Nieźle chłopaki idą na żyletki.
Tiny miscalculation from any of these cars could actually cause a lot of carnage. And again, Jeffrey Rietveld tucks inside into Busan corner now. Light is starting to fade. And as we see more and more light from the cars on the track, so the drivers are going to start to feel visibility kind of creeping away. And Alex, again, you know, when you get to this time of night, the track is still quite raceable, the air is starting to cool down, the car doesn't feel too bad, but there is going to be more and more limit on what you can see.
Yeah, it's worth saying as well that as we see these battles rage, they are all for position after we've had red flag.
Bardzo dobrze się biją.
We are all on the same.
Myślę, że Rietveld odjedzie teraz. A myślę, że to Young to na 10 kółek o szansę, no ale zobaczymy.
Whether they are on your lap or not a problem in virtual Le Mans, because they're all nose to tail for position. Rietveld has claimed the lead of the race for momentarily. We've seen great battles there for LMP and GT class honours, and Rietveld look has a
Nie chcę za blisko w Porsche, bo DRTR tylko będę miał.
Oczywiście.
at the front of the field, but will they be able to use the toe and get back past them? They've got to be aggressive here. A little bit of side-by-side contact, wasn't there, down in the middle of chicane 2 between the two teams, but they cannot risk any kind of damage here. Otherwise, they're going to have a long 16 hours yet to go.
Yeah, any kind of damage breaks the absolute rule 1 of Le Mans, which is stay out of the pits. Stay out of the pits, and you do that by not hitting stuff. So that is the codicil of race 1. Don't hit stuff, because you have to stay out of the pits. And look at Rietveld go. He was being held up by the Porsche, and look, side by side, here is the second Porsche, and is that the Yassi? Yeah, it is, up the inside, I think. So Porsche Commander, and what's that, the Williams car.
7-3 możesz zużywać.
So Williams Esport, Jack Keithley and Matt Backham in the Porsche. Dyson 4 and place in the top 10. So the Williams Esports car has it. No, it's not that. That's Isak Gillison in the Yassi Velocia car. No, so that is the Yassi car. And then you've got the Porsche there as well. More Porsche action. This is Project 1 on Red Bull. So this is 4. Scrolls down the screen third. No further back than that.
Fifth and sixth. Project 1.
To chyba akurat on zjedzie, nie? I wtedy bomba.
No tak.
Good job, Nico. 7.26 now.
That's the Project 1 car. There's the Aston Martin in the mix. So all sorts of changes going on. Proton Coanda were 1-2, but now we have the BMW leading, and Proton Coanda second and third. And the 80 AAA car, that's in fourth place. That's Timotei Andonovski for R8G in that multicoloured Ferrari has gone by this whole bunch of cars. He has steamed right by them. So has there been a big sort out somewhere that we didn't see, or is it just great use of the toe that Timotei Andonovski has pulled himself clear of this group?
Whatever is going on with this still group having a bust up, we know it's definitely good for Khan. 6/10's good at the front of the field in that BS competition. BMW but they continue to battle on. Still very close.
Right, who was
Number
running
99.
very slowly there, was it? Who was that
No,
running
it was
very
the 99
slowly?
that we were following. I didn't see who he was moving past, but plenty of lights flashing as we continue then back to the prototype field, and this battle then rages on between the number 5, which is Keithley in the Williams Esports car, and that is the Veloce entry. Saw them battling a few moments ago. Keithley back ahead, and they head then down towards Arnage. That's Keithley then up into the top 10, ninth position. Gillison sitting just on the edge of the top 10, and how long till he'll be receiving the attentions of Matt back up behind?
How long till they'll be in the pits? Because actually Robert Berkler has just pitted for Pescarello Esports, so that is likely, I think, to be a fuel stop. That's their 12th stop compared to 8 of the likes of Yas Heat and 7 only for Fordzilla. So Team Fordzilla are doing all sorts of stuff right. Georgi Dimitrov is in 3rd place, and they have been in the pits fewer times than any other car in the race. That's a great combination. If you can go fast and be in the top 3 and do fewer pit stops, that is the holy grail. That is where
Kurwa mać, no.
saw them steaming by Mohammed Patel in the Mahler Racing Team BMW, the white car with the green highlights. He's in 12th place. He is chasing InSpeed's Porsche. But there is the 888 Ferrari, and again, don't forget that car
7-4 możesz.
in the hands of the man who's now at the wheel of it, Alex Smoljar, and he is
Defend.
right up behind Alex Tauscher. That is
Nice.
the 88 Proton Porsche in front of him. So that is the battle for 3rd place, 4th place now. Because look, Hartog
Try to overtake.
3rd place, that's the battle. So in the pit lane, 966. That is Fordzilla in for their now 8th stop of the race. That brings them level with Porsche Coanda. And the 2 Porsche Coanda
Good job, good job.
8 stops each. So is
7.4. 7.4.
So I can push them, right?
Most of the others have done 9. So again, this intriguing battle of who can go
Everyone in front of you, in my opinion, should be stopped now.
of the Team Redline cars there, I think we were.
Bennett making tremendous progress in that car, moving them past Bono Huis, who's struggling a little bit for pace. I'd say he's the man who's been struggling for pace the most in this leading group.
Maybe
but
not
fancies a go back
all the cars, but
to the inside, does Bennett down towards the second chicane.
So it'll be crucial to keep this position over Antunes.
Because you can have this big bit of lay-by on the way in. Thinks better of it, does Huis, wants the exit, and will take it. A little bit of traffic then into the mix, and he'll have another go. He's got 2 more braking zones this lap alone.
Remember, you cannot push flat out. It's 7.4.
Red line car, but will he have the straight line speed?
7.4, you
As
said.
they head then
Yeah.
down towards Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, 7.4 is easy.
Surely, as you say, Martin, closing in on the pit stop window, but heading first down the pit lane is always ideal in terms of having a nice clean braking point into your pit stop, having a nice clean exit point from your pit box. And first man through the GT traffic doesn't hurt either, as Bennett gets squeezed to the curb by the Porsche on his way through in.
No tak, oni chyba mieli podobną strategię na starcie wyścigu z tym zjazdem wczesnym.
Be careful, Nico, a lot of traffic ahead.
I see.
Is just 8/10 ahead of Loic Hartog in the 77 Proton competition. Porsche, Alex Smoljar up to 3rd, and Alex Tauscher about to fall into the
Dobra, ale
clutches
najgorsze
of
części Porsche bez korka, więc spoko.
BMW Team Redline, SF Sport, D-Station, Siemano,
Liczniaku,
and
cyk.
all other comers, because Uncle Tom Cobley and all is in the queue.
Szerzy na wyjściu.
This GT battle.
O, nie poszerzył.
Just look at them, it's insane numbers of cars, all trying to occupy the same bit of real estate.
Dobra, bez tragedii ten korek jak na razie.
This is where judging the gaps and the distances
Tu w Fordzie trochę lipa.
becomes a thing of instinct as much of visibility. And there goes
You can see 7.5.
7.5 at the finish line. You can push.
getting held up by the Coanda car. Coming up behind him, Yuri Toman for R8G, and they're all steaming into the pits as well.
Straight into the pit lane.
Oh, Yuri Toman runs out very
Radley pojechał dłużej, Konda też.
going into the pit lane, in the pit entry road. He lost a spot, and that's to the Grabham team car. So that was young Thunderhider. Talk about opportunistic racing.
Expecting more laps from the GTs, of course, bigger fuel tanks running for longer through the race.
Teraz jazda.
We were expecting from the LMP cars.
Jarny też zjechał, ale jaja. Oni tempo coś nie mają.
It was getting very tasty indeed, but who is going to be first off pit road?
Well, and also who gets held up? Because it's not where you come in. If you come in early and somebody comes into the pit box right in front of you, you can lose, as we saw with Max Verstappen at the end of the very first stint of the race. He lost 6 seconds trying to get out from behind the car that had parked right in front.
So drivers who've managed to go an extra
red line to go under, and us only the cars with extra lap.
You see, now this is what I need to know. Did they all have a full tank of fuel at the restart?
They must to have run this far. They must have done.
Think so. You would think so.
To restart the race. Anyway, in any case, Rietveld, De Jong, Bennett, Backham, Wisniewski, and
Switch off tire change, request pit stop.
He was the first of the stoppers, wasn't he? So
Did that already.
top 6 runners have managed to go an extra lap.
So why did Dimitrov stop a lap before everybody else stopped in the Team Godzilla car?
Tiny pit lane.
Because the pit lane was empty. Is the exact
Ciekawe, czy coś nadrobi Nikodem.
Lewis and I were contemplating before the start of the race. I was saying, my thinking was, if a stint is 10 laps, because you've got a formation lap, everybody will come in after 9. So I want to come in after 8, when there's no longer in the pit lane at all, and you have a slightly quicker pit stop because you're taking on a lap less fuel, and you get in and out with absolutely no let or hindrance. Now, nobody did, but I think that's exactly what happened there with Georgi Dimitrov and Fordzilla. He is the first of the cars that stopped. He is on track, and now his in and out lap compared to those of the cars behind, Colin Spork at Alpine, Bonavise at AMG, Jan van der Heijden and so on, that's going to decide whether or not...
Oh, I have 2 liters now, it's enough.
Third, which is where they were the lap
Yeah, easy.
before he stopped.
You need a liter when entering Porsche.
Or not, because these guys, Jeffrey Rietveld, Mitchell de Jong, Luke Bennett in third in the second red line car, Matt Backham in fourth in the second Porsche. He's got 2 red lines, 2 Porsches. Nikodem Wisniewski in the 53 AMG Team Williams car that, don't forget, had a drive-through at the beginning of the race and is still in the top 6. And then Roy McDuff in the 37 Alpine car. Those are the 6 cars that have not stopped. So Rory McDuff is the last of the non-stoppers, and the first car that has stopped is in 7th, Georgi Dimitrov. Now, did that slightly shorter run through the pits give him enough of an advantage? It could have given him...
Good job, Nico.
It's
that's a job.
fill, that takes 32 seconds. So each lap that you don't fill, you save 3.2 seconds. That is a decent advantage in how tight that battle was. Fordzilla could be the leaders after this. In come Redline and Coanda. So that is Rietveld and De Jong, followed in by Luke Bennett and Mac Backham, and it's beyond the bounds.
Watch out for traffic, but there should be no traffic really.
Or Rory McDuff will be able to get another lap out of the car, unless they've been going very, very slowly.
Okay, so this stint and Agustin, right?
Correct.
Because we've had
Yes.
red flag, and because everybody's got bunched up, it is now just going to be carnage in both classes for the next 40 minutes or so, until we start to see some of the GTE stops. The D-Station Aston is currently in 8th place.
How many percent I need in the clutch to do that?
No, I think it's down to
50%.
The SF Ferrari had just gone ahead of them. Sim Marinello right behind them. And again, busy pit lane. We need to get our highlights at the end of the whatever hour of the race it is. I'm starting to lose count. Oh, 8. Oh, we're 1/3 distance. All right, Jeffrey Rietveld comes back out, but it's Georgi Dimitrov who leads the race at the start. Porsche, having dominated in qualifying in LMP, were on the front row of the grid, but they didn't lead even into the first corner. That honour went to this man, Max Verstappen. When you've got a double Formula 1 world champion on row 2, leading the races, Pescarolo turned GR into a spin. The first time, but not the last time that Pescarolo would turn GR into a spin in the race. Battle for third became the lead for Proton Coanda in GTE after glitches for the 888 Ferrari and for the Fira Pro Drive Aston Martin. And again, different incidents. GR this time spinning with no help from Pescarolo. And after a little glitch on their car, Graf striking trouble. And since the second bar red flags, they have struck more trouble. Rain arrived right about 5 p.m. Central European time. Late afternoon, as was forecast, but before long we had a red flag incident for servers.
Szkoda, że nie zyskał, no ale co?
The packed bunch produced more incidents. Another red flag because of a security breach.
Pana numer 23 bardzo dużo straciła, dziwne.
Now another stint into the race, and we have reached the 8-hour mark. 8 hours in, just 16 to go. We've really broken the back of this as we head into the dusk. The battle for the lead continued. Jeffrey Rietveld in 1 and Mitchell de Jong in 20. Two of the cars that had started in the lead battle, the poleman and the car that came from 4th on the grid to lead early.
Tak, mieliśmy karę przejazdu za zbyt późną zmianę składu.
Right in there. Team Redline, AMG Team Petronas and Alpine. All the top half dozen in this massive door-handle scrap as they headed towards their first stop.
Już mi cały wyścig przeleciał przed oczami. Cóż, że go w prawo odbiło. Już widziałem uszkodzone zawieszenie. Kurde, no tego trzeba łyknąć teraz. Asubą.
For the first time in the race, Jeffrey Rietveld second for Redline, Mitchell de Jong third for Porsche Coanda, Alpine, Colin Spork up to 4th, that's great for them. Bad news for Bono Huis, he's dropped down to 6th position in the GT class, yet to stop. Ibrahim Khan took BS Competitions, BMW to the top of the pile.
Nikodem.
Second for Proton Coanda, Alex Smoliar up to 3rd for RX.
Jezus.
Project 1 up to 4th, Oracle Red Bull.
Aj,
BMW
strasznie źle.
up to 6th, FS Sports Ferrari up to 7th, D-Station up to 8th, Simarano up to 9th, InSpeed up to 10th.
Fucking traffic.
Proton Coanda, number 88 car of Alex Tauscher that was second and was losing ground to everybody, has pitted. Now that is not a standard fuel stop. They have an issue. Looking down here at the Marla BMW, that car has also gone by. That's Michele D'Alessandro. He's also gone by Alex Tauscher. So I'm not sure what's happened with the 88 Proton Porsche, but that car is in the pit lane.
O Boże, ale źle teraz ze wszystkim.
Ahead of schedule. Number 10, this is the Marla BMW. They had a spin.
Fucking traffic again.
This is where it happened in traffic. Oh, so they're down the order.
Was it the red line car? He may have just caught the back of there on the way through.
Very possibly. But the question is, what's happened to Proton Coanda? When we restarted the race after our second red flag, Proton Coanda were 1-2. They were caught by the BS BMW on pace. And then R8G, Project 1, Oracle Red Bull, and everybody else have come on stronger. Looking here at the battle for the lead again. A battle for second, rather it is. That's 20 versus 1. Porsche Coanda number 20 around the outside. Mitchell de Jong, big move. And these two, Alex, have been hugely entertaining. But that early stop by Fordzilla has put Fordzilla's Georgi Dimitrov into the lead. So this is 4 seconds back. He only gained 3.2.
Still only 13 seconds behind Hondas and Red Lines.
Kurwa, no widziałeś to?
O, nie wyszło nic.
3.23, 300 ktoś zrobił?
On the in and out lap, which is the critical point. They passed each other a couple of times on the in lap, which really cost them. But you've got to remember as well, Dimitrov also has less fuel to put in.
Ale taki chłop na końcu stawki chyba odlapywali.
All of these little cumulative things put him 2.8 up the road, which he's now turned into 4 seconds up the road from de Jong's Porsche Coanda and got a healthy lead. What a piece of strategy.
As well as coming in without any hindrance and going out because the pit lane was empty without any hindrance and having slightly fresher tyres on his in and out lap, even by 1 lap, You know, it's 13 kilometers, it makes a difference. His pit stop, the last stop, his total time through the pits, including fuel, and was a 62.8 second stop. Mitchell de Jong, 66 dead.
Masz napisać do Jernejów, że ja nie będę z nimi walczył, no. Dogońmy ich, no. Mogę go nawet pchać na prosty.
Okej.
3.2 seconds, a tenth of a fuel load, one lap. That was the time they saved, and that was enough to put them in the lead, and they now lead by 3.6 seconds, having come in from having side by side that lead 3 or 4 cars were for a couple of laps before the stop. So sometimes just thinking a little bit differently to everybody else can have a big effect.
Yeah, certainly can. And lovely piece of strategy. The trade-off, of course, is when we come to the end of the next pit stop, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and then eventually there's some kind of stop.
Coś mi się wydaje, że on ma słabe tempo. No zobacz, on ciebie nie mógł wyprzedzić, a zjechał wcześniej kółko.
Unless they can creep out a lap somewhere. Now, they seem, I mean, Fordzilla haven't had the best of good fortune. I think Chris McCarthy, who's joined us, would probably agree. Over 2 years, they've quite often been quite quick. Oh, somebody else is up there as well on the outside of the Ford chicane, and there's.
Jezu, strasznie źle ten kolor teraz.
Somebody's just come back on. It was a sort of multicolored, quite light multicolored car. It looked like it might have been a Proton Commander Porsche, but I'm not sure it was. However, Fordzilla seems to have done everything right.
Z takim kurwa korkiem to i tak go nie wyprzedzimy i tak.
They were up to 4th, and now, just by dint of being just a little bit light on their feet when it comes to going into the pits a lap earlier than everybody else and avoiding any potential holds up, because you learn from your mistakes, you learn from everybody else's. They would have seen that Max Verstappen lost the lead and lost 6 seconds by being at the same time as everybody else.
Każdemu się zwróci.
So they go, right, we're not having any of that. We want a good run at this. We'll take a lap in. And they've got 16 hours to find that lap back or to back time. Maybe another short.
A, za softach jedzie w ogóle. Numer 63.
Whether the race goes green a full distance, whether it's wet, whether we have more stoppages, who knows? But right now, you know, they've made a track position gamble, and Chris, they've got themselves into the lead, and they are.
Ale mi dziwnie jakoś force feedback przeskoczył.
Starting to creep away from the battle for second place.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic work, and talking about creeping away.
No i super, dzięki chłopaki. Kibicujcie, bo kurczę, każde dobre słowo się przyda. Coś tu trzeba. Nam się coś przyfarcić, no. Myślę, że tempo mamy na top 3, tylko kurde, no niestety teraz jak liderzy nam odjadą, no to ciężko będzie nam nadrobić te 30 sekund, powiedzmy, do nich.
There's an incident ahead as they make their way in towards Mulsanne corner, but who would have thought it, with just under 16 hours to go, we have 20 seconds between the top 14 teams in LMP. This really could go any way, Alex.
Incredible battle so far, and this has been a great battle as well between the Williams car, Jack Hinkley on board.
Coś nie skupiony Nikodem. P15.
A tego puścił.
It was great to chat to him down in the Williams Museum. They've been going at it for hours, as they have been at the front of the field, and back at the front of the field. I've noticed that de Jong and Rietveld have just taken a little bit of a sensible pill and started to creep back towards Dimitrov at the front of the field. Fordzilla nail the strategy, not necessarily still as quick as they might like to be. And as Keithley still under pressure from this Yas heat car, he passed it, and then they passed him back, and then they've been hustling each other lap after lap after lap, and that is still over the back end of the top 10. Keithley now sitting in 9th position, Glisson down in 10th. Matt Backen wants to make his way back into the top 10.
And same again, we've got just under 20 seconds between the top.
Już oszczędza tak jak wszyscy. Po prostu korek się strasznie nie ułożył, trochę błędów Nikodem też popełniał, tam coś nie wyszło, no i widzicie, niewiele tu potrzeba, nie? Żeby stracić.
No, ale mało punktów. Muszę się ogarnąć trochę.
I imagine when you're in the car, of course, as you've been around this circuit several times, that ball comes at you very, very quickly.
Just a little bit of a lapse of concentration for Tauscher there, and he's got a little wide through the exit of Arnage. The question now is they've got a few more laps to go in this stint. Is that something they're going to be able to fix?
7-6 możesz zużywać, także ciśnij.
Is that going to take them? And what are the ongoing impacts?
Przyda się. FPS-ów mam trochę za mało, wiesz? Te świecidełka mam połączone.
A masz to auto detail ustawione?
No mam, ale to coś mi nie działa. Muszę to sprawdzić. Nie jest tragicznie, ale momentami, wiesz, tak jak dużo świateł jest.
Agustin jedzie następny stint.
Just a little while ago, when you're in the seats on either end of those, how hard is it to switch back on?
Jak Indianapolis spróbuje, to może się wystraszy.
8 seconds either side of you, all of a sudden you've got 8 cars either side of you that you can make position or lose position. Particularly in an endurance race like this, in a 24-hour race like this, how hard is it to just switch back on straight away?
It's part of the job of being a race car driver, but definitely you need to remind yourself, right, I am back in the race. Everything I do from now, I'm not, as so many of these drivers have been, on the practice rig. I'm back in the event, and everything I do from now has a direct effect on our finishing position. Some drivers do that better than others, and I think that was evident straight after the restart. If I'm honest, most of the differences that we saw, most of the drivers falling back through the field were those who weren't quite switched on, rather than not necessarily having the setup.
Porsche Commander there, the 23, a car that dropped down with some issues a little bit earlier in the race, making their way forward. 10th place for them now. This is D station. We saw they didn't have a good restart. They got shuffled down the pack coming through Indianapolis. They're now starting to work their way back up the order. They are staring at the back of the SF Esports team. Not too far behind them though is another Ferrari in the shape of the Siemano team. It's been a really good performance from the D station racing team so far. They're looking at a 7th place position there, and just ahead of that is BMW team Redline sitting in 6th place. Kevin Siggy in the car for them at the head of this field. BMW team BS competition, just the one podium for them in 2 seasons. However, they lead by just shy of 5 seconds ahead of the 77 Proton car. We're looking back at that D station car. We're on board with the SF Esports team, who have done a fantastic job to overturn what was a very, very poor qualifying for them. They started on row 22 overall. They started down 15th in class. They are now running 7th in class, so they've done a really good job so far. We'll keep an eye on them as we get further into the evening, but we're going to jump back to one of the big battles here for overall position, Alex, and this is Porsche versus Redline.
So difficult when you've been following a driver like this for a few laps.
7-6 mogę, tak?
Where your cars are weak, where your cars are strong, where
muszę
you're
go dojść.
accurate, where you're not. Can give you a really good feel for the rest of the race as to where you might be able to improve to put in those big laps at the end. But it does make it so hard to surprise the driver in front with a move, and realistically that's what
7-7 teraz
they need to do. Concentration on these two young men's faces as they head down into that first
na następnej prostej go porobię.
two very well lit rooms to be driving in the dark around the Le Mans. You can tell there are some young eyes on those faces, because they are very well connected. A little bit of a chat going on about what's going to be happening next, but they've got plenty of concentrating to do. And look how quickly night falls on over Le Mans. All of a sudden you kind of blend into it as a driver. You get used to it. It's one of the nicest stints to do. You arrive at night, you've not even really noticed. It's the one where you go charging out into the darkness, which is always a big shock. Almost full gloom now with the lamps laps over the circuit, blazing away, lighting those braking zones and apexes, staring back from the number 20 Porsche co-anda of de Jong under pressure from Rietveld for second place as the Ford Zilla car, after a really clever piece of strategy from Dimitrov, is slowly closed in upon, it must be said, by the rest of this battle. I'm trying to tell you who's disappeared though from this leading battle. Is Bono Huis struggling for pace a little bit in that AMG Petronas 63, now sitting back in 6th after that round of pit stops.
Yeah, 8.9 back from the leader overall, and a couple of seconds back from Alpine Esports. Team Redline just made a place a little bit further up the road. They've gone to 4th place, not the Redline car you're looking at. That's Jeffrey Ringveld. This is the battle for 2nd place, but the other Redline car is on the move. Luke Bennett has gone.
O Jezu, i korek w Porsche, nie?
That is a change for 4th place between Team Redline and Alpine Esports as well. Nikodem Wisniewski in the AMG Team Williams car has gone up to 14th as well. You mentioned there about the going into
I warning. To za dobrze nie było.
Co za kurwa, te limity są zjebane.
I know we're watching the 24-hour Le Mans virtual, but watching it now must bring back some memories as well.
I've done most of them, mate, here, there and everywhere. Yeah, this one is a one I very much enjoy. You tend to get sometimes the starting drivers tend to cycle back through for this one, and you have another go at each other. But Luke Bennett is a driver who's really on the move in that red line. I've been watching him for a few laps now. Was the fastest of the top 4 last time around, and he's not so far back. He started that stint in the back reaches of the top 10 somewhere. Luke Bennett, the fastest of the red lines, of course, in qualified at 3rd, didn't he? And he has been quick, lap after lap after lap. Another couple of green sectors for him.
Nie wiem, może teraz napisz, żeby mnie puścił może.
Napisałem, że nie będziemy atakować.
No teraz napisz, że będziemy jednak, no bo patrz co jedzie.
Napisałem, że jeśli będą mieli tempo, to nie atakujemy.
Fantastic job throughout, has picked up some wins in the Le Mans Virtual Series as well. Luke Bennett doing a
Oni coś nie ogarniają tutaj, no mówię ci.
in that 4th place, trying to now chase down teammate Jeffrey Rietveld, who falls next along. Just a little bit
Napisz im, żeby mnie puścił normalnie, no po co mamy tracić czas oboje?
David Brabham himself here earlier, his team just a second ahead of Williams Esports, so we'll keep an eye on those guys. Jack Keithley trying to move the Williams Esports car further up the field, and it's close behind that as well. Porsche co-anda with Matt Backen having just gone past the Yassi Veloce car. Nikodem Wisniewski is potentially in a place to make even more progress as well. He's trying to line up a move on Jone Simoncic, but pit stops going on now in GTE. Pretty much the entire section of the top 10, the top 8 all filing into the pit.
Interestingly, Smoliar has managed to do one more.
Dziękuję ładnie.
Dziękowałem. Limity są na tarki.
Really good pace. Nice move.
He lets me go.
This is the Mercedes entry, the AMG entry, I should say, run by Williams Esports down the inside of the Van Wall into Mulsanne corner. There's Wisniewski making his way past Simoncic, easy for me to say, as they head down to the apex of Mulsanne. A nice, neat, tidy move, and there wasn't too much of an argument about that one.
We'll have to see what happens when Alexander Smoliar, as you said, files back out of the pits. The car that was quickest in qualifying yesterday, winners earlier this season back at Monza as well, a race circuit where Smoliar raced in FIA Formula 3, picked up the win at the Hungaroring. Here we see the number 4 car, Jone Simoncic. Of course, we had that huge incident between the 2 Van Wall cars, which they were unfortunately involved in. As we see now, cars coming back out. We'll return to that in a second because we've got the Red Bull car just ahead of the station car. Jaden Conway now in the car for them.
O Jezu, to odpadłeś Maćkowi.
In the
Jezus!
D-station car, as you say earlier, Chris.
What the fuck?
Performance here. And, coming out
O nie.
place in there, Aston Martin. And, I feel they, alongside
Oh my God.
Ferrari, feel they've got more of a balance, more of a chance to
We need to
perform
pit.
this year alongside the
Agustin, can you join to swap? Can you join now?
BMWs, especially Ferrari last year, such a difficult contest for them. The officially liveried, officially branded cars in the wars all the way through the race, weren't they? But indeed, Aston Martin in the shape of D-station then, shaping for a move straight out of the pits. Good chance to do it on the Red Bull Porsche as they head down to chicane 1. Will they shape for a move down the inside? They do.
Kurwa, co ja odjebałem?
Nice clean one at that, up the inside of chicane.
Może zobaczmy na Maxa. Agustin, are you there?
Porsche there of Red Bull. Red Bull who got off
He's...
to a fantastic start, winning back at Bahrain, but since then haven't
Are you on
quite
Zoom,
been
Agustin?
able to replicate that. I mean, we did have a bit of a hectic start to the season at Bahrain, but do you think there maybe has been an element for them of getting off to a winning start and then a bit of pressure on themselves, or has it just not been able to get that formula at Bahrain?
Well, you never truly know what's going on inside the inner sanctum of these various teams, and indeed with the simulation being as complex as it is, what's going on with their car setup and their engineering, but it can be a little bit of complacency.
I am with Nico. I am with
that
Nico.
First victory, it can be a little bit of pressure.
Okay, can I pit this lap?
Trying to stay in that winner's
Yeah, yes, I need to repair the car really.
we do know is they are relatively well in the hunt.
I'm sorry.
Although having just lost the place to the D-station sitting.
We'll come
Can't
back.
happen,
Don't
mate. It's racing.
8 Maranello car, Sim Maranello car, around 5 seconds off this battle. And one thing that I've noticed throughout watching this event, as this battle between the Veloce and the Williams car battles on.
Yeah, Porsche Commander in there as well, trying to get through. We'll come back to what you were going to say in just a second. Let's pick up what goes on here, because it looks like we're going to see a move here. Porsche Commander trying to make some places back in the car for them. Is Backham, and that's going to be them down the inside of the Williams Esports. Oh, a little bit of rubbing side by side. Williams Esports not having any.
Szkodzenia włączone, opony ustawione. Okay, okay.
Flip it all.
Yeah, I have.
Isaac Gillison in the car for them wants to get involved now as well. That was brave driving from Williams.
Very brave driving. I think Bonagris is just about fed up of going backwards. He's been in that car for a long time. A little bit of frustration paying out. But then here comes the Coanda car then down the outside. He'll do well to get round the outside of the Porsche curves. That's exactly what he's going to try to do. And he would have done well if he'd managed to do it. But alas, bit of contact. And they give each other space, thank goodness, in the middle of the Porsche curves. Veloce then back through to take that 10th position from Porsche Coanda. But I have a feeling this one might run a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic driving there from Heat Veloce.
What I did.
Battle was not going to end and place their car absolutely
Go to safety car mix or racing car mix.
go round the outside through the Porsche cars. I mean, that's not a move you see very often, but as you said, this one's going to rumble on, and it will do as we go up towards turn number 1 now. To the right hand side of screen, Heat Veloce, and to the left
20
there,
seconds
we can
Oof.
see coming
come back in.
through the Porsche Coanda car to retake that place. In the pit lane was Georgi Dimitrov as well.
I think I touched the gravel.
Yeah.
Pits from the race lead. So Fordzilla come in, and we have Jan Marco Fiducci jumping in the car for them. AMG Team Williams Esports also coming in.
Yeah, so we have De Jong in the pit lane. That is early, isn't it? Considering what we saw for the... no, it's not, because we've already seen Dimitrov in the Fordzilla car. But they've chosen at Coanda to keep on running. So we'll see where Fordzilla eventually end up coming out, but that is on schedule actually, isn't it? That's what we were expecting. They pitted a lap early the last time around, and they're locked then into that strategy. Does rather show us that they have been maxing out their fuel since it was just that first stop of the last cycle where they chose to go one short and try to
Good luck.
the lead of the race.
Thank
They
you.
managed to do. Fiduci jumps in the Fordzilla car.
Now this is an important lap for Fiduci, isn't it? I mean, you're gearing yourself up for this stint. You know you've
I am
got
with
a
mediums.
gap behind.
Yes.
I can imagine you are feeling the pressure as he's putting his gloves on there, getting ready.
Jaka jest temperatura toru?
It's the first lap in the dark of the race for him, which is absolutely
22 truck.
absolutely massive thing for him to be doing.
Yeah, well, we spoke about Fiduci there. He is, of course, racing for Team Fordzilla. Let's check in with Team Fordzilla now. We've got their team boss with us, and we'll head and hear from them now. So, Team Fordzilla running very well.
Spoko, na jakieś 30 sekund na tym straciliśmy, no nie jest to koniec świata.
Getting in the car,
No,
a big lap coming up.
Irak.
How are we feeling ahead?
Dobra, no to nie jest koniec świata, nie straciliśmy na tym 10 minut.
Yep.
Yeah, we just wanted to hear how you are feeling. We've got Jean-Marc Fiduci getting in the car for you. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Well, we're feeling pretty excited. I think the boys are doing a brilliant job, and everything so far has been working pretty well.
Ale
We had a
błąd,
plan,
ja
we built the
pierdolę.
plan, and we're sticking with the plan. So.
No nie idealnie, no, ale co zrobisz?
No nie do zaakceptowania
How
coś
things
takiego.
are going. So obviously we're really happy to see the car up there at the front, but there is a lot of work
Pierwszy
behind,
taki błąd
so it's good when the hard work pays
historii
off.
Lamu Virtual w sumie.
It feels the race is not over. There's still a lot to be played.
Z naszej
But at
strony,
least,
nie?
you know, we're giving a good fight and we're making a good
Z
show.
mojej strony.
Alex Brundle from the commentary box. Looking forward into the race, you've made this gamble on pitting a lap early. It's really paid off for you and put you out into the lead of the race, depending on what Fiduci can do for you now on his first lap out in the darkness. Are you happy with the compromise of putting yourself just that one lap shy of the fuel window of the top six? Do you think it's a beneficial compromise to take that track position?
Yes. I think to be fair, I'm not playing. I'm actually taking this as seriously as I take in real racing, because I actually do real racing for a living. So the numbers says that it's perfectly fine. So the strategy is ready, and we're just following what we think is the best plan. And so far it's paying off. So we will stick to what we think is best to do, and hope for the best at the end.
What is the feedback from the drivers right now? I mean, you look to have pretty good pace, Miguel, towards the front of the field, if being caught ever so slightly by the Coanda. What is the feeling from the drivers with regards to the balance of the car right now?
They're really happy. They are really pleased. After a disappointing quali yesterday, we were a bit concerned that we will not have the pace today, but I think we have been always really competitive on the races. Probably qualis haven't been our strong point, but we were always feeling really competitive on the race trim. And so far, immediately when they see themselves up the front, they just believe we have a good package. We are ready to fight for this race, and they kept getting faster and faster. The more you believe what you got on your hands is good, and it's not worse than the cars you got around, and those cars are actually the best in the world, well, you know, that's only encouraging them to keep pushing and to keep doing as they're doing.
And Miguel, just back to me, Chris McCarthy here in the commentary box. Of course, Georgi Dimitrov has put in a fantastic performance. A lot of us recognise him from racing in the British F4 Championship, having recently come out of karting.
Kurwa, to może tylko 20 sekund to naprawy.
No, to prawda.
I'm really impressed.
To bardzo dużo. No idealnie tak nosem zajebałeś, a nie zawieszeniem.
We work really hard. We prep a lot during these weeks.
Idealnie zajebałem,
The
super.
guy is doing such an astonishing job. I'm so pleased for him, to be fair, for the team and for him, you know. And I think that when you build confidence, you can only get faster and better, and that's what we're doing at the moment.
Miguel, Jose Clara, team principal of Fordzilla, thank you very much for your time. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
You're welcome.
Znowu red flaga jakaś.
Tylko czasu nam zbraknie w końcu z tymi red flagami, żeby przestawkę się
Przestawkę.
przejdzie.
We're seeing this thrilling battle playing out at the front. We've seen a round of GT pit stops. We've seen that early pit stop again for the 966. That's dropped it back momentarily from the lead of the race down to 17th place. But we will expect those leaders in maybe next time around, maybe the time after that. But the next set of LMP2 pit stops is coming up.
Nie będzie Pawła Agustina
and it's going to
niestety.
be the moment for Fiduci sitting behind the wheel of that 966 Ford Zilla car to get a really nice outlap in. First sector looks pretty representative for him, so it'll be all about how much De Jong and Rietveld, the co-ander in the red line that had been battling over the lead of the race, found themselves battling over second place because they battled too much through the last pit stop phase. How they are going, how nice, how friendly they're feeling with each other through this phase as those pit stops come in then for the LMP2, for the LMP competitors. Only the three leading cars staying out this time.
Yeah, pretty much. I think maybe the other Porsche car might have stayed out. So 4 of the top 10 staying out, and that is it. Everyone else.
No po prostu straciliśmy 30 sekund, no i musimy zjeżdżać wcześniejsi inni, więc zobaczymy na koniec, jak to wyjdzie wszystko.
So we will see Team Fordzilla start to make their way back up the order, but as Alex said, it's going to be where they fit back in comparison to Mitchell de Jong and Jeffrey Rietveld. Last time round, Mitchell de Jong did a 324.9, 324.7 for Jeffrey Rietveld. We wait to see what Gianmarco Fiduci is going to do. As Alex said, he had a great first sector. Second sector has been okay, might have hit just a little bit of traffic on the way through. Let's see what his lap time says overall. A personal best for Luke Bennett as he tries to close down that gap. An opportunity spotted here. Is that for Luke Bennett as Fordzilla has come in? This is him pushing towards a pit stop as he gets a personal best in.
Found himself some fuel, hasn't he, to play with towards the end of this pit window. Another member of the Stop Out Late Club, McDuff in the 37 Alpine, adding his name to drivers that are going long this time around. So it looks like the top 5 as they stand are a lap long, as I understand it, and then it's only the Fordzilla car which is a lap short. But as we've just heard from the team, they're absolutely satisfied that that won't add an extra stop through to the end of the race.
Wait, do you want me to keep us on like this, or do you want me to leave?
Only 15 hours to go, so not much can happen. But if you consider that we're dealing with a more certain, potentially, set of parameters,
I'll keep us on then.
Than,
Let me know if you
might
want me to do anything
in,
different.
in the physical version of this
I'm going
race,
to go and
they
stretch
can
my
say
legs
that
now.
with more certainty. Looking back over the rear wing of the AMG Petronas.
And it looks like they are about to be passed by RAG, possibly. Not into this chicane, maybe the next one, or into Mulsanne. Graham Carroll under a lot of pressure there as they make their way down towards the next chicane now. We will just stay with this one whilst we see, are we going to see a move going on now? Graham Carroll is under a lot of pressure here. This is your battle for 9th place overall. Remember, these two have been in to the pits as well. We're still waiting to see some teams come in as they make their way out of the next chicane, but a move possibly coming up into Mulsanne here, Alex.
Yeah, a move possibly coming up into Mulsanne, or indeed out into Indianapolis. This AMG car's been under pressure for a good while now. Graham Carroll seemingly under the similar pressure to what his teammates have been under throughout. Very fast at the start of the race. He seems to have lost a little bit of pace, and the latest candidate is the R8G.
Well, we are just over 15 hours away from seeing the checkered flag, and whilst we have our
Nie mogę z gry nic pokazać, nie mogę być na serwerze, żeby być spektatorem. W tym polega problem.
The sponsors who have let us put on this fantastic event for you.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel, but drivers do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies presents Pit Stop. Refueling bars made from grapes. The same ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop. Virtual race, real power.
You tried one of those earlier, didn't you, Alex?
Just as delicious as the action, mate. Heading down towards the Porsche. No, they really are, and they give you a bit of a boost as well. I brought some in to the commentary box, and Martin Haven was most pleased, which was good. And I only needed half a one, and he ate 1.5.
Well, it was. I wondered why. I thought he was never going to leave. It was Martin Haven was thought he was going to be here all night. He had a lot of energy going on, and that's exactly why. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Now, pit stops have been going on for all the leaders. Let's see where everyone files out. Fiducci has come out in second place, it seems, with the Porsche Coanda car just ahead. We're watching AMG Team Petronas versus R8G. This is your battle down the lower order of the top 10, as you can see to the left-hand side of screen. But it seems Porsche have made some time up during the pit stops there.
Yeah, a decent amount of time
No,
because Fiducci
44 za liderami, no i jeszcze 10 sekund więcej paliwa będziemy potrzebować na ostatni pit stop. 9 sekund. Ale ciśniemy, no jest tylko jeszcze 15 godzin do końca.
44 sekundy tylko jesteśmy?
No pamiętaj, że pit stop byliśmy, jakby paliwa mniej zalaliśmy, nie? 23 sekundy paliwa tylko lałeś. My teraz 3 kółka paliwa mniej chyba niż liderzy.
No ale to do końca wyścigu może akurat nic to nie zmieni, nie? Zobaczymy.
No chodzi o to, że pit stop oni, jakby tak było do końca wyścigu, to oni ostatni pit stop będą mieli 10 sekund krótszy.
No okej. Ale może się okazać, że jakby wiesz, tego kitu nie nadłuży.
Straciłeś tam 10 sekund na tym spinie i powrocie uszkodzonym samochodem, wejścia na naprawę no to 30, no ale 10 nadrobiliśmy wykroczym pit stopem.
Tak.
I mean, apart from the fact that you might be down on quite a lot of sleep going into
A żeby Agustin tylko dobrze szedł i będzie okej.
A ja jak szedłem na tym drugim stincie?
Nie wiem, ciężko jakoś mi powiedzieć, bo nie patrzyłem na czasy specjalnie w sumie. Bardziej patrzyłem jak ty jedziesz. No ale jak szedłeś? No taki korek miałeś, że to się nie dało na czasy patrzeć w sumie. 3:30 na przykład zrobiłeś na swoim pierwszym pomiarze.
No, a na drugim 3:28.
Of air to move over your wings and give you downforce, but if you've not got tire temperature, every braking zone is a new adventure, and every braking zone certainly still a new adventure if you've got Luke Bennett behind you trying to make a move in his number 2 red line. Has fallen away slightly in that round of pit stops. Aslan has managed to make his way ahead, so Luke Bennett is going to have to bring out more of those super fast laps, isn't he? To continue to make his way through the field. The SEM9 Axel team in the number 21 car have had a lovely pit stop cycle. Here comes Bennett though, up the inside, down towards the Dunlop chicane.
Yep, Axel currently running where they finished last year, but that's about to change. Oh dear, just about enough room there to get past BS competition. That looked like it was going to turn into a pretty nasty incident going in towards turn number 1, but I have to say, good driving from Luke Bennett and the BS competition car to both make enough room to allow that Axel car to go through, and that was a good demonstration of how not only do we have a difference in track conditions, but also not only do you see the back markers as such a little bit later, but they also see you a lot later as well. Traffic is a big changing factor when we go into the evening.
a great feel for what it's like to be behind the wheel of one of these cars in dark conditions. Drivers tending to cycle through at similar times, so you get a feel for your group as you're out there. Whether you've got a lot of amateur drivers in your group, in terms of everyone, of course, longer pit stops.
Już chyba wszystko nam się wydarzyło w tym wyścigu. Mieliśmy
Ja jeszcze
karę.
pochwałę dostałem za to, że zespinowałem.
Brawo, Nikodem. W tym wyścigu mieliśmy chyba już wszystko. Mieliśmy disconnecta, mieliśmy karę, mieliśmy własny błąd. Deszcz w sumie też był na Ubertego. Tu już teraz nic, tylko jechać.
Tylnie skrzydło jeszcze musimy stracić.
Jeszcze nas ktoś musi rozwalić, o.
O.
I my kogoś.
Okej.
O, bo już fajnie ziemniaka znamy w realu. Fani numer 1 dlatego.
Powiem tak, po tych czerwonych flagach to jesteśmy bliżej liderów niż byliśmy po karach.
No, ja tak mówię, że lepiej tak, niż mielibyśmy, miałby nie być czerwonej flagi i nie być disconnecta na przykład, nie? Ten drive, który tak jak jechaliśmy.
So we have on our timing tower the two red line cars. Yeah, they're now together. So Bennett
Coś Agustin, nie wiem, czy ma korek, czy coś, no nie wiadomo. Czasy jak na razie takie sobie.
And has found his way up to Rietveld, his teammate. And this is them. Look at that big old slide. Rotation in the mid corner. Holding on to it without any feel from the body. Only the eyes and the force feedback through the wheel telling him how much slip angle he's got through the rear axle. In the dark, over a connection, racing his teammate in the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans. Incredible skill being employed by these drivers.
Chyba ma top speeda normalnego teraz już, nie?
Need to employ a little bit more of it because his teammate was significantly faster than him on the outlap. 1.3 seconds quicker Bennett was than Rietveld last time around.
Agustin, your top speed is okay?
Doing a fantastic job.
Yes.
1.3 seconds
Copy.
quicker than Jeffrey Rietveld on that warm-up lap, and he is now closed down Rietveld as they make their way through the Ford chicanes. They are around 1.5 seconds back from Fiducci for Team Fordzilla. And they have all closed in on the Porsche Coanda car.
Ten Fiducci to skąd on się tam wziął na drugim miejscu?
Oni zjechali po 8 kółkach na pierwszym stincie. No to mieli krótszy pit stop od wszystkich i mieli potem 3 sekundy przewagi nad wszystkimi byli liderami. Dobrze, niech tam się mieszają jeszcze jakieś Fordzilla.
In the wars earlier in the race, in the wrong place at the wrong time. I think it's fair to say as we came up to the Porsche curves.
Może chyba się nie wybieramy w najbliższej przyszłości.
24 seconds back from the lead is not a long time at all when there is over 15 hours remaining in this race. Hope you're all enjoying the coverage so far. Chris McCarthy and Alex Brundle here with you as we go well into the evening now and we are watching Floyd.
No jestem bardzo zawiedziony swoją postawą, nie dość, że tak.
O, dziwne, żebyś był szczęśliwy, ale taki w ogóle jakiś chyba nieskupiony jechałeś. Tak tu...
Skupiony, no tylko widzisz, no jakieś te punkty zbierałem. Tak.
No właśnie, tutaj te punkty. Z tym korkiem, tak jak Jernej cię wyprzedził, to tak od wyjścia nie pojechałeś, tylko tak jakoś, wiesz, tam tarkę nie trafiłeś coś. Coś tam, nie wiem, no tak jakby właśnie skupienia nie było.
Gówno pojechałem po prostu. FPS-y zapamięci ogarnąć.
The Italian driver losing out in that instance as we check out again the front of the field. There's Fordzilla and
no dobra, no teraz wszystkie w te numery 2, 23 i tak dalej to posiadali, chociaż teraz 23 wsiadł ten prosty pol jest, ale tu już ogólnie jadą simracerze teraz i cisną jak głupi, za chwilę ci prosi powsiadają i skończy rumakowanie.
faster.
Not only that, but yeah, look at the gap. This is now a three-way fight for the lead, isn't it?
Numer 2 ciśnie za numer 1, nie? Za redline'em. 2 sekundy za liderami są, a zaraz wsiędzie Rosenqvist i zacznie klękać.
A kto tam jeszcze jest?
Nie wiem.
Might be two drivers that you haven't really come across before, so you might find this slightly confusing, but in the world of the
Aha, ja chłopie wszystko na high mam prawie.
the Pro-Am is almost reverse round, isn't it? These are the professional drivers for Ducati.
Tak ma być dobrze, panie Fertku.
When it comes to racing,
To fajnie
on
sprawdziłem.
our factor 2, I mentioned Juven, someone who is more taken to racing at Le Mans itself.
Yeah, DTM with AF Course and many years of Porsche Super Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup, and a Porsche Motorsport Junior, and very much a man, but happy behind the wheel of a Porsche. He's behind the wheel of an Orica at the moment, Juven. But he is a man who's really got a lot of very, very fast sim races behind him, without quite the experience on sim software and hardware that the drivers behind have, but a lot of real-world experience to lean on.
Yeah, just a little bit, as you said, several years and a lot of experience racing in that Porsche Super Cup Championship. Here we see Alpine versus RHG. You don't usually see this amount of battling going on, do you? With 15 hours to go, this is, I've got to say, this is absolutely fantastic stuff going on. Really hope you're all enjoying this one. It's been really entertaining stuff to watch. The last hour has absolutely flown by, hasn't it? We can see them making their way now up towards Tete Rouge, and this is the point where Marcel Šincik can either make this move or not make it through that one corner, isn't it? And you talked about that in your track guide.
I wish they actually had a flash reverse camera like that. They don't. I'd love one of those in an Orica 07. You're absolutely right. The battling has been so intense back now between the 36 Alpine, the car livery, that WEC supporters everywhere. We'll remember from LMP1 making a return to LMP2 in the World Endurance Championship across 2 cars this year. Very excited for that. I know a lot of their drivers are very excited to do this kind of battling. I was talking to Mathieu Vassivière, who may well be jumping in behind the wheel of one of those cars, and he was incredibly excited to be back in the fight, as he said, of LMP2. And they've got a fight on at the moment. The team owned and run by Romain Grosjean, putting great pressure on the number 8 LMP car. This battle is over 6th and 7th position in the LMP category.
Here we go, fight for the lead going on then. We can see Juven is the one that has allowed Fiduci to run wide there. Fantastic defending there from the Porsche driver. Just shuffles Fiduci a little bit wide, and was that a bit too ambitious, would you say, from Fiduci there, or was that just great defending from Juven?
Looked like he just got in a little bit too deep, potentially unsighted by the driver ahead. The 2 red lines still following on. Bennett has been so quick, but is he able to make the moves? There they are, look, line astern, and yes, Fiduci dropping back then in the Fordzilla.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Juven, and as we said there, Rietveld and Bennett are now past, so Fiduci has to resettle here now and try and work his way back through. Let's return to this battle, which we were with at Tete Rouge just a short while ago, and this is something we don't get to see when we watch the 24-hour of Le Mans, the drivers' live reactions.
Yeah, their concentration is palpable on the faces of both drivers as they make their way through the Porsche curves. They're trying to battle, they're trying to fight, but they know that one slip could lead to the end of their race here. And you see the car moving around over the curb. Big step for the R8G car over the exit curb of the karting S's. Into the Ford chicane again. They found themselves a nice clear bit of track, though, in terms of traffic to bounce through the Ford chicane in.
Yeah, good driving there. Šincik here versus Brulé in the Alpine Esports car, and only a couple of seconds up the road from this is that Axel car, which is being caught at 2 seconds per lap. If we judge it by the last lap alone.
25-0, Agustin,
This
brawo.
is a two-way fight currently, Alex, but it looks like it's going to be 3 in this battle very shortly.
Yeah, they're moving their way up the field. The 21 car was launched up the field somewhat in the last round of pit stops. I don't know whether they short.
No, dzięki Marcin, dzięki. No ten wyścig nam się nie chce ułożyć po naszej myśli, ale jeszcze nawet połowy dystansu nie ma, więc...
They don't appear with respect.
Great last lap, Agustin. Keep it like that.
Position currently, which puts an interesting fly in the ointment for these various drivers, though. But it's Brulé then under pressure, and the move is done.
R8G going through in that number 8 car, a change for 6th position. The other R8G, the 18, running down where its number would suggest it, 18th place for them. And we will keep an eye on how they get on. 20 seconds behind Victor Martins in the Alpine Esports car, the number 37, which had a big incident earlier in the race, the FIA Formula 3 champion. For those of you just joining, who maybe haven't had a chance to look at the entry list, we have the 2-time Formula 1.
Do liderów tracimy 45 sekund.
Reigning FIA Formula 2 champion and the FIA Formula 3 champion, all on the same grid. Where else do you get that? And along with that, a whole host of other champions, which would take us a number of laps to go through, I think. So for now, we'll stick with this battle, and this is R8G having just made that place to go into 6th. Just up the road, as we talked about a little bit earlier, is that Axel car, and they are being caught very quickly. There we can see them, the white liveried colour car, just a couple of seconds up from this.
Yeah, I think they'll make pretty short work of Aslan, actually, given the pace that they've...
Link do live timingu jest w opisie.
Pace in terms of the general field is beaten only really by the top 3, who are astronomically consistent in the mid-24s. The 2 leaders, Juven and Rietveld, have kind of somewhat responded to Luke Bennett now. In that red line, who caught them up. I think they probably had a bit of a look at him, maybe borrowed.
No, red flag był, więc nadrobiliśmy tą stratę.
Dropping back slightly in the Fordzilla car, so wasn't able to hold.
Ale tak, kółko nam oddali po wywaleniu. Tylko, że straciliśmy na tym kolejne 2 minuty, ale na red flagu je nadrobiliśmy. Mieli okazję. Nikodem dużo więcej niż ja.
Driver officially sponsored by Alpine, supported by Alpine, Sim racing driver, and making his way across the curbs of karting, absolutely flat this section of the lap, and the big break down into the Ford chicane, across those curbs as well, the aggression with which the car is steered, quite impressive there, and very much the style though, overslipping that front tyre appears to respond quite nicely through this simulation. And number 2 red line car, that is Luke Bennett, who we were talking about. That is the man with the pace, it seems, of this front 3, but without the track position, just the way we like it.
What do you do if you're Luke Bennett though, because Rietveld is also...
No tak, no to Nikodem głównie. Ja jeździłem po torze Poznań mini, po sileseringu mini, ale nie wyścigi, tylko treningi. Może Łódź jeździłem Alpiną. Nie wiem, przecież jeszcze jeździłem. Tak, a Nikodem jeździł 2 ostatnie sezony w wyścigowych mistrzostwach Polski w Mini Cooperze. No, a że wyścigowe samochodowe mistrzostwa Polski są na torze Poznań, jeszcze na torze Poznań, no to miał okazję jeździć na torze Poznań. I na słabym kierunku, przepraszam. No.
That was the R8G car, wasn't it? Was that with a back marker, or was that with the Axel car, I wonder? Have they got past him? I think that was with the Axel car, having just got past him. And as you said, we were expecting them to get past him quickly.
Yes, it was. It was making the move on the Axel car from R8G number 8, and
24-8 Agustin.
shoulder in
Chwilę potrzebowało, żeby się wjeździć, ale teraz już ładnie idzie. No to zimny, nie? Więc wiadomo, że da się robić te 24.
Similar movements from Boulay in the Alpine Esports car. Here we go then. Let's pick this one up. We're going to see a move going on from Alpine Esports, it seems, Alex.
Yeah, Alpine Esports making their way down towards the Mulsanne corner. He's got a much better exit though. A bit of tussle and shoulder barging over that position on board as we head then down towards the Indianapolis section, and this is Boulay needs to make quick work.
Tak powiem ci, że 63 ma słabe tempo ten Karol się.
Oni stary na softach w ogóle jechali teraz, wiesz? Jak ty jechałeś?
Aha, to super mieli tempo.
Chyba, że Bóg jakiś w chudzie, no ale... Tak, no ale 63 bez rewelacji wcale. 23 tak samo.
4 słabo. A to najlepsi kierowcy, nie? Teraz.
A wtedy co ty Jerneja wyprzedziłeś znowu, co nagle tak stracił tempo? Opisałem z Pedersenem, że w 6-8 celowali spalanie. Nie wiem czemu niby. 9 kółek na pierwszym stincie zrobili i to na drugim 11 sprawnie zrobił. Nie ma kamery z naszego auta, jak jedzie Agustin albo Sami, bo oni nie streamują. Jak jadę ja albo Nikodem, to wtedy jest kamera. Ale jest link do live timingu w opisie, no jest transmisja oficjalna na streamie. Powiem ci, że panie top 3 w jednej sekundzie sobie jedzie, nie? No tylko, że numer 2 to tak trochę na alibi. Zaraz wsiądzie jakiś post i się skończy.
No to tak, patrząc na to, co się dzieje z przodu, to Forzilla będzie wyautowana, Alpina, ten Axel, Brabham, Anis.
A myślę, że numer 20 i numer 1 to między sobą to będą rozgrywać. Może się obaj rozwalą, bo inaczej. Nie naciskaj już to. A pozostali, no to co? No Romany też mają jakichś prosów słabych, tak? 63 taki, no niby nie za mocny, ale są pół minuty przed nami, co tak może będą jechać.
Jumka jeszcze nie jechał, nie wiem jak on.
No to prawda, ciekawe. No super, no my nie mamy słabego zawodnika, to jest piękne, nie?
No, ja chyba najsłabszy.
Ten Agustin tak wsiadł i tak zaczął te 26-0, co ja się mówię, kurde, tak może on minimum przejechał. No ale co, no ja teraz robię 24, no i super idzie, no to niech sobie jedzie chłopak.
Yeah, and as the driver, you just got to keep it together and hopefully follow the instructions. They don't always do, but
dzięki Damian, dzięki.
That's what they aim to do.
Jest taki simracer, co jedzie tublemą, Dawid Mroczek się nazywa. Że to on pisze.
It's closing up at the front. Can they resist the move though? That's the question. If the move is there,
szkoda, może w top 10 walili teraz.
Are they able? Is Rietveld able to hold back from having that lunge?
Going to be very hard to do
Idźcie, muszę nauczyć. W ścianę się obywałem, no nie.
A tak patrzyłem trochę na wyjście z tej szkady, mówię, kurde, tak tego żwirku tam muska z czasem.
The hardest thing sometimes to hear, and as you said, to follow, must be even harder as well.
What these three all know is they're moving away.
Mówiłem ci, że w tym roku jakoś tak łatwiej kuki błąd popełnić.
Almost 5 seconds back.
No, wykrakałeś.
So they're moving away nicely. The more they squabble, the more they'll squander that lead, and they've learned their lesson, I suspect, on that when Fordzilla jumped them on the last round of pit stops just by having a nice, clean in and out lap. They weren't so much further behind than this last time, the Fordzilla 966, when they pitted a lap early and took track position. So these three won't want to leave themselves open to a similar move again.
Now, we have just seen Axel lose a place. We haven't seen it, but we've seen it on our timing screens. Axel have lost a place to Graham Carroll. AMG Team Petronas have gone through. Brabham are about to line up a place on them as well. Well, we have just under 15 hours remaining. Let's remind ourselves as what has brought us here to this point so far in the race and look back at some of the highlights. Well, the 24-hour.
Okay, I'm in bits.
The third running of it kicked off.
Okay, very good pace.
77%. I think maybe we must try with soft the next double.
I think not yet.
Track temperature is 22 was when you started, so quite high.
Sadly, for some of the cars a little bit further back, there were problems.
Sorry?
Track temperature is over 20 degrees still.
They found themselves being tangled. The two Proton cars made an absolutely.
Guys, what do you think about the 77%? Maybe
it's okay. No. I think it's too hot for softs. Keep going. You have a very good pace.
Unfortunately, that saw them going into the barriers down the Mulsanne straight. 5 wide into the Porsche curves is going to work every day, isn't it? Of course.
I can join the server to see the temperature, but it will be too high for now. I think in the middle of the night maybe.
Możemy pokazywać sweep-off, ale nie możemy być na spekcie, nie możemy siedzieć na serwerze jak nie jedziemy. Więc ja mogę streamować sweep-off, Nikodem może streamować sweep-off, ale Agustin i Sami, którzy z nami jadą, oni nie streamują, żeby nie mieć problemów technicznych, więc po prostu nie mamy jak pokazać ich powa.
They would waste no time in getting themselves up the order. The #1 red line car doing similar things as they battled for the lead here, coming in towards the chicane. Absolutely fantastic driving as they went toe to toe with the Porsche car. Then we saw pit stops, some cars not coming in as tidily as others. RAG being passed into the pit lane. Have you ever seen that before? Not many times. Brabham doing absolutely brilliant stuff there. We heard from David Brabham.
Ja jeszcze Volkswagenem Passatem, także nie jest tak na samochód z trzecim sportowym. Ja jestem zbyt dusi groszem, żeby mieć fajny samochód. Może kiedyś, jak już będę miał fajną chatę, wszystko pospłacane, to wtedy może. No, a Nikodem jeździł Clio RS w sobie jeszcze tego miesiąca. Teraz ma PMK 4. Nikodem już jest mężaty i dzieciaty, więc musiał kupić coś większego, no skończyło się rumakowanie.
Porsche Coanda with Juven in the car leads by just under a second. Luke Bennett 1.6 back. That is the top 3 split by 1.6.
Jakie Clio RS miałeś? 4?
Tak. Clio 4 RS.
Williams Esports are just outside of the top 10. Team Fordzilla on a bit of a different strategy. Keep an eye on them though. They are currently down in 15th place. Peugeot hit trouble early doors.
Jak my to zrobimy teraz, żebym ja jutro tego czasu nie przekroczył, nie? Bo jak ja tylko 2 stinty przejechałem, 3 godzin w 5.
Rocket Sim Sport as well, sadly. In GTE, we haven't forgotten about them. RAG and the 888 lead the way by just shy of 4 seconds ahead of Proton. Project One by Dur doing a really good job to stay within 10 seconds of the lead. BS Competition come next along. We can see Sim Marinello
Wiesz, ja tam miałem w planie 11 stintów przejechać, nie?
in speed. How about that 10th place for the All Chinese squad, doing a really great job there. P1 Esport, sadly, they have suffered some issues throughout the race and are down at the back of the field. Alex Brundle, that's where it leaves us then, as we have just under 15 hours remaining of this race. Let's talk a little bit about GTE while we have a second. 888 doing a really good job, leading by just shy of 5 seconds so far ahead of Proton.
Gently spread, aren't they now, a little bit? The R8G, 4.9 seconds to the good over the Proton Coanda car. Another 4 seconds back to the Project One car. And then the BMW we did see take the lead of the race just around an hour and a half ago. Now sitting back in 4th. They've had a bit of a pit stop shuffle since then. But the fastest of those out the front of the field, probably the Proton Porsche, although the R8G does look to be coming into its own. The very, very quick car in qualifying, of course.
No, 250 koni to już nie trzeba go prosić.
Leading the race currently and healthily for them. We're expecting another round of LMP pit stops, and then the GTs will be in and out again. There are all cars still within a decent amount. I mean, there are a couple of cars that are well out of it. You've got the JMX Phantom and the P1 Esport car, to all intents and purposes, out of the meaningful running. But barring that, I mean, everyone down to 15th place in that GTE battle, looking to be reasonably well within the race.
And Brabham there making a move themselves on Axel.
Jakiegoś podwójnego jakby można było wcisnąć teraz jeszcze gdzieś.
Swojego?
Żebym jutro nie jechał, wiesz, no 10 stintów, bo to się, wiesz, będę fatalnie jechał.
No co, teraz...
From the Porsche team, and somehow Alex, they've managed to hold on to the lead, and now they have a queue of GT cars ahead, including the other Redline car.
Coanda versus Redline, Juven versus Rietveld, and you've got a young Porsche Junior against a Simulator Pro up the inside, and that's fantastic management of traffic. Redline
Patrząc na ten plan teraz, no to jechałbyś... Jechałbyś od 8 do 10, no i koniec 2 stinty.
Yeah, that was satellite racing. We saw there minding their own business, and next thing they were swamped with LMP cars either side of them.
Zobacz sobie na Discordzie, co wysłał Michael.
Great job in the end, just to stay put and allow all cars to go round them, but that's allowed Juven to get a bit of a gap and a bit of rest over those two Team Redline cars, but coming into Indianapolis, fantastic side-by-side action. R8G, we mentioned that they've been absolutely flying in this stint. They've now come into the pits, as have Alpine Esports from 5th, but let's stay with this battle, because this is your top 3 overall. Yes, they are all on the same lap. They're split by 7.5 tenths. They make their way up towards Tete Rouge now. It is Juven who is doing a really good job to hold off two top Esports drivers behind him. And Juven there is going to be under a lot of pressure now, Alex, as we come down Mulsanne.
Forming a picture of how these cars are being driven, they let the tyre look after itself. They get themselves the right side of the needle on fuel, and then towards the end of each pit window, of each stint, they go for it, and go for it they are. He's on the verge there in the Redline car, having a look down the inside, and he takes the lead. Rietveld, does he? But Juven comes straight back at him through the exit, unable to hold on to it. Coanda somehow clinging by the ends of their fingernails to the lead of Virtual Le Mans.
Driving as if it's the last lap of the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual, isn't it? This is absolutely fantastic stuff here from all 3 drivers as they now make their way down towards the next chicane, and Luke Bennett is getting a little bit impatient, I think, in the background as well. He was just moving towards the inside there to remind Jeffrey Rietveld that he is just behind and ready to attack Juven if he would like him to, as they now come down towards Mulsanne corner. It doesn't look like we'll see any changes, certainly not for the lead down there. So the Porsche driver for now can just relax, but as we come down towards Indianapolis, we may see some more side-by-side action, because that was a good exit coming out of there for Jeffrey Rietveld. So I wonder if he's lining up another pass. Has he learned from the lap before what doesn't work, and can he now apply that to a move this time around?
Rietveld seems pretty stable that his teammate behind is not going to attack him, and he has carte blanche to attack ahead. And Juven, if he didn't know it before, he certainly knows it now. More GT traffic up ahead as they head down into Indianapolis. That's going to hamper Juven on the left-hand apex of Indy. Is it going to offer an opportunity for Rietveld? No. Blockers on the right-hand side. No option in the braking zone for Arnage. Tiny little nudge on the apex as they head then nose to tail down towards the Porsche S's again. I see more GT traffic up ahead, and it's going to be such major challenge. Where are they going to clear? That Ferrari will be the critical element now as to who comes out of this final sector ahead. Looks like the Coanda just has that little bit of breathing space as we turn right, then left again. But look how planted the red
to
line
przy,
is.
nieźle.
Even having to hold up for
Zobaczymy,
the
może pod
Ferrari
presję
red
coś
line.
odwalą,
A bit of
no.
a better run through. Borks' teammate on the right-hand apex of karting, bouncing over the curbs on the exit down to the Ford chicane again. We're in status quo for another lap. 14 hours and 46 minutes of this. We might have to do it, we might not, because all three of them are in the pits.
Well, now we come down to, did anyone save fuel there?
Didn't look like it, did it?
Earlier in the stint.
Is that the Williams car
numer 5
parked
jest
on
to.
the way into the pit lane?
That's a good spot, yes. Did we see someone...
Oni mają dalej boks, jakiś
It
problem mają
looked to
chłopaki.
me a lot like the 63 car parked on
Yes.
the right-hand
Is that the
side.
Is that the 5?
No, it's the 5.
Isn't it? Yeah, so that's the one.
Nie
with
mów, że waha i
Garcia,
wszystko czuła.
in.
Has he just run out of fuel before the line?
Yeah.
Or on the way back to the pit box? In any case, the two red line
What
cars,
happened
no
to
such
you
problem
guys?
for them. They're
Number
getting
5?
tanks full of virtual biofuel.
He's out of fuel.
See them back out shortly. Let's check in with another red line car whilst.
Oh yeah, I'm talking in
that is
Discord, so
all
that
going
listening
on.
can
This
hear.
is the 71.
Kevin Siggy.
We will wait for an update
Oh, ja
on
pierdolę.
that number 5 car.
Paliwa mu
Kevin
zabrakło,
Siggy,
o Boże.
behind the Sim Maranello team.
Not made it
Just
into the pits.
Behind that, but a real shame that for the number 5
So he's parked
Williams
up at
esports
entry.
car, possibly running out of fuel.
Oh,
As
wow.
expected, they all come out
To co, on na
exactly
paliwo nie
as they
patrzy?
were,
Ale odwalił.
the top 3 for LMP.
O, on to odwalił, ja to tam.
It's
No.
Yeah, not in the
Groundhog,
pit
it's
box.
Groundhog Day. Well, it
So-
would be Groundhog Day, but it's
Yeah,
it's
unless
slightly-
someone pushes them, then
it's a slight
they're
change
out
in
of the
ambient
race.
and slightly less dark or light. Every time they come out, they'll look after the fuel again, make sure they're in
And we've got
the right position.
7 laps left on this
strategically,
stint.
satisfy their
And this is going to
engineers
set there
and
for
then
7
go at
laps.
it for the last couple of laps all over again to try to be those who lead.
Yeah, but we can't push them, can
Le
we?
Mans. Ferrucci, I
think we
don't
can,
believe has
but
cleared them in the Fordzilla car.
they're
I think
gonna have
he'll
lost
come out
10
politely
laps.
in fourth
Yeah, is there a
position,
point we're gonna
where
any
they
point?
put
Like
it.
we would lose so much time doing that.
He would have been hoping for.
They will be
that
7
battle,
laps down
that
already.
much of extreme a
Yeah.
battle about 2 or 3 laps earlier, I think. But here we go. This is another battle we were just talking about a little while ago. This is the number 71 trying to get round the outside of Sim Maranello. Side-by-side action going on there. Sim Maranello slamming the door shut in the face of Kevin Siggy, and that is them refusing to give up 7th place.
Side by side, a little bit of traffic ahead on their way down to
Maybe
Mulsanne
worth
corner.
asking one of the teams that is like
Are we going
many
to
laps
do
down.
Yeah, that's what
the
Seb's
old
doing.
Schumacher
So
Hakkinen
it's not going to be us that
either
pushes them,
side
that's for
of
sure.
the traffic, not quite close enough and not quite the overspeed. That's a shame. But nice break.
Still plenty of time.
Still plenty of time. Oh, plenty of time to large it through the exit as well for the red line BMW. And they make their way down through the curves of Indianapolis.
U naszego siostrzanego
And,
samochodu.
No, tak pytam o ten czas, bo tak bym chciał, wiesz, kurwa, odrobić ten czas, straciłem.
You would not want to be able to tell you what you'd feel that one.
No to wychodzi teraz, że po prostu wrócimy do oryginalnego planu.
Simulation.
Okay.
I teraz zobaczymy.
No tylko wyjdzie tak, że na przykład Sami przejdzie więcej, nie? Niż my.
No bo my te czerwone flagi mieliśmy, no. Ale Sami idzie zajebiście też, no to.
Tak, też prawda.
Wiesz, ja też tak patrzę, no ten oryginalny plan jest o tyle fajny, że albo ja, albo ty jesteśmy prawie cały czas.
How many laps?
Chwilę tylko obaj będziemy
6
stać.
in this stint. I have another double more.
Pretty much all of these race cars have
I think we will swap after this stint Agustin to get back on plan.
rudimentary it is in the LMP cars. GT cars tend to have a little bit more of a honed system. I think probably because they have a bit more space to put it in. Realistically,
That'd be okay for you?
But in this competition, none of that's allowed. So very easy to light up the rear tyres, and it's fair to say I think more than 50% of the spins we see are somebody just getting on the fruity pedal a little bit too early on the exit as we see the red line beamer into the pit lane.
Yeah, we saw an example of it earlier with Rosenqvist out that final corner, and a rear wheel just dropped on the gravel there, and it just flicked him into a spin. And as you said, I imagine very easy to do. Now, Luke Bennett has dropped back slightly from the top two here, so we'll call this 2 for the lead and 1 in chase for the time being.
Multi-12.
Yes.
I reckon. Rietveld being in the 1 and Bennett being in the 2 for the moment.
Yes.
They are. I just sense there's a no friendly fire order going on between these two.
When you look at their championship positions, 1st and 10th, best position. Yeah, there's much more to lose in the 1 rather than the 2.
You know, the difference in the physical race would be greater in terms of speed, I believe, and you wouldn't tend to race like this purely because if Rietveld, for example, could clear the Coanda car, good chance is that he would be able to by now you'd all be on different strategies anyway, but the good chance is that he'd be able to disappear into the distance and put some time. What they all know is that nobody of these leading 3 is disappearing into the distance. They all know that. Dishing out in so much of a tow at this stage of the race, whoever's leading is going to be in pretty much the position Juven is in now, where the other 2 are hot on your heels and you're having to subtly, slightly defend. So I think that could be the reason why the 2 red line cars are playing this waiting game and waiting for either a mistake by the Coanda car or to play something strategically through to the end.
I mean, how do we tackle that one then? Coming from the driver's perspective, I mean, 14 hours, over 14 hours on the clock, and essentially just being tucking in, almost waiting towards the end of the race. It's like going back to karting days.
Timing jest w opisie, macie.
It's not going to be. It's patience. It's patience, and that's the deal, and that's what you've got to have, and it is that karting mentality. And just as we've been talking about, that is going to send it up the inside into Indianapolis. Take all that and just throw it straight in the bin because they're about to race for the lead of Le Mans Virtual.
There we go. Maybe a slight poor exit from Juven, and Rietveld got just more of a tow than last time round. That saw him getting the run. He's tried to
Mogliby się pozabijać teraz.
No mogliby.
Niechcący oczywiście.
And Jeffrey Rietveld might have to rethink.
Och, i tak jadą, nie? Kolejny stint. W 2 sekundach.
As they come up through the Porsche curves. What we just saw there.
Oh, a little bit of contact with the wall on the safer barrier on the outside.
Dobrze, ten Guven strasznie jedzie, jako trailer trzyma.
No. Any difference to the car? Looks to have got
ścianę
in
zajął.
terms of the way the car's behaving. But sorry to cut across you, Chris, but a little bit of a touch for the Coanda against the barrier.
That's a sign of pressure if I've ever seen it before, especially from someone of that quality.
Yeah, definitely. And the pressure is being put on, and that will change this race.
Mały touch przy 280.
Against any one of these teams.
Wypoleruje się.
Any damage at this point, it's so close, it's so tight, and the pressure and speed at the front is so high that any one of these drivers making a significant mistake is realistically going to end their chance of victory.
Oddaj Damianowi telefon, jak wróci.
Through any of the fast corners. Yep. Those are the stakes that we're dealing with as they joust at approaching 200 mile an hour of simulated speed through the exit of.
No ale tak, masz rację, w tych Fordzillach, Romanach, Alpinach, Brabhamach, Floydach. To oni wszyscy, wiesz, no, wsiądą jakieś prosy i będą ssać, no.
No, dokładnie.
Juven is surely going to have to go defensive as he wants to hold on. There he goes, darts across to the inside and to the left of our screen. Here comes Rietveld round the outside.
Is it okay if we swap after this stint now?
Executes it perfectly, and that is the lead for Jeffrey Rietveld. Fantastic driving, Alex.
That's not over yet. Juven in the tow, having a look down the inside. He's been forced to the outside by Rietveld.
Agustin?
Good defensive driving, but he will find some purchase out there on the wide extremes, the right-hand side of the track. Can he do to the red line car what was just done to the Coanda? He's going to have to brake extremely late indeed, and he is doing, and he muscles him out of the way on the second apex of the second chicane and regains the lead for Coanda. Now,
Powiem tak, no Agustin stracił 3 sekundy jak na razie do nich.
He's going to leave his teammate to him.
Odkąd wsiadł.
He's going to say, you have at it, boys. I'll pick up the pieces when you're in a heap of carbon fiber in Mulsanne corner. And will they
I teraz
be
odrobił,
as
bo
they
się
head
walczył.
down towards the braking zone for the famous right-hander.
Jeszcze wyprzedził kogoś.
Good job. Agustin, can you hear us?
Yes, you?
Yeah. Kuba asked if it's okay for you if we can swap the changes to put Sami now to keep the original schedule.
And just waiting for his teammate to make a move, which it looks like he's about to do. He's tried this into Indianapolis before, it hasn't worked.
I need to watch, Nico. Now, I prefer to pay attention on that after my turn, please.
Holds on to the race lead. What a fantastic lap of racing so far.
O, nie rozumiem. No musi sami wbić po prostu i się zmienić z nimi tyle.
Tell me all in Discord and I will watch after my tour.
We measure by pixels, couldn't it? As they head through the right-hander at Arnage. But you've got to give it to Juven. He's not a.
I would say, I think Agustin is too focused.
A nie moglibyśmy zrobić tak, żeby Agustin teraz przejechał 4, a Sami potem 2 po prostu? Zamiast tak? Jak jest Agustin, Sami?
No moglibyśmy, ale myślę, że lepiej, żeby jechał Sami niż Agustin.
Jest.
Yeah, we can leave.
No ja myślę, że dobrze on idzie.
No dobrze idzie oczywiście, no ale Sami szedł świetnie.
Ja myślę, że Agustin teraz się wjedzie i jeszcze lepiej pójdzie. No widzisz, no chce jechać, kurde no. Chce jechać, wie, że ma jeszcze dwa stinty do zrobienia.
No pewnie.
Yeah, Agustin, keep pushing.
No ale Sami myśli, że wsiada teraz.
Managed to get going once more. Real shame for the Axel car because they were running so well. Meanwhile, we have pit stops going on in GTE. Erhan Yajowski for RHG. The AAA Ferrari is into the pits, as had several other teams. So we are seeing pit stops being served by our leader in GTE. We will check in with them shortly, but it's pretty hard to take your eyes off what's going on here because we are going to see, I've run out what round we are on now because we're going to see more battles going on.
How is our pace?
Axel have stopped. We did see a brief shot of them getting going again.
You are as fast as the leaders.
And see if they have hit terminal issues.
With the cars around, I am much faster, but I don't know with the leaders.
A poor exit there from Rietveld.
Mówię przecież.
Bennett is now
As fast as the leaders.
Alistair Young behind the wheel of that Axel car.
Ja nie wiem, czy on mnie nie słyszy, czy...
As well we may with this leading battle.
You are as fast as the leaders.
Bennett had enough of watching his teammate try to send him down the inside. Does he fancy a go himself?
O, nie słyszy cię chyba.
The first challenger, and is this that same car? That is Young, isn't it? Who looks to have quite a lot of steering damage to me.
He's not celebrating, is he?
Soft going
again.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I suspect he's got damage which has caused him to have another.
Can you check the track temp, please?
As you say, he's marked on our
yes, but he needs to join.
He's quite clearly trying to limp that car back to the pit lane, and actually he's not far. He was down at Indy, and that's just about where the leaders are coming down.
Czyż mogę wejść? Samego nie ma na serwie? Chyba nie, nie?
Well out of the way as our leaders head down towards that section.
Luke Bennett must be thinking, let me have a go at the race leader here. You know, you've had your chance, let me have a go now. Of course, They are all racing for the red line team, so there's no doubt Luke Bennett will be more than happy to play the team game. But
Sami, are you on the server or not?
The driver within him would want
No,
to
no.
just get past and have a go at him himself, Alex.
I will join to check the
Number
temps.
5 car, just checking in on that, we saw that stopped on the way into pit lane. We didn't see too much of it. It's now marked as in the pits, having lost a massive amount of time.
So is the plan still to swap?
Behind the
Agustin can't. So we still fuck, we still communicate, I guess.
Yeah, I think we get just. Yeah, let's keep it like original. For me, it doesn't matter much, to be honest.
I do wonder if they're
I mean, it's shit, but
are trying to work out a way, the Williams Esports team, to get that car to the pit box, to get some fuel in it, as Red Line 71 continue to try to battle their way through the GTE field.
So are we swapping now or not?
Now, behind the wheel of
No, I don't think so.
BMW. That's a battle which is over 8th place with the Sim Maranello Ferrari.
Yeah, we go from an ex-Porsche Super Cup racer to
Aha, Konda coś odjebała?
Van Buren, a man who turned his sports career into a professional one. Juven is into the pits, by the way, so that has released Rietveld and Bennett, and this is going to be a critical
Ale za co?
battle.
Nie ma nic protesta. No ale tak jakby drive-thru odbyli, tak stracili na właśnie akurat.
Extremely early for Juven to be in the pits. And we have seen a little bit of contact
Ciekawe.
between those varieties. He's come in and
When they've been side by side.
well, that was quite a quick pit stop as well, wasn't it, that he just made? So I do wonder if he picked up a little bit of damage there, Juven, and has released the two red line
Chyba naprawiali
cars to
coś,
the lead of
mi
the
się
race,
wydaje.
because he was in and
Coś tu
out.
gadają.
Nie no, głupoty gadają, no stracił 27 sekund. Akurat tyle co drive-thru.
No tak, no już nie mógł naprawić.
We did see some, but it didn't look like he was losing much pace, but
No,
Well,
nie
the
ma
other
nic w
option is a
protestach.
drive-through, but I haven't seen any suggestion of one. I don't see any reason why he might have got one, and I'm pretty sure at the front of the race, as he was, if there was a reason, then we'd have seen it. Juven,
that's an odd one, isn't it?
we've got to assume that he may well have picked up some damage. We did see that Coanda car grab a slice of the wall in the middle of the Porsche curves, didn't we?
Yes.
Under pressure a few laps back, and I wonder if they've taken the opportunity just to pit that car and then continue.
2500 Agustin elegancko.
Because they were losing speed and going to be under pressure.
No mówię, niech jedzie.
Chosen to go strategically differently,
Tylko ja mam coś zjebane z
Red
kurde
Line,
z tymi.
get him out of that pressure, 'cause they're
Ze
concerned,
światłami, powiem ci.
that it's going to pressure him into a
Czemu?
big mistake.
Jakoś tak mam chłopie, nie wiem. Dziwnie migają strasznie.
No wiesz, fajnie, jakbyś szykanę Mulzan przejechał bez odjęcia, na przykład przez żwir, to wtedy tak. Ale to już takie ścięcie musi być celowe, a nie przypadkowe. No ciekawe.
Great pace, keep it going.
A, jest, teraz karę napisali. Numer 1 ich oprotestował.
Track is 20, so too hot for softs in my opinion.
Okay.
Drugi warning dostała Coanda.
I'm going to continue with medium soft.
Yes, I'm checking other cars who are on the softs, but all of them are on the mediums probably.
The Sim Maranello colours, Rudy Van Buren.
No, drugi warning Coanda dostała i drive-thru, ale jaja. P1 na P9.
Such a tricky and hard part of the racetrack to put together. Rudy Van Buren keeping the pressure on. They've got the ARC Bratislava LMP car following. He's going to make his way through now. First past the BMW, then past the Ferrari.
Only number 63 on softs. Graham Carroll.
You don't know what's behind you. All the lights just look like a white blur when you're out there on the road in these race cars. And is it the GT you've just passed? Is it an LMP car coming up to lap you, or is it a car you're directly racing with for position? Impossible to tell. One thing Rudy Van Buren knows is he's got a car ahead of him, and he needs to try to make his way past it as fast as possible. That move
No protest był za okrążenie 106 w zakręcie 20-21. Ale jeśli cokolwiek ci to mówi, szwaja. Które było kółko 106? 5 kółek temu.
Mosca in the Williams Esports car has managed to make it out, although much delayed. So good news in a way for the Williams Esports team. We saw them stopped on the way in to the pit lane on what we presumed to be a car which is running out of fuel. But it looks like they've managed to find some way to get that car to the pit box and then continue on with their race. Unfortunately, they now sit some 3 laps down at the absolute back of the meaningful LMP field. So what a disaster for that team. Good to be back out on the racetrack, but such much fortune. There is the car, the number 5 LMP car in those colours of Williams Esports. Went down to see them earlier on in the race in their incredible facility down at the F1 HQ in Grove, and they were right on top of it. Here we go then. Fordzilla under pressure. This is Fiducci under pressure from R8G. There's the move down towards Mulsanne corner, and Fiducci got in that car in the lead of the race and is really starting to suffer in terms of pace, unfortunately. Around half a second back from the 2 team redline cars that have been realistically gifted the lead in terms of track position of this race, Chris, by that pit stop from Guven in the Porsche Coanda.
Yep, a real shame there for Guven in the Porsche Coanda, and work to do for them, but out front we can see Rietveld 2/10 ahead of Bennett. R8G in that number 8 next along Team Fordzilla after that, and that is the battle we are watching on screen, the battle for 3rd place. Then we have Alpine Esports in the 36. Behind that is AMG Team Petronas next along. Then it is Brabham in 7th place. Behind that at 8th is Floyd Van Wilburst, and then the 2 Porsche cars rounding out the top 10. 14 hours and 25 minutes remaining. We haven't spoken a lot about those in the GT class. R8G leading by 7 seconds ahead of Proton Coanda. BMW Team BS Competition have just gone past Project 1, changing 3rd place. That's what we can see on your screen. In the blue and white, we see BMW Team BS Competition, and behind that, Project 1 is next. D Station, how about that? They're doing a fantastic job. Then SF Esports Team next after that. F2 driver this year, Ollie Bierman in the car from them. Jaden Conwright is going to be in the 99 for Oracle Red Bull Racing, then the number 8. Then we have the number 9 next along after that, Porsche Super Cup racer. And InSpeed doing a really good job in 10th place.
Fantastic driving talent behind the wheel of some of those GT cars.
It really is, isn't it?
At the moment, out on track, Charlie Fagg behind the wheel of the D Station racing car. Ollie Behrman, then Prema, junior driver, a great British hope in feeder series behind the SF Esports team.
Carol is slower on the softs than you are, guys, on the mediums.
Okej. 25 100 na ostatnim zrobił, ale... To ci Agustyn.
No, Agustyn idzie chyba jak...
Piękna sprawa. Kierowca software najwolniejszy ze wszystkich powinien być. Bo nie jeździ wcale, nie? Ja siedzę dużo na tym serwerze, żeby się nie przyczepili.
Co ty? Już dawno wyszedłem.
Okay.
Przepraszam, nie ten
some of the great sim racing talent we have out there leading the way, and it's a great privilege to see these drivers.
Powiedziałem, że odda samochód w top 10 jeszcze jedno miejsce i się sprawdzi.
Wyłączyłem te światła. Kurwa, mam chłopie 300 FPS-ów nagle. Ja pierdolę. Te światła to tylko przeszkadzały.
Fajnie, tak, checklista, wszystko. I ty zacząłeś tam. Fajne wszystko. O, nie wiem, szwaja, które to są zakręty, szczerze mówiąc. A gdzieś tam daleko w kółku, chyba 20.
O, zjebę, przepraszam.
Champions from pretty much all the major championships around. We've got champions from lower formulas as well.
Nie no, żeby tradycji stało się zadość, to my musimy wygrać teraz Le Mans, a potem Agustin się popsuć na ostatnim kółku Indy 500. Ale niech wygra. Byłoby super.
A, no tak. Dobry ten zespół w ogóle, ten Junkos?
To jest nowy bardzo zespół. Oni pierwszy sezon jeździli teraz, wiesz, w zeszłym sezonie, nie? Tyle. Halo Milot, F2 co wcześniej jeździł, no to właśnie no, więc no taki nie najlepszy ten zespół chyba, no świeżaki. Agustin będzie w IndyCarach jeździł od tego sezonu. Tak, słyszałem, że Larson w Indy 500
świeżaków.
Jak to sprawa. A mi się podoba w amerykańskim motorsporcie. Trochę Alonso tak w Europie jakby to przywrócił, nie? Że nie tylko zaślepieni na Formułę 1. A w Ameryce mówią, jakby tak jednego dnia 500 mil, potem jeszcze 600 mil. To jest piękne. Chcą się ścigać po prostu.
I'm in bits.
Great stint, Agustin. You gained time. We are close to the leaders than we were.
A Sami? W czym Sami jeździ w ralu? W tym...
GD3.
Ale w jakiej serii?
Tej na nordowej chyba.
No na pewno w Nordzie 24 jechał, tak?
Tak, on chyba robi jeździ te, wiesz, te VLN, ten Nürburgring tam 6 godzin, czy nie wiem jak to się nazywa, DNLS, czy coś takiego.
Another team on the recovery drive-through penalty for a late driver change was the end of their race, and they're making their way back through the field. We've had a couple of stops for Josh Skelton and Arjun Maini jumping in the axle cars and the Van Wall burst. 21 and number 444. Canapino has jumped in.
No nie wiem, to ja chyba idę się przespać, no bo co?
O, tak. Rano musisz być. Siódmej jedziesz, tak?
7:04 niby.
Piszę ci po mojej zmianie w razie czego, czy zmiana planów, czy coś.
Potentially ART next year in Formula 2. See a great season for him. Everybody expecting him to continue his campaign towards Formula 1 with a Formula 2 seat next year, but as yet undisclosed for Victor Martins.
Great to see Arjun Maini out there as well.
Zobacz, chyba faktycznie te DDoS-y, albo coś z pogodą było zjebane.
No, ciekawe. To po prostu już było za dużo dla RF 50 samochodów i deszcz jeszcze.
Być może.
Teraz przyda.
From Bikes Gavissa as he gets a little bit closer. closer. Are we going to see a move coming up towards Indianapolis? Not quite able to get down the inside into the right-hander. Stays behind for the time being. They've got to be careful because they do have one of the LMP cars making their way past, and they are going to move aside there just to give them a little bit of room to come through. And I think that was the Veloce team. Maybe
it was the Peugeot.
Is it the Peugeot team?
Making its way through the 93 car. Haven't seen too much of the 93 car. They're now sitting in 18th position. The Peugeot Esports team, of course, will be continuing their hypercar program in the World Endurance Championship throughout this year. Great to have them involved in the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual. Not absolutely at the front of the field this time, but they look to be having fun every time we drop in on them with Haley Edmonds out in Paris, and I'm sure Gustavo Menezes is on his 14th Deliveroo to get himself ready to race. It's Briand in the car at the moment for the 93. Just zooming through our shot as we follow some of the GT cars through the final chicane.
Yeah, we can see them heading onto the start-finish straight. This is a little bit further back. We've got the Proton car here of Hyman chasing down Bijtske-Visser. Had a fantastic start to the race. Unfortunately, has ran into some trouble since then. However, the 77 Proton car remains up the field, just 7.5 seconds back from the 888 car, the R8G car, which leads the way overall. So still plenty to go.
Fantastic speed though from that R8G 888 car. I mean, they are routinely 7/10 quicker than the Coanda chasing them. The BS competition, BMW looks to be able to hang on to them, but you know, 7 seconds, 7.8 now as we've crossed the line. This time out front, and looking to have that kind of easy speed, the lap-on-lap pace that gives you the win in these summer races. They had the pace in qualifying, and they're really going to take some beating with what is a very strong driver lineup in that 888 car. You know, you've got Scott Andrews still to come, the real-world driver, a lot of esports experience though in IndyCar's own series, and at the 24 Hours Virtual. Alexander Smolia, of course, we've discussed, a serial Formula 3 competitor, and then Jajowski and Andonovski, the two drivers with massive simulator experience in that team. R8G Esports looking like the force to be contended with at the moment, and I really do think it's either the red line cars finding some speed and a really big strategy call, or that it's one of the BMWs basically that's going to take it to that R8G car. I think when you look at the Porsches, they just don't appear to have the lap-on-lap speed, although that's a better lap, to be fair, from the second place 77 Coanda.
Yeah, they've done a really fantastic job so far. R8G come in, the 888 has proven that it can win this season. We saw that back at Monza when they went and won a race. We saw them do a fantastic job last season as well when they were able to also pick up a win at the Nordschleife. Here we go, this is the number 71, Rudy Van Buren, trying to make some progress ahead of the Sim Maranello team. These two running very close together and are pretty much quicker than most of the cars ahead of them here. So we will either see these two working together here, or Rudy Van Buren will be keen to get past. But the lap times they're doing last time around were pretty quick indeed.
Porsche Super Cup driver for 2022, Red Bull Sim and development driver Rudy Van Buren. I would have expected him to make a bit shorter work, to be honest, of this Sim Ferrari as he makes his way
Ale się
back
tłucze
through the
gość.
field. Man who was the 2018 winner of McLaren's World Fastest Game.
Słychać wszystko?
And,
Ja tak patrzę po Discordzie, po tym spiku, co tu dzieje? To jest, a to na stream.
A ja w kuchni byłem.
Is behind the wheel at the moment, as he was last year, taking it to victory of the BMW team red line car. And they've kept a relative stability, pairing him alongside Bonito in that 71 car. They've kept Lorenzo Colombo and Kevin Siggy alongside him, so looks to be a pretty strong, but he spun it, Van Buren, on the first apex. Thanks for pointing, Chris pointing frantically.
No, ale 24.8 na nowych gumach, w tych warunkach to taki... A jakby no w porządku czas, ale nie jakiś... O mój Boże.
And that saw the BMW red line car facing the wrong way. We saw that side-by-side action from the likes of the red line car for the lead, whilst they were fighting away for the race lead with Porsche Coanda.
Może teraz troszkę lepiej będzie.
It didn't quite work out at all, did it? So we will see.
Tak nie łapało wszystkiego, ale powiedzcie jakby ucinało, jak zaczynam mówić, dobra? Pierwsze słowa jakby ucinało czy coś.
Rest of the field in speed is the next car along, but they are now going to have to close that gap back down to Sim Maranello. It just looked like, would you say that was an ambitious move, just a bit unfortunate maybe for Rudy Van Buren?
Yeah, to be honest, I looked up from listing his achievements just as they were making contact. So I'd love to see it again, but he looked to have got just a little bit deep. Tried then to climb over the curb and make it work, but couldn't quite do so. I'm sure there's no harm done, just a little bit of time loss in what is a difficult position, for an out of position.
O, wsiadł do Romanów. Becze.
At this stage.
A nie jechał jeszcze?
At this stage in the race also,
Jakiś dandy jeszcze? Ten Wiskol chyba dobrze idzie.
No, dużo prasów teraz posiadało, tak na lifetime patrzę. Tych R przy nazwiskach bardzo dużo.
A kurwa, faktycznie, to przecież można po tym poznać.
Zgadza się.
He was a little further back. He's lost a lot of time there, actually, Juven. Oh, of course, he made that little extra pit stop. So he's now going to take the real lead of the race, isn't he? Assuming that he put fuel in.
He's in.
He's in. So that
I
must
co, jak myślisz, ile będziemy za liderami? Ja myślę, że z 42.
Odciął ich teraz, no to tak, myślę, że tak.
For Juven, but he came in the pits. It was
Genialnie
a very
Agustin
short
jedzie.
pit stop, and he ceded the lead to the two red line cars. And the interval for Juven is in line with what it takes. 22 seconds back. It's in line with what it takes to drive.
Dziękuję, jak pojedziesz jakiegoś stinta w nocy takiego, że nas wyprowadzisz na czoło.
O, Pinto i Drugowicz wszedł.
No, Pinto będzie szedł dobrze.
No, naprawdę.
Dragowicz 5 sekund wyjechał jakimś cudem nagle. A przecież chyba przyjechali jeden za drugim, czy nie? No nie byli tam w sekundzie przed jazdem, czy byli?
Makes his way past Martin, sitting in 5th position in the only really truly off sequence Fordzilla.
A, okej.
Trying to think what they would have been given going back away from Fordzilla here to Porsche Coanda, what they would have been given.
41,9.
He's actually dropping back a
No,
little.
te 3 sekundy co stracił na pierwszej zmianie, no bo musiał zjechać wcześniej i miał ciężki samochód na zużytych oponach przez 3 kółka więcej niż liderzy. To tam stracił 3 sekundy. Tak, to idzie ich tempem.
A little bit of damage could not be wrong there, Chris. Although on the intervals he's still, you're right, he's still only.
Jak idzie tempem? Chyba szybciej idzie niż ich tempem przecież.
To był 45 sekund za nimi, jak wsiadał.
Okay.
A bit of side-to-side contact, tries to get a bit punchy.
No, a to był Ritwet chciał
on the
zacząć.
second apex.
O, tak, tak.
Doesn't quite make it work. You could argue the rule here is pretty clear actually, that once you've got a car alongside, then there needs to be racing room.
Zobacz, Karol jedzie na softach, nie? I ile traci? Bardzo dużo.
No, ten Karol to tak... Na Sebringu też tak jechał.
When we've seen those
Och, Karol.
moves in the LMP class, we've seen the cars very much ahead when we get to that position, haven't we? And I think that maybe might have been the difference there. But there we can see the number 8 cars.
Tak, ten deszcz to był, to był przepiękny.
No, będzie okazji, żeby coś się podziało. Tak trochę jest jak w zeszłym roku, nie? Że tak, no jedziemy i... Tak, teraz 40 sekund nadrobić nagle.
No. Szkoda, że żadnych kodów 60 nie ma, co takiego.
Prawda. Tylko, że tu Code 60 to nas może sparzyć mocno teraz, jak my zjeżdżamy wcześniej.
No, wiem.
ELMS champion in 2012 is a Le Mans overall podium finisher. Many years for Rebellion. Has taken a podium as well in virtual Le Mans in GTE with the R8G team. A very experienced.
No, ten beczek chyba ogarnia, patrząc po sektorach już.
Race car driver. Seems to have been going forever, Matthias Besch. He was around when I very first started, a very fast pilot behind the wheel of a prototype car. And you're quite right, they are making progress towards the front of the field in that R8G, mainly at the expense of the Ford Zilla car as it continues to cling. We've got Pinto and Felipe Drugovich, reigning Formula 2 champion, just jumping in the 2 red line cars. So a switch over for both cars. Decent loss though, interestingly, for the number 2 car, which comes out of the pits 4 seconds back from the number 1, having come in what I considered to be broadly nose to tail.
Yeah, I mean the max that would have got to was
just
but you know, they would have been making that up in the tow, so they've definitely lost some time there, whether that be possibly through traffic, or is this a change in strategy maybe, do you think, for the number 2?
Little bit of damage to fix, or a little bit more fuel used and therefore slower in and out laps, any of the above, but it's quite a big amount. It'll probably be a combination of the above realistically, but it's quite a big amount to lose in just one round of pit stops. The man jumping in the number 1, Diogo Pinto.
Napisałem z Marcelem przed i mówię, jak my nie wygramy, to życzę wam, żebyście wy wygrali, bo zawsze macie pecha z tymi prosami.
No to prawda. Ciekawe, co tam się stało. Czy kara jakaś, czy co?
Chyba nie, bo jeszcze jedzie. Jeszcze w picie.
No jest top 10.
With considerable esports accolade and a very safe pair of hands, although he's been caught slightly by Felipe
Chyba coś poważniejszego to naprawy.
So the current F2 champion taking a couple of tenths out of him in sector 1 on this first flying lap as well.
Yeah, Felipe Drugovich signed by Aston Martin, of course, for this year as well, doing a great job to get straight up to speed. And he is now just 3.5 seconds back. Ottaviani falls next. This is the 63. This is Graham Carroll trying to get past Will Dendy, who is just ahead. Will Dendy, who races in the British GT Championship, a man who has proved that you never give up and your opportunities will come. But on this occasion, he's going to have to work very hard to get that place back, because he has just been passed by Graham Carroll, who's done a great job when he's been in the car so far this race, and he has now put that AMG Team Petronas team up into 5th. Will Dendy drops to 6th place. So AMG Team Petronas, who have had to work very hard at times to hold on to a top 5 position, up to 5th. Next for them will be Alpine Esports. It could get worse for Dendy as well. Look in the background, in the white-colored.
Może zabrak świateł.
Zapytałem się właśnie, ale nie, powiedział, że został zespinowany przez GTE i że jakoś wjeżdżał na tor i dostał wtedy, ale nie wiem, o co chodzi.
Prąd pracował.
Czemu w ogóle deku jest?
No może właśnie pod prąd wracał, nie? I gra mu deku dała.
An area of the field we're going to have to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, Ben Viscalaman with prototype experience for Algarve Pro among
To fajnie,
others.
jeszcze przez co ktoś odpadnie, nie? Tym się paliwo skończyło, ci deku dostali.
Myślę, że oddekują ich.
Myślę, że tak, ale co stracili, to stracili, tak? 40 sekund do lidera.
Moving back through the field as well. Whatever was befalling that AMG Team Petronas car early on in the race.
Cześć Nati, cześć. Co tam? Kiedy żonę mi oddacie? 40. Straty mamy.
After the restart that we had a few hours ago. They kind of continued to descend through the order, struggling for
Kolejne 2 sekundy już odkąd z pitu wyjechał Agustin nadrobił, chciałem tylko powiedzieć.
O, idzie niesamowicie. Został spinowany przez GTK i wyłączył światła niechcący wtedy.
O, no to... No fajnie, no co mam powiedzieć.
Ja pierniczę. Ale nie mają pecha chłopie no niewyobrażalnego, nie?
To już wolę nie wygrać przez po prostu właśnie jakiegoś dzwona czy coś, niż przez taki powód.
No tak, tak.
Traffic again.
You are doing great.
No Agustin chyba stwierdził, że musimy wygrać, bo tak idzie, powiem ci Patryk, że sami nie wierzymy. Weź się przy na torze normalnie, nie? Nadrabię do liderów jak chce.
14 hours remaining and there is a lot of battling going on up and down the order and we could about to see a change here. Comright getting closer to that D-station car as they hit the brakes into the chicane.
Może jakoś tam jeszcze podbudujemy, co? Że...
Powiedz mu, że jest najszybszy na torze.
Charlie Fag defending with everything that he's got in that 777 and down.
You are fastest on the track, so keep pushing. Great job.
Charlie Fag takes the inside line. The only way to.
Oh yeah, he lost a lot this lap. A lot of traffic.
Having looked down to see where Charlie Fag has placed in previous iterations.
Don't worry, it's just the traffic.
He is going to place one position back as it's going because that Red Bull has managed to make his way past the D station. Aston Martin, the Charlie Fag, unable to hold on.
No, siema, Patryk, siema. Chciałem powiedzieć, ale już nie wiem.
Zaraz kupię tego bursta. Porobimy.
No.
Ile stintów? 3 stinty.
What have you made of the third running of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual so far? Because I know we're going to see you back, of course, tomorrow.
I'm very much
Ciekawe bardzo, że ten burst ma takie tempo nie bardzo, nie? Chwalu daleko, to tempo wyścigowe też takiego.
No dziwne, coś nie ogarnęli? Skoro sezon już dobrze jechali.
To meet a couple of these teams, see how their operations work, and it's going to be an interesting race through to the end. I'm blown away by how close it is
w generalce za nimi jesteśmy?
The runners and riders, the race is starting to take
No i
shape,
dużo.
isn't it? After those unfortunate red flags earlier on in the event. So I'm going to throw myself at a bed for a few hours, I think, just so I'm speaking a little more sense when I wake up, and but I can't wait to see what the situation will be to take us through to the final hours. Can Redline cling on to this one? Can Coanda recover after mysteriously losing that little bit of time?
Aha, to Agustin 24-6 zrobił na poprzednim kółku. Aha. Ja nie mówię, że to jest jakoś wybitnie, no to jest, wiesz, na taki czas jak trenowaliśmy, tylko że wszyscy inni...
Na szczęście na tym 26800 przez ten korek, no ale...
To i tak nic nie straci.
Is on standby to come back in, but for now we are going to follow this battle just a little bit. This is Red Bull versus D-Station. D-Station doing a good job to hang on so far and hang on with the Oracle Red Bull Racing team who have got through, but Ollie Beerman is now the one next along. They're going to have to keep an eye on. There he is in the Ferrari in the background as we see some of the guys making their way down here. Well, thank you to Alex Brundle.
Kto w tej komandzie jeszcze jedzie? Aha, Lauren, dobra.
Highlights then as he leaves and Ben Constanduris makes his way in. This was some side-by-side action between the Porsche and the red line car, and this was when they approached the satellite car, and Redline had to get off the throttle to avoid any incidents on that occasion. A spin a little bit
19 punktów, jesteśmy za borstami.
did a really good job to avoid any incidents. We had the number 1 car going round the outside of the number 20 car. This was a brilliant battle between them, but Juven then in the number 20 would repay the favour. This is when Axel had a spin. They would eventually pick up
To top 4 minimum potrzebujemy, jak oni będą poza top 8.
There we can see on board the spin collecting a bit of the curb, and that would see them then having to limp
Dobra, tych punktów na razie nie liczą, to jeszcze chłopie pół wyścigu nawet nie minęło.
Prawda.
The amount of circuit they use coming out of that Mulsanne corner, and this is what we saw a little while ago. Red Bull.
W tym roku to traciliśmy 39 sekund do liderów chyba w podobnym momencie, tylko że w P2 byliśmy.
No, ale czerwony flag nie było.
And they are 7 seconds back from their teammate. This is when we saw the number 71 car take a spin. Unfortunately,
No i ten Dandy chyba. Dętka.
Down the inside of Sim Maranello. It did not quite work out for them.
A raczej Dędyka.
Is the Porsche Coanda getting down the inside there of the By-Collis car, and that is a move complete for them. As we see plenty of moves going on. We're well into the evening now. We have just under 14 hours remaining, and with the time comes plenty more overtaking as well. It's been an absolutely superb race so far. Plenty more of it to go. I'm very pleased to welcome back to the commentary box Ben Constanduris. Ben, what have you made of what you've seen whilst you've been away? I mean, it's been a super.
Pociesza mnie to, że oni będą być Maxa, jeszcze musi wsiąść.
To prawda, jest nadzieja jeszcze.
A ci wszyscy inni to wiesz, to będą tracić, nie?
Kurde, no. Powiem ci, że P2 to na pewno to jest do wyciągnięcia. No ta Koanda numer 20 jest przed nami, no i ma super skład. No to też jeszcze nią będą ciężary.
Ale podium, nie? Jest zaś, spokojnie. Czystą jazdą, bez żadnych przygód.
No, dokładnie. Ha, w ogóle jak najlepiej Migu sobie klikniesz na nazwisko, to ci wyskakuje skład cały. Zapomniałem o tym. Wszyscy można, nie? Kto jedzie? Robić Rosenquist w numerze 2, no. A Rosenquist w końcu został w IndyCar, czy nie? Czy w Formule E jeździ teraz?
I was but luck with traffic this stint.
In 5th position, so it's gained 1 position.
Yeah, but still, we are doing very, very good.
Trones Esports, and I think as we go through the night, Chris, we're going to see a very different complexion to the leaderboard, because we are, for instance, the first time we're seeing Pinto and Drogovic in those cars. We haven't seen them in the red line cars whatsoever so far. Guven obviously making his kind of first couple of stints in the 20s. So we're seeing drivers that we haven't yet seen before now making their play.
Yes, yeah, they are.
Keep pushing, I'm going to have some sleep. Keep pushing.
Pinto, Drogovic, we've got Will Dendy out there, who we haven't seen in this race. Guven, as you mentioned as well, making his appearance.
O, idę chyba, bo tak będę szedł, się nie wyśpię.
No.
That's certainly the first time I've been, since I've been here, that he's come out, a driver that has raced in
To do miłego.
Halo?
Tak, chciałbym w top 5, żebyśmy byli jak w Stanach.
Będę zawiedziony, jak nie będziemy nad ranem.
O, co pieprz, to 3 będzie.
Rigs, sim rigs across 164 different countries. So 164 different rigs being used.
Locations,
apologies. 38 countries is how many they are based across. So that's a lot of different rigs between 180 drivers. So most teams, of course, we've got the likes of Alex and Haley out at some teams who have all their drivers in one place, but most have their drivers across different venues and across different parts of the world. And maybe that's slightly down to how they pick who goes out when and why some drivers are out in the evening.
Kurczę, to tak najgorzej, no wsiadam za 2 godziny i tak...
Ani
to iść spać, ani nic, no ale co no. Ktoś musi pojechać o tym czasie.
Any questions that you have for?
It's been nice being next to you.
It's Chris off now. Yeah, if you have any questions, do let us know on either their YouTube stream, chat, or indeed Twitter once I've logged in, and we'll try and answer your questions as much as possible. Chris with me for the next 2 hours, and then I think I've got Lewis again, which will be nice.
Yes.
And I'll be going to bed very late. But I know there'll be many of you either staying up with me throughout the night or maybe in Americas in the day or Australia's. I know there'll be fans across the world in different time zones. And as you say, Chris, drivers too. So it is now the day for many of those over in the Americas, whereas obviously we're getting heavy into the night over here in Europe. Car off on the left-hand side, getting on the way.
That was the first challenge. I remember when we first did this in 2020. One of the first things that teams were faced with, it was, okay, we have some drivers over in Australia, but then some drivers in Europe, and a driver in America. So how are we going to do this and try and make it so everyone is? We have the opportunity to try and get everyone doing it at roughly a sensible time. So how do we do this? Of course, they can't do more than 3 hours in every 5. They have to do a minimum of 4, and they can do a maximum of 7. And that's how it works between the 4 drivers. They're fighting for a big prize pool as well. The winner of each class for this race alone, $15,000. The winner of the series, likewise. So if you win both the series and the race, you could be walking home with $30,000 tomorrow. An absolutely fantastic prize pool spread across the top 10 in each category. As we watch drivers making their way underneath the Dunlop Bridge and now downhill, we pick up Panis Racing in the number 65 Pierre-Louis Chauvet, who raced in Freca last year, jumping in for the RPM team and getting that team their best results. Did an absolutely superb job. Pierre-Louis Chauvet on home soil. The French driver trying to get after Hemmingson in the RHE 18 car as they head down towards Mulsanne corner. Will Dendy in for Brabham Esports, as we touched on a little earlier. A man who has proved that never give up and you can make your dreams come true. He used to cycle to Wilton Mill carrying his crash helmet. He used to cycle from one circuit where he lived to another, and that is how he got to the circuit.
Great way to get fit.
Yeah, and he used to race in the KF category, which was the top-notch category at that time, the KF2 category. Got some brilliant results, and after chipping away at it, he raced in British GT last year with some success as well, and I'm sure has a very exciting season ahead.
Good questions already coming in. Thanks, chat. First question that I've noticed, is Martin Brundle commentating?
Oh.
Ha-ha! Yes, of course, because you wouldn't have been able to see, if you've only recently joined us, the face of the younger Brundle, Alex, who, I never get that. Never get. Oh, is Bob Coulson Juris commentating? Because nobody knows who my dad is. But no, Alex, we've got the pleasure of having Alex Brundle with us, who not only is Martin Brundle's son, but actually is a person in his own right, and has raced at Le Mans in the WEC several times, yeah, including a time with Martin, father and son. I think I'm right. It was a long time ago. Yes, so Alex has been doing 4 hours, and he will be back with us tomorrow morning after his sleep. So there is myself, Ben Coulson-Juris, Chris McCarthy, Lewis McGlade, who will be joining us after his sleep. Martin Haven is fast asleep, getting his beauty sleep right now. He needs it the most. That is our commentary team here in the UK. There's a French commentary team with Bruno van der Stick and Aurélien Mallet over in the ACO building in Le Mans. And we've got, of course, Hayley Edmonds out in Paris. But although she, I'm sure, is well into her wines by this point of the evening. I noticed the cameraman has done his 6 hours work, put it down, and I think they're probably having a nice time now. Oh, here's another one. We've got another... we've got loads of questions, actually. Guys, this is great. What is a commentator's normal eating plan for commentating at night? Do you have an eating plan?
No. No, I don't, actually.
No.
Not really. I mean, yeah, I guess you just follow the normal one. We have, I've got to say, we have a fantastic catering team here this weekend. Nick, who worked in the F1 paddock for 29 years. So we are being very much well looked after this weekend. So I follow their catering plan, I'd say, for this one.
Czołówka dobrze idzie teraz, no. No ten Dragowicz też ogarnia. Ale Rosenqvist jest nadzieją, musi jeszcze troszkę pojechać. Rosenqvist chyba 2 pierwsze stinty tylko pojechał, nie? 4.
Just to give himself a little bit more energy through the night, because there is nothing worse, especially when you're watching online or on your computer and you've got headphones on. Right. If somebody's eating in commentary and leave their microphones on, and this does happen in the world of endurance racing, you get that. You might not have heard that if you've got on your TV or whatever, but if you've got really good headphones, that's what you'll be hearing. So
should we put that to the test later?
It's not good to eat whilst having a microphone open.
Should I go and get some cheese and ham paninis and we can put it to the test?
Well, I mean, and the cheese will make it a bit gloopy as well. Yeah. So milk's good for your voice, protects your voice cords. So is whiskey, to be fair, but not advised. Not in
when
a
you have 3
situation.
cameras set in front of you.
No, exactly, and they might turn on at any moment. It's quite possible. Another one for you, Chris. What is your favourite Freca race? Firstly, to those of people who have no idea what Freca is, you're going to have to explain that bit. And then what's your favourite race, says Fiona?
Freca is the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine, formerly known as Formula Renault Euro Cup. That is what many of you will probably know as that. What is my favourite part about it? Was that
what's your favourite race?
My favourite race? Oh, that's a good question, actually. Let's see, we had one in fact, I'd probably go with the only wet race that we've ever had so far, and that was at the Red Bull Ring. That was an absolutely fantastic race. Kaz Havercourt won from 14th on the grid, and it was just because the amount of chaos we had. We had our race leader, Paul Aron, who's going to be in F3 this year, come into the pits when many didn't expect him to. He wasn't the only one to do it. He then had a crash with his teammate. It was just the fact it was absolute chaos. You didn't know who was going to win. Kaz Havercourt won from 14th, so yeah, for the drama and overtakes.
Can you answer anyone? Because Agustin can't hear me.
Copy that.
You watched it, didn't we? We talked about it yesterday in great detail.
Yeah.
I'm just going with what you told me, so I don't actually remember it.
Plenty of questions also using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual over on Twitter Sphere.
I've got a question for you then.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
The Le Mans race, you've commentated on many of them, so...
My next to me, Sami.
Le Mans race. I've done Le Mans in very different ways. My very first Le Mans, I was there
you can confirm that.
as an 18-year-old with a load of mates camping, drinking, camping,
After you, Sami, copy.
walking around, drinking.
Okay.
Great fun. Loads of different little vantage spots. You really have to move around, and just great to hang out with your mates, basically, and get muddy in a field. Don't have too many memories of what happened in the race that year, but I did have a great time. And that's how so many people, of course, enjoy their Le Mans. I have to say, probably the most memorable for me was the year that I worked for Audi Sport.
Right.
Great company, obviously, to work for, and presented their coverage of the event, and had one of my first dates with my wife on the Sunday, or my now wife.
That's a great story.
And I took her on Audi gave me a scooter for the weekend to get around to do things. So I went down to the tram station, picked her up on my scooter, and we hung out for a little bit during the Sunday, and she went off and did various things. And I took her back on the scooter, and I was told, under pain of death, do not lose the scooter key. And I managed to lose the scooter key. And I found the scooter key 3 years later at the bottom of a bag. But that was lovely. I had an amazing party afterwards. Audi used to do the most incredible end-of-race parties. And you hang out with all the drivers. You were absolutely knackered. You hadn't slept, but you managed to somehow party through to 3 in the morning. And I decided to go back to my accommodation as the crow flew, straight across.
When you have a moment across the line, can I please get the
fences and all kinds of stuff. I woke up in the morning, my trousers were ripped, my wallet of €200 was missing.
Oh no!
Poultry's going to mute now.
Great memories. I've had so many great experiences at Le Mans, both in the
Sorry?
work situation and just having a good time.
I mean, so we're sold out this year at Le Mans. There's probably lots of people watching that are possibly going for the first time. What would as someone who has gone to Le Mans as a fan, what would your advice be to them?
Move around. You've got to, and if you've got the opportunity to, if you're driving down and you've got the chance to put a fold-away bike in the back of your car, or indeed hang it off the back, then take a bike, because obviously the circuit is huge. To get yourself from the paddock all the way down to Mulsanne is a big, long trek, but it is worth going out into the wilderness. It really does feel like the wilderness, along the Mulsanne Straight, for instance, and just being there with the noise of the cars in the dead of night, just watching them whistle past. You've got no idea what's actually happening in the race, but it's a very special atmosphere, and you can find yourself a tree to climb up if you're feeling adventurous, and just be one with this race that is happening on a main road coming past you, which actually, if you're there on the Friday, you might have driven down because it's open on the Friday. There's a couple of restaurants along the Mulsanne Straight as well to stop and get a drink if you need to. But do not just sit in the campsite, or do not just hang around the paddock area. Go out to Arnage, 3 in the morning, with all those people sitting in their deck chairs asleep.
Yes.
But you know, all wrapped up just in case something happens. And guess what? They're sleeping when the racing's going. They'll wake up when the safety car comes out.
Yeah.
Hang on, it's gone quiet. And that's what wakes you up.
Yeah, that's crazy. I would recommend people watch the Motorsport TV documentary they did with Will Buxton. It's absolutely great
good,
because you see what it's like standing on that Mulsanne Straight and how it is when the cars can park, and exactly what you said, the people that are asleep during the night.
Yeah.
So give that a watch before you go there, definitely.
We are racing into the dead of night here in the virtual world. And the race now getting back into a bit of a rhythm again after a few difficulties early doors. And it does feel as though we've got not mad battling either, which we obviously saw from the red line cars, about an hour ago now. It's just the racing has settled down as well, because you need to really get through the night. And when that sunrise begins in the morning, you really feel like you've broken the back of the race, and you can head towards the checkered flag.
Well, we've got pit stops going on at the head of GTE. We're looking just behind where those are, a little bit further down. SF Esports versus Oracle Red Bull Racing Team. Casper Stevenson in the Red Bull. SF Esports in chase just behind that. Rudy Van Buren's in the background there. You can see the headlights on his car as he is in chase. As we have had RHG stay out an extra lap, but BS Competition, D-Station, Sim Marinello all into the pit lane. Out front, Pinto, his gap in the #1 Team Redline car, 11.6 seconds over Drogovic in the next one. Brulé is into the pits for Alpine Esports in third.
Little mystery for you.
Yes.
The 966 Team Fordzilla, Ottaviani aboard that car, has done a lap 1 minute slower than he would usually. That's a pit stop?
We would assume so, right? Because we've got the guys ahead pitting.
Yeah, so Fordzilla have made a pit stop, and
they've been coming in earlier than
slightly
everyone else.
earlier than everybody else, right? Okay, so
they were slightly out of sequence.
Yep.
Fordzilla, but we spoke to their team boss earlier, and they're confident that this strategy is the one that's going to work for them. So we should see them cycle back through to the top 5. Speaking of, here we can see 2 drivers that are going to enter that area as pit stops happen ahead of them. Red Bull Racing versus SF Esports, fighting away here as Sim Marinello is now the car just behind them, so they've both gone ahead of Sim Marinello. And then I think we might even have another car behind that. Is that the red line car? It is. So 4 in a line here coming up to Tech Rouge. This would be enough to wake some fans up around there, wouldn't it? You got 4 all battling away with each other. Red Bull, Sim Marinello, in between that SF Esports, and at the back of that BMW Team Redline fighting over 6th place in GTE.
Although some of them have pitted, some of them haven't, or have they all now done their
It was 6 tenths faster than the car ahead last lap.
Be on the same strategy, yeah?
I think they are, but we will get confirmation of that next time as they come in towards the braking zone. There we can see we've got one of the LMPs in the middle of this, just making its way past. And now we are back to 4 in a line once again.
And this is much more like you see in GTE racing. They do tend to be in clumps together, and it takes them a while to get passes done and to clear off. That is a move down the inside of SF Racing. So Sim Marinello up now 1 position. That's their outlap for Malguera. And he moves up into 7th ahead of Michel, with Casper Stevenson back aboard the Oracle Red Bull Racing machine. And Casper has recently been announced for Aston Martin, I think, in the real world WEC. I'm going to check my facts on that
that's
one.
a big signing for him. Casper Stevenson, GT racer, very good kart racer as well when he was doing so. Raced at the highest of levels in British Championships and so on. Very successful, and has taken that into the world of GT racing now, as we're going to look at this side-by-side action going on.
It'll be with D-Station for 2023 in the FIA WEC.
That's exciting news for him, isn't it? That's a really positive signing.
I don't know where those bits of knowledge come from, but they go into my brain and they hang around there until they need to be used. And by the time they've come out again, I'm not entirely sure if it's fact or fiction.
Yeah.
But there you go, that one worked.
It would be a strange thing to make up, but yeah.
it would be a very strange thing to have in the brain.
But I know exactly what you mean when you say that. This is Victor Martins on our screen. That's the number 2. So our leaders are in. Top 4 are in 2 red lines, 2 Porsches in, and back out as quickly as that once more as they head down pit road now towards the exit. You can see in the background the 2 Porsches, and we wait for you've also got the Mexico racing team, I think, are in there as well. But there goes the number 1 car. The number 2 car, sorry, the number 1 car is already out on track. The Porsches will follow very shortly. been a really good stint for these guys so far. Here's Felipe Drugovich. A little bit different to what he is used to driving. Settling in nicely is Felipe. Flying with confidence after such a fantastic season, and now, of course, signed to Aston Martin for this year. Not in the sports car world, though, in the Formula One world as a test and reserve driver.
He's not a guy that I've recognised from lots and lots of sim racing, but obviously did do Le Mans Virtual last year, Drugovich, and has been in the world of F2, F3 for a good few years now.
Been in for a good couple. But worked his way up and, of course, got MP Motorsport their first ever championship. Before that, their best result was, I think, a 9th place in the championship, and then he went and won the whole thing and helped them win the team's title as well, which they had never done before. So it was an absolutely superb job.
No, Agustin stracił, bo... Ale teraz widzę dużo drabę. Bo no, zjechał po paliwo, nie? A opon nie zmieniał. No więc jechał z cięższym samochodem. No tak to wygląda, że my zjeżdżamy 3 kółka wcześniej i raz mamy podcinkę na świeżych oponach, no a raz tracimy z paliwem po prostu. Bo opony co drugi pit się zmienia.
It looks like he's about to be passed here by Rudy Van Buren. He may be the professional in this team, but this is the kind of racing that got him that professional seat.
Yeah, world's fastest gamer 1 winner. Also represented sim racing at the Race of Champions.
This is one car he does not want to have trouble with, isn't it? Red Bull.
Rudy's also doing quite a bit of autocross dirt racing.
Oh, really?
In the Super Cup as well this year, but does like to do off-road buggies in his spare time.
That's interesting. Why not?
And what a hired gun to have in your team as a pro, because of course you always in endurance racing search for your weakest link. That was a nice fire down the inside. Nice. Absolutely claimed the apex there. Lovely move from Van Buren. Yeah, and in these teams, the pro drivers, the real world drivers, are the weakest links generally.
They're the AMs, yeah.
Because they are the AMs. But so you're trying to maximize the weakest link, and having Rudy Van Buren is
not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
No wiesz, Damian, to zależy o czym dokładnie mówisz, no bo jak chcesz pojechać w GTE, no to są kierowcy dżentelmeni brązową klasę, jest tak, że możesz jechać w GTE. To nie są, w ogóle nie ma porównania do F1. No ale jak chcesz pojechać w hypercarze, no to już na pewno gdzieś tam się to zaczyna dorównywać do F1. Pewnie też nie, ale no już rzędy wielkości pewnie podobne.
Yeah.
2 more GTEs.
Yeah.
That is a hugely quick time, isn't it?
Yeah, we're still seeing that kind of shake out, aren't we? I think we've got everybody now out of the pits. It's getting very, very close. It has been Proton Coanda Esports at the head of that field for the majority of the racing so far. But Triple Eight were there early doors and then had a bit of
I got him B8.
For the last couple of hours, though, it's very much been them.
Yes, since our red flag situation, they've got themselves back up to the top because they were there in the first, hour or two with fire?
Yeah. Yes. So we could see a change there any second now. Half a second between R8G and Proton in GTE. That could shake out any second now. We are riding on board a little bit further back. This looks like the Porsche of Morris Skewing we are on board with in 7th place, and we can see 7.5 tenths up the road is Graham Carroll. So this is a fight for 6th and 7th.
Yeah, it's amazing how that AMG Petronas
Car has been suffering through traffic, so we're going to catch him.
Top 3 positions again since the red flag conditions.
It always seems to be on the recovery.
Slightly Evans.
5 left to go, Sami. Are you here?
Guven looks like he's about to make a move on Boulay as well. I think
Yep.
this is the battle we just picked up. Guven about to, is he going to try and fire this one down the inside? I wonder. No, not quite. Stays where he is for now.
Well, he got on a recovery drive after being given a drive-through penalty for contact with the number 1. We saw incredibly physical driving and racing, considering we're only halfway through Le Mans 24 hours, from Guven and Jeffrey Rietveld. They really were going at it like they were boxers. And ultimately race control deciding that Guven had made too many contacts with the number 1.
I mean, that's it didn't look like anything significant, but then again, we only see what we are shown. They have the tools, as Lewis McGlade showed you at the top of the show.
There'll be 3 more GTEs coming up ahead.
Well, I mean, look at the back of the Alpine, the number 36. That's carrying damage on that rear left side.
Precisely.
So somebody's been into the back of that. Not suggesting that that's Guven, but somebody has been having a nibble.
They were racing as if it were the last lap
it was mad.
of the race and the championship was at stake. Collins, less than 3/10 back from Andrews now in the lead for GTE. We are about to see those two. They're coming through the final sector themselves, and that's where we are here with these two cars fighting for 4th and 5th place. Guven recovering from a drive-through penalty, 4/10 back. Carroll looks to have, and as we say that,
Tak, słyszałem, no, o tych wyścigach. Takimi gratami kompletnymi się ścigają, po prostu po taniości. Fajny pomysł bardzo.
But that is due to a pit stop, and you might have just caught a glimpse of RHE to the left. Here we go, move down the inside. The number 20 of Guven there makes his move, and that is a change for 4th place.
Nice move, but he is really very aggressive in his driving, even through the traffic. You're kind of wincing as he throws that Porsche down the inside of the GTE car. Next target for him, 4.1 seconds up the road, Team Fordzilla. Great showing from Fordzilla.
It really is.
They've not been anywhere near the front throughout the series that we've been running.
I mean, their best result, I think, is 6th or 7th. It's they've got nowhere really near podium finishes. It's been a superb performance.
And now we switch back to the Works Red
Okay,
Bull
another 3
entry,
GTs in the front group ahead.
G2 and the SF Scuderia Ferrari Esports team sitting on their tail. Organised and run by a different organisation to their Formula 1 Esports effort.
8, no pięknie.
Initially, but very much its own thing, the SF Esports team now.
Who have we got here then? This is one of the Williams teams, is it, we're looking at now? Yes, it is. They've just gone past Floyd Van Wilbur, so 8th place we're looking at on screen. Change of position there. So Agustin Canapino has just gone
Can you
past
double
Ben
check
Viscal.
Agustin's fuel?
Two of the
He's
professionals out in
buttoning
the
his lap?
cars,
Just to make sure.
And Canapino
Copy that.
goes through and makes his way into 8th place ahead of Ben Viscal.
Good question from Victor Cax on the YouTube stream. What's the difference between daytime and nighttime temperature?
Nie, ja nie brałem udziału w takich wyścigach, tylko słyszałem, że jest coś takiego.
Our COVID-affected Le Mans 24 hours that ran in September, there was a massive difference in air temperature between day and night. We had quite warm days, but then it really dropped in the evening. In June, however, number 1, the night is short, but it does stay, if it's a warm day, it does tend to stay quite warm through the night. It's remarkably muggy in the centre of France. And so there is a difference, and we will potentially see triple stints on the tyres during these night stints. But it's not quite as big as you would see if the race was run at a different time of the year. And it has, I think, only 5 times run outside of that window in June that has become so synonymous around the longest day, basically, to allow
Gotta get fuel level at start line.
in the light. And of course, there is also the risk of rain. I haven't seen the forecast over the next 6 hours, but I think we are still. We had rain just before the first of our red flag situations, and so we didn't really get to see the effect of it. The time started to tumble. I think that we ended up being 4 or 5 seconds slower than the fastest times should have been that time. But then we went to red flag.
Siema fanatyk, siema. Dużo znanych ników się pojawia. Tak streamujemy teraz.
Come back, although there is, I think, a constant risk.
Always is, and we will, I'm sure, receive news on that at some stage.
Oh no! I've now received received a message saying we're not seeing any more rain.
Well, there we go. The teams are now aware of that.
Why is he still awake, Lewis?
That's what I thought.
Go to sleep, Lewis. He just loves it so much. Big love on the YouTube stream for Agustin Canapino, the Argentine from Salto in Argentina.
Multiple champion over there, of course.
Kind of, 14-time Argentine touring car champion, but to us Europeans, and I know that you guys out in Argentina are going to hate me to say this, no idea who he was. Much like Pachito Lopez, before Lopez
3.5 laps
to Europe to race for Citroën in the World Touring Car Championship. Nobody had ever really heard of him until they went, oh yeah, he was that guy that raced for Renault in the academy years ago. Agustin Canapino, for me, is
the track is 20 degrees now.
From his exploits in sim racing than what he's been able to do in the Touring Car Championship in Argentina. Because we don't, in the rest of the world, have a chance to really digest and watch it. I'd love to. When I was in Argentina for the World Touring Car Championship a few years ago, I was desperate to kind of get the rights to bring Argentinian touring cars to Europe to say TV that was
medias.
The racing is so good, and clearly they've got some really good drivers.
We continue with mediums.
Canapino will be at the tender age of 32, an IndyCar driver next year. So
nice. I see you.
He will have the chance to do something much bigger and recognised in the world than he's ever done before. And so that is going to be fascinating to see how he gets on, having really only done touring car racing for very many years.
No, NASCAR jest bardzo ciekawy. No ale wiadomo, że ma te stereotypy, tylko skręcają w lewo i jest nudny, no. Ja uwielbiam NASCAR.
I think it's a bit too soft, hot for soft, right?
W sumie Daytona już zaraz, nie?
I'm sure sim racing is playing a huge part in Canapino's rehearsal for the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Well, it took him with him. That was the number 37 of Victor Martins, the FIA Formula 3 champion, going side by side with Hemmingsen. That looked like there, and he decided to go wide, and Hemmingsen went with him, so there was a bit of side-by-side contact there, which led to both cars going wide, and Hemmingsen is not giving this one up. Martins isn't either, and that was always going to end in disaster, wasn't it? Martins running wide, and a bit of frustration, I think, coming out from Victor Martins there, and he is now going to have to settle himself back down and re-chase the RHE car.
Victor Martins, our FIA Formula 3 champion for 2022. Filip Drugovich out there as the F2 champion. And obviously Max Verstappen. Yes, Max Verstappen is in the race.
We just need him out there now.
Those people that are asking, I think if I'm Max, I say...
Went quicker than the car ahead.
I'm going to sleep.
And the group ahead is having traffic issues.
I'll do the start and the end, and I'll do the glory stuff. When I wake up in the morning, I'll see how we're at. To be fair to Max, actually, he probably is awake, and he's probably following this.
I imagine. I mean, he might even be doing some more laps right now in the rig, just to keep fresh.
As Alex was explaining, as soon as you jump out of one server,
go into the next one.
You go into the next one and do some.
That's something I didn't
laps.
actually, and that's what's been great actually about the broadcast this time, to have Alex and Haley out there to get that insight into what the teams do, because you know, never really been able to have that access to a team before. So to get that behind the scenes access and see that one driver jumps out and jumps straight into another is fantastic. And the amount of people behind the scenes working for these guys, I mean, most people would tune into this and think it was just 4 drivers all in a WhatsApp group messaging each other, but this is a huge team of people who have worked very hard on strategy, and that is exactly what we are seeing. Team managers and people working on data, and it's been fantastic to be able to show that to the rest of all of you viewers.
If you are wanting to follow closely with us, we obviously have the live timing board on the left-hand side there. That tells you where each
O, tak jak
car
my to już
is.
pisze, w sumie no
If you need
sezon się
more
zaczyna,
information,
moment.
like who's driving that car, then you can head over to livetiming.alcamelsystems.com/Le Mans Virtual Series, or LM Virtual Series. Give that a search on Google and it will come up. But there is a live timing out there thanks to Alcamel, our timing systems, and that will give you the drivers that are in the car and much
No, tak
more
jak Mateusz
information
pisze, nie?
than we're able to
Sezon
give
rusza
you at the
19
moment
lutego,
on
no to
our
idealny moment, żeby się
timing.
zainteresować i zacząć oglądać.
Tower on the left-hand side.
Teraz jak ma wyścigi
Tower
praktycznie
now
co tydzień.
scrolls, so we get a chance to see the top and the
To
bottom
jest
of
dużo
it.
oglądania. 36 wyścigów w sezonie mają punktowanych.
On screen, fighting away with Redline. Continuing to fight away, shall we say, because I'm sure they swapped places a little while ago and now they have stayed
Kurde, ale bym chciał na Daytona
together.
500.
So good job by Charlie Fagg there, who's in the car for them. D-Station chasing after Rudy Van Buren.
Ja w sumie tylko z powtórki oglądam sobie, pobieram z neta. No bo w nocy są przecież te wyścigi polskiego czasu.
2 more laps, right?
Copy.
More laps.
Oh. Just get ready in the car.
No, Xfinity i ciężarówki, traki też w większości oglądam. No, traki sobie czasem odpuszczam, bo tu już za dużo się tego robi. To jeszcze IndyCar też oglądam i F1 i czasem F2. To nic nie robię, tylko wyścigi oglądam.
It's the other way around. Usually track is warmer than air, but maybe that in the night that's not necessarily the case.
No, ale nie wiem, prawdę mówiąc, tak, będąc w Polsce, gdzie to można na żywo oglądać, tak legalnie.
Track was 27 when we start the race, so bit of a difference, and that will have an effect on the way that the tyres feel,
Gdziekolwiek można.
long they can be pushed for, and all the rest. And the weather will be set fair for the remainder, unless we get one of those freak Le Mans storms, which does happen quite a lot, but usually you can see them on the horizon.
Did you ever get caught in one in the pit lane?
Oh yes.
What was that like?
Wet.
What was that like in one word? Is that what I said? No.
You do realise we've got 4 hours to talk still. Expand, young man. Yes, you're right, Mini Simian. Discord is where our race control, which is on Discord. And not only is our race control on Discord, thanks to the Le Mans Virtual First Edition, Eduardo Freitas, who is our race director, has now implemented Discord in the real WEC Championship. So they use Discord in the real world for all of their messaging and race control decisions. So that is one
Każdy ma swój tunel, no co?
where the transfer of technology has moved across from sim to real, and I will always love the fact that that's something that happened.
That's fantastic, isn't it? That first race that we did helped transform in one way how the World Endurance Championship runs.
So in the lead of the race then is Diego Pinto, 16 seconds ahead of Filip Drogovic. That is red line 1 and red line 2. We've got Ottaviani in Ford Zilla 966, 8 seconds back from Drogovic. and 2 seconds ahead now of Ayachan Guven, who is on a recovery drive up to 4th position.
A właśnie już na tylko byłem w Europie, ale sporej ilości, ale na Lemą jeszcze nigdy nie byłem, no to jest to nadrobienia.
In the 36 Alpine Esports, and rounding out the top 6 is AMG Team Petronas Esports Graham Carroll, 8 seconds back from Boulet. Plenty of cars and drivers with various issues across the 24 hours so far, but thanks to a red flag about 2 hours
Nie
ago,
mieliśmy jakichś specjalnych planów, żeby jechać.
and most cars on the same lap. If we go down to the GTE classifications, it is the 77 Proton Coanda Esports team that have a half-minute advantage now over BMW Team BS Competition in 2nd spot, and Norby Kish in the number 11 Project One by Door Esports at the moment is shown as 3rd position as the RHE Esports 888 Ferrari continues to descend our leaderboard. They are now nearly a minute from the lead of the race. The other one, our leader in the championship, 71.
Oh, Victor Martin's there.
Sami, pit this lap.
Shuffling the RHG car wide.
Oh,
I
pit
think
stop.
that was, after what we saw a little earlier down at Mulsanne corner, that was a return favour, if you like.
Yeah, 71 is a leader of our championship in the Team BMW Red Line car. They are 5th in GTE right now, with Oracle Red Bull Racing down in 7th in class. It is incredibly mixed up in GTE right now, as they keep filtering through their different drivers. But that feels as though there's some change there, especially also that the 88. What's happened to the 88 Proton Coanda Esports?
Ale nie, chyba nie było niczego takiego.
It's now down in 10th position, so something's happened there too. Is that something I missed?
They didn't really have a. I think they didn't really have a good restart to the race, did they? I don't think, and it seems they might have dropped down, but they've got time to move back up. This is Victor Martins. We're continuing to watch, and since getting that past that RHG car, has already put 2-second gap between himself.
No, Bristol musi być super na żywo.
Next few are in with Josh Skelton. Is running down in 19th so far. It's been a bit of a dramatic race at times for them when they had that incident coming up to the Porsche curves, which has really damaged their race, along with 1 or 2 other things, and now they are trying to fight back as we approach half race distance. Alistair Young.
No to coś takiego mogło być w sumie.
An off for him a short while ago left him with a lot of damage, and he had to crawl back round to the pit lane. That leaves them down in 22nd, having ran in the top 10 at one stage.
That one is the younger Young.
Is that Alex?
That was a joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That was the younger Young is Alistair, and the older Young is Alex. Something Formula 1 driver for Minardi.
Yes.
But actually a great supporter, the two of them.
As you can see, I don't take any jokes in here.
No, clearly, no humour. Alex Young, a great supporter. The two of them actually a great supporter of the Le Mans Virtual. Been part of.
They were both driving last year, weren't they?
I think they might have even done the first one too.
Yes, I'm sure you're right there.
And they're also quite involved in their own sim racing facility over in
Pit box should be clear, no GTs inside.
Nice stop, Alex, Agustin, really great job.
There's a great program behind.
Well done.
Push, we can do it.
Yes.
He's a great fan of yours.
We're quicker than the group of cars ahead.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I think we could go into the top 10.
Always saying, well, when I spoke to Dino earlier, So
just be careful on the pit exit, you'll probably be coming out with a lot of GT traffic.
Not all commentators do that, McCarthy. Some of them just sit in the commentary box and watch Sky Sports F1 until they need to do commentary, and then they do the commentary. True story. Not Mr. McCarthy here.
There we go.
It's a very good thing to do if you're a commentator. go and talk to the drivers you're talking about.
Yes, it does help, doesn't it?
And I have to say that is the one thing I struggle with in
Tylko, żeby o dwóch różnych pistolach mówicie.
in the sim racing.
Just put the car back on.
You can't just walk out and go into the
Start
paddock
the car.
and chat to all the drivers and get some
Yeah.
stories.
Happen there, and they'll go, oh,
Careful
say
with
the
unsafe
most
releases.
bizarre problem with their car that you would have never have guessed.
Yeah, this little story that's a great 2-minute filler. Although, I suppose the equivalent, as Lewis McGlade does,
Good luck, Sami.
is
Thanks.
Discord or
Yes.
charging into their Twitter.
I mean,
Sami wali teraz,
it's
no.
always what are they going to do with strategy? And then we get told 3 different things. We go somewhere down the middle, and it's
Okay.
always completely wrong.
Yeah, never trust Lewis McGlade's strategy call.
Just don't have him as a team boss, basically. Because he will ask other teams.
The grip is very similar to our server.
No, of course. No, we always do try and ask, and often we are led down the wrong path. I think that was a bit of a message to us this time when we got given the sheet of paper that had a rough strategy guide.
But nobody could
Only
predict
one GT ahead.
the weather,
No.
where we were supposed to have rain. And then, of course, with the red flag conditions, those strategies went out the window.
Of course.
And now it is all quite mixed up. We're not seeing everyone pitting
Nie
on the
wiem,
same
Maciek.
lap and all that kind of stuff.
Raczej mini już nie będziemy jeździć w USMP. Jak coś wyklaruje, to nie wiem, ale nie ma planów na ten
Following
moment.
the Alpine number
Teraz już była zmiana, już Sami wyjechał.
in 11th position, Victor Martins, the FIA Formula 3 champion, aboard that car. It's been a bit sendy every so often that we've come and seen it.
I mean, it's been upside down, isn't it, at one stage? That was a huge incident.
No, you're
wasn't it?
thinking of the Graf car.
Oh, that's the Graf car.
Yeah, yeah.
They're so easily confused, aren't they?
How much sim racing has Victor done?
Excuse me.
Entirely sure how
That
much
wasn't a
he's done.
message for how much sim racing has he done. I didn't cough in terms of. Oh, you want to know? No, I actually don't know. I don't think a huge amount.
No, I don't think a huge amount. We
To
did
2
do last
stinty,
year's
czyli za godzinę
for
10.
Alpine as well, but DNF'd.
Well, let's hope he gets to the end this time.
Yeah.
Next GTE is just exiting Porsche
But,
cars.
no, I don't think he really has done a huge amount. Maybe, maybe has raced a lot of drivers just do it in terms of, you know, they won't really race in championships that are broadcast, but will race amongst friends within the paddock, or will just go on and use it to practice within races. And I think that's maybe what Victor uses it for. Of course, he'll be down Alpine quite a lot, doing sim days down there as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do a lot of training days down there. It becomes part of being a member of the Alpine Academy. He's not the only one in the race that is. Ollie Caldwell, another one. So we've got a couple of members from that academy. We've got members from several F1
Sami jest z
academies.
Finlandii, a Agustin jest z Argentyny.
Fantastic to see.
Another bit of Le Mans viewing, if you are looking for some extra things to watch, is the amazing
Ja nie przedłuża pitu zmiany
Michael
kierowców.
Fassbender documentary that's recently been
0 sekund się
released
kierowcy
by
zmieniają,
Porsche,
możesz, wiesz,
following
po 1 litr
his
paliwa zmieniać i
progress,
zdążysz się zmienić w tym czasie.
in and through the Le Mans 24 hours. If you remember,
No teraz po pitach jesteśmy, a jeszcze inni nie, więc spadliśmy niżej, ale za chwilę wrócimy na swoje miejsce, no na P8.
or at least in the practice, and going through all
Teraz
the
na
different
P13
emotions,
jeszcze zanim inni
and the
zjechali.
struggles that he had becoming a professional racing driver. It is a fascinating watch.
Is it out? Is it out now?
Yes, it's out now. Yeah, it's very raw and very real. And obviously Porsche and Audi have done plenty of documentaries about their participations in Le Mans over the years.
1 GT ahead.
As you mentioned, also the Motorsport Network documentary from Will Buxton's a good watch. And if you really want to go back and remind yourself, if you're a young gun and you don't remember when Audi were part of Le Mans, go and watch Truth in 24. You might even hear my voice on the first.
Była eliminacja, jakoś w ogóle mnie to ominęło, no ale się skupialiśmy.
I'll have to give it a watch.
Yeah. all of them fascinating to see. And of course, you can go even further back and watch the Steve McQueen film, because ultimately it's kind of half documentary. There is actually a documentary that supports that was released a couple of years ago called The Man Le Mans, and that was a documentary on behind the scenes of the making of the Steve McQueen film, and that's really interesting as well, because you see just how real they had. They shut down the circuit for a whole week after the Le Mans 24 Hours. So did a load of filming during the Le Mans 24 Hours, and then recreated loads of scenes, and had all kinds of crashes, and they went massively over budget because Steve McQueen just loved the project, and so just kept getting money out of the film production company to be able to continue, but actually was way over budget, and they nearly had losses of life because of accidents during the filming. Absolutely amazing stuff. So those are lots of different things to see if you can find there online or on your streaming platform.
Pit stops going on once again. Boulay for Alpine is in, and Graham Carroll for AMG Team Petronas come in. So we're into the next round of pit stops. Here is the 23 car, Maurice Skirling, the Porsche Super Cup racer, who has stayed out for another lap. This is SF Esports team, who are currently within the GTE top 10. They're 2 seconds back from Oracle Red Bull team, who are 2 seconds back from D Station. So a good section of the field that we will keep an eye on over the next few laps. And we've got Jimmy Broadbent back out for Marla as well, who are running in 11th place. Troubles for them earlier in the race, so they are on a bit of a recovery job, but Jimmy has jumped back in for them now.
I mean, ultimately,
night stint.
They are still on the lead lap, just aren't they?
Yeah.
So when we reset the field, quite a few of those cars that had lost laps due to connectivity issues got their laps back.
Yeah. But you would just remain out of position when you. But correct, 136 back.
We really need to find out what's going on with the 88, because now they are almost at the back of the GTE field. I know we've got pit stops coming for GTE, but it's really not going very well for a team that were, at one point, it seemed a lap up over everybody else.
Yeah.
And now they're at the tail of the GTE field, just having pitted.
No, jeszcze pół wyścigu nie ma, nie? A tyle się wydarzyło, niezłe jaja. Ale to tak zawsze jest. Przychodzi noc, się tyle dzieje. No to się przed nocą sobie dużo działo. I druga połowa jest już spokojniejsza.
They are currently our GTE leaders. We do have some pit stops to serve, I think, still, but currently they are leading the way. Here we can see that number 88 car that we mentioned. There it is, having just come back out of the pits. Number 88 makes its way onto Mulsanne Straight. Meanwhile, pit lane is starting to get slightly congested. We've got plenty of cars that have gone in and are now on their way back out again, including Alpine, Petronas, Floyd Van Wall, Panis and Arnage are being shown as in the pit lane still. There we can see Victor Martins in that Alpine, number 37. He will now be behind Tom Lartilou, but wasn't one of the cars to come into the pits, I don't believe, so we'll still need to come in once more. But our two leaders,
he was 7/10 quicker that sector than the car had.
The two red line cars come in. Let's see what the two Porsche Coanda cars do. Guven is in, so Porsche Coanda number 20 is in. It's likely we should see the same from the number 23 as well, and yes, we do. Top four all on your screen in the pits.
Well, that's good that they're all on the same strategy. That really helps us for the moment.
There goes Skirling, I think, past. Here we can see the red line cars
approaching 1GT.
I hope the car ahead came in first, otherwise that's going to be quite a hold-up. This is back to Victor Martins once again, who we've been seeing quite a lot of, and this time it's because he's lining a move up on the AMG Team Petronas car with Graham Carroll in.
Which has just come out the pits, so in theory, this is not
full position.
This is not Martins chasing down Carroll. This is just Carroll getting caught out by Jimmy Broadbent there, having to be really careful with the Marla Racing BMW and getting out the throttle once, twice, 3 times. Now there's a gap. We can put the throttle down and find a way past that BMW, but that was big time lost, to be honest. Victor Martins was nice not to throw himself down the inside and try and gain an advantage out of the misfortune of Graham Carroll. Carroll doing the right thing there, just getting out the throttle. Now Martins goes into the pits.
It was. 2 leaders are out. Gap roughly the same between them. Fordzilla emerge in 3rd place as well as Alpine come in.
Change of drivers in the number 1 machine. And here's a look at some of the action that we've seen in the dark over the last hour. Plenty of sorting each other out and some real committed drives. Victor Martins being in the very centre of plenty of the action that we've seen over the last hour. BMW 71 trying to find a way past SF Ferrari, of which they did. And that was a great move by Rudy Van Buren down the inside, just enough space to thread that massive BMW. Martins ahead of us going into turn 1. So is the Aston Martin. And it just shows how much work these drivers are having to do to try and make a move stick. There's the Peugeot, the sole Peugeot Esports machine, gaining experience to try and win this next year. And Martins forgetting where the brake pedal was into the 2nd chicane as well. Rudy Van Buren on a real charge, managing to find a way past the D station. Aston Martin of Charlie Fagg. Van Buren is now up to 5th position in class and absolutely charging. His next target is the RHG Esports 888 Ferrari. It's just 7 seconds up the road.
O, nieźle poszedł w tej Alpince, nie?
RHG and the Alpine Esports going into the Porsche curve side by side. Sorry, that's Indianapolis, and making that one stick even with a little bit of hip and shove. So that's what happened over the last hour. We go back to live racing and we go back to the number 37 now out of the pits, and Ollie Caldwell is now aboard that car. They are down in 12th position, and as we say, we've got plenty of new drivers now aboard their cars. Number 1 is now being piloted by Luke Browning. He is 14 seconds ahead of Filip Drogovic in the number 2. Fiducci is now in the Fordzilla 966, 4 seconds behind Drogovic, and then Tom Lartalou in the 36 Alpine is 4 seconds back behind Fiducci. Lauren Heinrich is the man who's making the moves. He's in the 20 now, taking over from Aychan Guven. Heinrich was the man who started the race, and he's only 0.4 of a second behind Tom Lartalou. And that is, I presume, what we are seeing right here. The gap, 0.4 of a second.
Yep, there we see Ollie Caldwell, someone who has tested one of these cars at Bahrain, and did so not at the end of last season. I think it was season before that. Jumped in at the end of the year for a test, so knows how these things pedal. He is about to is side by side with someone now coming in towards the next chicane. But Ollie Caldwell just settling in for his stint, and that is the number 20 car of Lauren Heinrich who goes through. In fact, that's Alpine Esports, apologies. That's a change for position. That's a change for fourth, isn't it? So apologies there.
And Heinrich's only got 4 seconds to get onto the tail of Team Ford-Silla as well, and then only 4 seconds to the number 2. So that Coanda car that was fighting with the number 1 and the number 2, given a drive-through penalty, losing 30 seconds from that drive-through penalty, and now has, well, half the gap to the number 2 car. There's another 14 seconds to Luke Browning, but really making good progress after that penalty.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Lauren Heinrich, having made that move on Lartalou, 3.8 seconds to Fiducci. Next along, looking a bit further back, Sami-Matti Trogen trying to get past Jan van der Heide for Brabham Esports. So we've got
approaching 3 GTEs
going head to head with Brabham. Pretty much they've been battling away the whole race, I think.
Na początku minimalnie było, że każdy musi 4, a maksymalnie może 7. Troszkę to zmienili przez czerwone flagi, obniżyli maksimum minimum. Ale 4 było minimum, 7 maksimum. Jest tam 3,5 i 6,5 mniej więcej. Nie można tak zrobić, że jakiegoś prosa, jak jest słaby, to wsadzasz na jeden stint i dziękuję.
Impressive there how Lauren Heinrich is simply checked out. He's got past and gone. He has other ideas, and he's already taken half a second out of Fiducci in Ford-Silla. This is the battle for 8th position. A recovering AMG.
Nie, zmieniać się możesz ile chcesz razy.
And what I didn't realize about the AMG team Williams is it's not the same AMG as the AMG Petronas team. The AMG Petronas team is linked to the Formula 1 team in Brackley, as we've learned, but the AMG team Williams is linked to AMG Germany. Hence why we've ended up with this slight confusion.
Right.
And they had a disconnect early doors. They also had a penalty because they needed to change their driver lineup pre-race. So they already had a 30-second penalty even before the race started. But again,
tak, no, tylko że w normalnym wyścigu zmiana kierowców zajmuje czas, no więc też jak najrzadziej.
That's seriously impressive, isn't it? 16 seconds now to the good. They are Luke Browning over Felipe Drogovic. Luke Browning, someone who has proven himself within the virtual world with the likes of
Let us know if you need fuel target or anything.
Was picked up by that team red line squad and is starting to
bit lost. Lambi have one, Lambi 2 now. We'll go to the west. I'm stuck, but
already extending this
yeah, you'll get him.
Oh, good.
The second of the team
I did one mistake, I lost the time.
This is BS competition, who do lie at the head of the GTE field. They do have to serve a stop, I'd say, but BS competition nevertheless doing a
You're slowly catching up to P12 ahead, so just keep up at this pace.
So triple stints, we think, in these cooler nighttime conditions. Obviously, fuel needed at every stop, and then driver changes every 2.5 to 3 hours for many of these teams. Driver changes.
To znaczy, komu jest status pro przyznawany, czy o co pytasz? Zespoły sobie wybierają po prostu, wiesz, kto chce pojechać po prostu.
Especially in LMP, where it's only really a 35-minute stint. That's a move down the inside. That's lovely for the 53 machine. Got that done for Sami-Matti Trogen nice and cleanly, and he moves up into 8th position.
Yeah, great driving from Sami-Matti Trogen, likewise from Von der Heide as well, to recognise he was there and not slam the door shut and cause an incident. It was great driving from both sets of drivers there, and it results in a move for Sami-Matti Trogen, the other AMG team. Two teams not related, as you mentioned, now separated by 7 seconds in the fight for 7th place in just a little bit further up the road now we can see. So we are watching 8th place now, Sami-Matti Trogen trying to go after them. Pit stops still underway in GTE. Norby Kiss is in for Project 1 by Esports, just a little bit different to what he's used to driving, isn't it?
But he loves his sim racing, and he won the not only did he win multiply the European Truck Racing Championship, but he also won the esports version of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do remember. Yeah. Which was, yeah, pretty insane to watch at times, I have to say. But Norby Kiss, used to driving the trucks, now in for Project 1 by Motorsports there. So just a little bit of a difference for him as he switches across to race for them and jumps in that Porsche.
I don't know whether this is a provoked question on the YouTube stream, but Mika Hakimi Clips asks who has the fastest lap of the race. And I don't know whether Mika Hakimi Clips is Mika Hakimi, but Mika Hakimi knows who's got the fastest lap of the race, because it's him. In the number 22 Rocket car, a 3:22.3 on lap 56 of the race. So that was before the first of our red flag. That must have been quite soon after they rejoined the race, because Rocket spent about 3 hours in the pits, having had a connection issue with Angus Fender, and so they've moved Angus. He's now ended up in Milton Keynes at Simply Race to do the remainder of the race there. But yes, Mika Hakimi.
O, Sami jest kotem, Sami dobrze idzie.
Well done.
I'll just give that a second to clip that one up. Sorry, that's right. That's why I just saw a left.
On GT,
yeah.
Now we can return now. Yeah.
Thank you.
We look back at our leader, Luke Browning, for Team Redline, 17 seconds to the good. Just looking down the order then, it's this battle for 3rd. I think that's probably 2nd downwards, really. I mean, Fiducci trying
Group
to
2 ahead as well.
Down from that, it is wide open, isn't it? Lauren Heinrich is the man I think we need to keep an eye on in these next couple of laps, because we once saw him maybe a lap ago, maybe 2 at most, going past Tom Lartalou into the chicane. He's now only 2 seconds back from Fiducci, which makes him 6.5 back from Drogovic. Last time round he was 2.5 quicker than Fiducci, and a good 2nd quicker than Drogovic. So, Lauren Heinrich in the 20 Porsche is going to be the man that gives us activity in terms of position changes on track, I think, over these next few laps.
Question from Yazan Saloom on the YouTube stream as to why the number 20 made a short stop from the lead of the race a couple of hours ago. Well, that wasn't a stop, unfortunately. That was a drive-through penalty for contact with this car, the number 1 machine, and they have been recovering from that ever since. but Heinrich is very, very capable of getting themselves back onto the podium straight away. His pace is about the same as the car we are watching now, Luke Browning in the number 1 machine. They are on their best laps in the 24s.
Yeah.
That puts Hakimi's lap into perspective, a 3:22 for Hakimi. I don't know whether he just went out and did it. He put like 1 litre of fuel in and just be like, right, I'm doing a
Let's
fast
do it.
lap.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was going to say, how on earth did he make that? It's incredible. I mean, I'll be saying the same whoever was in the car. That's an incredible lap time.
Here's a question for you, Chris, as one of the newest members.
Sure.
What does it take to be a Le Mans commentator? Chris made his debut at the Circuit de la Sarre in June last year.
R100 ahead, made it on schedule pass. Pit stop.
Commentator. A lot of research. You've got to know your stuff, definitely, on the people that you are commentating on. Get to know around. One thing I did do is go around the press room just to find out, speak to all the team, not only the drivers, but knowing from the teams as well, because you want to be getting constant updates throughout the race from team members when something maybe isn't going right. So getting round the press room, thanks to our very own Fiona here, was something that really did help me out. Yeah, being able to do a lot of hours as well. So being able to go without very much sleep.
If you find that you're one of those people that can talk about anything for as long as you need to, and I suppose it has to be entertaining as well, has to be engaging, then that's quite good for an endurance commentator, because there is a lot of time in endurance commentary where you aren't necessarily talking about what you see on screen, where you are, because there's nothing that they're really showing. So you really have to dig deep into
Patrzyłem się na streama, nie czytałem czatu. No, wymaganiem, żeby być prosem, jest właśnie to, żeby mieć licencję FIA, minimum brąza. A Niko ma Silvera, tylko że nie miał przed sezonem. Teraz mu przyznali dopiero w grudniu i to było już za późno. Ale w przyszłym roku powinien być prosem według tych zasad. Niko ma taką licencję, że mógłby walić w GT3 normalnie, nie? To jest Silver FIA. Się w Polsce robi lickę i tam i wygra się mistrzostwo narodowe, to się dostaje Silvera. No Nikodem nie wygrał mistrzostwa narodowego, ale i tak mu przyznali ludzi.
What's ebbing and what's flowing. That's another big task. And I think there's a lot of commentators that come up through the ranks these days that haven't got the experience of reading timing screens, because they literally just commentate on the pictures they see in front of them, that would struggle a little bit on that sense, because they're not digging for stories, they're simply just talking about what they see in front of them. And that's okay in a 20-minute sprint race, but
nic już nie jest w Williamsie. Będzie zamiechał pewno. Ale Sami jest tak dobry jak Romanidis, jak nie lepszy nawet. Zawodowni, myślę sobie. Nie da się już mieć dużo lepszego składu, prawdę mówiąc, no po prostu no, są tacy ludzie jak, nie wiem, Josh Rogers, no to są po prostu wybitnymi talentami i my po prostu nie potrafimy tak jak oni. Kilku jest takich wybranych, no a wszystkich pozostałych, no to mamy tempo, no odpowiadamy im tempem. Po prostu mieliśmy trochę przygód, no i no, straciliśmy 20 sekund w korku, 20 sekund na tym dzwonie, no i ciężko nadrobić nagle te 40 sekund do zespołu, co mają bardzo podobne tempo. No, ale mamy jeszcze 13 godzin, to uda do większości nadrobić.
Light for wet weather conditions. In the real world, once you turn on the lights or once you turn the knob, even on the engine.
A nie wiem, Maciek, musielibyśmy przetestować, które najlepsze. PMK mi się zawsze fajnie GTA jeździło.
The game is still simulating that blinking light. So you will see them in the real world. In fact, there's actually one there on the Coanda car as well in the centre. And you see it, of course, not just at Le Mans, but also in Formula One. There's iconic images of just blinking red lights in the mist. But that is what it is, and it is nothing to distinguish one car to the other as well. It's just a normal thing. What's interesting, I find, and it's a bit geeky, but how much the brakes glow on certain different cars, on certain different wheels. Some cars have very, very heavy glowing brakes on the front end, but nothing on the rear. Others are much more four-wheel balanced, and that gives you an idea as to how that particular car has their brake balance set.
Thomas looks to be very slow.
When you see them, and it makes for great viewing as well. Now, Laurin Heinrich is only half a second back from the Team Fordzilla car of Gianmarco Fiducci, so we could see that change for the podium positions that we were talking about a little bit earlier, and he's consistently been the quickest within the top 5 over the last couple of laps. Here they are on screen. 20 versus 966. The 20 car, which had a drive-through penalty earlier after contact with our race leader. The race direction team felt that after they were going head-to-head, side-by-side through a number of corners, that a penalty, a drive-through penalty, was deserved for the number 20 car for some of their driving standards. And they are now on a bit of a recovery performance in terms of them trying to get a race win, because they were in a position where they were holding off the number 1 and 2 cars. They were having to do the defending, and now they are having to do the chasing. But first they're going to have to clear this Fordzilla car bit.
Coanda with so much weight now from the Porsche Motorsport team. If you follow Porsche Motorsport on Twitter, they are constantly updating at Porsche Races on the progress of the number 20 and 23 car.
troszkę, zobaczyć, czy jacyś umieją w tej nocy jechać.
For Porsche to return to the hypercar category at Le Mans and try once again to win the main class. The last time they did that was relatively recently with the 919, and it will be the 963 hypercar, which we will see racing in WEC
Okay,
this
box
year.
is lap.
But first of all, they are desperate to win the Le Mans Virtual. They've missed out overall over the last couple of years because they focused on the GT category. But now this is the big one, and they've built and built and built the momentum over the last couple of races, and they've absolutely focused their attention on making sure that 20 car is stacked full of talent and can fight for victory, with the 23 car very much now, although the 23 car was the one that won last time out, it is all about the 20 car because it's better placed in the championship as well. And Heinrich is aboard that car, all over the back of Fiducci. For third position, moving around, flashing the lights. I'm still not sure that flashing the lights does very much in the world of sim racing. It certainly does in the world of real racing. Can be quite distracting. Which way does he go?
He's going to choose the inside, isn't he, as we come up towards Indianapolis. But is Fordzilla going to do what we've seen a number of teams do and brave it round the outside? I don't think he's going to get any chance taking the racing line through Indianapolis. Was Laurin Heinrich there? He'd pretty much already made the move because Fiducci had backed out of it by the time they got to the corner. Sensible driving, I think, from Fiducci there. He's going to tuck back in now behind Laurin Heinrich and see if he can get behind him and help him chase after Team Redline, the number 2 car, the first of the cars who are going to be first up the road. Laurin Heinrich last time around was 9/10 quicker than Felipe Drugovich. The gap is currently 3.7
Muszę się
seconds.
rozjeździć czat, więc będzie słyszeć mój silnik
Watch
troszkę.
now how Laurin Heinrich clears off a really fast last lap. He really didn't waste any time either getting past the Ford. And that, if you talk to Alan McNish, who joined us for the original Le Mans Virtual, he spoke about that being such a key thing. Minimizing time loss through traffic.
Yeah.
That's how Audi was so dominant in their years when they had such big rivals as well, and Ford coming into the pits too.
And that's why Fiducci, I think, opened the door and said, through you go. We are going into pit lane. Sensible driving from Fiducci. In the end now,
Good stints, damn it, Sammy.
Did a personal best
No,
in the last sector.
Yep, catching up to the cars ahead.
Brought the gap down
It's good.
to 3 seconds to Felipe Drugovich. Remember,
Copy.
Fordzilla, if you are wondering, this is not a problem for them. They are on a alternate strategy, a slightly alternate strategy. AMG Team Williams also coming in as well. So we have seen them coming in slightly earlier to the Porsche, the Alpine and the Red Line cars. So this isn't something, if you are a fan of Fordzilla, to get worried about. This is something we have been seeing throughout the last period of the race.
How that plays out come the end of the race, of course, difficult to predict
we don't know,
right
yeah,
now.
We don't know.
But we will be at the next round of pit stops at the halfway stage of the race. So that does tend to give you a little bit of an idea of how, if you doubled it up, what would happen at the end. But of course, with the disruption that we had at the start of our race, you can't really just times it by 2, because there's, in theory, more racing in the second half than there would be in the first.
Very true. Blue flags waving there to the Ferrari as we see that's the Porsche clearing it now, weaving its way through. That looks like Luke Browning just filing his way past 2 of the GTE cars there.
Next GT ahead is first chicane exit.
To extend his lead to 17.5, but Drugovich, as he falls backwards, he's falling into the path of Laurin Heinrich, who is just 2.8 seconds back, make that 2.2. The gap is tumbling on this lap. It's come down by almost a second. Tom Lartilou himself, as we approach the pit stops, is now starting to really get his foot down. He's done a personal best second sector. Laurin Heinrich doing as much as he can to get as close as he can to Drugovich before next round of pit stops.
Absolutely fired up is Laurin Heinrich, flying along right now. Here is Graham Carroll, or there was Graham Carroll, carving through the traffic. He's at 6.5 seconds behind the second of the Coanda cars, the 23 machine, down in 6th position. With James Baldwin in board that car, that was at the very sharp end at the start of the race. They've cycled through all their drivers now with Bonohuis and Danny Ucatella. And Graham Carroll back aboard that car for his second chunk. Very much still in contention, but at the moment not really the same wow pace that we're seeing from Laurin Heinrich and the 20, who is absolutely lighting up the timing screens. And I mean, he on that last lap alone was 1.7 seconds faster than our leader, Luke Browning. Now, we saw Browning having to deal with a bit of traffic. And it is always difficult to compare during the Le Mans 24 hours because you never know what the conditions have been on that particular lap for any given driver. But it shows just how good Heinrich's laps have been. And this is an early stint for Heinrich. We expect to see him in the car for at least another 2 hours. So if he can do that now, the gap has come down to less than 20 seconds between himself and Browning. So they've made up 10 seconds since they had that penalty. Now, when was that penalty administered?
That is incredibly impressive.
It was administered at 10:50, and we are now.
That's 10:50 race time, is it? Local time.
Local time to here. So 2 hours ago. So he's found 10 seconds in 2 hours.
Wow. And when you look at that, 12.5 hours left. This race, we talked about it when we were answering that question a little bit further. There's still a long way to go in the battle for this lead, isn't there? I'm leaving shortly for a while. I don't know who I'm going to come back to. It's one of those, isn't it? This could go either. It might look like a big gap, but there are going to be driver swaps, of course, and Redline will be very comfortable with the position they're in. But at the same time, Porsche Coanda are fired up.
One GT ahead.
And are about to try and make a move for second place, because there we see red line and there's Porsche right behind Ben. So there's your battle for second on screen. Red line in the red and black, and in the middle of your picture, that is Porsche in third. Is it about to become second? Are we going to see big defensive driving from the two as well?
Surely we are close to pit stop time for these guys as well.
That's what we're thinking, because that's a personal best through the second sector, and we've seen personal best going in, so we could see pit stops this lap or the next. Well, it's got to be very close, isn't it?
Thank you to Oppams TV for giving us a shout out. Commentators and casters. Are you a commentator or a caster? I'm a commentator.
I'd say so.
Yes, you say so.
Yeah.
Not like Trivet. He's a caster.
I see.
Sadakis is a caster. He's a commentator. He'll be on at me. I don't know if he's doing Porsche stuff this year.
Here we go. Ooh. I thought that was going to be a dive into Porsche curves.
No, not
the better of it in the end. Oh, traffic in the way possibly.
Or was that a defensive?
Or was that defensive driving? It's got to be. Yes, there it is.
There we go.
There's the other two red line cars ahead of him there for a second. Now Browning has stayed out of pit lane, so we expect these two to do the same, and so they do.
Right, so that means Heinrich does need to clear the red line car then, because he won't want to sit behind him for a full lap. Drogovic was did a 3:27.0.
Wow.
So that was a slow lap. Yes, they had traffic and certainly had to get out the throttle in the early part of the Porsche curves. But there's no way that Heinrich will want to lose any more time as Lartalou comes into the pits from 4th position. So they've now gone slightly different on strategy to the 3 guys ahead. And this is not good, because not only have they got GT cars to pass, they've also got a slower LMP car, the number 8 machine. Wow, and it's really, really tough. Now onto the Mulsanne straight. That 8 car has the speed to keep ahead of these two in theory, although providing a nice slipstream for Drogovic. Drogovic is going to be able to clear the 8. Is Heinrich as well. You can hear the engine revs are still rising.
Should just about be able to do it under braking, yes. But we'll lose a little bit of time from having to do that move. Oh, a wobble on the exit though there for Drogovic. Now into the pits came Alpine, AMG Team Petronas, Brabham, Floyd Van Wall, Yasheep Veloce, all into pit lane. Here is your battle for second overall though. The gap to the leader is extending because of this. It's now over 20 seconds, so they need to make this move ASAP.
To the left-hand side, but a little bit earlier on the brakes. No chance there. It's very, very fast on the entry into the second chicane. It'll be much safer to do it into the Mulsanne corner at the end of the Mulsanne straight. Just going to the right-hand side of the Mulsanne roundabout, if you do know the circuit as a normal road. Traffic to contend with. That puts the cars on the right-hand side. That's more of a defensive racing line. There, but it's very, very late from Heinrich, but he wiggles his way through, and a little bit of oversteer on the exit for Drogovic means that Heinrich has done it, but it's a half a lap sitting behind the red line car, and that will have damaged his pace on this particular lap. Ultimately, it seemed like a very late decision.
Yeah, what a fantastic move. He decided that under braking, didn't he? Did Laurin Heinrich. Just, I don't think he expected the door to be open. I think that was the case. And said, if that's going to be the case, then I'll release the brakes and stick my car down there. And a fantastic move.
No, dał się porobić troszkę Drogovic.
Get himself up into P2. 22 seconds, so
Szkoda, myślałem, że dłużej powalczył, potracił czasu trochę. Niestety.
To Luke Browning, so Felipe Drogovic has done his job to an extent and has just delayed the charge of the Porsche Coanda team here. But Laurin Heinrich will now resume to trying to get those lap times in. and try and chase after our leader, who comes into pit lane.
Dawid Wroczek.
I guess we will expect
Racer taki gość, co na refie jeździ od dawien dawna.
Further down the field, this is the GT battle for 7th position. Sim Marinello now ahead of D Station with Chavez aboard the D Station Aston Martin. Yes, Enrique Chavez, the one that did that crash at Monza in the real world.
Here they come.
And now pit stops once again for our top LMP cars. Fiona asks, Fiona, the one that's a fan of yours, who is the play-by-play and who is the color commentator here? Usually, Fiona, I would just say, I would actually give you a proper answer, but in this case, there isn't one.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't know.
And actually, in the world of endurance racing, it doesn't matter so much because you're not constantly talking about what's happening on track and requiring analysis from another person. It is more of just a random chat, and therefore the roles can be a bit more, the lines can be a bit more blurred, let's say. Back out onto circuit, Heinrich and Drogovic as they came in.
Ciekawe, czy numer 20 nie dostanie karę za safe release. Że mogą dostać. Patrząc na to, jak blisko był numer 2.
Yep, 22.5 is the gap. This is not what he wanted. A GTE car directly ahead of him, and that's going to allow Felipe Drogovic in the 2 to close back in and try and sneak into the toe. But he was delayed slightly as well, as they now will make their way past. I think that was one of the
good car ahead. Had to do an early pit.
I'd like to guess which one it was. Didn't get quite a good look at it.
And we're quicker than them.
What we do know is that Lauren Heinrich is through. The gap is 23, just over that seconds. And he is trying to chase after Luke Browning. So the story for the overall lead is him trying to chase that 23-second gap down. Drogovic trying to stop him.
Yeah, so he lost a lot of time in the pits.
3.5, well, about over a second at least, if not 2.
I reckon it was down to about 18 before pit stop, so I think
18, 9, yeah, but he lost some time in the battle.
Yes,
possibly.
exactly. Yeah, so you're in lap battling.
And the pit stop.
And the pit stop.
About 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So Drogovic did do his job.
Yes. Yes, if you're looking about team play, absolutely. Now, how much time can he get back then on this stint?
Now, this is your battle for P4, by the way. This is Fiducci versus Lartilu. Fordzilla versus Alpine. 6 seconds back from this. Bastien Bus in the other Porsche Coanda car. Another one of the Porsche Super Cup drivers. Had a solid season this year as well. One of the rookie drivers. No doubt if he returns this season, will be one to watch as we watch Fordzilla fighting away with Alpine. And Bastien Bus will hope that this battle continues, and that will allow him to close back up, albeit these two coming in different times. 23 recovering after some earlier dramas.
I think I said earlier that Tom Lartilu was from Forza, but actually it's Project Cars where he made his real name.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I saw him competing at a Gran Turismo event as well.
Oh, okay.
I believe so.
All right.
But this was quite a few years ago now, but I'm sure he did that as well. So he's, when you said he's talented across multiple platforms, I'm sure he qualified for one of their events that I was actually at. So he's a hugely talented driver.
Definitely is talented across all platforms if you can do Project Cars, GT Sport and R Factor 2. They are like jumping into a Citroen C1 An LMP1 hypercar and a
3
Formula One
GTs
car.
got coming.
Ask you which one's the Citroen C1.
No, don't. but there is a time and place for racing a Citroen C1.
Yes.
And it's fun.
We do it. This is something that Will Dendy organised actually. When we do some racing at Simply Race, we do the Citroen C1 on the Daytona Oval.
Ah, really?
Yeah, it's just flat out all the way.
Yeah.
And it's just who wants to push each other around. You got to like work with each other.
NASCAR styling.
It's basically that, but
Yeah.
NASCAR. If you're watching it in 0.2 speed, it's actually really good fun. If you're at home, honestly, and you have the ability to play online with your friends, I really would recommend giving it a go.
And I raced a
I dostali drive-thru.
C1
Ale
at
jaja.
Rockingham.
Did you take to the oval?
Yes, because the
Ale jaja.
24-hour track was part oval. So did the...
yeah, of course, when they
Będą
did use
tuż
the
przed
whole thing,
nami.
they only used that sort of once
No,
a
you missed out...
Para przejazdy przez
You
Aleje.
missed out like turn
Drive-thru.
2 and 3, but you went down to turn 2 and came off it.
Yeah, and then you had that hairpin, which came off, yeah.
Had a massive... Well, no, I didn't have a massive jump, but...
Honda number 20 has a drive-thru. They will be like 5 seconds in front of us.
Completely destroyed by the end, but I think we did finish.
Oh, so it was an endurance.
Yeah, 24 hours.
Oh, it was
24 hours.
Oh, because it's a C1.
And it was the very last ever race at Rockingham. It was a 24-hour race.
They do it now here, don't they?
Yes.
Silverstone.
Yeah, 160 odd cars at Silverstone. End of May.
Which is insane.
Yeah. I think... I'm not... Yeah. I think I prefer to do the Fun Cup as a 24-hour race than the Citroen C1 again. It was a bit sketchy at times.
All you can hear is tyres.
Yes. Yeah.
A few of the guys on this very substantial crew that we have doing this event work on that, and they just say you just hear tyres.
Yeah. And the cars do tend to fall over quite a lot. So I rolled mine at Snetterton.
Did you?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
One more GT coming.
Under the bridge.
The start-finish straight?
No.
Oh, wow, that straight.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Put
Coming
my
into the left-hander.
Put my foot on the brake, and the one thing that it used to do, because it had ABS, sometimes it would decide that it couldn't brake because the ABS would kick in. So you never got the same purchase as you would expect. And I did that, hit the brake, it didn't brake. So I was like, okay, I'm going to throw it sideways and try and stop it. And it just dug in.
I imagine that was a
over.
barrel. Was that?
It was a flop.
No, wszystko się może zdarzyć, to prawda.
You never have enough speed to barrel roll.
Yes, I was about to retract that statement.
Yeah, it's just a flop.
That must have been great fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And not crazy
Not
expensive.
the flip, but...
No.
Jeszcze drugie tyle przed nami.
Racing.
I broke my phone. That was the most annoying thing.
Why did you have your phone on you?
And it was actually illegal to have your phone in the car because people were using it as a pit-to-car radio.
Shit.
I was about to
Well,
say, is that what
sometime-
it was for?
No, it wasn't. It was just in my pocket because I forgot to take it out.
Oh.
And it fell out my pocket, fell out the window, and was found in the gravel trap by a marshal. Amazing.
That's brilliant.
15 minutes before we hit the halfway mark of this Le Mans Virtual, the third edition of the Milan 24-hour Virtual. An introduction into the sim racing calendar during COVID, and it's only really got better and better with the level of cars, the level of drivers, the level of teams that we've got involved, and of course this prize fund of $250,000 that the winning team can take away with them. And that is why it is worth doing. There is the Peugeot Esports car. They've joined us as a wild card for this final round. They're hoping to do the full season next year with a 2-car field. And putting a lot of effort, as we've already seen with Haley Edmonds over at their factory. Unfortunately, so many of their drivers doing other things this weekend and therefore unable to actually participate. But had they got their full roster of real-world drivers, then I'm sure we'd have seen a few more representations there. But Gustave Menendez leading that team. Maxime Briand, one of the other drivers that we've seen race for Toyota in the Le Mans Virtual from Le Mans. And he's also part of their squad, having actually joined DS, which is a partner to Peugeot and Citroën, as a simulator driver for the Formula E team. So he's actually a legitimate, signed-up, paid sim driver that helps the Formula E guys out.
This looks like Alpine versus Fordzilla once
dobrze,
more.
walczyć.
Alpine on the outside, Fordzilla
Good job.
On the inside, having done their stops there, just resuming this battle
I think we're getting
once more. And we're going to jump on board with
time.
Tom
I don't know about
Bartoli
the front runners
once
are
again
running.
as he tries
Is the gap still the same?
the move on
More or less.
Gianmarco Fiducci. Alex Brundle spoke about
Yeah,
this
you lost
earlier.
about
Find
5-6 seconds
battling away
since you got
with
in the
these
car
same
compared to number 1.
people after pit stops, and Fordzilla backing off,
Okay.
allowing the Alpine car to go through. And that
But
is
Browning
going
is
to
in the
change
car,
for
so not surprising.
Alex Holland Martin has asked on Twitter, using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual, are we going to get any cake talk during the night? If
sorry?
not, I'm off to bed and I'll try and catch up in the morning.
What?
What kind of cake would you like us to talk about, Alex? Because, of course, we've got the Pete bars. Pete bars.
Yeah,
There's
here's-
an empty one, actually, just up here.
Oh, there's a full one right there.
Oh, there we
you
go. And the Pete Stop bars are made by Total Energies to power the drivers. So every driver has been sent one of these bars. Real power, virtual race is what it says on the. You can't buy these in the shops. You probably will never be able to buy them in the shops, but it was a great little idea from Toyota. And I've yet to eat one, but I think it
I haven't
nearly
either
is
yet.
time.
Yeah, I think you should right now.
Did you see Hayley Edmonds eat them? I mean, she's asleep now, so she's not going to hear this. But did you see her, the way that she ate the bar earlier on when we were filling time?
Za chwilkę, no, za
Beautiful.
4 kółka zmiana.
I've never seen an energy bar consumed so delicately.
I think it's your go.
And then Gustav Menezes came and just gave her, gave it a big nibble. And did it very unelegantly. But it's not really a cake. It's more of a bar. It's more of a muesli bar. So I'm not sure whether this counts as cake talk. Mia Rose wants cake talk as well. Hi, Mia. Great to have you with us. It's a shame, actually. She really should be racing in this.
Yes.
So fast in the Virtual Cup.
I think next time, 100%. Had a fantastic season in the Le Mans Virtual Cup, finishing 3rd place overall, just shy of that seat in the Le Mans Virtual Cup team, but no doubt teams looking at Mia for next season. Are you going to eat the bar?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'm sure I'll get to it at some point.
I'll hold you to that.
Another good thing about Mia, not just that she's incredibly fast, but also being based in Australia, that gives you a whole different time zone to play with. We actually don't have...
I didn't know that.
If you've looked on that map, we don't have anybody in Australia. We've got lots of Australians, or some Australians,
yes,
but there's nobody actually racing from Australia, whereas, of course, Mia is based over there, so she could have been as part of that.
This is Gordy Much versus Ben Viscow. Gordy to the left of our screen as we look at it now. Down the inside he goes, and Gordy Much, teammate to Jimmy Broadbent last season in the Praga Cup, winning that championship with him. That is a place gained for him, and that puts Brabham up to P9 overall. Ben Viscow dropping down 2/10, but might change that as we come up to the next chicane.
What's Lauren Heinrich's in the pits? Why has Lauren Heinrich gone into the pits?
Yes, good spot.
Dropped down to 6th position again. There is absolutely...
and that's only...
halfway through a stint. You've got the... If you press the...
Yep,
the
but still 3 laps.
Yeah.
If it's still working, it should tell you how long that pit stop was. It was a drive-through penalty. It must have been a drive-through penalty again, because it was 32 seconds. It's unsafe release. Car number 20 performed an unsafe release into the car.
Dobra, gotowi do jazdy. Mam nadzieję, że Bono uda nam się podciąć. Co czat, ja zakończę streama i odpalę drugiego na z playlisty pomnika szybko do 12 godzin. Wrzucam link, zapraszam, proszę przechodzić.